Chapter 1 The Future Empress, now a pitiful child. Amidst the vast, boundless starry river, a colossal hand-off chaos descended from the depth-soft universe. Wherever the hand passed, star sands and erupted like fireworks, and continents hatched into dust. Empress, doi out reliant in to annihilate everything? Upon the central giant continent of this star domain, a figure appeared, towering Gangad-like, emanating Gonaratha treasonate of the galaxy. Boom! The hand descended without his slightest pause, striking down in the next moment, as the godlike figure exerted deviancy of strength to resist. Yet the disparity in power was insurmountable despite the figure's valiant struggle. Its colossal form, larger than the sun's, crumbled dinkby-inch beneath the hand, ultimately exploding into oblivion. With a hand's impact, the central giant continent fragmented into numerous pieces, while those in saw formidable figures ripped into bloodlight. The shockwave rippled through Testari River, sending out concentric waves through out the cosmos, and wherever the say waves reached, celestial bodies disintegrate into cosmic dust with a resounding pop. On Seth the tumult subsided. The entire star domain lay in ruins, shrouded in eternal darkness, save for the central giant continent. Thuilderof Techeadichan manifested amidst Testari expanse. In the void, a graceful figure in white emerged, her visage obscured by chaotic currents, preventing Inyon from beholding the parallel beauty of the supreme empress. The celestial being subserving Thishne through magical ray scudent help be gasp in awe, their eyes filled with admiration for this extraordinary empress. The empress chase eradicate no transient suprema clan that oppressed humanity, not a single holorealm expert escaped a magnificent and powerful race ha. How formidable! That was superiorless sane temperer, yet through was effortless lie slain with a single strike, unable to mount an Arisa stance. I feel as though I am witnessing the splendor of human emperor from 1200,000 years ago. Humanity is not betrifled with. Could it be Theture ceasant of her Joffrey kindling, than paralleled glory of temperorsera? Big brother, could you spare me Merceltoa? On the frigid streets of winter, as Theer drew to close, layer sofas had formed along the roadside. A tattered little girl, her face is smeared with dirt and her hands reddened from the cold, pitiful of begged passers by 4 foot. Yet, in such weather, people hurried past, indifferent to the plight of this starving, freezing child. Not far from her, a handsome youth in elegant white robust dude, adorned with a golden short sword embroidery, a sword strapped to his back, lost in thought. The youth was strikingly handsome, his demeanor refined, reminiscent of a graceful nobleman, a celestial being descended to a minnow already deceased. Mokinian stared blankliathishans, their smooth and delicatesque appearing. Spristinius Thado fall cared for maiden. Hayden Tourette Hine Ethereal Math 13, forming an innate spiritual body, untouched by dust and impurities. He distinct lie remembered the could not transcend limits, his lafinier and jitsand, having closed a desires within his secluded chamber. How had he wakened to find himself soy alfulan chemery? Moreover, his strength had regressed toth pinnacle of the ethereum? Hadda, in the throw a soft death, transcended to thromel for birth had defied fate? No, the twice impossible had not broken through for a century, unable to overcome the tribulation of Feason or demons. How could a possible transcend at themamin tothis demise? Raising his gaze, he observed the surrounding sentient buildings flanking Hyman cobblestone streets beneath his feet. This appeared to be a small town, vaguely familiar, yet the memories were too distant to clarify. Look, young Master Kianian has returned, quickly informed the master. Young Master Kianian is so handsome a high-strew limidream lover. Lucan Themirer, young Master Kianian is the foremost prodigy in the history of Yinching, and even in the entire Chu Empire, ranks among the top 3 in parallel talents, owned by the princess so fo rem pyrus worthy of hum. If that's been 3 years I wonder watrium young Master Kianian has achieved sure lihis reached the 5th layer of the ethereum banal? Definitely, young Master Kianian achieved the ethereal math 13, setting a cultivation record for the Chu Empire. It is said that young Master Kianian has become the true disciple of heavenly water sword sect, a super sect among several surrounding empires. The chatter of Tekrod reached Timokiani Ansiers, gradually resurrecting long-buried memories within him. Young Master Chianyan. This was saddle from. How many years ago? Perhaps 1,000 years? Chu Empire, the Heavenly Water Sword Sect, Wuriel Samimarius from a millennium past. Achieving Theanaterial Mat 13, and 3 years later. This was when her return to Yanqing, from Heavenly Water Sect Theology of 16. Mokini and final I pieced, Hagathur Theth Red saw his situation. Had been Rebern, and Dre Ternedto his 16th year. In his previous life, having lived a millennium and survived the great calamity of Mariadraces, his soul was immensely powerful, his mind tranquil and unperturbed, yet there was still simuatistinist. Tober born in Toth past twice a matter intertwined with the suprema laws of time even the most invincible being soft he heaven lyrium swood finded noon. Big brother, could you spare me Merceltoa? The little girl approached, having gleaned nothing from her begging, and finally arrived at Tonkianian side. Up and uttering these words, she looked Dupan be healthy theoreali, outhclidden then widero be amidst tibiting wind. Her expression turned she, and shy instinctively took a step back, fearing she might soil the pristine ignorant soft heaperson before her. Should she dirty Somi O'Neill ses satire, shwood she le face punishment. Distracted from his thoughts, Mokini and lowered his gazy and regard dead the filth the little girl before him. It was an ething toglance, viewed upon closer inspection, he's what in din shah kashishi artre said with astonishment. Upon the girl's foreaddressed a faint blue snow la tusmark, Sasa beetle Thetan wood hardly not a seton, scrutinized it closely. Thesno lotus, the dragon rising continent, a millennium ago. Mokinian's mind surged with tumultuous waves, memory is from ispost flooding back, rendering is breaths labored. Thisno lotus wold, after 1,000 years, become the mist fearsome Zimbala crossed hierom. Centuries hence, an unparalleled empress will descend, ruling govern the myriad worlds, gazing down new upon thuniverse as a Mariadraces, revered throughout, heavest cosmos. This extraordinary empress wild bicnas no empress. And thembelmoffs no, preswood benonio thurthanas no latus. Legend has sit upon thempress browle themark of fast no latus, and after her ascendance, non could beholderun paralleled visage. It is said that empress Rosie alone, devoid of supporter clan, facing the collapsio of t heart soft teproudandin stilling dreadin thy invincible being soft he heaven lyrium. It is said that empress emerged from th dragon rising continent. Gazing at this no la tusmar kant the fordoff to little girl before him, Mochianyan, despite having lived a millennium andri ched the ninth layer of sovereign realm, full thisp psychostrupimens force. For both Yanshin ganth de chum parebelon jed toth dragon rising continent. Moreover, Theojof them press perfect liali ned with thatoff to little girl before him. 3 strandsofidence converged upon threat ched child before him, revealing gay singular truthto emochanya. This pitiful little girl, werper neared so forlorn, woldon de became press off the heavens, reigning governal realms. Emokini in sudden lie recall at hat de hera turned to Yanqing, from th heavenly water sword sect, encountering apati fu little girl. At the time, brimming with the outh full vigor and brilliance, the little girl lad not dared to approach him. He had merely torn ed to glance sather plight, thinking to himself how powerless she was, destined to bebelite. And then, he had never seen he little girl again. 14 years later, a Jurlo fumbly origins, hailing from th dragon rising continent, would unveil astonishing talent thought would shake the heavens. 500 years since, an empress would recite dominate teth world, crushing the supreme being soft to myriad realm, an invincible force. Seeing Emokianian lostant, the little girl appeared frightened, timidly uttering an apology before trembling retreating. The little girl was not only clad in tattered anthing garments, boot schwassel so barefoot. Her tender little feet, exposed to theckled ground, where a reddened bethechel. Yet, in this realm of cultivation, where power and ed supreme, there were account, less wretched souls like the little girl. On this very street, there were several beggars. Suddenly, the little girl felt warmth enveloping her, the cold dissipating gradually. This sensation was delightful, compelling her to imitate soft hum of contentment. Inades, shudder ned to glance back, only to find the ethereal elder brother, using his spiritual nerve guide to dispel her chill, gazing gather with any. What is your name? The elder brother stone knew a soft, imbued with an intimacy thought Putherades. She lowered her head slightly, unable to meet his gaze, and whispered, I am called Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue, the Snow Empress. A this moment, Emokinian was nearly 100% certain that a girl before him would indeed become the future invincible empress of the heavens. In his previous life, even Empress herself, let alone her subordinates, could have crushed them with a mere breath. The empress was obeying Goff's supreme status, utterly unattainable beyond reach for an ordinary cultivator like him. And now, the unyielding empress stands before him. In their previous lives, they had no intersection. In this rebirth, the opportunity told her fatalius right before him. Years later, when the empress ascends to the throne, becoming the fierce woman of to him in racetorial, she will never forget the tin her most disparity whore, Theon Claydon White, heralded brother from a millennium past, provided her with a warm, their arms postnatal, innate, foundation establishment, core formation, divine powers, transcendence, sovereign, nirvana, sacred realm, imperial realm. Thu world viewable be vast, with significant disparities in realm sauce the store progresses. A detailed outline has been conceived of or severely errs, and the book is expected to exceed 300,000 words. The author's novice and writing style may be somewhat lacking in the initial chapters, gradually improving to around 100,000 words. Additionally, to elaborate, the sacred realm consists of 9 layers, with sacred emperor and supreme being part of this realm and being the emperor among the sacred, and the third half pinta the imperial realm. The concept of rebirth will be explained later right involve a simultaneous perspective, where a countless universe shows countless versions of oneself, each with a distinct destiny. The so-called rebirth is the result of reversing the timeline. Xiaoxue. Chapter 2 Adopting Future Empress as a Sister. Once, a soaring opportunity lay before Emotianyan, yet the failed to cherish it. If heaven were to grant them a second chance, he would utter 3 words to the petit fool, so will brush ed past them. I will raise you. And now, the opportunity stands before him has indeed been reborn. Xiaoxue. Would I you willing to stay by my side? Ishalinchiraya no longer suffer from colder hunger, and Thadio haveworm. Mokianian crouched down, gazing at lieth the little girl before him, extending a hand to stroke her somewhat disheveled hair. Until Hetrula felt the texture of the girl share, Mokianian still believed he was dreaming. It was not that the girl share way, exceptionally soft, but rather that this girl before him was destined to become the revealed impresso fall realms. The future legendary empress, her beauty concealed beneath a shroud of chaos, unseen by any ordinary mortals could not even glimpse the empress, let alone editure. Event the invincible sacred emperor could not approach her without facing annihilation. And now, he was actually touching the empress hair. Home. The little girl murmured softly, cold shetrily havia home? Since Sesha cold remember, she had never Hadoni if not for her indomitable will to survive, she might have perished in the mass grave. Minimize emotionian. I feo choose to follow, I shall teach you how to cultivate, to grow strong, and to possess the power to protect yourself. Cultivate. Grow strong. The little girl bit her lips lightly, here I as fled with profound yearning. If she become strong, she would no longer bullied, would she? Is that possible? Though her heart brimmed with desire, the little girl spoke timidly, unable to meet Timokianian's gaze. For she felt that the elder brother before your was an obleaned unreachable. And she was merely a little begar the vast disparity in their status as medithered for her to believeth his reality. Of course, if Sioxuice willing, I shall glad libby your brother, and protect you forever. Brother. The little girl was taken aback, lifting her gazetami Timokianians, the light in his eyes radiating warm hand kindness. She truly longed to have you home, and a brother how old protect her. However, gazing at the pristine white robes of herald her brother, amidst headmering and envious voice soft the surrounding crowd, Shek knew not the specific softenatorium, but it must be incredibly powerful. Otherwise, why would there be some inelegant, dressed individual sana of him? Looking down at herself, clad in tattered, thin garments, her hands redan dirty from the cold. She felt unworthy of being the sister of a noble brother. Big brother, thank you for your kindness. If you could spare me a little food, I would be very grateful. The little girl lowered her head, a single tear slipping from her narrow fair eye. Home, the twice a dream far beyond her reach, existing only in her dreams, Note in reality. Here, take this. It's sapistry, along with some milk. Emo kinyanjently placed semi fooden to Zioxutions fromisterige space. As he beheld Thesoft pastrian sweet milk, Zioxu was momentarily stunned. Suck delicious food. She had done liver seen in thittable soft huelthy, never had she tasted it. Eat up. If that's note enough, behave plenty more. Mokianian spoke it tenderly, showing no anger at Ziox's initial refusal. Thank you, big brother. Zioxubo didi plido emotianyen, feeling true warmth in your young heart for the fierce dimet. Thesoft pastrian sweetbread, such simple food, full likey fest beyond compare to Xiaoshu. Event hof shu is very hungry, shinliadiona pastrian tukismal sip off milk, careful eye wrapping thirsto hold closet or chest. When she looked up, Shinada said that their brother had not olf tand was still watching her with a Xiaoshue, there is no need to say vita title. In the future, whatever you wish to eat, Orani Buddha full cloacide desire, I will buy for you. Zioxu's mouth parted slightly, her heart overflowing with emotion. She truly wished to stay by her brother's side. Why? Me? While moved, Zioxu felt hating of confusion. There were begarsa plenty on the streets would did her brother single here out? Was the rest something special about her? Xiaoshue, do you believe a Thadio willini they become mine? Credible powerful enough to protect me? Right now, I Saiho will protect you. And when you grow strong in the future, you can protect me, alright? Emo Kinyan did not fabricatian yexcases, but spoke the truth to Xiaoshue. I fureto deceiver no, hu'd inevitably suffer from the entanglement so finner demons during her future tribulations. In his past life, he had been trapped by such demons, unable to achieve a venereal mandravers, his fatet organ a millennium of life. Zioxu will beveri powerful? Zioxu findethard to believe merely surviving ad been a challenge, how could she possibly become strong enough to be med formidable be her brother? Indeed, thus, Xiaoshue, would you willing to consider Meo your brother? I. Zioxu ertwe virtugen yuine la longed for a homie and a brother to protect her. Through long, cold nights of hunger, enduring disdain and bullying, and even having her food stolen be fellow begars, her frail botaborathesker saw her suffering. At the tender geopsics, she had already experienced the deepest sorrow soft world slowest echelons. Don't worry, don't fear forth, with the our brother by your side. Nun will dare to bully. Seeing Zioxu's conflicted expression, Mokanyan felt a flicker of fear in his heart. To become the brother of the future unparalleled empress. Even if he did nothing afterwards, heckled still basking Lori. Brother. Ziox was shilla called out, bringing immense joy to emotion. Hescupaderapan twirled hair around several times, heard an exclamation of surprise escaping her lips. Brother, Ziox we is feridity. Ziox attempted to escape from Mokianian's embrace, but found it impossible. Mokanian tenderly brushed his finger say cross her nose. In my's, Ziox we is not dirtle. Thank you, brother. Ziox clung tight to Mokianian's neck, inhaling the comforting cinemanating from him. This feeling washed her lid lightful. She finally had a homie and an elder brother occurred for her. Emokianian held Ziox yeast hame de thyreweight the familian yinching. Xiaoshue, is that your name? Doyo have your name? I don Thavion. Ziox weighs an orphan. Me grandfather found me in a snowy day and named me Xiaoshue. Grandfather? How is Zioxu's grandfather? Grandfather weighs also vagabond, Andy. Frozatodia 3 years ago. A spoke had his words, Zioxu begin tosnaflezofli. It was then that she had last felt thormthifa home. A 3-year-old girl wandering Galon, one a canon lie, imagine it ha hardships he faced. Mokanyan slow dispace slightly, gently patting Zioxway's back, pulling her a little closer. Zioxu's experiences mirrored his own childhood so closely. Donkri, Xiaoshue. From no one, with your brother around, you will be very happy. Xiaoshue, may I give you onion? Sure. Minimize emochian. From no one, yornam shall be mochian shue, alright? Chinyan. Chinshue, yes, brother, Ziox you were really like us this nam. That year, Mokianian was 16, and Mokianx was 6. Chapter 3, The Prodigy, Xiao Yin. A slender youth, clad in plain attire, emerged from a pharmacy, clutching a sizable bag of herbal remedies. "Master, the Yin City Grand Competition is imminent. Can I truly emerge victorious?" the gaunt boy murmured, seemingly speaking to no one, as there was no one accompanying him. "Fear not. In this small place of Yin City, there are but a handful of innate talents. With me by your side, victory shall come as easily as quenching one's thirst." An ancient voice resonated within the slender youth's mind, its presence palpable despite the absence of a visible figure, lending an air of peculiarity. "Master, I have heard that Mo Qianyan from the Mo family is an unparalleled genius of the Dachu Empire. Having entered the Tianshui sword sect for 3 years, now a true disciple and the eldest senior brother, he is likely at least at the late stage of innate cultivation, while I have only just stepped into the innate realm." The slender youth's concern was evident, for apart from Mo Qianyan, he regarded no one else as a threat. Bearing the title of waste, he had endured 10 years of patience, honing his temperament to perfection. Little did the Shao family know that their so-called wasteful young master had recently entered the innate realm. My dear disciple, in my eyes, whether it be Yin City or the Dachu Empire, even the entirety of the northern region, what significance do they hold? The ancient voice in the boy's mind erupted in laughter, imbued with arrogance. "Master, what was your strength in your prime?" The slender youth felt a jolt of surprise. Even the Dachu Empire loomed large in his eyes, let alone the entire northern region. "You will come to know of my strength in due time. Do the people of the insignificant Dachu Empire dare to claim the title of unparalleled genius? Even if he is at the late stage of innate cultivation, or even at the pinnacle of innate perfection, I possess the means to ensure your victory over him." The boy was taken aback by his master's words. "But master, there is a vast chasm of 8 minor realms between the first level of innate cultivation and the pinnacle of innate perfection. Rest assured, my secret methods will elevate you to the pinnacle of innate perfection. Even if you can only unleash a mere fraction of the power of a sacred level technique, defeating an innate perfection cultivator from a small locality shall be a trivial endeavor." As the slender youth continued on his way, a young man in white attire approached, cradling a small beggar in his arms. Oh, such a formidable soul. A 16-year-old at the pinnacle of innate perfection. This little place is not entirely devoid of talent. At the sound of his master's words, the slender youth glanced over, and upon seeing the countenance of the young man in white, he gasped, "Master, that is Mo Qianyan. Interesting. It seems I have underestimated Mo Qianyan's talent. But it matters not. A small place remains just that, a small place. Even the Tianshui sword sect is but a mere ant in my eyes." Mo Qianyan sensed a connection and exchanged a fleeting glance with the slender youth. Narrowing his eyes slightly, feeling the gaze upon him, the slender youth bowed his head and hastily departed. A 16-year-old innate powerhouse, yet he wore nothing but the most ordinary of garments. Observing the swift retreat of the slender youth, a fist of Mo Qianyan's clenched slightly. In his previous life, his destiny had been irrevocably altered due to this very slender youth, the eldest senior brother of the Tianshui sword sect, the unparalleled genius of the Dachu Empire. Mo Qianyan would, in half a month's time, be defeated by a nameless waste from the Shao family during the Yin City Grand Competition. It was this battle that would sever the promising path of this once great genius. For while being defeated by someone of equal standing was no disgrace, being bested by one of a lower realm, once deemed a waste, would be a crushing blow. The slender youth was none other than Shao Yan, the third young master of the Shao family, long labeled a failure. The script of Shao Yan could easily be dubbed that of the destined child. He was indeed the third young master of the 3 great families in Yin City. Yet he was unequivocally a waste. However, no one anticipated that this so-called waste had been secretly amassing formidable strength. He was far from a failure. Rather, he feigned incompetence to cultivate a powerful sacred-level technique, tempering his resolve in the process. In the upcoming Yin City Grand Competition, Shao Yan would reveal his innate prowess, triumphing over the offspring of various families and ultimately standing alongside Mo Qianyan in the finals. One an early innate cultivator, the other at the pinnacle of innate perfection. As all in Yin City believed Mo Qianyan would easily claim victory, a stunning reversal would unfold. The unparalleled genius of the Dachu Empire, Mo Qianyan would fall. From that moment onwards, Imo Qinyan would descend from his pedestal, while Xiao Yin would rise, entering the Tianshui sword sect and seizing all of Imo Qinyan's status and glory. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The cosmic stage beyond the dragon-treading continent would be where Xiao Yin truly made his name. Imo Qinyan would only remember that a millennium hence, humanity would witness an invincible holy emperor named Xiao Yin. It was said that upon his rise, he would proclaim that all he had achieved was due to his master's guidance. His master, a being of pure soul, would later be resurrected by him. "Brother, what are you looking at?" Imo Qianshui inquired, leaning against Imo Qinyan's chest, relishing the warmth emanating from him. "Nothing, little Shwed, I shall take you home, where you can bathe and don your finest attire, beautiful clothes." Imo Qinyan continued onward, but as his gaze shifted from the figure of Xiao Yin, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. In his previous life, he bore no grudge against Xiao Yin. Yet at the competition, Xiao Yin had employed underhanded tactics to defeat him. It was this very defeat that had led to the disappointment of the Tianshui sword sect and the mockery of countless former supporters. Setting aside the matters of the Tianshui sword sect for now, the manner in which Xiao Yin had seemingly cheated to enhance his strength and vanquish him at the Yin City Grand Competition was something he could not endure. Yet, looking at the small Imo Qianshui in his arms, Imo Qinyan smiled again. What of the destined child? What of the future holy emperor? Compared to the empress, he fell woefully short in this second life. He would surely reverse the outcome of the Yin City Grand Competition. With half a month remaining, there was ample time for him to elevate his strength further. The pinnacle of innate perfection would not suffice to defeat Xiao Yin. What if he were to step into the Foundation Establishment realm? With a millennium of cultivation experience from his past life, Imo Qinyan was confident he could attain the Foundation Establishment realm within half a month. Once he entered the Foundation Establishment realm, he would no longer be comparable to those of the innate realm. Especially for a genius like Imo Qinyan, his Foundation Establishment would not be a simple affair. The Foundation Establishment realm is the foundation for future paths, establishing a Tao platform amidst the sea of true energy within one's body. The more Tao platforms one possesses, the stronger their future foundation. The minimum is 1 Tao platform, while the maximum is 9. In his previous life, Imo Qinyan had been defeated by Xiao Yin, resulting in a shattered heart of Tao, leading him to establish only 6 Tao platforms. Otherwise, given his talent, he could have established 7. Though the difference between 6 and 7 Tao platforms is but 1, it is a chasm of heaven and earth. 6 Tao platforms represent a mid-tier foundation, while 7 signify a superior foundation. However, in this rebirth, Imo Qinyan's ambition extended far beyond that. He yearned to witness the world of the heavens, to behold the unparalleled splendor of the most extraordinary geniuses. He aimed to establish 8 Tao platforms, or even the legendary 9, said to embody the essence of sainthood. The Foundation Establishment realm, while a fundamental stage of cultivation, serves as the cornerstone of future endeavors. Many powerful cultivators, dissatisfied with their foundations, would disperse their cultivation to re-establish their foundation. Imo Qinyan's goal was clear. He must establish at least 8 Tao platforms. Chapter 4. Returning to the Imo family. Preparing for Foundation establishment, news of Imo Qinyan's return had long since reached the Imo family. As he approached the grand entrance of the Imo residence with Imo Qianshui in his arms, the family head, Imo Qingtian, awaited him with a host of elders. "Young Master Qin, you have returned. How did you fare at the Tianshui sword sect? Young Master Qin, you have brought honor to our Imo family." Indeed, with young Master Qin participating in the Yin City Grand Competition, victory is assured. "May I ask, what is your current realm, young master? Even I, at the 8th level of innate cultivation, cannot discern your strength." Observing the sycophantic expressions of the elders, Imo Qinyan's demeanor remained unchanged as he focused on the middle-aged man at the center, Imo Qingtian, the family head of the Imo family, a powerhouse above the Foundation Establishment realm. "One of the 5 strongest in Yin City. Father, I have returned." Imo Qinyan slightly bowed his head, yet a subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth, unnoticed by others in his previous life. After being defeated by Xiao Yin, his so-called father had changed his demeanor with astonishing swiftness. He was not Imo Qingtian's biological son. He referred to him as father solely due to his unmatched talent. Like Mo Qianxue, he too was an orphan taken in by an old servant of the Mo family. Only after revealing his immense talent did the Mo family take notice, with Mo Qingtian adopting him as a son. Haha, it is good to be back. After 3 years at the Tianxue sword sect, your father has sorely missed you. Mo Qingtian laughed heartily, his eyes filled with pride. By the way, my son, who is this little girl? Mo Qingtian inquired, noticing the small beggar cradled in Mo Qinyan's arms, his brow furrowing slightly to my sister. Mo Qianxue. Mo Qinyan replied nonchalantly. Initially taken aback, Mo Qingtian soon burst into laughter again. Then I have gained yet another daughter. Servants, prepare the finest clothing and accommodations for Miss Qianxue, treating her with the courtesy befitting a member of the Mo family. Yes, my lord. As two enchanting young maidens emerged from behind. They were none other than Mo Qinyan's former handmaidens. Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, the twin sisters, Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, were 2 years older than Mo Qinyan. When he was adopted as a son by Mo Qingtian at the tender age of 8, they were assigned to care for him. Master Qinyan, please allow Xiaoqing to take care of Miss Qianxue. Xiaoqing approached with a gentle tone, her gaze upon Mo Qinyan causing a faint blush to grace her cheeks. Master Qinyan, you are just too handsome. In the Mo family, Mo Qinyan was the dream lover of every young girl, a graceful gentleman, unparalleled in his charm. Having cared for him since childhood, the two sisters held an unwavering admiration for their young master. Xiaoxue, your 2 older sisters will help you wash up and get dressed, so be sure to listen to them. Mo Qinyan affectionately ruffled Xiaoxue's hair and pinched her cheek, encouraging her. Overwhelmed by the attention, Xiaoxue buried her head into Mo Qianyan's chest, feeling an abundance of shyness. Brother, Xiaoxue is scared. It's all right. Once you're all dressed up beautifully, brother will come back to keep you company. Mo Qinyan said softly, completely unfazed by the shifting expressions of those around him. Master Qinyan is so kind to Miss Qianxue. Xiaobai is exceedingly envious. Xiaobai chimed in, her eyes filled with longing, wishing that her master would treat her with even half the affection he showed Xiaoxue. Miss Qianxue, we will take good care of you and ensure you look splendid. Xiaoqing leaned closer, eager to take Xiaoxue into her arms. Brother, you won't abandon Xiaoxue, will you? Xiaoxue clung to Mo Qianyan's clothing, reluctant to part from him. Xiaoxue, be good and listen to your 2 older sisters. Brother will come to find you shortly, Mo Qinyan reassured her, and after much coaxing, Xiaoxue reluctantly released her grip and was taken away by Xiaoqing and Xiaobai. Father, here are some cultivation resources. Please distribute them among the family members, Mo Qinyan said, casually tossing a storage bag to Mo Qingtian. Mo Qingtian probed its contents with his divine sense. A broad smile spread across his face. Qinyan has truly accomplished much. Yin'er has been missing you. Would you like to see her? Mo Qinyan replied with a faint smile. Father, I need to enter seclusion for a while. I would prefer not to be disturbed before the grand competition. Indeed, indeed. The grand competition is of utmost importance. Should Yin'er require anything, simply inform me, Mo Qingtian said with a cheerful demeanor. Mo Qinyan nodded expressionlessly and then stepped through the grand door. As soon as he departed, Mo Qingtian's smile vanished, his countenance darkening. Mo Qinyan, what attitude is this towards him? Patriarch, is it not a bit too arrogant of Mo Qinyan? Has he forgotten our investment in his growth? The elder approached, whispering. His strength has already reached the pinnacle of the innate stage. What? The pinnacle of the innate stage? The elder's eyes widened in disbelief. He himself had only reached that level. A 16-year-old at the pinnacle of the innate stage. Truly a prodigy. Mo Qingtian's eyes flickered as he gazed at the vast resources in the storage bag, his mind swirling with thoughts. He had underestimated Mo Qianyan's talent. In 3 years, he had ascended from the initial innate stage to the pinnacle. It would not take long before the Mo family would witness the emergence of an extraordinary being. He must find a way to bind Mo Qinyan to their family permanently. After 3 years away, when Mo Qinyan returned to his room, it was immaculately cleaned and infused with a delicate fragrance. He understood that Xiaobai and Xiaoqing had been diligently tidying up, eagerly awaiting his return. The Mo family. Mo Qinyan pondered lightly before shaking his head. Having displayed his talent at the age of 8 and becoming the young master of the Mo family for 5 years, He then departed for the Tianshui sword sect. The so-called nurturing had been nothing more than ordinary resources. The resources he had brought back far exceeded what the Mo family had invested in him by hundreds of times. Enough to purchase the entire Mo family's assets. In his past life, he had been grateful to the Mo family, but he never anticipated that after his defeat to Xiao Yin, Mo Qingtian's attitude would take a complete 180-degree turn, especially after his subsequent battle with Xiao Yin at the Tianshui sword sect, where his cultivation was crippled. The Mo family had discarded him. Only Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing remained steadfast by his side. After his resurgence, Xiao Yin had become a heavenly prodigy. From then on, he was but a firefly on the ground, while Xiao Yin shone like the sun in the heavens. In this life, after defeating Xiao Yin and winning the grand competition, he had no intention of maintaining any ties with the Mo family. What he had given back to the Mo family in terms of the cultivation resources from the Tianshui sword sect and the position of the city lord of Yinqing had far surpassed anything they had provided him. Setting aside these thoughts, Mo Qianyan began to prepare for entering the foundation establishment stage. Transitioning from the innate to the foundation establishment stage was relatively simple. Any cultivator at the pinnacle of the innate stage could easily make the leap with a bit of preparation. However, such a straightforward transition often resulted in merely establishing a single Dao platform, with little hope for further breakthroughs. Consequently, most practitioners would linger at the pinnacle of the innate stage for a while, solidifying their foundation before attempting to construct more than one Dao platform. For example, the elder of the Mo family had yet to enter the foundation establishment stage, as he lacked the confidence to construct a second Dao platform. Such innate practitioners were easily suppressed by Mo Qianyan. This was the disparity between the ordinary and the extraordinary. Mo Qianyan's foundation now allowed him to construct 7 Dao platforms, making him the most formidable prodigy in the Dechu Empire. Yet, having witnessed the true stage of the world in his past life, he was not content with merely 7 Dao platforms. 7 Dao platforms would make him an unparalleled prodigy in the Dechu Empire. 8 Dao platforms would elevate him to the status of a prodigy in the northern region of the continent. 9 Dao platforms would crown him as an extraordinary prodigy across the Dragon Rising continent. Chapter 5. The future empress sleeping in his embrace. Brother, just as Mo Qianyan was deep in thought, a timid voice echoed from the doorway. He turned to see an incredibly adorable little girl clad in a white princess dress. Her hair styled in 2 charming pigtails, her round, sparkling eyes gazing up at him. She was an exceptionally lovely child, resembling a finely crafted porcelain doll, evoking an irresistible urge to embrace her, kiss her, and caress her to feel the purest and warmest essence of this world. Had it not been for the snow lotus mark on her forehead, Mo Qianyan might have failed to recognize her. Master Qianyan, we have dressed Miss Qianxue beautifully, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing announced, each holding one of Xiao Shue's hands as they stood at the threshold. Mo Qianyan had a habit of not allowing anyone into his room without his consent. Come in, he smiled, extending his arms. Xiao Shue broke free from Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing's grasp and dashed into Mo Qianyan's embrace. Brother, please don't abandon Xiao Shue. Holding Xiao Shue close, a gentle smile adorned Mo Qianyan's face. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one shall bully Xiao Shue. After her wash and dressing, Xiao Shue exuded a fragrant aroma. However, Mo Qianyan's heart ached as he noticed the small injuries on her hands and feet, remnants of her time in the cold. Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai had merely bandaged them up. Without hesitation, Mo Qianyan retrieved the finest healing ointment from his storage bag and delicately applied it to Xiao Shue's hands. Does it hurt, Xiao Shue? Brother, it doesn't hurt. It's just a bit chilly, she replied. Mo Qianyan channeled a bit of spiritual energy, enveloping Xiao Shue to provide her warmth. He then removed her exquisite little shoes, revealing her frostbitten, reddened feet. As his hand brushed against Xiao Shue's feet, she instinctively recoiled slightly, but Mo Qianyan held her steady. Brother, it tickles a bit. The cool ointment applied to her feet made her feel a tickling sensation. It's all right, Xiao Shue. After the ointment is applied, you will feel much better soon, Mo Qianyan reassured her, gently stroking her silky short hair while meticulously applying the ointment. Miss Qianxue is so fortunate to have Master Qianyan as her wonderful brother. Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing watched with envy, astonished by this tender side of Mo Qianyan they had never witnessed before. Once the ointment was fully applied, Mo Qianyan cradled Xiao Shue, turning his gaze toward Xiaobai and Xiaoqing. Xiaobai and Xiaoqing, being twins, had just turned 18, the most beautiful age for young women. Having entered the Emo family as Emo Qinyi and S handmaidens, both possessed striking appearances, while not breathtakingly beautiful. They were certainly charming in their own right. Have you both reached the 6th level of the acquired stage? He had previously shared cultivation methods with Xiaobai and Xiaoqing, and when he departed 3 years ago, they were merely at the 2nd level of the acquired stage. This was the typical pace of ordinary cultivators, in 3 years, from the 2nd level to the 6th level of the acquired stage. While still in the prime of their youth, along with the resources he had provided, most individuals would never reach the innate stage in their entire lives. In Yanqing, among tens of thousands, there were fewer than 1,000 innate cultivators. 2 days later, having attained the 6th level of postnatal cultivation in a modest place like Yanqing, one could indeed consider oneself quite accomplished. In response to Emo Qinyan, the young master, both Xiaoqing and Xiaobai lowered their heads, clearly feeling a sense of guilt for not living up to his expectations despite their diligent efforts in cultivation. You have done remarkably well, Emo Qinyan reassured them. Take these cultivation resources. Strive to reach the innate realm as soon as possible. In this world, having some means of self-protection is essential. As he spoke, he produced a storage pouch and handed it to Xiaobai. Emo Qinyan had always cherished the care the two girls had shown him. After his fall from grace, they remained steadfastly by his side. Thus, he would never forget their loyalty. The resources he provided were sufficient for them to cultivate to the pinnacle of the innate stage. But, young Master Qinyan, this is far too much. We cannot accept it. After a cursory glance at the storage pouch, Xiaobai's face paled in shock, and she hurriedly refused, attempting to return the pouch to Emo Qinyan. What? Are you choosing not to heed my words? Emo Qinyan's tone turned stern, silencing any further protests from Xiaobai. It was known that once he offered something, he would not take it back. Yet, she thought, this truly is excessive. Even if we were to sell ourselves, it would scarcely suffice for these resources. Xiaobai wished to voice her thoughts, but the look in Emo Qinyan's eyes compelled her to swallow her words once more. Thank you, young Master Qinyan. Gratitude filled Xiaobai's eyes, and she silently vowed that in life she belonged to Qinyan, and in death, she would remain by his side. Although Xiaoqing did not know the exact wealth contained within the storage pouch, her sister's reaction indicated it was no trivial amount, prompting her to bow in respect alongside her sister. All right, the day is waning. Take Xiao Shui to her room next door. For the time being, you must diligently protect her from potential threats. Yes, young Master Qinyan, we will remain by Miss Qinshua's side at all times to ensure her safety. Xiaobai replied, stepping forward to lift Xiao Shui. However, Xiao Shui clung to Emo Qinyan's neck, reluctant to let go. Brother, Xiao Shui does not want to leave you. Is that all right? In her innocent heart, amidst the strangeness of her surroundings, only Emo Qinyan brought her warmth and comfort. Gazing into Xiao Shui's wide, pure eyes, Emo Qinyan gently pinched her little nose and replied, very well. He subtly signaled to Xiaobai and Xiaoqing, who nodded and quietly exited the room, closing the door behind them. Brother, can you tell Xiao Shui's story? Xiao Shui nestled in Emo Qinyan's embrace, her voice sweet and soft, exuding cuteness. Of course, I shall tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a little boy who was homeless, wandering alone in the world. Eventually, he was taken in by an elderly servant of a wealthy family, whom he called grandfather. He often asked his grandfather why other children could eat soft bread and sweet milk while he was left with only dry bread. Why could other children wear new clothes while he had to wear patched-up old garments? Each time, his grandfather provided the same answer, which ignited a strong desire within the boy to become powerful, a belief that grew increasingly firm. His grandfather said that in this world, all honor and resources must be earned through strength. Those with the mightiest fists dictated the truth. Without strength, one could only be bullied. Emo Qinyan paused, observing that Xiao Shui had fallen into a gentle slumber. Was this how the future empress of the world looked while asleep? She appeared so obedient, her breathing steady, her eyelashes fluttering softly. Emo Qinyan tenderly placed her on the bed, covering her with a blanket. Just as he prepared to leave, a small hand grasped him tightly. Brother, please don't leave Xiao Shui. I will not leave, Emo Qinyan replied, turning to see Xiao Shui's drowsy eyes slowly opening. They were still clouded, as if she had not yet fully awakened, yet her delicate face bore traces of tears. "Did you have a nightmare?" Noticing the tear streaks on her cheeks, Imo Chinyan felt a pang of sorrow and gently wiped them away. "Brother, I am so afraid you will abandon me." Xiao Shui clung tightly to Imo Chinyan, her voice trembling. Xiao Shui is truly scared. "I do not want to lose you. Not ever. I fear this is all just a dream." "An unattainable dream." Imo Chinyan softly patted her back, speaking gently. "This is not a dream. Xiao Shui. Your brother is here. Always, brother. I want to sleep holding you. I want to see you first when I open my eyes." "Can I?" Xiao Shui looked up at Imo Chinyan with pleading eyes, her vulnerability piercing his heart. People only saw the Empress's invincible glory, unaware of her fragile beginnings, how pure and innocent she once was. "All right, I will stay with you." As night deepened, Xiao Shui nestled against Imo Chinyan, sleeping soundly. This was the most peaceful and comfortable sleep she had ever experienced. As Imo Chinyan slumbered, he remained oblivious to the faint glow emanating from the snow lotus mark on Xiao Shui's forehead. Chapter 6. Xiao Shui's extraordinary talent. The following morning, when Imo Chinyan awoke, Xiao Shui remained peacefully nestled in his arms. The future empress sleeping beside him, a faint smile graced Imo Chinyan's lips. Yet he felt no overwhelming excitement. It was difficult for him to reconcile the notion of Xiao Shui with that of the empress. To him, she was simply Xiao Shui, his little sister. Suddenly, he noticed Xiao Shui's brow furrowing slightly. As if she were on the verge of waking, Imo Chinyan smiled, eagerly awaiting the moment her bright eyes would open. Yet in the next instant, he was struck with astonishment. How could this be? Xiao Shui, a faint aura of spiritual energy was swirling around her, not his own power, but emanating from Xiao Shui herself. She had reached the first level of postnatal cultivation. What a jest! Countless individuals struggle their entire lives without entering the postnatal realm. Yet Xiao Shui had leaped directly into it overnight. Even at the first level, her physical strength would be equivalent to 1,000 pounds. At just 6 years old, she had transcended from nothing to the postnatal realm in a single night. Imo Chinyan recalled how his own entrance into the postnatal realm at 8 years old had astonished the Imo family. Truly, comparisons were maddening. Without a second thought, he set a seal to contain her power. This would not hinder her ability to continue cultivating, but would restrict her strength, allowing her to wield only that of an ordinary child. Without formidable strength, he could not protect Xiao Shui's extraordinary potential. If her talents were discovered by ill-intentioned individuals, Imo Chinyan could only imagine the ensuing bloody storm. Some immensely powerful old monsters were known to covet extraordinary talents, particularly those ancient beings who had perished, leaving only their souls behind. After Imo Chinyan established the seal, Xiao Shui opened her beautiful eyes and blinked a few times at him. "Brother, I am not dreaming, am I?" Xiao Shui closed her eyes and opened them again. Finding Imo Chinyan's handsome face before her, "Of course not. This is all very real." Imo Chinyan playfully pinched her nose, finding her utterly adorable. With her brother by her side, Xiao Shui felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. She longed to cry at that moment. Just 12 hours prior, she had endured hunger and cold in the biting wind. Now, 12 hours later, she was dressed in beautiful clothes, nestled in a warm bed. With a protective older brother by her side, as sunlight bathed the earth, Imo Chinyan stood in the courtyard, observing Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing as they accompanied Xiao Shui for breakfast. A faint smile graced his lips as he turned his gaze skyward and began his own cultivation. He closed his eyes, allowing his spiritual energy to circulate within his body for a brief moment. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide in disbelief as he examined his hands. His physical body had experienced a significant enhancement since yesterday. His physical strength had surged from 960,000 pounds to a staggering 970,000. At this moment, Imo Chinyan felt far more astonished than when Xiao Shui had entered the first level of postnatal cultivation. The stronger the body, the higher the soul's power, and the greater the number of Tao platforms constructed. Although his reborn soul was sufficiently powerful, the physical strength of 960,000 pounds was inadequate to support the establishment of an 8th Tao platform. Upon entering the innate realm, his physical strength would increase tenfold, reaching 100,000 pounds. At the pinnacle of the innate stage, his strength could reach a formidable 800,000 pounds. Yet, this was not the ultimate limit. A peerless prodigy could continue to break through, surpassing the limits, and even attain the ultimate strength of 999,999. In other words, with a foundation of 800,000 pounds of strength, one can only establish a single Tao platform. With 825,000 pounds of immense power, one is qualified to construct 2 Tao platforms. Subsequently, for every additional 25,000 pounds of strength, one can erect an extra Tao platform. A millennium ago, Mo Qianyin possessed merely 96,000 pounds of physical strength. While this may appear daunting, capable of dispatching an ordinary innate completion expert in an instant, the construction of 7 Tao platforms is feasible, yet 8 Tao platforms remain far beyond reach. To forcibly establish 8 Tao platforms would result in Mo Qianyin's physical form collapsing, leading to his demise and the dissolution of his Tao. At the Tianshui sword sect, as the chief senior brother, his cultivation resources are not insignificant. However, the items needed to enhance his current physical strength are of unimaginable rarity. Beyond the initial 800,000 pounds of strength, each subsequent step becomes exceedingly arduous. His achievement of 96,000 pounds of immense power is not solely due to his own formidable talent. The Tianshui sword sect has invested considerable resources in him. The sect has truly provided him with the utmost cultivation opportunities, and with the foundation of 7 Tao platforms, he will forever be unable to surpass Xiao Yin, inevitably falling beneath his feet. Xiao Yin's foundation consists of at least 8 Tao platforms, with the possibility of 9. Yet now, his physical strength has reached 97,000 pounds. Although 97,000 pounds still falls short of the requirement to construct the 8th Tao platform, it grants him the qualification to attempt it. What astonishes Mo Qianyin the most is that the resources required to elevate his strength from 96,000 pounds to a full 100,000 pounds are beyond the capacity of even the Tianshui sword sect to bear. From the peak of innate completion, every minuscule enhancement demands exponentially more resources. Elevating from 96,000 pounds to 100,000 pounds requires resources exceeding those he had previously utilized combined. More than enough to sell the entire Yinqing for a mere fraction of the cost. He is aware that the Dachu Empire possesses a rare artifact capable of augmenting physical strength, which was obtained by Xiao Yin in his past life. Initially, he anticipated it would require an exorbitant price to obtain it, yet he did not foresee. Mo Qianyin, however, felt neither the excitement nor elation he had expected. Rather, he found himself perplexed as to how he had inexplicably augmented his physical power by such a significant margin. After pondering, he turned his gaze toward the petite figure of Xiao Shui in the adjacent pavilion. Could the sudden increase in his physical strength be linked to Xiao Shui? Moreover, Xiao Shui's inexplicable ascension to the postnatal realm last night was an unfathomable miracle. Just a bit further, and he could construct the 8th Tao platform. In Mo Qianyin's eyes, a peculiar glimmer flickered. 7 Tao platforms are considered unparalleled prodigies among several empires near the Dachu Empire. Yet, within the entirety of the northern region, they can only be regarded as top tier. Not truly exceptional, for within the 3 supreme sects of the northern region, there exist true prodigies with 8 Tao platforms. Should he succeed in establishing 8 Tao platforms, he would ascend to become one of the mightiest prodigies in the northern region. Alongside the Tianshui sword sect, earning renown throughout the entire region, and now, the prospect of 8 Tao platforms lies within his grasp. At the back mountain of the Xiao family, Xiao Yin stood bare-chested, repeatedly striking a colossal boulder with his physical form. My good disciple, physical strength is the foundation of cultivation. From this moment on, honing your body is significantly easier than attempting to refine it after reaching innate completion. With a solid foundation, your progress will be rapid. Your goal is to achieve the pinnacle of 9 Tao platforms and become the mightiest prodigy. Master, 9 Tao platforms are legendary in the Longting continent. Xiao Yin was once again astonished, eye in his eyes. Mo Qianyin was already the most formidable prodigy he admired. Yet he could only manage 7 Tao platforms. 9 Tao platforms? What an extraordinary anomaly. Ha, my good disciple, broaden your horizons. Do not confine yourself merely to the Longting continent. The vast starry skies and myriad races await you as your future stage. 9 Tao platforms are but a foundation. Every prodigy qualified to step into the cosmos begins with 9 Tao platforms. In my day, Even my servant achieved 9 Dao platforms, a mere Emo Qian Yin. I surmise he could manage no more than 7 Dao platforms. Such a character would not even be worthy to fetch my shoes back in the day. 9 Dao platforms as the foundation for my master's servant. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in that moment. He suddenly perceived that Emo Qian Yin was, after all, nothing remarkable. Master, rest assured, I shall defeat Emo Qian Yin and use him as a stepping stone to ascend to the pinnacle of the heavens. And then I shall revive you. Chapter 7. Celestial Spirit Body with a physical strength of 97,500 pounds. When Emo Qian Yin awoke once more in bed, the first thing he did was assess his condition. He had gained a full 5,000 pounds of strength. Though this was half of what he had achieved yesterday, the resources required were no less. Emo Qian Yin was utterly astonished, gazing at Xiao Shui, who lay peacefully in his embrace, and he was nearly convinced. The enhancement of his physical strength was indeed connected to Xiao Shui. He began to rummage through his memories, drawing from a millennium's worth of recollections from his past life to explain this miraculous occurrence. Could it be a special constitution? Emo Qian Yin's gaze fell upon the snow lotus mark on Xiao Shui's forehead, recalling the legends of the unrivaled empress. According to the tales, the unrivaled empress possessed a unique constitution, an extraordinary talent that propelled her from obscurity to become the most defiant prodigy of the vast starry skies. Her astounding comprehension and unparalleled gifts stunned countless races across the cosmos. Her constitution is known as the Celestial Spirit Body. Yet, this is merely a legend. The Empress has never acknowledged possessing a special physique, and the Celestial Spirit Body has never been recorded in the world. It is a conjectured supreme constitution. Consequently, few are aware of this legend. Emo Qian Yin's knowledge stems from his shared origin with the Empress, both hailing from the Longting continent. After ascending to the throne, the Empress spent some time in the Longting continent, leaving behind a few legends. Could it be that this legend holds truth? In this world, there exist numerous constitutions. Some unparalleled prodigies paired with extraordinary physiques can sweep through the heavens, reigning supreme. Among the various physiques, some are primarily combat-oriented, such as the Thunder Spirit Body, the Five Elements Holy Body, the Chaos Body, and so forth. There are also auxiliary-oriented physiques, such as the Mystic Spirit Body, the Earth Spirit Body, and the Heavenly Spirit Body. Combat-oriented physiques are common, while auxiliary ones are rare. The effects of auxiliary physiques are immensely powerful. Even the mere possessor of a mystic spirit body can double another's comprehension. The Earth Spirit Body can triple comprehension. The highest, the Heavenly Spirit Body, can quintuple comprehension. While comprehension may hold little value for lower-tier cultivators, once one enters the extraordinary realm, the speed of cultivation hinges upon comprehension. The higher the comprehension, the deeper the understanding of the DAO.IT is from this point that the true gap between prodigies begins to widen. The Heavenly Spirit Body is exceedingly rare in the world, appearing once in a millennium. When it does manifest, it invariably attracts the attention of unparalleled prodigies. Assisting an ordinary person is naturally far less potent than aiding an extraordinary prodigy. This is because the effects of auxiliary physiques can only apply to one individual, which means soul binding or dual cultivation. However, it is speculated that quintuple comprehension is not the limit. Just as one advances from postnatal to innate, and from innate to foundational stages, each significant realm's enhancement is by a factor of 10. The upper limit of enhancement from the legendary supreme techniques is also 10-fold. From this, one may infer that there exists a supreme auxiliary physique capable of enhancing comprehension 10-fold, far surpassing the Heavenly Spirit Body, known as the Celestial Spirit Body. With 10-fold comprehension, even an ordinary person can become an extraordinary prodigy, and an extraordinary prodigy, under the influence of 10-fold comprehension, may even aspire to become the mightiest supreme prodigy. However, this physique has never been documented in the world. The Empress's status as the Celestial Spirit Body is attributed to her unimaginably exceptional talents. Her rise was so swift that it exceeded everyone's expectations, surpassing even the imagination of the supreme beings of the heavens. While her peers were still contending for the holy positions, the Empress had already ascended to the throne, unrivaled across the lands. Even the supreme prodigies who dominated an era appeared dim in her presence. I seemed to have stumbled upon a treasure. Gazing at Xiao Shui's serene sleeping form, Imo Qianyan felt a strong urge to place a gentle kiss upon her rosy cheek. With a physical strength of 97,500 pounds, he was already entirely capable of constructing 8 Dao platforms, thereby becoming an unparalleled prodigy of the northern region. Although the path ahead may become increasingly arduous, with Xiao Shui by his side, he could effortlessly reach 98,000 pounds of immense strength, with only a step remaining to achieve the ultimate 99,999. Achieving 99,999 would grant him the qualification to aspire toward the path of the strongest prodigy by constructing 9 Dao platforms. In that moment, a divine light and longing ignited in Imo Qianyan's eyes. It was a stage he had never approached in his past life. To contend against the prodigies of the heavens. What an honor that would be! He resisted the urge to immediately establish a foundation, wishing instead to push toward the pinnacle of innate perfection and construct the flawless 9 Dao platforms. Brother, good morning. As Imo Qianyan pondered, Xiao Shui's soft voice rang out. Good morning, Xiao Xue. Imo Qianyan chuckled gently, stroking Xiao Shui's silky hair. The adorable Xiao Shui, nestled against his waist, buried her face in his chest, greedily relishing this warmth. Xiao Shui wants a hug from brother, all right. All right, brother will hug you. Imo Qianyan laughed as he embraced Xiao Shui. His spirits were exceedingly high, and the source of his joy was none other than Xiao Shui. Brother, you promised Xiao Shui you would teach her how to cultivate. When can Xiao Shui start her training? Xiao Shui is now able to commence her cultivation. However, her brother cautions her to refrain from practicing in the presence of outsiders. What about Sister Bai and Sister Qing? They, like her brother, are not considered outsiders. The ensuing days unfold in a manner both simple and unadorned. Due to the prior notification of Imo Qianyan's seclusion, no one has disturbed him in these past few days. Within his courtyard, both he and Xiao Shui relish the rare tranquility. With his physical strength reaching a staggering 98 million, Xiao Shui's assistance has diminished significantly. The path ahead, I fear, must be traversed alone. Inside his chamber, Imo Qianyan senses the fluctuations within his body, feeling as though he is still ensconced in a dream. Within a mere few days, he has ascended from 96 million to 98 million strength, truly a fantastical transformation. The resources required for such an endeavor would likely necessitate the full might of the Tianshui sword sect, which could barely suffice. Yet, the Tianshui sword sect possesses numerous disciples and elders. He is not the sole core disciple, and it is impossible for them to allocate all their resources solely to him. Consequently, throughout the entire northern domain, among the 8 unparalleled talents of the Dao platforms, only 3 exist, each residing within the 3 major supersections. If it were so simple, why would those supersects not cultivate more unparalleled talents? The resources needed are beyond imagination. Even supersects cannot bear such a burden. Although Imo Qianyan harbors ambitions of establishing 9 Dao platforms, he is acutely aware of the monumental difficulty of this final step. The foundation of 9 Dao platforms stands as a legendary feat of unparalleled genius across the entire Longting continent. Perhaps only to be witnessed within the sole sacred ground of the central continent, it seems a journey to the great Chu imperial capital is inevitable. With my current strength, my chances of defeating that Xiao Yin are a 10-0 split. I 10, he 0. A faint smile graces Imo Qianyan's lips. In his previous life, Xiao Yin strived desperately to enhance his strength, reaching merely around 98 million. In terms of power, he does not fall short of Xiao Yin, and his strength is genuinely his own. Xiao Yin will only grow weaker in combat, and the victor shall undoubtedly be him. What of the opponent possessing holy level techniques? In his previous life, he also wielded imperial level techniques. Though the imperial level techniques are vastly inferior to the holy level, the innate realm does not allow for the true capabilities of such formidable techniques to manifest. The performance of imperial level and holy level techniques in the innate realm shows no significant disparity. With 7 days remaining, it is time to prepare for the cultivation of the techniques from his past life. With the knowledge gained from his previous existence, 7 days will suffice to grasp at least the fundamentals, enough to defeat that Xiao Yin. Chapter 8. The bold maneuvers of the Imo family. Brother Qianyan. You return, yet do not seek out Yenner. Yenner feels so forlorn. A somewhat aggrieved voice calls from outside the door. Though the voice is melodious, It carries a somewhat affected tone that raises goosebumps upon hearing it. Shortly thereafter, a young girl adorned in heavy makeup enters his room. The girl, after her embellishments, is indeed quite beautiful. At least within this Yinqing, she is undoubtedly among the finest. Were it not for the overly strong scent of rouge and powder emanating from her, Imo Qiannian might have regarded her more favorably. Upon entering, the girl's eyes reveal a glimmer of surprise upon seeing Imo Qiannian, and a faint blush crosses her cheeks. Brother Qiannian, play with Yenner for a while. The girl approaches, attempting to grasp Imo Qiannian's hand, only to be deftly evaded by him. Observing this nominal sister before him, Imo Qiannian's expression remains unchanged as he coldly states, "You may not enter my room without my permission." "Are you unaware of my rules?" A hint of astonishment flickers in the girl's eyes, but her expression swiftly transforms into one on the brink of tears. "Brother Qiannian, you were not like this to Yenner before. Why do you no longer favor Yenner since returning from the Tianshui sword sect?" Imo Qiannian, utterly indifferent to the girl before him and even harboring a trace of disdain, snorts coldly, "You have 3 breaths to leave this place. Otherwise, do not blame me for throwing you out, Brother Qiannian. You have 1 breath left, Wu, you bully Yenner. I shall inform father." Startled by Imo Qiannian's gaze, the girl bursts into tears, feeling immensely wronged as she dashes out. However, just a few dozen meters after leaving Imo Qiannian's room, the look of grievance vanishes from her face, replaced by a glimmer of fury. "Imo Qiannian, do not think that with a modicum of strength you can forget the Imo family's nurturing of you." Consumed by anger, the girl recalls Imo Qiannian's ethereal beauty, and a faint blush returns to her cheeks. Nevertheless, he is growing increasingly handsome, far surpassing that so-called young master of the Shao family. He is indeed a renowned prodigy of the great Chu Empire. Father has always urged me to win him over. It seems I must make an effort, Mo Zian. Oh, Imo Zian, if you can win him over, your future will be bright." After Imo Zian's departure, a smirk curls upon Imo Qiannian's lips. Imo Zian is the daughter of Imo Qingtian, of a similar age to Imo Qiannian, yet she has always referred to him as brother. Imo Zian is not inherently a wicked person. Rather, she possesses a rather odious trait that Imo Qiannian detests, an excessive materialism and a somewhat petty nature. She favors those of high status and great talent. Currently, Imo Qiannian's unparalleled talent compels her to wish to bind him to herself, completely die in his past life. After being defeated by Xiao Yin, Imo Zian quickly set her sights on him. Unfortunately, Xiao Yin is not a person of responsibility like Imo Qiannian. Once he indulged in the tempting delicacy presented to him, he discarded her without a second thought. Absurd. Xiao Yin aims to traverse the starry skies. How could he possibly desire a mere trinket from a small locale? His ambitions lie with the celestial maidens and imperial princesses. In summary, Imo Zian bears no deep-seated grudge against Imo Qiannian. As for her fate, that is a choice of her own making. The second layer of the acquired realm. As night descends, after Xiaobai and Xiaoqing have groomed and adorned Xiaoxue, they present her before Imo Qiannian, who is once again astonished. What kind of terrifying talent is this? In just 7 days, from 0 to the second layer of the acquired realm. At this rate, will she not achieve the innate realm by the age of 8? Imo Qiannian recalls his own entrance into the innate realm at 13, heralded as the unparalleled prodigy of the great Chu Empire. Gaining admission to the Tianshui sword sect without examination in comparison to Xiaoxue. What does his talent amount to? Or rather, what do the unparalleled talents of the 8 Dao platforms in the northern domain signify? Yet, considering that Xiaoxue is destined to become the unparalleled empress of all realms, such performance is only to be expected. After defeating Xiao Yin, he must promptly journey to the imperial capital, acquire that extraordinary item, establish the 9 Dao platforms, and swiftly step into the extraordinary realm, thus earning the privilege to protect Xiaoxue. Once entering the extraordinary realm, with the accumulation from his previous life, his cultivation can advance by leaps and bounds. Brother, today I learned 2 sets of sword techniques. Xiaoxue joyfully leaps into Imo Qiannian's embrace, her face adorned with a charming expression of anticipation for praise. Xiaoxue is truly remarkable. Imo Qiannian lifts her high, eliciting peals of laughter from her, brimming with happiness. Young Master Qiannian, My sister Xiaoqing and I have also broken through to the 7th layer of the acquired realm. Xiaobai interjects, her tone laced with excitement. Splendid. I shall not be stingy with the resources I provide you. Consume the medicinal pills you ought to. Soak the spiritual herbs you need. And if you run out, I have more. Reaching the innate realm early is the best way you can repay me. Yes, young Master Qinian. Xiaobai and Xiaoqing respond before gracefully exiting. Watching the two leave, Imo Qinian gazes at the adorable Xiaoxue in his arms and glances at the sky. Xiaoxue, you should rest. Your brother will sleep a little later. Brother, you may attend to your matters, but when Xiaoxue opens her eyes, I wish to see you first. After a week of interactions, Xiaoxue has grown increasingly attached to Imo Qinian, her smiles becoming ever more frequent. All right, brother will carry Xiaoxue to sleep. Imo Qinian cradles Xiaoxue gently, placing her in her bed, then playfully scrapes her nose with a smile. Brother, please close your eyes. Just as Imo Qinian prepares to leave, Xiaoxue suddenly speaks, her bright eyes blinking like a cherubic angel. All right, Imo Qinian naturally closes his eyes, always willing to fulfill Xiaoxue's requests. Xiaoxue gazes at her brother's handsome visage, gradually leaning in to plant a soft kiss on his forehead. Good night. Brother Imo Qinian feels the softness on his forehead and opens his eyes, only to find Xiaoxue snuggled under the covers, her head concealed. This girl? Imo Qinian brushes his forehead, observing the bashful, covered Xiaoxue, and cannot help but chuckle softly. I wonder what thoughts will arise in her mind when the Empress reigns supreme in the future, reflecting on her childhood. As the night deepened, Imo Qianqian sat leisurely at the table, sipping tea as if awaiting someone. On the bed, Xiaoxue had already succumbed to slumber, sleeping soundly with a faint smile gracing her lips, suggesting she was lost in a beautiful dream. Moments later, faint noises emanated from outside the room, followed by the soft creak of Imo Qianqian's door being opened. Bathed in the moonlight, Imo Zian, clad in revealing nightwear, approached with a blush adorning her cheeks. Gazing at Imo Qianqian with an air of springtime allure, Imo Zian had clearly taken great care in her appearance, a delicate floral fragrance wafting from her, complemented by her fair features, rendering her irresistibly captivating under the moon's glow. Particularly striking was her nightgown, half worn and half unfastened, revealing ample swathes of porcelain skin. Even the proud peaks of her figure, partially obscured by a mist of gauze, were tantalizingly visible, coupled with her seductive gaze and teasing expression. Any man would find it nearly impossible to resist, yet Imo Qianqian's demeanor remained unchanged, undeniably resonating with the memories of a past life. Brother Qianqian, Zian likes you. Do you desire Zian? Imo Zian sauntered closer, each movement revealing more of her alluring form, her voice imbued with an irresistible springtime charm. It was likely that anyone else would have succumbed to their primal instincts, devouring the exquisite feast before them. However, Imo Qianqian had long transcended the impetuous youth he once was. The experiences of a millennium had acquainted him with countless people and events. He had encountered the noble saintess of the Taichi sacred land, witnessed the unmatched figure of the peerless empress, and gazed upon the celestial daughter of the divine emperor. Are you finished? If so, you may leave. Imo Qianqian cast a dispassionate glance before retracting his gaze. Imo Zian's expression shifted dramatically, confusion etched upon her features. This was not the script she had envisioned. Wasn't it supposed to be Imo Qianqian succumbing to her allure, allowing her to take control? Brother Qianqian, can you truly treat me this way? Imo Zian feigned immense grievance, deliberately letting her nightgown slip, revealing the alabaster skin beneath. Yet, Imo Qianqian's reaction was swifter. As if anticipating her move, he swiftly cast Imo Zian and her nightgown out the door in an instant. Bang! The door to Imo Qianqian's chamber shut firmly behind her. Imo Zian, sprawled on the grass, remained dazed, unable to comprehend how things had devolved to this point. Inside the room, a subtle smile played on Imo Qianqian's lips. Had the Imo family not nurtured him for 5 years, he would have departed long ago. The upcoming Yin City Grand Tournament marked his final act of assistance to the Imo family. Once it concluded, he would sever all ties with them. In his past life, Imo Zian had employed her beauty as a ploy to ensnare him, only for Imo Qingtian, accompanied by several elders, to stumble upon the scene. seeking to bind Emo Qianqian irrevocably to the Emo family. Subsequently, everyone learned that Emo Qianqian harbored feelings for Emo Zian. However, after the Yin City Grand Tournament, when Emo Qianqian was defeated by Xiao Yin, the narrative shifted drastically. The tale morphed from Emo Qianqian's affection for Emo Zian to a narrative where he, leveraging his status as the chief disciple of the Tianshui sword sect, coerced Emo Zian into becoming his woman. Given that Xiao Yin bore animosity towards Emo Qianqian, he took it upon himself to enact a heroic rescue, thereby inserting himself into the Emo family's affairs. Emo Qianqian found himself in an untenable position. Though revered for his unparalleled talent, he was ultimately vanquished by a scion of the Xiao family, leading to the disintegration of his reputation. The words he spoke fell upon deaf ears, resulting in a near collapse of his resolve, as he struggled to establish his foundation, failing to secure even 7 platforms and settling for 6. This was the root of his profound disdain for the Emo family, whose opportunistic nature he found utterly distasteful. Having been nurtured by the Emo family for 5 years, he repaid them with resources 100-fold, along with the title of the next lord of Yin City. Thus concluded the cycle of cause and effect. Emo Qianqian was merely Emo Qianqian, no longer the Emo Qianqian of the Yin City Emo family. Chapter 9. The Yin City Grand Tournament in Yin City. The Grand Square was abuzz. The disciples of the 3 prominent families, Xiao, Emo, and Ouyang, gathered in their respective corners. Behind these 3 families stood thousands of distinguished individuals from Yin City, eager to witness the grand tournament. Held once every decade, the victorious family would claim the title of Yin City's lord for the next 10 years. The previous tournament had been won by the Ouyang family. However, this year, the Emo family, particularly due to Emo Qianqian's presence, was widely regarded as the rightful champion. At just 13 years of age, a natural prodigy and the chief disciple of the Tianshui sword sect, Emo Qianqian was hailed as an unparalleled talent of the Dazhu Empire. Each title weighed heavily upon the shoulders of Yin City's youthful prodigies. An imperial-level talent was a force to be reckoned with, akin to a descent from a higher dimension. Therefore, when Emo Qingtian and the Emo family arrived, they were greeted with exuberant applause. Even the current lord of the city, Ouyang Sun, treated the Emo family with utmost courtesy. Look, the head of the Emo family has arrived. He is a top-tier powerhouse, transcending the foundational realm. Which one among them is young Master Qianqian? The young man behind Emo Qingtian doesn't seem to fit the bill. Of course, young Master Qianqian is of such stature. Would he waste his time here during the preliminary rounds? He has guaranteed a spot among the top 6. Unbelievable. This is the first time in the history of the tournament that someone doesn't need to draw lots to enter the top 6. Just consider who young Master Qianqian is. He shattered the imperial cultivation record. At 13, he is a natural prodigy. How many geniuses from Yin City can claim to enter the innate realm by the age of 20? It is clear that young Master Qianqian will sweep the competition. The Emo family will surely expand its influence further. If Emo Qingtian advances in his cultivation, he may even attain a marquee title. In 10 years, young Master Qianqian will undoubtedly reach the extraordinary realm. Yin City is on the brink of producing a figure of great renown, perhaps even a king. Emo Qingtian wore a beaming smile. Flanked by the other elders of the Emo family, equally radiant with pride, Qingtian, my dear brother, you're fortunate indeed. As Emo Qingtian approached, Ouyang Sun stepped forward to greet him. The moment was ripe. Soon, he would no longer be the lord of the city. Emo Qingtian was already slated to assume that role. Brother Ouyang, thank you for your support over the years. Without it, the Emo family would not be where it is today. Qingtian chuckled amiably as he shook hands with Ouyang Sun, the 2 old foxes exchanging pleasantries. Is your illustrious young talent, Emo Qianqian, not accompanying you today? Ouyang Sun inquired, scanning the area behind Emo Qingtian, but finding no sign of Emo Qianqian. Patience, my friend, that I've already informed him. He will arrive once the finals commence. As the Emo family settled into their seats, a stir rippled through the square. The Xiao family had arrived. Headed by the stern-faced Xiao Shan, he was flanked by 3 young men, one of whom was none other than Xiao Yin. Upon the Xiao family's entrance, murmurs filled the crowd, and Xiao Shan's expression darkened further. Look, the boy with his head down is the infamous Waste, the 3rd young master of the Xiao family. Xiao Yin, Everyone knows the reputation of the Xiao family's waste, but what is he doing here? Participating in the tournament? Laughable. A mere afterthought, not even possessing innate abilities, and he dares to compete. Hey, I heard there is a certain Xiao Xier, exceptionally gifted, who recently advanced to the innate realm. They say she is the most beautiful in Yin City. Why isn't she here? Even if she were, it would be futile. Young Master Qianqian is rumored to have reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, making him one of the top 10 powerhouses in all of Yin City. Didn't they say he was only at the late innate stage? How could he have reached the pinnacle? What is the point of this tournament if none of Yin City's youth can match him? Listening to the surrounding discussions, Xiao Shan maintained a stoic demeanor, a trace of mockery flickering in his eyes. He was already aware of Xiao Yan's capabilities. This time, he intended to demonstrate to everyone in Yin City that his son, Xiao Yin, was far from a waste. Though Xiao Yin kept his head bowed, he remained unfazed by the laughter of the crowd. Why would a true dragon deign to concern himself with the chatter of mere ants? The auspicious moment had arrived. The tournament was about to commence. According to previous regulations, each of the 3 families would dispatch 10 talented individuals under the age of 30, totaling 30 participants. The victorious family would inherit the title of the foremost family in Yin City for the next cycle. As each family appointed a judge to oversee the proceedings, the tournament officially began. The first round would be a 30-person melee, determining the 10 victors. In essence, this battle would reflect the combined strength of the families. With 30 participants, precisely 10 from each family, the stronger the family's overall prowess, the greater their chances of advancing, with historical precedents of one family monopolizing all 10 spots. In the second round, 10 individuals advanced to the top 5, and with Emo Qinyan included, that made 6 in total. The third round would determine the top 3 among these SIX. In the fourth round, the third place would be decided, leaving the final 2 to contest for the champion. The grand competition commenced. From both the Emo family and the Ouyang family, 10 young prodigies emerged. The young talents from the 3 prominent families were all at least at the 8th level of postnatal cultivation, with the most distinguished among them reaching the innate realm. For instance, excluding Emo Qianyan, the strongest among the 10 young geniuses from the Emo family was Emo Lei, who was at the 2nd level of the innate realm, alongside 2 others at the innate level, while the remaining 7 were all at the 9th level of postnatal cultivation. The Ouyang family was slightly weaker than the Emo family, lacking an innate 2nd level, but possessed 3 innate cultivators and 1 pinnacle postnatal 8th level. Among the young talents of the Yin family, no more than 10 had entered the innate realm, with the strongest only at the 2nd level. It is from this that one can gauge the exceptional talent of Emo Qinyan, who entered the innate realm at the tender age of 13. It must be noted that young prodigies are typically limited to 30 years of age. What realm would Emo Qinyan reach at 30? Yin City was still too small a stage. Under a single roof, clad in white, Emo Qinyan held Xiao Shui in his arms, gazing at the crowd in the square, gently shaking his head. Among the younger generation of Yin City, apart from the deeply concealed Xiao Yin, none could withstand even a single strike from him. Could it be that Xiao Yin was about to make his move? What was happening? In the grand square, all eyes turned towards the direction of the Xiao family, where the infamous waste, the 3rd young master Xiao Yin, stepped forward alone. Was that waste truly going to take the stage? Did he not fear being crushed by the backlash? Oddly, he alone ascended the platform. What trickery was this? At that moment, not only were the onlookers bewildered, but even the 2 cunning old foxes, Emo Qingtian and Ouyang Sun, were momentarily stunned. The 2 old foxes exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's confusion. Boom! In the next instant, a formidable aura erupted from Xiao Yin, causing cracks to spiderweb across the stone floor beneath him. Innate! At that moment, countless spectators widened their eyes in disbelief. How could the renowned waste of Yin City, Xiao Yin, possibly be an innate powerhouse? His strength was only at the peak of the 1st level of the innate realm. Yet the quality of his spiritual energy rivaled that of a 5th level innate. Ouyang Sun was astonished. Xiao Yan's talent surpassed their wildest imaginations. At 16, he had reached the innate realm, with spiritual energy quality akin to that of a 5th level. If not for Emo Qinyan's presence, Xiao Yin would undoubtedly be the foremost prodigy of Yin City. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's combat prowess was merely at the third level of the innate realm, while Imo Qinyan had already achieved great perfection in the innate realm, capable of foundation establishment at any moment, hardly a cause for concern. After a moment of surprise, Imo Qingtian chuckled, though a shadow loomed in his eyes. Imo Qinyan's attitude toward the Imo family was far from favorable. Should Xiao Yin rise to prominence, how would the Imo family contend with that? Xiao Yin surveyed the 20 young geniuses on the stage, a faint smile dancing on his lips as he extended a hand. Sweeping it across each individual, there was no need to waste time. You may all come at me together. Chapter 10. Imo Qinyan takes action. Xiao Yin stood alone against 20 challengers, daring to take on them all. The innate aura emanating from him astonished countless onlookers. The renowned waste of the Xiao family had unexpectedly reached the innate realm. How could this be? Was it possible that Xiao Yin had been feigning incompetence all along? Although perplexed as to why Xiao Yin would pretend to be a waste, the 20 prodigies from the Imo and Ouyang families were all incensed. Did he truly think he could challenge all 20 of them alone? Xiao Yin, do you believe yourself to be Imo Qinyan? To challenge us with just a first level of the innate realm? One of the innate geniuses from the Ouyang family stepped forward, coldly regarding Xiao Yin. Young Master Qinyan's words put us to shame, but what right do you have? Imo Lei, the innate second-level genius from the Imo family, scoffed disdainfully, his gaze toward Xiao Yin far from friendly. How could they, these paragons, tolerate being looked down upon by a notorious waste? Only after having battled would they understand, would they not? Xiao Yin appeared calm on the surface, yet internally, he felt anxious. Teacher, can I truly contend against so many? After all, there are 6 innate cultivators, and 1 at the second level. Hee, little Yin, these individuals are merely the most ordinary among them. Their cultivation techniques yield an enhancement of around 1.2 times, while yours reaches a staggering 3 times. If you cannot defeat these individuals, then how will you face Imo Qinyan? With higher talent and stronger techniques, the enhancement multiplier becomes increasingly terrifying. Below the extraordinary realm, the maximum enhancement multiplier is 3 times. Both Xiao Yin and Imo Qinyan have reached this pinnacle. Thus, a formidable prodigy at the first level of the innate realm can challenge those at the 4th level, provided that those opponents are not unparalleled geniuses. Xiao Yin, are you certain that only you from the Xiao family will take the stage? An elder from the Ouyang family serving as the judge spoke up. He was a formidable cultivator at the peak of the innate realm, and his words silenced the surrounding chatter. I am certain, Xiao Yin replied, his demeanor remaining remarkably composed. In that case, let us begin. The Imo family's judge sneered, secretly reveling in the Xiao family's impending doom. The contest commenced. Boom. All 20 of Yin City's prodigies unleashed their auras, converging upon Xiao Yin in a coordinated assault. Clenching his fist, Xiao Yin activated his 3-fold enhancement and charged directly at the innate second-level genius from the Imo family. To him, postnatal cultivators were merely numbers, incapable of inflicting harm. Each advancement in the innate realm brought a significant increase in strength, with an innate second-level cultivator equating to 3 innate first-level ones. Fight! The Imo family's genius did not shy away, engaging in battle alongside several innate strongmen against Xiao Yin. They were no match for him. At that moment, Xiao Yan's strength was sufficient to defeat an ordinary innate 4th-level cultivator. I should take action now. Observing the melee from a distance, Imo Qinyan shook his head slightly. He then entrusted Xiao Shui to the nearby Xiao Bai. Instructing them to return, he leapt from his perch, gliding through the air for hundreds of meters towards the grand square. Teacher, my strength is astonishingly formidable. Xiao Yin grew bolder with each skirmish. This was his first exhilarating bout after 10 years of suppression. At that moment, only 3 individuals remained on the stage. The rest had been sent flying from the competition platform by Xiao Yan's punches, groaning on the ground as their families retrieved them. Witnessing Xiao Yan's escalating strength, Imo Qingtian crushed a cup in his hand, his expression darkening ominously. Those who had previously mocked Xiao Yin as a waste now stared in disbelief, their eyes wide. Boom! Xiao Yin unleashed consecutive punches, sending 2 innate first-level cultivators hurtling away. That moment, aside from Xiao Yin, only Imo Lei, the innate second-level genius from the Imo family, remained, desperately holding on, yet it was evident he was gravely injured. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Who, then, is the true waste? Xiao Yan's expression was cold as he unleashed his full strength towards the Emo family's genius. I cannot withstand this. Cold sweat poured from Emo Lei's brow as he realized the might of Xiao Yan's strike had already reached that of a fourth-level innate attack. The humiliation of being defeated by a member of the Xiao family filled him with rage. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to take Xiao Yan's blow head-on. Boom. A single finger suddenly appeared before Emo Lei, firmly blocking Xiao Yan's all-out assault. Qianian? Emo Lei looked up to see a striking young man in white standing calmly before him. It was none other than Emo Qianian. The moment Emo Qianian appeared, he captivated everyone present. His ethereal presence caused countless young maidens to flush, their breaths quickening, a figure as refined as jade, a gentleman unparalleled in the world. Emo Qianian was the epitome of every maiden's ideal romantic partner. He was cultured, handsome, and possessed immense talent and strength. Emo Qianian. Xiao Yan retracted his fist, fixing his gaze intently on Emo Qianian. Over the years, their hidden strengths had positioned them as polar opposites in Yin City. One was the city's foremost waste, while the other stood as its greatest prodigy. At every turn, the names of these two individuals were juxtaposed, and Xiao Yan had long harbored a desire to trample Emo Qianian underfoot. He sought to prove that he was not a waste. You are no match for him. Leave this to me. Yes, young Master Qianian, strike decisively to shatter his arrogance. Emo Lei stepped back, casting one last disdainful glance at Xiao Yan. Judge, may we declare the result? Xiao Yan fixed his gaze upon Emo Qianian, his tone icy. I declare Xiao Yan the victor. The elder judge from the Xiao family announced with a hearty laugh. Utterly astonished that the waste he had once scorned had become so powerful, in this final match, will it be just you, or will the entire Xiao family join in? Emo Qianian inquired nonchalantly, gesturing towards Xiao Yan and the young talents seated in the Xiao family section. The Xiao family, like the Emo family, also had 3 innate cultivators, with Xiao Yan included, that made 4 innate powerhouses. Yet before Emo Qianian, aside from Xiao Yan, none of these individuals could withstand even a single finger. No need. I am sufficient on my own, Xiao Yan coldly remarked, standing aside as he began to communicate with his teacher. Teacher, when the time comes, you must ensure that Emo Qianian is defeated to wash away the shame I have endured for the past decade. Xiao Yan, steady your mind. Just leave it to me. The teacher replied. Emo Qianian narrowed his eyes slightly, aware that within Xiao Yan resided the soul of a fallen powerhouse. This was the very foundation of Xiao Yan's rise, yet Emo Qianian remained unperturbed. Regardless of how formidable he had been in life, a fallen warrior was still a fallen warrior. The assistance he could offer to Xiao Yan was ultimately limited. In his past life, he had been a top-tier powerhouse on the continent. Nearing the realm of the Nirvana Emperor, the finals begin. The 3 elder judges wore grave expressions, fully aware that Emo Qianian's strength had genuinely reached the pinnacle of innate perfection. Although they too had attained innate perfection, they could not help but feel a sense of trepidation when faced with Emo Qianian. Even among those of the same realm, they could hardly withstand a single strike from him. Meanwhile, the crowd surrounding them erupted in cheers for Emo Qianian. What did it matter if Xiao Yan was not a waste? What did it matter that he had defeated 20 prodigies? In Yin City, Emo Qianian was the true godlike figure. Although Xiao Yan, at the first level of innate perfection, could contend against those at the 4th level, what was that compared to Emo Qianian, who had reached innate perfection? Hearing the crowd's cheers, a cold smile crept across Xiao Yan's lips as he silently urged his teacher. Teacher, now is the time. Grant me your support, and I shall trample Emo Qianian beneath my feet. I, Xiao Yan, am the strongest prodigy. Chapter 11. The ultimate clash of innate realms faced with Xiao Yan's full-force punch. Emo Qianian did not retreat. Instead, he chose to meet it head-on. Boom. Crack, crack. The sturdy stone floor, capable of withstanding the blows of ordinary innate warriors, fractured like a spider's web, radiating outward from the 2 combatants. The immense aura left the multitude of onlookers in stunned silence. This was no mere innate confrontation. It was the kind of momentum reserved for foundation-building warriors. At that moment, the seasoned strongmen Emo Qingtian and Ouyang Sun both sprang to their feet, shocked by the scene unfolding before them. How could Xiao Yan possibly be at the pinnacle of innate perfection as well? Emo Qianian, Today you shall descend from your pedestal, Xiao Yin declared coldly. His actions swift as he exchanged blows with Imo Qinyan. Imo Qinyan, however, merely smiled faintly and replied, "To have concealed your true power for a decade, you indeed possess great composure. Alas, you have encountered me." Boom, boom, boom. The speed of attacks from prodigies at the pinnacle of innate perfection was astonishing. In mere breaths, the two had exchanged dozens of blows, leaving the floor utterly shattered, forming a vast pit with each strike. Xiao Yan's shock deepened. Even his teacher began to sense an anomaly. 98,000 pounds of force could not even push Imo Qinyan back. When had Imo Qinyan reached this level? This rascal has even deceived me. His strength is not 96,000, but rather 98,000. In Xiao Yan's mind, his teacher was overwhelmed with astonishment. Though the difference between 98,000 and 96,000 seemed minor, in reality, it entailed significant disparities in speed and physical prowess. In comparison, the gap was monumental. 98,000 pounds of strength was more than sufficient to establish 8 foundation-building platforms. Such a caliber of genius was exceedingly formidable. Xiao Yan's physical body could only withstand this level of power. Any excess would inflict irreversible damage to his future foundation. "Teacher, what shall we do?" "Xiao Yan, we have fallen into a trap. He is intent on exhausting your strength by engaging you directly. Quickly, strive for a swift resolution. Utilize the sacred level technique to elevate your power to its zenith." Boom. The two clashed palms once more, after which Xiao Yan quickly retreated, creating distance between himself and Imo Qinyan. "Imo Qinyan, I concede that you are strong, but ultimately, you shall still fall before me." Xiao Yan laughed heartily, his aura suddenly multiplying several-fold. The temperature in the air began to rise, and dozens of fireballs materialized in the void. Xiao Yan stood atop 2 of these fireballs. Resembling a lord of flames, sacred level technique, Tai Ri burning heaven technique. Even if Xiao Yan could only unleash a fraction of its power, it was sufficient to astonish countless onlookers, comparable to the might of foundation building. The elder judges were utterly astounded and quickly retreated, fearing the potential fallout. The disparity between innate and foundation building was immense, yet none could have anticipated that Xiao Yan would unleash foundation-level attacks from his innate realm. At that moment, even the leaders of the 3 great families stepped forward, erecting a protective barrier. For the first time in hundreds of years, the top-tier powerhouses above foundation building were personally overseeing this grand competition. Who could have imagined that a duel among the younger generation would yield such foundation-level might? If both Xiao Yan and Imo Qinyan were to enter the foundation-building realm, Imo Qingtian's expression shifted slightly. 8 foundation-building platforms? Even he, as a powerhouse beyond foundation building, would be unable to withstand that. The gap was insurmountable. He was at 2 foundation-building platforms, and the disparity between that and 8 was unfathomable. Even though he had transcended foundation building, the sheer number of 6 additional platforms could obliterate the differences in realms. Gazing at the fireballs in the sky, Missouri Qinyan closed his eyes. Memories from his past life surfaced within his heart. It was then that he had fallen beneath Xiao Yan's strike, utterly defeated without a hint of resistance. As the favored son of the Tinshui sword sect, his technique's amplification factor had reached 2:1, yet in the face of Xiao Yan's superior physicality, he could not match the enhancement. The outcome had been inevitable, the disparity shattering his resolve. However, having been reborn, the results had completely reversed. Now, his technique's amplification had reached the pinnacle attainable within innate realms, 3-fold. Xiao Yan, even with a sacred-level technique, could only achieve a 3-fold enhancement at the peak of innate perfection, borrowing the sword. Imo Qinyan opened his eyes, his voice cool and clear. Swish, swish, swish. Countless swords in the hands of numerous swordsmen soared uncontrollably into the sky, coalescing into a dragon of sword light that shook the heavens and earth. Then, before the astonished eyes of the multitude, these swords materialized behind Imo Qinyan, arranged in perfect order, forming a circular sword array. The Tai Holy Land's royal-level formation, the Tai Sword Array. How is it possible? He is an exceedingly rare sword array master. No wonder his soul power is so formidable. An ancient voice of astonishment echoed in Xiao Yan's mind. What is a sword array master? Unable to resist asking, Xiao Yin inquired as he witnessed his teachers shocked. A sword array master is the most powerful type of formation master, reputed to be invincible among their peers. Xiao Yin, we are up against a formidable opponent this time. He has already cultivated to the level of the 100-step flying sword. Such terrifying soul power. Ouyang Sun, the foremost powerhouse of Yin City, couldn't help but express his admiration. Whether it was Xiao Yin or Imo Qianyan, the strength they exhibited at that moment transcended the expected levels of innate realms. A threefold amplification could only be achieved by an extraordinary prodigy possessing a peak force of 999,999. Yet at this moment, both had managed to reach such heights through their formidable trump cards. This battle could be deemed the ultimate confrontation within the innate realm. Even the collisions between two prodigies at the peak of innate perfection could hardly compare. Ultimately, who would emerge victorious? At that moment, the hearts of all present were in their throats, anxiously watching the clash of swords and flames. Unfortunately, the quality of these swords was too poor. Had they all been spirit weapons? Even an ordinary foundation-building warrior could have been slain. In this world, array masters stood as top-tier existences, rare yet powerful. In his past life, he had lacked the qualifications to become an array master. However, having been reborn, his soul had multiplied in strength, granting him the eligibility to become a true array master. Typically, an array master possessed soul power that was 2 realms higher than their own. With Imo Qianyan at the pinnacle of innate perfection, his soul power had reached the true foundation-building level. Coupled with the Tai Yi sword array, should the quality of the swords be high, they would be capable of slaying ordinary foundation-building warriors. Of course, while array masters were formidable, the might of an extraordinary prodigy was equally terrifying. With a threefold enhancement, Xiao Yin, aided by his sacred-level technique, had genuinely achieved the power of foundation-building. Boom! The earth-shattering collision erupted, shaking the entire plaza as if an earthquake had struck, causing the protective shields of the 3 foundation-building powerhouses to tremble and crack. Sword light and flames illuminated the square as the explosive dust obscured the view of the spectators. All they could see amidst the dust were red flames rising and dazzling sword lights slicing downwards. After a considerable time, the flames and sword light gradually dissipated, the explosions subsiding. Even the astonishing aura began to wane. Everyone held their breath, waiting to discover the outcome of this climactic clash. Chapter 12. The Clash of Souls. The final victory. Who emerged victorious? There was no need to ponder. It had to be young Master Qianyan, whose strength was genuine and undeniable. What was Xiao Yin, who knew not what kind of elixir he had consumed, to challenge the illustrious young Master Qianyan? Yet, it was not so certain. The oppressive aura Xiao Yin had just displayed was far too intense. Could it be that young Master Qianyan might be in peril? Young Master Qianyan will undoubtedly triumph. He has always been a legend in Yin City. As the smoke and dust dissipated, a scene in the square was unveiled, revealing a floor in utter disarray that left the onlookers aghast. This was no ordinary flooring. Even the most formidable innate warriors could not shatter this bluestone surface. Otherwise, the grand competition of Yinqing would not have been held here. Yet now, where could one find a single intact slab of bluestone? All had been reduced to mere fragments and dust. In the depths of the pit, 2 figures stood motionless at either side, seemingly locked in a stalemate. Puff! After a brief moment, Xiao Yin spat out a mouthful of black blood. His form swaying before he half-kneeled to the ground, a piece of his black attire fluttered away, its edge sliced with precision. In stark contrast, Imo Qianyan remained upright, his white garments as pure as snow, untouched by even a speck of dust. With his physical prowess, strength, and cultivation techniques not inferior to Xiao Yan's, how could he possibly suffer defeat? Moreover, the battle experience amassed over a millennium in his past life far surpassed that of Xiao Yin, who was merely a novice in seclusion. You have lost, Xiao Yin, Imo Qianyan stated coolly, as dozens of swords surrounded him, showcasing their splendor. Just like in his previous life, Xiao Yin regarded him with a frigid gaze and retorted, "You are the one who has been defeated, Imo Qianyan." Swish, with a flick of his hand, Imo Qianyan summoned the swords back to their respective owners. Those that had been destroyed could seek compensation from the Emo family by presenting their hilts. Simultaneously, Emo Qianyin's voice resonated throughout the grand square. The young master of 1,000 years is magnificent. How powerful, that scene of 100 swords soaring in unison. My sword was among them. What a pity. Had I known, I would have brought my own sword, for it would have increased in worth manifold if wielded by the young master. Although Xiaoyin had shed the label of being worthless, who would dare to challenge the young master of 1,000 years? It was truly a self-inflicted ordeal. Indeed, the young master of 1,000 years is an unparalleled prodigy of our great Chu Empire. How could a mere Xiaoyin presume to provoke him? The murmurs and jeers of the crowd echoed incessantly in Xiaoyan's mind. After 10 years of restraint, he had believed he could soar to great heights. Yet why, despite the guidance and support of his mentor, had he still been vanquished? As his eyes gradually turned crimson, a glimmer of madness emerged within them. Master, I cannot be defeated. I must overcome Emo Qianyin. I must prove that I am not worthless. Xiaoyin, remain calm. If you continue down this path, you will suffer the backlash of your cultivation. No, master, I must defeat Emo Qianyin today. Otherwise, he will forever haunt my heart. Sigh. I underestimated Emo Qianyin's talent. I never imagined he not only concealed his strength, but was also an extraordinary formation master among thousands. The most alarming aspect is that his amplification ability has reached threefold, an achievement only attainable at the peak of innate realms. Emo Qianyin likely possesses the potential to breach that pinnacle. Xiaoyin, there is ample time ahead. With my guidance, you will surely surpass Emo Qianyin in the future. When you encounter him again, victory will be within your grasp. No, master. I wish to defeat him now. I promised Xier that I would prove myself, that I am worthy of her. Calm down, Xiaoyin. You are not yet his match. Retreating for the moment is a strategy. The Northern Realm's young heroes gathering in a year will be your stage to shine. Master, I do not care. I must defeat him now. The aged voice fell silent, observing Xiaoyan's frenzied demeanor with a heavy sigh. Very well. Your body cannot withstand the power of the Foundation Establishment realm. The innate peak is insufficient to conquer Emo Qianyin. I will lend you a portion of my soul's power. But afterward, I will need to slumber for a time. After returning the swords, Emo Qianyin exhaled a breath of turbid air. The first step of fate had already shifted. From this point forward, he would leap through the Dragon's Gate, with a path leading to a brighter future. Following this battle, he would journey to the imperial capital in search of the path to innate peak. Yet as he walked, Emo Qianyin paused once more, at his feet. The shattered stones began to tremble slightly, then slowly lifted into the air. Soul power. Emo Qianyin turned around to see Xiaoyin gradually rise. His eyes filled with madness. Emo Qianyin, I have not yet been defeated. How much spiritual energy do you have left for another battle? Xiaoyin erupted into laughter, surrounded by countless fragments of stone. Powerful soul energy sweeping through the air. The soul power at the Foundation Establishment level. This Xiaoyin has hidden cards. What kind of power is this? To manipulate objects from a distance. Only the extraordinary can achieve such feats. You are sadly ignorant. This Xiaoyin is, in fact, a soul cultivator. Given this might, his soul level must have reached the Foundation Establishment stage. The young master of 1,000 years is in peril. The recent cataclysmic clash must have depleted his spiritual energy. How can he contend against Xiaoyin now? The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, never expecting the competition to take another turn. Xiaoyin was like an indomitable cockroach, revealing hidden trump cards one after another. Indeed, my spiritual energy is indeed limited. Emo Qianyin replied with an expression still composed, even hinting at amusement. Do compare soul powers with me. Do you not know that I possess soul power nearly approaching the realm of a sovereign from my past life? Though limited by my physical strength, I can only manifest the powers of the Foundation Establishment stage now, yet dealing with the current Xiaoyin poses no challenge. Emo Qianyin, the ultimate victor shall be I. Xiaoyin bellowed, as countless shards of stone sharpened and hurled towards Emo Qianyin. Swish! The sharp stone stakes whistled through the air, hurtling towards him with incredible velocity. Observing the incoming projectiles, Imo Qianyin extended his hand but refrained from releasing spiritual energy to block them. Swish! As the stakes approached within 3 feet of Imo Qianyin, they abruptly halted, as if encountering an insurmountable barrier. Why greatest strength lies precisely in soul power. Seeing the astonishment on Xiao Yan's face, Imo Qianyin chuckled lightly. Puff! In the next moment, with a gentle squeeze of his hand, the stakes disintegrated into dust, scattering to the ground. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Imo Qianyin asked, his gaze on Xiao Yan, before snapping his fingers lightly. The swords behind him soared forth, and he rose, stepping atop one of the flying swords. Gazing at Imo Qianyin standing upon the flying sword, Xiao Yan clenched his fists tightly, blood seeping from them. Even after employing soul power, he still faced defeat. Why? Why is this happening? Why must Yinqing have me, Xiao Yan, and yet also Imo Qianyin? Sigh, as a formation master, how could his soul power not be formidable? With the dual cultivation of spiritual and martial arts, Imo Qianyin is indeed qualified to compete for the title of the young prodigy king. Xiao Yan remains too inexperienced. On the path of growth, only under pressure will he truly gain depth in his resolve. Within Xiao Yan's spiritual sea, that soul entity sighed softly, then fell into slumber. Observing Xiao Yan's current state, Imo Qianyin recalled his past self, who had also dug his nails into his flesh. I will await you at the Northern Realms Young Heroes Gathering. I hope you can genuinely prove your strength and challenge me. With that, Imo Qianyin stepped onto the flying sword and departed from the grand square. The affairs of Yinqing would no longer concern him. Chapter 13. The 9 platforms outside Yinqing at the city gate of Yinqing. A luxurious carriage slowly rolled away. Watching the carriage depart, Imo Chengtian and several elders of the Imo family wore grim expressions. Just moments ago, Imo Qianyin had declared his severance from the Imo family and had once again allocated a portion of resources to them, stating that he would lend a hand should the Imo family encounter difficulties in the future. Despite his reluctance, Imo Chengtian could not retain Imo Qianyin, only able to watch as he left with Xiaobai, Xiaoqing, and Imo Qianshui. Inside the carriage, Imo Qianyin cradled Xiao Shui, with Xiaobai and Xiaoqing accompanying him. Initially, he had intended to allow Xiaobai and Xiaoqing to leave the Imo family, seeking his own path in life. However, they insisted on staying by his side to take care of Xiao Shui. Unable to refuse them, Imo Qianyin acquiesced to their company on his journey to the imperial capital of the Great Chu. Under Imo Qianyin's guidance and the generous allocation of resources, both girls had now reached the pinnacle of the postnatal 7th level, not far from the 8th level, at 18 years of age. Achieving the pinnacle of the postnatal 7th level in Yinqing could indeed be considered a prodigious feat, yet what troubled Imo Qianyin the most was that Xiao Shui had broken through to the postnatal 3rd level just the previous night. Achieving this from 0 to the 3rd level in under a month was utterly incomprehensible. Perhaps, if one were 16, in the prime of their growth, and with abundant resources, such a feat could be feasible. However, Xiao Shui was merely 6 years old. Although Imo Qianyin had arranged for Xiaobai and Xiaoqing to give Xiao Shui daily spirit medicine baths, it still fell short of such rapid advancement. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Imo Qianyin realized that Xiao Shui might truly achieve the innate stage by the age of 8. Such extraordinary talent left him in a cold sweat. If he did not hasten his own progress, it would not be long before Xiao Shui surpassed him. Xiaobai, keep an eye on Xiao Shui, I will be right back. Suddenly, Imo Qianyin's expression shifted ever so slightly. He gently placed the slumbering Xiao Shui, who rested in his embrace, into the arms of Xiaobai. Subsequently, he stepped out of the carriage, and from his storage pouch, a sword soared into the air. With a graceful leap, he landed on the blade, propelling himself towards the side of the carriage. Generally speaking, only those who have reached the core formation stage can manipulate tools for travel, but for soul cultivators, one merely needs to attain the foundational level of soul cultivation to achieve such feats. Above the foundational stage lies the core formation realm, which is where Imo Chengtian currently resides. As for Imo Qianyin, he has reached the foundational level of soul cultivation, thus enabling him to ride the sword. After flying several thousand meters, Imo Qianyin halted, his gaze fixed upon a towering tree ahead. Come forth, what brings you here? He spoke calmly, yet no reply came. Instead, an arrow suddenly shot forth from the tree. Crack, with a swift motion, Imo Qianyan grasped the shaft of the arrow, the immense force propelling him backwards several meters and casting a grave expression upon his face. Over 1,000,000 pounds of strength, such formidable power. Young Master Qianyan, it has been 3 years. I trust you have fared well. A cool, melodic voice resonated, revealing a young woman clad in a purple gown descending gracefully from the tree. She possessed an ethereal beauty, her flowing purple hair dancing in the wind, enveloped in a gown that accentuated her alluring figure. Her features were exquisitely delicate, with eyes as clear as autumn waters, a finely sculpted nose, and lips like cherry blossoms, her skin fairer than snow. She resembled a celestial maiden from the heavens, breathtaking and awe-inspiring. Before him stood this enchanting young woman, who, even compared to the legendary saintess Imo Qianyan had encountered in his past life, was no less remarkable. 3 years ago, at the tender age of 13, Xiao Xi'er had not yet fully matured, yet she already possessed a beauty that could topple nations. Now, she could truly be described as a peerless fairy. However, within her beautiful eyes flickered a glint of sharpness, accompanied by a subtle hint of murderous intent. Xiao Xi'er, Imo Qianyan replied coolly, as if the celestial maiden before him held no allure for him. His demeanor unwavering. This reaction left Xiao Xi'er somewhat taken aback. She had anticipated that her beauty would captivate him, yet she found that he scarcely regarded her. This revelation stirred discomfort within her. Could it be that a genius from a small place had encountered women even more beautiful than herself? Girls are complex creatures. They loathe the attention of others upon them, yet when adorned beautifully, they feel irked when disregarded. Have you come to avenge Xiao Yin? Imo Qianyan inquired with a faint smile, recognizing that Xiao Xi'er was the cousin of that very Xiao Yin. It was even more absurd that a descendant of a sage, the preordained saintess of the Tai Yi sacred land, would come to this humble Yin city, becoming Xiao Xi'er of the Xiao family. No, you defeated my brother Xiao Yin honorably. I am not one to disregard principles, Xiao Xi'er replied with a smile, circling around Imo Qianyan in admiration. I never expected that apart from my brother, such a genius could emerge from this small Yin city. What is it that you truly desire? Imo Qianyan furrowed his brows, beginning to find Xiao Xi'er's peculiar behavior perplexing. I merely wish to inform you that whatever my brother Xiao Yin has lost here, he will recover double in return. He will confront you once more and defeat you fairly. Then tell him I await the day he challenges me again to see if the outcome will differ. Imo Qianyan stated indifferently. Upon finishing his words, he turned and took flight on his sword. Whoosh! In the next moment, however, Xiao Xi'er inexplicably appeared before him, blocking his path. The swiftness of her movement caused Imo Qianyan's eyes to narrow slightly. His assessment of her strength elevated yet again. In his previous life, he had only known Xiao Xi'er as a saintess of the Tai Yi sacred land, unaware of her true prowess. In Yin City, her publicly acknowledged strength had recently broken through to the innate stage. But this was no mere innate level. Imo Qianyan even suspected that Xiao Xi'er had reached the core formation stage. For even a foundational cultivator, their speed would not surpass the limits of his perception. There's something else? Imo Qianyan queried, maintaining his composure despite Xiao Xi'er's evident superiority. I simply wish to impart one truth. Imo Qianyan, you may possess certain talents, yet this world is vast beyond measure, and there are countless individuals with greater gifts, far surpassing the prowess of the Tian Shui sword sect. With this proclamation, 9 immaculate Dao platforms manifested behind Xiao Xi'er, and at that moment, an overwhelming pressure radiated from her. In that instant, she appeared as a true celestial being, exuding unparalleled grace with every movement. 9 Dao platforms of unparalleled mastery. If such a prodigy were to appear in the northern domain, word of it would spread like wildfire, drawing countless talents to pay homage. A genius of this caliber is legendary throughout the entire Long-Tongue continent. Typically, a talent from a small place like the Dechu Empire would be utterly astounded to encounter a prodigy with 9 Dao platforms, their resolve shaken. Yet, Xiao Xi'er was once again disappointed. She scrutinized Imo Qianyan's eyes, only to find little trace of astonishment. This only deepened her curiosity. Logically, the appearance of an invincible prodigy with 9 Dao platforms would captivate all eyes. Why did Imo Qianyan remain so unperturbed? I too have something to reveal, Imo Qianyin suddenly chuckled, finally grasping Xiao Xier's intention. She aimed to use her 9 Dao platforms to intimidate him, having already encountered a talent as extraordinary as Xiao Xue. 9 Dao platforms seemed rather ordinary in comparison. Alas, she had crossed paths with Imo Qianyin. Once he acquired the miraculous artifact from the imperial capital of Dechu, he too might very well establish his own 9 Dao platforms. Pray tell, what is it you wish to convey? Xiao Xier inquired, still puzzled as to why Imo Qianyin's demeanor remained so placid in the face of her 9 Dao platforms. 98,000 pounds of strength, compared to the ultimate force of 99,999. The disparity is unfathomably vast. To put it simply, the resources required to cultivate a prodigy with 9 Dao platforms could easily nurture over 100 prodigies with 8 Dao platforms. Furthermore, those lacking sufficient talent, no matter how abundant their resources, would never reach the pinnacle. The Tai Yi sacred land is formidable, and 9 Dao platforms are indeed powerful. Yet the world is immense, teeming with beings surpassing the Tai Yi sacred land and possessing greater gifts. Am I right, future saintess of the Tai Yi sacred land? Xiao Xier's pupils constricted slightly. The Tai Yi sacred land. Imo Qianyin, how do you know of my origins? This secret was known to none. Not even Xiao Yin, who merely recognized her formidable background without comprehending its true nature. Xiao Xier had investigated Imo Qianyin, deeming him merely a somewhat talented individual who had yet to experience the world. But now, how did he come to know of her ties to the Tai Yi sacred land? Who exactly are you? In that moment, a serious expression crossed Xiao Xier's face. She even began to suspect that Imo Qianyin, like herself, hailed from some ancient power, perhaps one even more terrifying, allowing him to discern her background while she remained unaware of his. What ancient force could be more formidable than the Tai Yi sacred land? The very thought eluded Xiao Xier's imagination. Who I am is of little consequence, yet Xiao Xier, the 9 Dao platforms are merely the beginning of the road for prodigies. As the future saintess, you must have heard of a certain name. Yes, what name? Xiao Xier inquired, her brow furrowing. Yez Yuan. Upon hearing this name, Xiao Xier's pupils dilated slightly, her heart stirred profoundly. Observing the astonished expression on Xiao Xier's face, Imo Qianyin smiled faintly, turning to leave on his sword. She sought to sway his resolve, yet possessing memories that spanned a millennium, how could this novice, still in her youth, hope to contend with him? Yizi Yuan, a name that the vast majority of individuals on the Long-Tongue continent had never heard. Indeed, apart from a select few high-ranking officials within the Tai Yi sacred land, almost no one was privy to it. The distance was simply too great, belonging to a realm of a different caliber altogether. That was the vast starry sky, where the human race reigned across millions of continents. Standing at the pinnacle of genius supremacy, a being capable of overshadowing an era, the most powerful prodigy. Even a prodigy like Xiao Yin pales in comparison. This name resonated throughout the myriad realms 5 years ago. And in such a small place as the Longting continent, few are worthy of knowing it. Yet, Xiao Xier must certainly be aware, for as the unparalleled genius of the Tai Yi sacred land and the future saintess, she would undoubtedly have knowledge of the most extraordinary talents in the starry skies. Upon returning to the carriage, Xiao Xue had already awakened. Seeing Imo Qianyin return, she leaped into his embrace. Holding Xiao Xue, Imo Qianyin was reminded of memories from his past life. Yez Yuan was exceptionally powerful, capable of overwhelming the celestial prodigies of any era and achieving an invincible imperial status. Alas, she was born in the wrong time. This era is destined to belong to Xiao Xue. Even Yez Yuan's father, the unrivaled heavenly emperor of humanity from hundreds of thousands of years ago, would not necessarily prevail in the same generation as Xiao Xue. Young master, we have arrived at the imperial capital. As Imo Qianyin closed his eyes in contemplation, Xiao Bai's voice resonated in his ears. Imo Qianyin opened his eyes, cradling Xiao Xue, and stepped out of the carriage, beholding a magnificent city ahead. The towering walls of the grand city loomed at a height of 100 zhang. Majestic and resplendent, shimmering with a metallic luster under the sunlight, a plaque hung above the city gate, inscribed with the words, Imperial Capital. Looking along the walls, they stretched endlessly, the scale of this city beyond comprehension. At the city gate, A throng of people surged, a continuous flow of individuals coming and going. Mdo Qian raised his gaze to the walls, where three gilded characters stood out, Shixian men. In comparison to the grand imperial capital of Dechu, Yin City seemed like a mere village. Even the soldiers guarding the city gates were at least at the 9th level of the acquired realm. With many possessing innate strength, innate guardians at the city gates, this was an unimaginable sight for the people of Yin City. In Yin City, even innate powerhouses could become esteemed guests among the three great families. Yet in the imperial capital, they were merely gatekeepers. The Dechu Empire's territory was vast beyond measure, stretching thousands of miles from north to south and 8,000 miles from east to west. With a population in the billions, cities like Yin City numbered in the thousands. Being at the innate realm was merely commonplace. Foundational cultivators were easily found, and only those at the core formation stage held any significant sway in the imperial capital. Indeed, the strongest in Yin City had but a modicum of influence in the imperial capital. Only those who reached the divine transformation realm could truly be called formidable. Imo Qian Yin had changed into a new white robe. The previous one bore the insignia of a core disciple of the Tianshui sword sect, which would be too conspicuous here. He did not wish to draw attention, at least not before he had fully developed his potential. Fearing that some ancient beings might discern Xiao Shui's unique constitution, this the imperial capital. Both Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing were visiting for the first time, and they were awestruck by the enormity of the city walls. Their strength might have been considerable in Yin City, but here, nearly everyone they encountered surpassed them. This place gathered all the elites of the Dechu Empire. Perhaps a mere passerby could be a renowned powerhouse in a smaller city. However, Imo Qian Yin's demeanor remained unchanged. He had encountered even stronger super empires and sacred dynasties than the Dechu Empire in his past life. He had cultivated to a state nearly equivalent to a dominator, capable of erasing the entire Dechu Empire with a mere thought. As he had previously mentioned to Xiao Shi'er, this world was truly vast. Within the northern domain, there existed hundreds of empires. And across the entire northern continent, there were over 1,000 regions. The Longting continent housed 5 major continents, while humanity boasted millions of lands. The vastness of the starry skies encompassed myriad races. In his previous life, he had remained within the confines of the Longting continent, never having the chance to step into the cosmos in this rebirth. He earnestly wished to witness the unparalleled majesty of the celestial prodigies and even stand upon the same stage as them. For instance, the legendary Yi Ziyuan, who at merely 24 years of age, likely possessed the strength to vanquish his former self, who had cultivated for a millennium. With 11 months remaining until the Northern Domain Grand Tournament, it represented his only opportunity to enter the starry skies. Therefore, he must assert his dominance during the tournament, participate in the Longting Grand Tournament, and then ascend to the cosmos to compete against the extraordinary geniuses of humanity from the millions of lands. Should he miss this chance, he would have to wait another decade for the next gathering of humanity's prodigies. Chapter 15. The 9th Princess, Chu Miaohan, stay in the inn's room and do not wander until I return. Protect Xiao Shui well. Imo Qian Yin instructed Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing in a luxurious and near the royal palace. Yes, young Master Qian Yin, we will safeguard Miss Qian Shui, they replied. Brother, where are you going? Xiao Shui hurriedly ran over and leaped into Imo Qian Yin's embrace. I am going out to buy something for Xiao Shui. What would you like to eat? Brother will bring it back for you. Xiao Shui nestled against Imo Qian Yin, pouting adorably. I want candied hawthorn, the very sweet kind. All right, brother will buy you the sweetest candied hawthorn. Imo Qian Yin gently stroked Xiao Shui's flowing hair. Then brother must remember to return early. Xiao Shui will miss you. Although Xiao Shui was reluctant, she understood her brother had his own matters to attend to. Reluctantly releasing her hold, her sparkling eyes were filled with Imo Qian Yin's image. Yes, Xiao Shui will listen to her sister. Brother will be back very soon. Imo Qian Yin pinched Xiao Shui's cute face once more and reiterated his instructions to Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing. He then donned a golden mask and exited the inn. His appearance and identity were far too prominent in the Dechu Empire. Should he brazenly reveal himself, he could easily attract unwanted attention. While he was not afraid for himself, Xiao Shui could be exposed to danger. Having experienced the brutal and bloody realities of the cultivation world for a millennium, He understood the necessity of caution in all matters. Before long, Imo Qianyan found himself outside the gates of the royal palace. He removed the golden mask, and a white mist enveloped him. When he emerged from the mist, he had donned the robe of the Tianshui sword sect. The chest of the white robe bore an embroidered golden short sword, signifying his status as a core disciple of the Tianshui sword sect. The short sword represented the Tianshui sword sect. There were distinctions of blue for ordinary disciples, silver for inner disciples, and gold for core disciples. Moreover, Imo Qianyan was not just a core disciple. He was also a true disciple, the chief's senior brother. A true disciple of the Tianshui sword sect held a status equivalent to that of an outer elder, akin to a noble of the Dechu Empire. The guards at the palace gates were at the foundational level, likely possessing 3 levels of the Dao platform. Upon seeing the 2 golden-armored soldiers at the gates, Imo Qianyan discerned their strength. 3 levels of Dao platform foundational cultivators could rank among the top 10 strongest in Yen City. When the 2 guards at the gates saw Imo Qianyan, their eyes immediately fell upon the golden short sword emblem on his chest, a core disciple of the Tianshui sword sect. A prodigy with the stature of 6 Dao platforms. Young master, do you possess a palace entry token? Though Imo Qianyan's status was high, the duties of the guards compelled them to stop him. Albeit with a friendly demeanor, a core disciple of the Tianshui sword sect was truly a top-tier prodigy in the Dechu Empire, with an immensely powerful background, not someone to be trifled with. Imo Qianyan nodded, and with a thought, a pure gold token appeared in his hand. One side bore the character Chu, while the other depicted a golden dragon. Upon seeing the token, the 2 guards' eyes widened in astonishment, instantly comprehending the identity of the young man before them. The Yinglong token granted the holder the privilege to directly meet the Emperor of Dechu. Such tokens were exceedingly rare, and among the youth, only one person held it, the one who shattered the foundational cultivation record of the Dechu Empire. Imo Qianyan, young master Qianyan, please enter. The 2 guards opened the palace gates, respectfully allowing Imo Qianyan to pass. Imo Qianyan, the unparalleled prodigy of the Dechu Empire, a foundational cultivator of 7 Dao platforms, was destined to become an extraordinary powerhouse in the future. Just as Imo Qianyan was about to enter, a clear and melodious voice suddenly called out from behind him, Imo Qianyan, this princess has finally found you. Upon hearing the voice, Imo Qianyan instantly recognized the newcomer, the core disciple of the Tianshui sword sect and the 9th princess of the Dechu Empire, Chu Miaohan. Turning around, he beheld a breathtakingly beautiful maiden clad in a light blue gown, cinched at the waist with a white ribbon, her feet adorned with jade boots, standing gracefully behind him, her bosom. A golden short sword emblem signified her status as a core disciple of the Tianshui sword sect. The maiden possessed an alluring figure, her delicate oval face and exquisite features crafted as if by divine hands, radiating beauty that was utterly mesmerizing. The 9th princess, Imo Qianyan, inclined his head in a respectful gesture and spoke. Humph, Imo Qianyan, you promised to inform me upon your return to the empire, yet you return alone in secrecy. Chu Miaohan exclaimed in indignation, advancing towards Imo Qianyan with her hands firmly placed on her hips, her demeanor puffed up with irritation. I apologize. Unforeseen circumstances arose, which prevented me from notifying you, Imo Qianyan replied, slightly turning away, uncertain how to confront the 9th princess before him. It was common knowledge throughout the Tianshui sword sect that the 9th princess harbored feelings for him. However, whether in this life or the last, he had never reciprocated her affections. He found her vivacious spirit incompatible with his own tranquil nature. In his previous life, after his defeat by Xiao Yin, he had heard that the 9th princess sought out Xiao Yin for a duel. Yet, given her abilities were inferior to his own, how could she possibly contend with Xiao Yin? Strangely enough, perhaps through the bond formed in battle, the 9th princess eventually developed feelings for Xiao Yin. Imo Qianyan, I find your demeanor exceedingly dismissive. Chu Miaohan huffed again, but soon leaned closer, a mischievous glint in her eyes. By the way, what brings you to the palace? Are you perhaps seeking my father's hand in marriage on my behalf? Your Highness, you misunderstand. I have come to see Emperor Chu to seek a certain item, Imo Qianyan stated, subtly distancing himself from Chu Miaohan, whose exuberant nature he found quite off-putting. What item? let us enter together. I happen to wish to see father as well, Chu Miaohan declared, striding boldly ahead. Ninth princess. The two guards at the door offered a respectful bow, their eyes discreetly assessing the interaction between the ninth princess and Imo Qianyan. Could it be that they shared a deeper connection? Imo Qianyan felt a slight headache brewing, but he had no choice but to accompany Chu Miaohan inside. His acquisition of the Yinglong order was partly due to the ninth princess's influence, the cost being his obligation to protect her from harm within the Tianshui sword sect. Although the ninth princess had recently attained a state of innate perfection, her strength was still insufficient to secure her standing within the sect. Moreover, the Tianshui sword sect was not the Dechu Empire. One's status as the ninth princess would not guarantee respect from others. In his past life, he remained oblivious to the price Xiao Yin paid to persuade Emperor Chu to present him with that treasure. As Imo Qianyan walked, he pondered what might sway Emperor Chu in his favor. His own talent? A royal-level technique? Perhaps even an imperial-level technique? He recalled that he learned of these matters only after his defeat in a rematch against Xiao Yin. When Chu Miaohan had divulged the details to him, Xiao Yin had struck some bargain with Emperor Chu, acquiring the blood of a king, thereby reaching an innate pinnacle and establishing 9 Dao platforms. Alas, he would take each step as it came. If all else failed, he would have to resort to revealing his most prized possessions. Chapter 16. The Emperor of Dechu, Chu Yun. Imo Qianyan. What is it that you wish to discuss with my father? Throughout their journey, Chu Miaohan incessantly chattered in Imo Qianyan's ear. He succinctly replied, to request a certain item. What item could possibly compel the proud you to use the word request? Fear not, for with me by your side, my father will surely grant it, Chu Miaohan boasted, proudly patting her well-developed figure. Among the 10 children of the Emperor of Dechu, she, being the 9th, was the only daughter, thus enjoying his favor immensely. The item I seek is of no relevance to you. Imo Qianyan shook his head, quickening his pace, genuinely disliking Chu Miaohan's incessant prattle. Slow down. How can I know it is of no use if you do not tell me what it is? Chu Miaohan protested, tailing him like a devoted shadow. Suddenly, Imo Qianyan halted, causing Chu Miaohan to collide gently into his back. Ouch! Why did you stop so abruptly? She complained, rubbing her nose with a playful pout. Imo Qianyan turned to face her, his gaze fixed intently upon Chu Miaohan, remaining silent yet piercingly observant. Under his unwavering stare, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she averted her gaze. Imo Qianyan, what are you staring at? There are so many people here. It would not be proper for others to witness this. Your Highness, if I were merely an individual of ordinary talent, would you still harbor such affection for me? Imo Qianyan asked, his gaze profoundly penetrating. Chu Miaohan was momentarily taken aback, her comprehension faltering. Imo Qianyan, what do you mean? Answer my question, he insisted, his eyes still deep and unyielding. You are a peerless prodigy of the Dechu Empire, destined to achieve greatness, and I am the 9th princess, possessing commendable talent myself. Surely, our union is divinely ordained. Well, what if I said I do not like you? What grounds do you have to dismiss me? In the Dechu Empire, who else could possibly be worthy of you? It is not a matter of worthiness. It is when you encounter someone who would risk everything for you that you will truly understand what it means to love. Imo Qianyan retorted, shaking his head and turning away to continue deeper into the palace. Indeed, as he had anticipated, Chu Miaohan's affections were not directed at him as a person, but rather at the compatibility his talent afforded. Otherwise, why would she have entangled herself with Xiao Yin in his previous life? If he were not the unparalleled prodigy of the Dechu Empire, Chu Miaohan would likely not spare him a second glance. Alternatively, what else, aside from his talent, could possibly endear him to her? Although he possessed striking good looks, the Tianshui sword sect boasted numerous other exceptional talents who were equally as charming. He merely happened to be from the Dechu Empire, which naturally drew Chu Miaohan to him. Hey, Imo Qianyan, what on earth are you doing? Chu Miaohan, prepared for a response, was taken aback when he abruptly turned and walked away, leaving her in a state of confusion with his cryptic remarks. Was it not the customary course of events for him to embrace her or even kiss her after she declared their compatibility? But Imo Qianyan ignored her and continued on his path. Chu Miaohan, vexed, stomped her foot and hurried after him. Li Zongguan, please announce my visit to Emperor Chu, stating that Imo Qinyan seeks an audience. And me as well, Chu Miaohan chimed in, catching up to the elderly eunuch stationed at the door. The eunuch nodded, and the door opened soundlessly as he entered the chamber, which closed quietly behind him. This elderly eunuch was indeed a figure of formidable power. Imo Qinyan, you? Chu Miaohan began, but her words were cut short as the door suddenly swung open. And the eunuch re-emerged, bowing slightly to them. Please, he rasped. Imo Qinyan nodded in acknowledgement, stepping into the study where Emperor Chu awaited, followed closely by the huffing Chu Miaohan. In the center of the study, seated at a desk, was a middle-aged man clad in a golden dragon robe. His brows were thick, and his eyes shone bright and dark, exuding an aura of authority. Tall and imposing, his countenance bore an expression of command, as though all things in the world bowed before him. This middle-aged man was none other than the revered emperor of the Daichu Empire, the foremost powerhouse of the realm, Chu Yun. Beside him stood a young man in a blue robe, appearing around 20 years of age, with a refined complexion and deep-set eyes, radiating an air of scholarly elegance. The youth possessed formidable strength that even Imo Qinyan found somewhat daunting. The crown prince of Daichu, Chu Tiange, like Imo Qinyan, was an extraordinary prodigy, having established 7 Dao platforms and now having entered the Golden Core realm. Tianshui's sword sect Imo Qinyan pays his respects to Emperor Chu and greets the crown prince. Imo Qinyan stated with measured respect, performing a bow that was courteous yet not overly subservient. Father, I have missed you dearly, and brother, you are here as well, Chu Miaohan exclaimed, rushing to embrace one of Emperor Chu's arms and shaking it affectionately. The emperor, seated behind his desk, scrutinized the composed youth before him with hawk-like eyes, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Tiange, you may leave, he commanded. Yes, father, Chu Tiange replied, bowing his head before turning to exit the room. Imo Qinyan, I have already received word from Miaohan regarding your matters. Your potential to establish 7 Dao platforms is quite impressive, Emperor Chu remarked with a smile, his gaze fixed on Imo Qinyan, brimming with admiration. Not only did Imo Qinyan possess remarkable talent, but his demeanor was equally commendable. Given time, he would undoubtedly rise to become a pinnacle power within the empire. I beg your pardon. Your Majesty, my modest abilities hardly warrant such attention. Imo Qinyan did not engage in pleasantries. It was indeed true that the Emperor of Chu possessed the capability to look down upon all others. As the foremost powerhouse of the great Chu Empire, an extraordinary existence at the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm, even within the Tianshui sword sect, he stood as the most formidable of all. The former Emperor of Chu was also a peerless prodigy, having ascended to the level of 7 Dao platforms. My dear minister, have you come to discuss the marriage with Miaohan? The Emperor of Chu misunderstood. I have come seeking a favor. Oh, what matter could warrant your personal visit? Imo Qinyan remained silent, directing his gaze towards Chu Miaohan. Rest assured, my dear minister, Miaohan is my precious daughter. She can be trusted. The Emperor of Chu responded cheerfully, which caused Chu Miaohan to feel quite proud, playfully huffing at Imo Qinyan. After a brief silence, Imo Qinyan looked towards the door, prompting the emperor to raise an eyebrow. His expression turning solemn, with a gentle wave of his hand, an invisible protective barrier enveloped the room, isolating it from all external sounds. My dear minister, please proceed. I hope to exchange for the blood of a king from your majesty. As soon as Imo Qinyan's words fell, a gleam of sharp light erupted in the emperor's eyes, accompanied by an overwhelming aura bearing down upon Imo Qinyan. Do you understand what you are saying? The emperor's voice was icy, a stark contrast to his earlier amiability, leaving Chu Miaohan momentarily taken aback. Under the immense pressure, Imo Qinyan let out a muffled groan, yet he did not take a single step back. Nor did he bow his head, instead locking eyes with the emperor. Father, what are you doing? Chu Miaohan, regaining her composure, rushed in front of Imo Qinyan, loudly questioning the emperor. At this moment, she was entirely unaware of the significance of the blood of a king. The emperor retracted his oppressive aura, his profound gaze fixed intently on Imo Qinyan. Father, is the blood of a king truly that important? Chu Miaohan furrowed her brow and asked. Miaohan, You should step outside. The emperor's voice carried a hint of frost. Father, you, go outside. Chu Miaohan was momentarily stunned. This was the first time her father had spoken so sternly to her. You must not bully Mo Qiannian, or I shall ignore you. Gazing into the emperor's stern eyes, Chu Miaohan huffed and left in displeasure. The emperor's reaction was anticipated by Mo Qiannian. Thus he maintained an expressionless demeanor, calmly meeting the emperor's gaze. The blood of a king, the essence of a king-level powerhouse. It is the supreme treasure of the great Chu Empire, the greatest legacy left by the founding emperor to his descendants. Its worth is equivalent to half of the great Chu Empire. Chapter 17. The conditions for trading the blood of a king in the study. The emperor's gaze was deep as he fixed it upon Mo Qiannian, remaining silent while an overwhelming aura pressed down upon him. This pressure was meticulously controlled, targeting only Mo Qiannian. Otherwise, the entire palace would shatter. Just how formidable is the strength at the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm? In his past life, Mo Qiannian had experienced this level and was well aware of its might. It is no exaggeration to say that a full-force strike from the emperor could obliterate the entire palace. How vast is the palace? It is 10 times the size of the entire Yinqing. Such an existence could effortlessly crush a city with a single hand, and of course, this is assuming there are no protective formations in place. Typically, such royal palaces are safeguarded by defensive arrays crafted by formation masters. Capable of withstanding powerful attacks, Mo Qiannian's expression remained tranquil, but he had begun to circulate his internal energy to mitigate the pressure. Meanwhile, the emperor's oppressive aura continued to intensify, escalating step by step, soon reaching the pressure of the core formation realm, and it continued to grow stronger. Mid-core formation, late core formation, full core formation, divine ability realm. In that instant, the emperor unleashed the unparalleled pressure of the divine ability realm. This was a level of strength that had never before appeared in Yinqing. The aura of this realm could compel ordinary foundation establishment cultivators to kneel. The divine ability realm represents a significant bottleneck. Once ascended, one could transcend the heavens. This is the dream of every practitioner. Upon entering the divine ability realm, one could soar the skies and traverse the world while extending their lifespan. A powerful innate prodigy could reverse-slay foundation establishment cultivators, while a prodigy of 9 Dao platforms could reverse-slay those in the core formation realm. However, even the most extraordinary prodigy with a 9-pattern golden core would find it impossible to defeat a divine ability master. The chasm of disparity between realms is akin to a vast divide. No matter how extraordinary a prodigy may be, without external aid or magical artifacts, they simply cannot contend with a divine ability master. For the divine ability realm is the stage where one awakens their innate abilities and constitution. Even the weakest divine ability cultivator wields the power of divine abilities. A divine ability practitioner need only release their oppressive aura, and foundation establishment cultivators would be pressed to the ground, utterly powerless to resist. Even core formation cultivators must lower their noble heads, gasping for breath under the weight of the pressure. Even a prodigy like Mo Qiannian, possessing foundation establishment strength at the innate level, would have knelt under such pressures. Yet, Mo Qiannian persevered, his face pale, drenched in sweat, but he did not bow his head. He merely clenched his fists tightly. A prodigy with 8 Dao platforms, if they do not fall midway, could achieve greatness far exceeding that of the emperor. Moreover, in his past life, he had surpassed the emperor by countless measures, so how could he kneel merely due to pressure? Even the emperor lacked the qualification to compel his submission. This was the pride belonging to the strong and the prodigy. The emperor's expression finally shifted. As a talent of the 7 Dao platforms, he understood the limits of that realm. However, Mo Qiannian had provided him with a significant surprise. He dissipated the oppressive aura and slowly spoke. Mo Qiannian, you are indeed strong, exceptionally talented, more so than I was in my youth, capable of withstanding my pressure. Miaohan was correct in her judgment of you. But do you comprehend the importance of the blood of a king to the great Chu Empire? The emperor gazed at Mo Qiannian, his eyes as unfathomable as the cosmos. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Mo Qiannian's lips. He was well prepared, knowing that the emperor would not kill him. setting aside the fact that he was the chief disciple of the Tianshui sword sect. In his past life, he understood that the emperor was not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. Most importantly, the Great Chu Empire was not as secure and prosperous as it appeared. When the founding emperor established the Great Chu Empire, he had offended many surrounding empires, yet due to the supreme strength of the founding emperor in the king's realm, they could only swallow their grievances. Now, however, the founding emperor had passed away for decades, and the current emperor had yet to step into the king's realm. The Great Chu Empire now faced crises on all sides, with the four great empires eyeing it hungrily. Indeed, the birthplace of a destined child would inevitably stir a tempest of bloodshed. In this context, the emperor was in dire need of allies. This was why he valued Imo Qiannian. As Imo Qiannian possessed the potential to become a top-tier powerhouse, I understand that the blood of a king contains immense energy. Should a prodigy with the stature of 8 Dao platforms arise within the Great Chu Empire, they could even utilize it to enter the innate extreme realm and achieve the strongest innate status, ultimately paving their path to the king's realm. Imo Qiannian spoke steadily, leaving the emperor astonished. Imo Qiannian was remarkably well informed. You are correct, yet you also understand that the blood of a king cannot elevate a prodigy of 7 Dao platforms to the innate extreme realm. Imo Qiannian smiled slightly, and in the next moment, his entire aura manifested as he threw a punch towards the air, producing a resounding explosion. 98,000 pounds of power. The emperor's eyes widened as he abruptly stood from his seat. 98,000 pounds of power can build 8 Dao platforms. Imo Qiannian has astonishingly reached this level, possessing the talent to construct 8 Dao platforms. If Imo Qiannian were to utilize that blood of a king, he might very well achieve the innate extreme realm. That is the innate extreme realm, a legendary level of supreme prodigy across the entire Longting continent, and now, there is hope for such a being to emerge from our Great Chu Empire. The emperor's emotions surged. Every prodigy with 9 Dao platforms who did not fall midway became renowned strongmen across the continent. Of course, the rarity of 9 Dao platforms also signifies the difficulty of achieving such a level. Relying solely on 98,000 pounds of strength and the blood of a king is far from sufficient. It is said that when one steps into the innate extreme realm, they face terrifying tribulations. Should their will not be strong enough, they may very well perish. Throughout history, many extraordinary prodigies have fallen while attempting to ascend to the innate extreme realm. Even now, many prodigies nearing the innate extreme realm are reluctant to attempt it lightly. Once attempted, there is no turning back. One either succeeds in soaring to greatness or vanishes into oblivion. How confident are you in achieving the innate extreme realm? The emperor inquired solemnly. 50%. Imo Qiannian did not commit fully. Acknowledging that while he possessed a millennium of experience and an unwavering will, he had not yet faced the tribulations of the innate extreme realm and did not know how strong a will was truly required. 50%. A glimmer of light appeared in the emperor's eyes. This probability was already quite high. Your Majesty, in exchange for the blood of a king, what are your requirements? Imo Qiannian looked towards the emperor. His tone respectful. He would never bow when it was not appropriate, yet he understood when it was necessary to do so. The emperor remained silent, and after a considerable pause, he finally looked up at Imo Qiannian and slowly uttered, Miao Han is quite fond of you. Become my son-in-law, and I shall grant you the blood of a king, personally safeguarding your path. Imo Qiannian was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated that the Emperor of Chu would present such a request. To become the son-in-law of the Emperor of Chu meant binding himself to the imperial family of the Great Chu. However, he harbored no affection for Chu Miaohan. To enter into a union with her solely for the sake of royal blood would betray his own feelings. Could he endure the tribulations of the innate extreme realm under such contradictions? Your Majesty, I cannot acquiesce to this condition, Imo Qiannian replied, shaking his head, much to the emperor's disappointment. Chu Miaohan, being the sole princess of the contemporary Great Chu Empire, was the emperor's treasured jewel, gifted beyond measure in both talent and beauty. Any man in her presence could only gaze up in admiration. Not only did Imo Qiannian refuse, but he did so with remarkable decisiveness. The emperor's anger simmered, yet he maintained a thread of composure. Though you believe that Miaohan is unworthy of you, he questioned. Regarding Imo Qinyan with a cold huff, O Qinyan sighed softly, "It is not a matter of worthiness. Rather, I hold no romantic interest in Her Highness the Princess." He did not deceive the emperor. Indeed, he felt nothing for Chu Miaohan. She could be a sister, but he could not accept her as a partner. "You must understand, she has feelings for you. No, the princess's affection is not love. It is dependency, a habit. She merely regards me as an elder brother," Imo Qinyan countered with a shake of his head. "Humph, not in love. Yet she has explicitly stated her desire to marry you," the emperor retorted with a dismissive snort. "As long as you become the consort of the great Chu Empire and treat Miaohan well, I shall unconditionally grant you the royal blood. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss." Chapter 18. The royal blood secured. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss, the emperor declared coldly, his tone imbued with an unassailable firmness. Imo Qinyan remained calm, stating, "Your Majesty, I shall not marry Her Highness the Princess. I implore you to propose a different condition." "Imo Qinyan, my patience is limited. If you refuse to marry Miaohan, do not blame me for my mercilessness." The emperor's gaze upon Imo Qinyan flickered with icy intensity. "If I attain the innate extreme realm, I can vow to the heavenly way that, upon achieving great mastery, I will assist the great Chu Empire 3 times, ensuring its immortality for a millennium within my lifetime." "Your Majesty, you are well aware of the current plight of the great Chu Empire. How much longer can it endure? How long must you wait for the royal lineage to produce a descendant of the 8th stage of the Tao? You should be acutely aware of the potential of one who reaches the innate extreme realm." Imo Qinyan spoke with unyielding composure, locking eyes with the emperor's frostbitten gaze. As he listened to Imo Qinyan's words, the emperor's expression grew ever colder, a hint of murderous intent surfacing. He, the emperor of the great Chu Empire, the sovereign of the realm, his words held unchallenged authority within the empire. Even a prodigy as extraordinary as Imo Qinyan, before he had matured, could only remain beneath his feet. "My patience has run dry. I shall ask you one final time. Do you accept my terms?" The emperor's voice chilled the air, echoing with the presence of a wrathful deity. Imo Qinyan regarded the emperor, a faint smile curling upon his lips as he coolly replied, "What if I say no?" "Imo Qinyan, are you courting death?" the emperor enunciated coldly, each word laced with lethal intent. Causing Imo Qinyan to stagger back a few steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Wiping the blood away, he straightened his posture, his gaze hardening. In truth, had the emperor not bestowed the royal blood upon Xiao Yin in a previous life, he would not have responded in such a manner. Yet why could it be given to Xiao Yin but not to him? "Your Majesty, my master is fully aware of everything. Should I fail to exit the palace today, rest assured, my master will undoubtedly come to level this place in the future." O Qinyan's position as the foremost disciple of the Tianshui sword sect was largely due to his master's influence. The Tianshui sword sect boasted more than one prodigy of the 8th stage of the Tao, yet why was he, the youngest, appointed as the chief disciple? His master was a supreme being, the revered sword god of the Tianshui sword sect. 3 years prior, a great demon had invaded the Tianshui sword sect, a true king-level demon of unparalleled ferocity, only to be slain by a single sword strike. Thus, the name of the sword god became synonymous with the Tianshui sword sect. "Are you threatening me?" the emperor scoffed, his gaze sharpening, his aura growing increasingly fearsome. He was the emperor of the great Chu Empire, the paramount entity of the realm. Who dared to threaten him? "You may attempt it," Imo Qinyan replied, unperturbed, locking eyes with the emperor. In a previous life, Xiao Yin had been able to take the royal blood from this very place. Imo Qinyan, could he not do the same? Though he was young and his strength paled in comparison to the emperor's, his aura stood undiminished. Without an invincible spirit, how could one hope to achieve the status of a prodigy in the innate extreme realm? The two stood in a silent standoff, the surrounding air seemingly frozen, exuding a chilling aura. After a lengthy silence, the emperor's imposing presence dissipated, and he sighed. "You have won." In that moment, the emperor appeared to age a decade, weariness etched upon his brow. Imo Qinyan remained silent. Having already understood that the preceding exchange was a test, a measure of his potential to become a true prodigy. The current state of the Great Chu Empire was indeed dire. With the crown prince still maturing, the emperor stood as the sole pillar of support. Yet the Great Chu Empire faced the simultaneous pressure of four rival empires. Should they falter in the upcoming Northern Domain competition, a catastrophic blow would ensue. Emo Qianyan, I can grant you the royal blood, but I have two additional conditions beyond what you have mentioned. The emperor's tone softened considerably. Through the recent trial, he had come to a realization. The future belonged to Emo Qianyan. Should he succeed in entering the innate extreme realm, the Great Chu Empire would surely produce a peerless powerhouse that would shake the dragon-treading continent. Your Majesty, please proceed. If I can fulfill these conditions, I shall not disappoint you, Emo Qianyan declared with a respectful fist clasped over his heart. First, during the Northern Domain competition, protect Miaohan. She is young and naive, easily offending others. Second, should you secure first place, I hope you will mention the Great Chu Empire when you declare your affiliation with the Tianshui sword sect. The emperor leaned back in his chair, appearing considerably worn after delivering his terms. I swear to the heavenly way that if I successfully reach the innate extreme realm, I shall not forget the Great Chu Empire, nor the promises I made to your Majesty. Emo Qianyan raised his hand, invoking the heavenly oath. Such an oath, once uttered, would bring dire consequences upon those who violated it, ranging from the crippling of one's cultivation to the peril of madness and death, marking it as the most fearsome of vows. This is the royal blood, Emo Qianyan. The future of the Great Chu Empire rests in your hands. I implore you to succeed. The emperor produced an exquisite jade box, its surface adorned with ancient patterns. Emo Qianyan respectfully accepted the box, probing inside with his consciousness to reveal a single droplet of crimson blood resting within. The blood appeared transparent, as if forged from pure gold, radiating a captivating crimson light. In that instant, Emo Qianyan's heart raced, his breath quickening. The royal blood was in his grasp. The path to the innate extreme realm lay before him. He recalled Xiaoxier, the saintess of the Tai sacred land, who was but a few months his junior. The weight of 9 stages of the Tao was formidable. Once he successfully entered the innate extreme realm, he too could establish the 9 stages in a remarkably short time. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall strive to reach the innate extreme realm with all my might. Emo Qianyan bowed to the emperor before turning to depart. The emperor watched as Emo Qianyan's silhouette disappeared through the door, a smile of relief and anticipation gracing his lips. Emo Qianyan, I hope you do not disappoint me. I trust that my decision today is the right one. The fate of the Great Chu Empire rests in your hands. You will undoubtedly succeed. I eagerly await the day you ascend to the pinnacle of the Northern Domain. Outside the study, Chu Miaohan paced anxiously, her expression fraught with worry. Emo Qianyan, speak respectfully to my father. Bow when necessary, do not act recklessly, she murmured to herself, her beautiful eyes reflecting her anxiety. She was deeply concerned that her father might truly impose hardships upon Emo Qianyan. With a creak, the door opened, and Emo Qianyan emerged, his white robe unscathed. Upon seeing him come out unscathed, Chu Miaohan let out a sigh of relief. Emo Qianyan, it is a relief to see you unharmed. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, Emo Qianyan replied with an indifferent expression, his gaze toward Chu Miaohan tinged with distance. This left her feeling a twinge of grievance, though she did not express it outwardly. Perhaps, as Emo Qianyan suggested, her feelings for him did not constitute genuine affection. At merely 16, she might not yet fully comprehend the essence of true liking. Perhaps she merely found solace in his presence. Are you truly unharmed? My father did not make things difficult for you, did he? I am fine. Emo Qianyan shook his head, unwilling to become entangled with Chu Miaohan any longer. He turned away and walked towards the palace exit. Since the matter had been made explicit, it was best to sever ties decisively. Watching Emo Qianyan's departing figure, Chu Miaohan bit her lip, a vague understanding dawning within her that the distance between her and Emo Qianyan was growing ever wider. Chapter 19. The overbearing crown prince of the Emo Empire. Emo Feng, the Inn of the Unfathomable, had gathered quite a crowd at this moment. Bang! A bloodied figure was hurled from the second-floor window. Landing on the ground with an inert thud, a cautious individual approached, checking for the person's breath, and then breathed a sigh of relief. There was still a faint pulse, but it appeared their cultivation had been entirely crippled. The crowd erupted into a flurry of whispers at this revelation. Hiss, this was a formidable character, known as Lu Yidao. Wherever his blade struck, blood was sure to follow. A being at the pinnacle of innate perfection had been so easily subdued. Did you see who incapacitated Lu Yidao? It is said to be a young man who rented the entire inn, forcing everyone else to vacate. Lu Yidao was a man of pride. Unwilling to leave, he met his downfall instead. Who dares to injure someone in the imperial capital? Such audacity, do they not value their life? Shoo, keep your voice down. It is rumored to be a prince from the neighboring Damo Empire. Here to challenge the prominent figures of the Dechu Empire. Challenge or not, what is the meaning of attacking someone? Whoosh. An arrow suddenly shot from the second-floor window, striking the arm of the very person who had just questioned the meaning of violence, causing a geyser of blood to erupt forth. A thud. That individual collapsed to the ground, their cries blending into a cacophony of distress. Instantly, the crowd fell silent, their expressions betraying their fear. Merely speaking out resulted in such a brutal response. How arrogant. Anyone from the younger generation who is unconvinced may challenge me directly, came a dispassionate voice from the window. A tall, imposing figure clad in an exquisite purple robe appeared at the second-floor window. He exuded a commanding presence, with a strikingly handsome yet stern visage, wielding a beautifully crafted purple bow, radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance. He was Mo Feng, the prince of the Damo Empire. Reputed to have achieved innate perfection and regarded as one of the empire's most exceptional young talents, upon his appearance, the crowd erupted in murmurs of astonishment. They had heard of Mo Feng's reputation, but never imagined he would be so overwhelmingly domineering. As a prince of the Damo Empire and a peerless prodigy who entered the innate realm at just 14, his name commanded considerable respect in the Dechu Empire. Making him nearly untouchable, now at 18, he had effortlessly incapacitated the equally accomplished Lu Yidao. Just how formidable was his strength? Even a prince of the Damo Empire seemed. Someone instinctively began to voice their thoughts, but abruptly halted. Recalling the fate of the still wailing man below, and quickly covered their mouth, afraid to speak further. Get lost. The entire inn is already under the prince's command. At the inn's entrance, a group was being forcibly expelled by Mo Feng's two underlings. Though mere lackeys, they were both formidable beings of late innate stage. Among them, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing cradled Xiao Shui amidst the crowd. Indeed, this inn was the very one Mo Qianyan had previously occupied. Those who could afford to stay in such a luxurious establishment were not ordinary individuals, possessing at least some measure of strength, yet they remained notably subdued, for they had witnessed the bloodied lesson that Lu Yidao had become. Xiao Bai lowered her head, burying Xiao Shui's face against her chest, striving to remain inconspicuous alongside Xiao Qing. Their own strength felt woefully inadequate in the imperial capital, with young Master Qinyan absent. Their sole responsibility was to safeguard Xiao Shui. Failure to do so would leave them with no excuse to offer young Master Qinyan. Is everyone in the Dechu Empire so feeble? Is there not a single soul willing to challenge me? Mo Feng surveyed the crowd, noting their considerable commotion yet no challengers stepping forward, which only served to inflate his arrogance further. I will challenge you. A youth bearing a long spear stepped forth, emanating a fierce aura of martial prowess. This individual was a being of innate perfection, and not just any innate perfection. He was Zhong Shan, the foremost prodigy of Wanxiang City. Rumored to have been accepted as a disciple by the Tianshui sword sect and possessed of formidable spear techniques. I have heard of him. The Dechu Empire maintains a list of prodigies, and Zhong Shan is said to rank 11th. The crowd buzzed at the sight of the spear-wielding youth, clearly aware of his considerable reputation. Excellent. Mo Feng leapt down from the second floor, a faint smile gracing his lips. I eagerly anticipate this encounter. Without further ado, Zhong Shan lunged forward, thrusting his spear at Mo Feng. Clang, crack. The two engaged in a flurry of exchanges, swiftly determining the victor. Zhong Shan was sent sprawling backwards. Stumbling 5 meters, the first round was his defeat. 95,000 in strength, Zhong Shan was inwardly astonished. He possessed only 93,000 in strength. Though impressive, the disparity was undeniable. It was not merely a difference in raw power, but also in the multiplicative enhancement of their respective techniques. You have bested me. Accepting his defeat, Zhong Shan sheathed his spear, preparing to depart. Tio challenge is one thing, but to leave so easily is unacceptable. Mo Feng's voice rang out, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Drawing back his bow, he aimed at Zhong Shan, stating, "If you wish to leave, you must surrender your spear." With that, Mo Feng released the bowstring. An arrow whistled through the air, hurtling towards Zhong Shan with deadly intent. Infused with boundless power and murderous intent, should it pierce his body, even an innate perfection's vitality would be extinguished in an instant. Sensing the arrow's approach, Zhong Shan's brow furrowed, and he swiftly evaded to the side. Whoosh! The arrow grazed past his shoulder. Splurt! Blood gushed forth as a crimson line emerged from Zhong Shan's left shoulder, trickling down. The arrow continued its trajectory, striking the ground at Xiao Bai's feet, startling her. What was once a subtle scene transformed into one of heightened tension as Mo Feng's gaze fixated on Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing. Innocent, charming, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, their delicate beauty was captivating. Mo Feng regarded the two sisters, a flicker of desire igniting in his eyes. Naturally, given his status, he had encountered countless women, yet the purity exuded by these two was a rare delight. Moreover, they were twins. What a doubled pleasure. Arriving in the Dechu Empire, how could he pass up the opportunity for some amusement? As for any powerful backing they might possess, Mo Feng dismissed the thought, just by observing their cautious demeanor. It was clear they lacked any significant support. Mo Feng subtly nodded to his two underlings, signaling them with a glance. The two lackeys, having followed Mo Feng for many years, instantly recognized their master's intent. Whatever their master had tired of would inevitably fall to their hands. This time, they had the opportunity to enjoy the company of twin sisters. Hee, little ladies, tonight, my brother and I shall indulge to our heart's content. The two lackeys grinned, their gazes filled with greedy anticipation as they approached the sisters amidst the crowd's watchful eyes. Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing's faces paled, not merely in dread of their impending fate, but also in fear of implicating Xiao Shui. They wished to flee, yet Mo Feng's presence had already locked onto them. The oppressive aura of innate perfection rendered the two, who were merely at the seventh layer of acquired stage, utterly immobile. What to do? As the two lackeys drew ever nearer, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing felt a sense of despair wash over them, praying fervently for young Master Qinyan's swift return. Just as one lackey reached for them, a spear shot forth, cleaving his arm cleanly away. A piercing scream echoed throughout the venue, the lackey drenched in cold sweat from the pain. This sudden turn of events left the crowd momentarily stunned. Turning their gaze towards Zhong Shan, the one who had intervened, humph! Zhong Shan let out a cold snort, delivering a powerful kick to the other lackey, sending him flying while blood poured from his mouth like a waterfall. Quickly, leave, Zhong Shan, blocking Mo Feng's oppressive aura, urged the two sisters in a hushed tone. Thank you. The sisters expressed their gratitude, clutching Xiao Shui and hurrying away. However, to their utter shock, two additional figures emerged from the crowd, obstructing their path. Both wore black masks, obscuring their features, but their formidable strength was palpable. Two cultivators at the Foundation establishment level. Mo Feng smirked. These two Foundation establishment warriors were his personal guards to leave. My chosen ones? It shall not be so easy. Chapter 20. A forceful strike. Slaying Mo Feng upon the appearance of the two foundational guards, Zhong Shan's expression turned exceedingly grave. Even the onlookers could not help but feel a surge of indignation. The heir of the Grand Mo Empire was simply too arrogant. Among the younger generation, should anyone manage to defeat me, I would allow them to depart. Yet, despite the fury of the crowd, Mo Feng remained entirely unfazed. Ever since he attained a strength of 950,000, who among the younger generation did he fear? As for the older generation intervening, he had no shortage of powerful allies behind him. Not to mention that his father was a prince of the Grand Mo Empire, a transcendent being of unparalleled prowess. Who would dare to offend him? When a transcendent is enraged, 100,000 corpses may float. I may not be your match, but I know at least 3 individuals whose talents surpass yours, Zhongshan declared, despite his injuries and the blood still dripping from his shoulder. Yet, his resolve only seemed to grow stronger. Oh, who are these 3? Mo Feng inquired with curiosity, intrigued by the challenge. The first is Chu Tiange, the number 1 on the talent ranking of the Dechu Empire. He entered the innate stage at 14, established his foundation at 18, and now, at 21, has already achieved the Dan formation. Chu Tiange? I have heard of him, but I, too, reached the innate stage at 14 and am merely 1 step away from establishing my foundation. What gives him the right to suppress me? Furthermore, a year ago, during the Northern Region's talent ranking competition, he was defeated by my cousin. His only advantage is that he is a few years older than me. In a few years' time, I am confident I can catch up, Mo Feng replied with a sinister smile, clearly unimpressed by Chu Tiange. The second individual I encountered not long ago managed to slay a practitioner at the 5th layer of the innate stage, while being at the 2nd layer. Zhongshan continued. Slaying an opponent 3 realms higher? Mo Feng was taken aback. Such power was beyond even him. His greatest achievement had only been to match someone 2 realms above him, and that was not a kill but a stalemate. The disparity in strength between each layer of the innate stage is a staggering 3-fold. To surpass 2 realms is already an extraordinary feat. Surpassing 3? That is a feat only the top talents of the Northern region could aspire to. Alas, this individual is too weak. If he were to reach the pinnacle of the innate stage, I would not mind facing him. The third is Mo Qianyan, who broke the cultivation record of the Dechu Empire, entering the innate stage at 13 and now serving as the chief disciple of the Tianshui sword sect. Zhongshan elaborated, a glimmer of admiration evident in his eyes. Though Mo Qianyan ranked 2nd on the Dechu Empire's talent ranking, many, including Zhongshan, regarded him as the strongest talent of the Dechu Empire. His ability to break the cultivation record of the innate stage was a testament to his terrifying talent. The only regret was that he was still too young, merely 16. Mo Qianyan, I am aware of him, but rapid cultivation does not equate to exceptional talent. It does not guarantee his ability to defeat me. Mo Feng retorted with a cold laugh. Currently, Mo Qianyan is only 16. Achieving the pinnacle of the innate stage is already commendable. Yet I possess a strength of 950,000 and the stature of 7 foundational platforms. Even if his talent surpasses mine, can he truly achieve such feats at 16? My patience is running thin. If you leave now, I will let bygones be bygones. However, should you stand in my way, I shall not hesitate to teach you the lesson that there are always greater heights and stronger individuals. A dangerous glint flickered in Mo Feng's eyes, intoxicated by the fame he garnered in the Dechu Empire. I may not be your match, but I will not stand idly by while you forcibly take the common folk. If you seek battle, then let it be so. Zhongshan retorted coldly. 2 mere commoners of the postnatal realm. Akin to ants. Why bother? Mo Feng scoffed. Oppressing the populace will invariably invite retribution. If I were but a touch stronger, I would not hesitate to eliminate you. Such arrogant words, since you seek death, I, the heir, shall grant you your wish, Mo Feng declared, stepping forward as his aura surged dramatically. Zhongshan showed no fear, brandishing his spear and meeting the challenge head-on. Zhongshan, give it your all. If I had the strength, I would have rushed in to dispatch him already. If only the top 5 from the talent ranking were here, then Mo Feng would not be so arrogant. Various voices echoed from the crowd. But with 2 foundational powerhouses by Mo Feng's side, few dared to step forward. Did you not see that Louis Dao has been incapacitated? Even Zhongshan, ranked 11th on the talent ranking, has been injured. Would they seek their own demise? With a thrust like a dragon, Zhongshan unleashed his ultimate technique, a spear thrust forward, forming a spiraling dragon of spiritual energy that surged toward Mo Feng. Futile! In the face of an absolute disparity in strength, all resistance is in vain. Mo Feng sneered as he drew his bow, channeling formidable energy into 3 arrows. These arrows, brimming with terrifying power, bore the might of over 1,000,000. Upon release, they transformed into 3 colossal projectiles, hurtling toward the spiritual dragon. Boom! The spiritual energy erupted as the aftermath overwhelmed many onlookers, causing the spiritual dragon to dissipate swiftly under the assault of the 3 arrows. Something's amiss. Mo Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, having not anticipated that amidst the collapse of the spiritual dragon, a long spear was concealed within, hurtling towards him. Yet, the gap in strength remained pronounced. Mo Feng swiftly evaded, dodging the spear's assault but still sustaining a superficial wound that left a fierce gash across his face. "Damn it! You seek death!" Mo Feng bellowed, raising his bow once more and releasing another arrow. A golden arrow, imbued with an aura of destruction, raced toward Zhong Shan. Zhong Shan's weapon had already slipped from his grasp. Having been wounded, his earlier attack had drained most of his spiritual energy, rendering him unable to evade the incoming arrow. Crack! The arrow struck, causing the spiritual shield beside Zhong Shan to crack, on the verge of shattering. "Stop!" A thunderous voice rang out as a formidable presence of a Dan formation practitioner erupted. Unwilling to witness Zhong Shan's demise, extending a colossal hand of spiritual energy towards the arrow. "You old fossils should not meddle in the battles of the young." However, yet another figure cloaked in black appeared. An ancient voice resonating as a wave of spiritual energy surged forth, shattering the giant hand. Another Dan formation practitioner, and one significantly stronger than the previous. Yet, judging by the elder's attire, he was also one of Mo Feng's protectors. Infuriating, the crowd cursed inwardly, their hearts racing as they beheld Zhong Shan's spiritual shield increasingly compromised. "Zhong Shan, you must hold on. Indeed, Zhong Shan, you cannot lose." Voices of concern reverberated through the crowd, many clenching their fists in anxious anticipation. "Endure, perish." Mo Feng's expression darkened severely, the stinging pain on his face igniting an unparalleled murderous intent within him. Once more, a golden arrow was released, and with no suspense, Zhong Shan's spiritual defense shattered. "Is it over?" A voice echoed in Zhong Shan's heart as he reflected on the arduous journey that had led him to this moment. He had risen from being a servant of a prominent family in Wanxiang City to his current status. The struggles he faced known only to him. He had yet to step onto the grand stage of the northern region. How could he fall here? Crack! At that moment, he seemed to gain insight. A barrier within him shattering, his strength surging from 930,000 to 940,000. Yet, what use was a breakthrough when faced with imminent death? As he prepared to close his eyes, a finely crafted sword suddenly appeared before him, intercepting the deadly arrow. "Who?" Mo Feng scoffed, his gaze darting suspiciously around. A youth in white robes materialized in the arena. Mo Qinyan scanned the surroundings, and upon seeing Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing ensnared by two foundational practitioners, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. "Who are you?" Mo Feng inquired, furrowing his brow at the sudden appearance of Mo Qinyan, who exuded immense pressure. "Release them," Mo Qinyan commanded coldly, pointing at Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing. Fortunately, Xiao Bai, Xiao Qing, and Xiao Shui were unharmed. Otherwise, Mo Qinyan would have taken immediate action. "Another gallant hero to the rescue. What gives you the right to command me? The women I desire cannot be taken by anyone." Though the white-clad youth exuded formidable power, Mo Feng was not easily intimidated. "Brother, they're bullying Sister Xiao Bai and Sister Xiao Qing." Upon seeing Mo Qinyan arrive, Xiao Shui rushed toward him, cradling Xiao Shui in his arms. Mo Qinyan's expression remained icy as he cast a brief glance skyward. Whoosh! The next moment, the sword hovering before Zhong Shan shot toward Mo Feng with tremendous force. With the sole power of the foundational stage and the use of a spiritual weapon, coupled with Mo Qinyan's full effort, the impact of this strike approached 300,000 in strength. Even two foundational platforms would find it challenging to match such power. Mo Feng's eyes widened as he gazed at the swiftly approaching flying sword. The ominous aura of death enveloping him. "My father is the Grand Marshal Mo Fei Fan of the Great Mo Empire, an extraordinary being of unparalleled strength. If you dare to kill me, you shall not escape." However, Mo Qinyan appeared oblivious, the speed of the flying sword increasing in an instant. "Save me! Stop, you brat!" The elder guarding Mo Feng, a cultivator of the core formation stage, bellowed furiously as he swiftly dashed forward. Joined by two foundation establishment experts clutching Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing. "Ha! Let the younger generation compete. You old fossil, just stay quiet." The core formation cultivator, previously halted by the elder, sneered as he positioned himself in front of the elder. Although he was no match for the pinnacle of core formation, he could hold him off for a moment. And we are here too. From the crowd emerged two more Foundation establishment cultivators, blocking the other two Foundation experts. No. Mo Feng's eyes widened in horror as the flying sword effortlessly pierced through his protective barrier, impaling him, the son of the royal family of the great Mo Empire. The extraordinary genius Mo Feng, with the stature of 7 Dao platforms, fell in that instant. Chapter 21. The extraordinary ceases war, you little brat, you are doomed. Upon witnessing the sword pierce Mo Feng, the elder's eyes reddened with fury, and he began to burn his life force to repel the core formation cultivator obstructing him, launching an assault on Mo Qianyan. This elder had reached the core formation stage with 4 Dao platforms. A formidable 4-pattern silver Dan practitioner, such a being was capable of sweeping through the entirety of Yin City. The 5 core formation experts of Yin City were merely at the 2-pattern white Dan level, and collectively, they could not withstand a single 4-pattern silver Dan practitioner. Indeed, the more Dao platforms one possessed, the stronger their core formation prowess, and one could not increase their patterns. With 2 Dao platforms, one could only attain a maximum of 2-pattern white Dan, while 6 Dao platforms could lead to 6-pattern silver Dan. 7 Dao platforms allowed for the achievement of 7-pattern golden Dan. From the Foundation establishment realm onwards, the gap between prodigies and ordinary individuals widened rapidly. Even among those of innate perfection, an extraordinary prodigy would need to concede when faced with hundreds of ordinary innate perfection cultivators. However, a prodigious being with 9 Dao platforms could indiscriminately slay hundreds of ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators with 1 or 2 Dao platforms. Even 3-pattern white Dan level core formation practitioners were no match for a prodigious cultivator with 9 Dao platforms. Now, the elder of 4-pattern silver Dan was in a frenzy, burning his life force, his combat strength reaching the 6-pattern silver Dan level. The core formation cultivator who had blocked him, merely at the 3-pattern white Dan level, was grievously injured and lay on the ground. You little brat! You have killed the young master. I am already condemned to death, so let us die together. The elder had succumbed to madness, a tempest of might overwhelming the air, forcing many weaker cultivators to prostrate in fear. So powerful, a 6-pattern silver Dan practitioner can suppress ordinary innate cultivators merely with their presence. Mo Qianyan summoned a spiritual energy shield, shielding Xiao Bai, Xiao Qing, and Xiao Shui within. Brother, I'm so scared. Xiao Shui, though only 6 years old, understood much and sensed her brother's perilous situation. Xiao Shui, do not fear. Mo Qianyan gently stroked Xiao Shui's hair, comforting her without casting a glance at the frenzied elder. The conflict among Foundation establishment cultivators was one thing. If a core formation practitioner were to act against young prodigies in the imperial capital without restraint, the Great Chu Empire would surely face its demise. Indeed, the next moment, a cold snort echoed from the heavens. Poof! The enraged core formation elder's aura suddenly weakened, plummeting from the sky, blood gushing from his mouth uncontrollably. The onlookers were filled with astonishment. The mere sound of a cold snort had rendered an immensely powerful core formation practitioner incapacitated. What kind of being could possess such terrifying strength? A transcendent being? No, a transcendent being could not incapacitate a 6-pattern Dan practitioner with a mere cold snort. This was the emergence of a formidable extraordinary presence. In the next moment, a dazzling fireball appeared in the sky, an overwhelming aura manifesting. Within the fireball, a figure could be faintly discerned, and as the flames gradually subsided, the true visage of the figure was revealed. It was a middle-aged man of immense authority, adorned with a resplendent golden badge, evidently a member of the imperial family. Clad in fiery red armor and wielding a spear, he exuded an air of unparalleled majesty, giving the impression of a stalwart guardian. He fixed a stern gaze upon the weakened core formation elder below, as if regarding an ant, and coldly stated, "The imperial capital has its rules. I may overlook conflicts among peers, but as a core formation practitioner, you must adhere to the regulations. Should you dare to act against the younger generation again, you shall face obliteration." With that declaration, flames erupted across the sky, illuminating the entire expanse and proclaiming the might of this extraordinary being. The elder's face turned pale, fear evident in his eyes, yet he stubbornly retorted, "Honored extraordinary one. Emo Qianyan, having slain the young master with his foundation establishment cultivation, has already violated the rules set forth by the Hall of Prodigies. I implore you to apprehend Emo Qianyan." "Humph!" The authoritative middle-aged man scoffed coldly, his tone devoid of warmth. "Look closely. Is Emo Qianyan truly merely at the foundation establishment stage, or is he innate?" The core formation elder paused, turning to scrutinize Emo Qianyan, and in the next instant, his eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you be merely innate? An innate being could not possibly slay the young master with a single strike." "This is inconceivable," the elder muttered in shock, having instinctively assumed Emo Qianyan had achieved foundation establishment when he witnessed him slay Emo Feng. Otherwise, how could an innate cultivator possibly defeat a being of 950,000 strength? Emo Qianyan had already attained the stature of 8 Dao platforms, making him the foremost prodigy of the Great Chu Empire. Anyone who dared to act against Emo Qianyan in the imperial capital would face dire consequences. The extraordinary presence emitted a cold snort, then transformed into a fireball, departing at great speed. "Hiss! 8 Dao platforms. Young Master Qianyan is truly magnificent. My heavens, there are only 3 individuals in the entire northern region with 8 Dao platforms. Emo Qianyan has emerged as the most extraordinary prodigy of the north. Quick, relay this news to the family head. We must befriend Emo Qianyan and avoid enmity." At the mention of Emo Qianyan possessing 8 Dao platforms, the crowd erupted in excitement. While 7 Dao platforms were rare, the Great Chu Empire was not without them. However, 8 Dao platforms. Not only the Great Chu Empire but even dozens of neighboring empires lacked such a prodigious existence. Yet now, the Great Chu Empire had produced 8 Dao platforms. The core formation elder's eyes widened, a glimmer of frenzied killing intent surfacing. If he could kill Emo Qianyan or capture him, he could redeem himself. There was still a path to survival. The elder's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light as he regarded Emo Qianyan with a scornful smile. "I do not believe you will remain in the imperial capital forever. The moment you step out of the Great Chu imperial capital, your death will be at hand." The elder vanished in a flash, lurking in the shadows, keeping a close watch on Emo Qianyan's movements. Meanwhile, Emo Qianyan furrowed his brow slightly. That extraordinary presence had intentionally revealed his strength. 8 Dao platforms symbolized honor but also represented immense danger. There would always be those who would not wish for him to thrive. "Emperor Chu, is this your trial for me, or do you wish to ascertain whether my master has indeed arrived here?" Emo Qianyan murmured to himself. Such a significant event would have compelled that extraordinary being to tread carefully. However, since he had exposed Emo Qianyan's strength publicly, it was evident that someone had instructed him to do so. The only one capable of commanding such an extraordinary being was Emperor Chu. Extraordinary, indeed. If I were to step into the pinnacle of innate perfection, this realm would be within my grasp. "Brother Qianyan, thank you for saving me." Zhongshan approached, deeply bowing to Emo Qianyan with clasped fists. "Brother?" Emo Qianyan regarded Zhongshan, having never encountered him at the Tian Shui sword sect, nor did he see any disciple badge on his chest, leaving him puzzled. "Brother, my name is Zhongshan. A few days ago, I was accepted as a disciple by an elder of the Tian Shui sword sect, but I have yet to formally join, hence you do not recognize me." Zhongshan spoke politely, his eyes reflecting admiration for Emo Qianyan. 8 Dao platforms, indeed. The most extraordinary prodigy in the entire northern region. Emo Qianyan's eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized the youthful spear-wielding boy before him, recalling the information from his past life. Aside from himself, Xiao Yin, Xiao Xier, and Xiao Shui, he was one of the strongest individuals destined to emerge in the Great Chu Empire and the entire northern region. The Spear King Zhongshan, Chapter 22. The impact on the innate extreme realm decades hence, the name of the Gun King, Zhongshan, will resonate throughout the northern domain. Presently, however, Zhongshan is merely the junior disciple of Emo Qianyan, a youthful and passionate lad who has attained the pinnacle of the innate realm. Had it not been for his encounter with Xiao Shui, Imo Qinyan would have been taken aback upon hearing Zhong Shan's name. Yet now, he merely raised an eyebrow in surprise before regaining his composure. The Gun King, Zhong Shan, has ultimately achieved the establishment of 7 Dao platforms, while he himself has already reached the stature of 8 Dao platforms. Young Master Qinyan, had it not been for young Master Zhong's timely assistance, we might never have seen you again, Xiaobai murmured from the side. Imo Qinyan nodded in acknowledgement and bowed slightly to Zhong Shan. Qinyan expresses his gratitude for your intervention, junior brother. Should you require anything, I shall do my utmost to assist you. Thank you, senior brother. I was unaware they were your companions. Even as a mere passerby, I would have lent my aid, Zhong Shan replied, clasping his fists. Noticing the growing crowd of onlookers, he bid farewell and sheathed his long spear before departing. Truly a man of principle, should the opportunity arise. I shall extend my assistance to him, Imo Qinyan reflected as he watched Zhong Shan's retreating figure. He then turned to face the throng of admirers, some gazing at him with awe, while others harbored coldness and malice. Imo Qinyan realized that he had finally gained notoriety, drawing the attention of various factions. Clearly, he must hasten his efforts to break through to the innate extreme realm and enter the foundation establishment stage. For a mere golden core cultivator could easily render him helpless. Once he ascends to the innate extreme realm and establishes 9 Dao platforms, even the most ordinary golden core practitioners will be no match for him. The establishment of 9 unparalleled Dao platforms is sufficient to vanquish golden core foes. However, during this endeavor, he must ensure the safety of Xiao Shui and the others. Having learned from this experience, he would not allow them to remain at the inn. Such a place is far too perilous. He knew of a location that would be ideal for his breakthrough, a place where Xiao Shui and the others would be secure. Yes, the Imperial Palace. Without hesitation, Imo Qinyan embraced Xiao Shui and, accompanied by Xiaobai and Xiaoqing, made his way toward the palace. With the Emperor of Chu present, no one would dare disrupt his quest for the innate extreme realm. He would summon all his strength and directly achieve the establishment of 9 Dao platforms. Deep within the palace's underground chamber, breakthrough to the innate extreme realm. Upon hearing this news, Xiaobai and Xiaoqing were utterly astonished. This was the legendary domain of unparalleled strength. While they were aware of young Master Qinyan's prowess, they had not anticipated such magnitude. We wish to stay. We have heard that the breakthrough to the innate extreme realm entails life and death tribulations. We shall guard the entrance, Xiaobai and Xiaoqing declared. Although they might not have grasped the significance of the innate extreme realm before, their month spent with Imo Qinyan had imparted considerable knowledge about cultivation. Brother, Xiao Shui wishes to accompany you. She does not want to part from you, Xiao Shui insisted, clinging to Imo Qinyan, even as Xiaobai attempted to pull her away. The Emperor of Chu observed silently, harboring hopes for Imo Qinyan's successful breakthrough. After all, Imo Qinyan represented the royal family's future. Should he falter, the great Chu Empire would soon plunge into chaos. The dangers within are great, Xiao Shui. Please wait outside with your sisters for me. Imo Qinyan gently suggested, crouching to stroke her head. I will not go. I must stay with you. Xiao Shui stubbornly shook her head. Looking at the adorable Xiao Shui in his arms, Imo Qinyan spoke softly. Brother has promised to protect you for a lifetime, so no matter the challenges faced, I will surely succeed in breaking through to the innate extreme realm. No, brother, I want to see you succeed. Only then will Xiao Shui feel at ease, she asserted resolutely. Xiaobai and Xiaoqing exchanged anxious glances at Imo Qinyan. The life and death tribulation was no trivial matter. Failure could mean demise. I have placed a protective barrier in the chamber. It will not harm anyone, the Emperor of Chu finally interjected. Brother, let me accompany you inside, Xiao Shui pleaded, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she clung tightly to Imo Qinyan, clearly on the verge of tears should he refuse. Seeing the determined look in Xiao Shui's eyes, Imo Qinyan fell into contemplation for a moment before ultimately nodding. He found it impossible to deny her request. Can I truly succeed in the life and death tribulation? He pondered that I must succeed. Imo Qinyan embraced Xiao Shui and slowly entered the chamber, pausing just before crossing the threshold. Xiaobai, Xiaoqing, if, and I emphasize if, I do not succeed, please take care of Xiao Shui. Use the token I have given you to seek out my master at the Tianshui sword sect. Having uttered these words, he resolutely stepped into the chamber. Young master, you will undoubtedly succeed. Once inside, Xiao Bai and Xiao Qing immediately knelt, tears streaming down their faces. All they could do was wait and pray for his success. Rest assured, I will succeed, Imo Qinyan said with a faint smile, offering them comfort. With a rumble, the chamber door slowly closed behind him. Xiao Shui, stay here and do not move. Cultivate diligently, Imo Qinyan instructed as he set her down on a jade bed. Brother, may I have one more embrace? Xiao Shui suddenly lifted her head, her large, watery eyes gazing earnestly at Imo Qinyan. Her voice was soft and sweet, like a feather brushing gently against his heart. Imo Qinyan did not refuse and drew her into his arms once more. His hand tenderly stroking her hair, Xiao Shui closed her eyes, resting her face against his chest, content to listen to the rhythm of his heartbeat and bask in his warmth. Brother, you will surely succeed. Xiao Shui is waiting for you, she declared earnestly after a moment. Indeed, brother dreams of the day he will see Xiao Shui standing atop the pinnacle of the heavens, Imo Qinyan replied, a sense of longing in his heart. Yet he knew the time had come to pursue the innate extreme realm. He had little time left. With this step, he would firmly establish his place in the world, earning the right to contend with the most exceptional peers. Brother, do your best. Yes, Xiao Shui. Take care of yourself, Imo Qinyan said, turning with a resolute gleam in his eyes. He approached the center of the chamber and removed his outer robe. In the center stood a bronze cauldron filled with clear spirit spring water. Imo Qinyan retrieved a jade vial and poured a drop of royal essence blood into the cauldron. In the next moment, the spirit spring water began to bubble ferociously, as if boiling. Innate extreme realm. Here I come, Imo Qinyan declared, turning to glance at Xiao Shui on the jade bed. With a look of determination, he stepped into the cauldron and settled into a cross-legged position. He closed his eyes, quietly sensing the fluctuations of his internal energy. As the royal essence blood fused with his being, his aura surged 985,000, 990,000, 995,000, 999,000. As he approached 999,000, the rate of ascent began to slow, and Imo Qinyan felt an enormous pressure bearing down upon him. This pressure was insufferable for an ordinary practitioner at the pinnacle of the innate realm. Yet Imo Qinyan remained as steady as a mountain, unmoving. 999,995, 999,997, crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking pierced the air. The immense pressure seemed intent on crushing Imo Qinyan, causing his muscles to contort. Ultimately, he could not withstand it, and a mouthful of blood spewed forth. Brother! Seeing him spit blood, Xiao Shui scrambled off the jade bed and lunged toward him, only to be thwarted by the protective barrier. I'm fine, Xiao Shui. Return. Imo Qinyan shook his head, wiping the blood from his lips as he reassured her. He had succeeded, reaching 999,998 units of strength. This was the pinnacle beneath the innate extreme realm. A threshold many extraordinary talents struggled to surpass. For the next step would be the life and death tribulation, a perilous endeavor where many exceptional talents dared not tread, making the establishment of the strongest 8 Dao platforms a worthy alternative. Now, Imo Qinyan faced two choices: to halt and establish the strongest 8 Dao platforms, or to press on and confront the life and death tribulation, risking everything for the sake of ascendance. To break through to the innate extreme realm. Imo Qinyan, without a moment's hesitation, continued to absorb the blood essence of the king, striving for that final step. Chapter 23. The Life and Death Tribulation of Innate Extremity. At present, the physical strength of Imo Qinyan had become even more solid than before. Every subtle change in his skin, bones, meridians, and muscles was vividly clear in his mind. Normally, the innate perfection of 800,000 units of strength would have developed the bodily functions to the utmost limits of this realm. Beyond this point, one could only repeatedly cleanse the meridians and bones with spiritual energy, enhancing them incrementally through relentless effort. The agony of this process, requiring an unimaginable amount of energy, rendered any further progress after reaching innate perfection exceedingly difficult. Ultimately, even with abundant energy, the enhancements would be minimal, as one would have reached the limits of the physical body. In other words, 999,998 units of strength represented the pinnacle of a normal human physique. And under ordinary circumstances, no further advancement was conceivable at this juncture. Regardless of whether it was bones, muscles, or meridians, they were all flawless. Yet, there remained one aspect that had not been refined to perfection, and that was perilously dangerous: the sea of spirituality within his body. The stronger the physique, the more spiritual energy the sea could contain, and the purer it would become. Even the white spiritual energy could be compressed into silver or even gold, growing ever more formidable. With the capacity of the sea unchanged, higher quality spiritual energy would yield greater storage and more foundational platforms. Thus, this final step entailed refining the sea of spirituality. However, at this moment, the sea was at its most vulnerable. It had reached its utmost capacity for spiritual energy, and any negligence during the refining process could lead to catastrophic explosions. It was akin to a container filled to the brim with compressed spiritual energy. The process of refining was akin to reinforcing this vessel, allowing for further compression of energy, thus enhancing its quality. Should an explosion occur, the entire sea would be obliterated, and unless one were an unparalleled nirvana sovereign capable of rebirth through blood. A cultivator at the innate level would undoubtedly perish should their sea be destroyed. This, then, was the life and death tribulation of challenging the innate extremity. In the refining process, not a single error could be tolerated, or the outcome would be annihilation. Boom! The residual energy of the king's blood transformed into a torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy, instantly flooding into Mo Qianyan's body. His immense soul power divided into countless fragments, each containing a trace of spiritual force. These soul forces enveloped the energy from the royal blood, gradually making their way toward the sea of spirituality, refining it bit by bit. Crack, crack, however, as the refining progressed deeper. Mo Qianyan's complexion grew increasingly pale, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. His body trembled slightly, and an indescribable pain engulfed him, threatening to unravel his very being. Yet, he gritted his teeth and continued to absorb the energy. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, 3 minutes passed. Mo Qianyan's complexion gradually became ashen, his forehead dotted with beads of sweat, and his body trembled ever more violently. This overwhelming strain on his soul, combined with the physical agony of refining, constituted a torment beyond imagination. It was no wonder that the challenge of reaching innate extremity was said to be a matter of life and death. Even with Mo Qianyan's millennium of soul power and indomitable will, he found it excruciating. How much more so for others? Brother, you will surely succeed. Xiao Shui stood outside the formation, watching in anguish as Mo Qianyan suffered. Mo Qianyan, eyes closed, offered no reply, for he could not afford any distractions at this critical juncture. He must succeed in reaching the innate extremity. I merely wish to convey one thing to you, Mo Qianyan. While you may possess certain talents, this world is vast and teeming with those whose gifts surpass yours, far exceeding even the Tian Shui sword sect. The words of Xiao Xier echoed in his mind beyond the city of Yin. Her haughty tone and condescending gaze seemed to convey a singular sentiment: disdain. Disdain for him as a person of humble origins, unworthy of prominence. With the strength of 8 foundational platforms, multiplied threefold, he could obliterate Mo Feng in a single strike. Could the 9 foundational platforms, also multiplied threefold, not likewise obliterate him? Indeed, without even 9 foundational platforms, what right did he have to step upon the celestial stage? If he were to fail, would he not lose even the right to be looked down upon in the future? And what of Xiao Yin, who had promised another confrontation during the Northern Domain Grand Competition? Furthermore, Xiao Shui needed his protection. At this moment, on the brink of collapse, Mo Qianyan felt a surge of strength welling within him once more. Countless threads of soul power danced around the vicinity of the sea of spirituality, meticulously refining the walls of the sea. 50%, 60%, 70%, 90%, 95%. Almost there, almost there. Mo Qianyan's complexion continued to pale, yet his breath gradually strengthened. 99%. Success was nearly within reach. In that instant, he envisioned himself erecting 9 foundational platforms, sweeping away the young prodigies of the Longting continent. That was a stage he had never reached in his previous life, where he would battle myriad heroes and reign supreme. 100%. The innate extremity had been achieved. Imo Chinyan exhaled deeply. The sensation was sublime. It was akin to a starving man feasting upon delectable food after 3 days, or a traveler on the verge of death from thirst, discovering a spring before him. The innate extremity, the apex of innate cultivation. In that moment, he became a legend of the Longting continent, the pinnacle of the heavenly elite. He felt his essence, vitality, and spirit coalesce into a formidable force. Though it seemed he had only increased his strength by a mere pound, this advancement felt as if he had transcended an entire realm. It simply could not be manifested within the innate realm. It would become evident upon achieving the foundational establishment, revealing the true disparity. It was akin to a perfect score of 100. One who scored 99 was only capable of 99, while one who achieved a perfect score could now strive for 130, 140. However, amidst this triumph, a flicker of doubt arose within Imo Chinyan. The innate extremity was defined as 999,999 units of strength. Why was it not 1,000,000? Had the innate extremity truly reached its zenith? Was there still a path ahead? A road of 1,000,000 units of strength yet to traverse? Yet, he quickly shook his head. Such contemplations were beyond his current considerations. Historical records stated that 999,999 units of strength represented the limit of the innate realm, and beyond it lay no further path. Ahead, there was no road. The reason for the discrepancy of a single pound was said by sages to be a remnant of the heavens escape. The so-called Tao has 50, and one escapes from one. This remaining one represents uncertainty, an unpredictable future, signifying the acknowledgement of the heavens. Even if there truly existed further paths ahead, Imo Chinyan had no idea how to traverse them, let alone challenge them. Just as he began to retract his soul power, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Crack! At that moment, a muffled sound emanated from the sea of spirituality. A fine crack appeared at the edge of Imo Chinyan's sea. His expression shifted slightly. The retreating soul power surged back into his body as he observed this change. Crack! Another minute sound echoed as the fissure began to widen, its expansion accelerating. Had he failed? A shock coursed through Imo Chinyan. Why had such a situation arisen? He was unaware that the world held no records of the process of failure, for those who failed met with explosive destruction, leaving no trace to recount their downfall. What, then, was the source of the problem? Crack, crack, the fissures grew larger and more numerous, appearing increasingly menacing. Chapter 24. Failed? Suppress it. Faced with this dire situation, Imo Chinyan did not resign himself to fate. Instead, he channeled all his strength into the spiritual energy and soul power to halt the expansion of the cracks. The sea of spirituality could not shatter. Otherwise, death was inevitable, and in that moment, he finally discerned the root of the issue. He suddenly realized that the previous scene was not truly the life and death tribulation. This step was the genuine life and death tribulation, or rather, the prior episode was but a minor tribulation. While this was the true death tribulation, after attaining innate perfection, one must first refine the body before refining the sea of spirituality, for only with a sufficiently robust physique could the sea grow stronger. This order could not be altered. Moreover, prior to refining the sea, one's soul power must be formidable. Otherwise, the complex process could not be completed. Thus, there emerged a distinction of order, not simultaneous progress. This distinction represented a concept wherein body, soul, and sea of spirituality became 3 separate entities. Furthermore, the refining of the body was a multifaceted process, subdividing into even more areas of enhancement. Ultimately, it was equivalent to piecing together all the ultimate regions to achieve the innate extremity. Yet, such an innate extremity bore inherent flaws, for, much like a porcelain doll meticulously assembled from fragments, it possesses an exquisite delicacy, and the seams appear flawless. Yet, fundamentally, it is never a singular cast. A mere misstep could cause the joints to shatter, resulting in the doll being reduced to a myriad of pieces. Now, Imo Chinyan finds himself ensnared in such a predicament. This circumstance is not an inevitability. If it had not arisen, Enduring the preceding tempering process would signify the birth of an innate supreme realm. However, with its occurrence, survival becomes nearly impossible. This is the true tribulation of life and death. The earlier tempering process pales in comparison to this. Tio put it differently, the extraordinary prodigies who have attained 9 celestial platforms have not encountered a genuine life and death ordeal. They were merely fortunate that their porcelain dolls did not shatter. Those less fortunate, such as those who perished during their tribulations, are akin to Emo Chien Yin's current plight. In most instances, the probability of facing such a life and death trial is exceedingly high. For failures far outnumber successes. The tribulation of life and death is not merely a 9 lives to 1 survival scenario, but rather a 10 deaths without life. Crack, crack. The sound of twisted bones and splattering blood fills the air. As Emo Chien Yin's skin becomes riddled with fine cracks, blood seeping through his muscles, permeating his very marrow, with ghastly fissures appearing upon his bones. He now resembles the most exquisite porcelain doll. With cracks manifesting all over his body, teetering on the brink of destruction. There is no way to reverse this, absolutely no way. Emo Chien Yin feels a surge of despair. Even with a millennium of memories, he cannot find a solution. The world's records of life and death tribulations are exceedingly scarce. The prodigies who have successfully passed through have never encountered such a scenario, leading to the inaccuracies in the records. Those who faced such a situation have generally met their demise, leaving no accounts behind. It is also possible that in his past life, his status was not elevated enough to access this secret, hence the absence of relevant records over the millennia. Shall he await death? No, this is not in Emo Chien Yin's nature. Even if it means certain death, he must attempt and strive for a chance. His soul power once more permeates his body, imbued with spiritual energy, attempting to mend or suppress these fissures. Crack, crack. Once again, the brittle sounds echo as more cracks begin to spread. Emo Chien Yin emits a roar. His soul power surging once again, striving to repair the fractures. Yet, the pace of repair is agonizingly slow, and the restoration becomes increasingly subtle, as if it is already futile. At this moment, his skin is marred by countless fissures. Blood flowing from within in ever-increasing amounts. Brother, brother. The anxious cries of Xiao Shui reach his ears, bringing him a semblance of clarity. No, I cannot die. If I perish, what will happen to Xiao Shui? I have altered the trajectory of her fate. Will she still tread the same path as in her past life? No, I absolutely cannot give up. Emo Chien Yin grits his teeth in determination, resolutely refusing to allow himself to succumb in this life and death trial. However, his perseverance is destined to be in vain. He feels a wave of fatigue wash over him, a sense of powerlessness encroaching. In the end, his white garments have been stained crimson with blood, rendering him a gruesome sight, akin to a living embodiment of blood. Is it truly time to die? Emo Chien Yin's consciousness begins to blur, sensing the imminent dissolution of his mind. He feels his soul power dwindling. On the verge of exhaustion, unable to endure much longer. Emo Chien Yin lets out a roar, his soul power swirling frantically, compressing wildly, ultimately converging into a point of golden light. This point of golden radiance contains boundless might, as if it could penetrate the ages and illuminate the starry river. At this moment, his soul realm unexpectedly breaks through, achieving the realm of the soul golden core. Yet, the soul golden core realm cannot alter his current predicament. His corporeal form has reached the brink of depletion, and his soul sea is at its limit, poised to explode. Only his thoughts, having transcended to a higher soul realm, become astonishingly lucid. In the midst of it all, his soul appears to detach from his body, floating into the ether. Brother, brother, the sound of weeping reaches him. Emo Chien Yin looks down to see Xiao Shui crying out, her eyes brimming with tears. An image of poignant beauty. Xiao Shui, have I died? Emo Chien Yin observes himself within the formation, his figure resembling a bloodied specter, his breath growing feebler. In this rebirth, merely a month has passed, and now it may all come to an end? Emo Chien Yin feels a sense of unwillingness, yet he is utterly powerless now. Outside the secret chamber, sensing Emo Chien Yin's aura waning, The Chu emperor remains silent for an extended period. Has Emo Qian failed to endure the life and death tribulation? No wonder that 9 out of 10 prodigies succumb during their trials. This step is indeed fraught with difficulty. Even someone as courageous and resolute as Emo Qian could not prevail. Is the great Chu empire destined for annihilation at his hands? In the state of his soul, Emo Qian gazes upon his body and suddenly conceives a plan, a potential means to transcend the life and death tribulation. His body, now resembling a porcelain doll on the verge of shattering into pieces. But if he were to undertake a complete reconstruction at this moment, might there be a chance not only to survive, but to transform the flawed into perfection? This represents Emo Qian's sole hope, the only possibility for survival. However, this step requires an abundance of materials and treasures. The energy necessary to reconstruct his entire form far exceeds anything he has possessed, likely even more than a drop of royal blood. Such items are utterly unattainable to him now. Perhaps fate has deemed it so. The life and death tribulation is indeed deserving of its name. Brother, you will not die. Xiao Shui will not allow it. Xiao Shui's cries pierce through Emo Qian's heart. Yet, at this moment, he is powerless to open his eyes and speak, merely able to observe Xiao Shui in a state of spiritual disembodiment. I am sorry, Xiao Shui. I can no longer protect you. Emo Qian reaches out, longing to embrace Xiao Shui one last time, but grasping at nothingness. Others cannot perceive his spirit, and he cannot interact with the world around him. Brother! Xiao Shui continues to call out in sorrow, her small hands pounding against the formation's barriers, desperate to break through and hold Emo Qian. Just as Emo Qian's spirit is on the verge of shattering, a gentle radiance suddenly erupts from the mark on Xiao Shui's forehead. A delicate blue lotus blossoms slowly, followed by the manifestation of a colossal blue lotus phantom hovering above Xiao Shui's head. Emo Qian is astonished to witness the fissures within him halting their expansion, even beginning to mend. Xiao Shui. No. Emo Qian gazes at Xiao Shui, only to realize that her dark tresses are gradually transforming to a snowy white. He extends his hand, wishing to prevent her, yet his spirit is unexpectedly drawn back into his body. The fissures within him, under the gentle light radiating from Xiao Shui, gradually begin to heal. Emo Qian yearns to open his eyes to check on Xiao Shui's condition. But he finds himself utterly immobilized. Xiao Shui, you must not come to harm. Wait for me. Emo Qian takes a deep breath. Now unable to move, he seizes the opportunity to reconstruct his entire form. Thus, not to betray Xiao Shui's sacrifice. Chapter 25. Breaking the limits of the supreme realm, a millionfold power. Once, twice, thrice, boom. A series of explosive sounds emanate from Emo Qian's body, his surface marred by cracks. Blood cascading down his form. Yet, his aura steadily grows stronger. He reforges his body, unlocking its full potential, and ultimately reconstructs it, culminating in a flawless physique. The reformed flesh is genuinely perfect, no longer a patched assembly of flaws. This step was originally a fatal tribulation, yet with Xiao Shui's assistance, it proceeds remarkably smoothly. Beyond the secret chamber, the Chu emperor, having lost all hope, prepares to open the chamber doors when he suddenly halts. The aura that had waned to the brink of extinction within the chamber now steadily recovers and continues to strengthen. Has he succeeded? The Chu emperor is taken aback. He had presumed Emo Qian's failure was inevitable. Yet his aura has unexpectedly surged once more. However, he remains unaware of the intricacies of the innate supreme realm's life and death tribulation, and does not speculate further. Should he have succeeded, he is naturally elated. For this signifies that the great Chu empire possesses an unparalleled prodigy. He can already envision that within a year, during the Northern Domain competition, the name Emo Qian will resound throughout the entire Long Teng continent. As time ticks by, Emo Qian's body becomes encrusted with a thick layer of blood. Suddenly, a burst of resplendent golden light erupts from him, radiant as a blazing sun. The golden brilliance shatters the blood on his surface, revealing skin as pure as jade beneath. The countless cracks that had marred his skin now resemble that of an infant, smooth and unblemished, with not a single scar remaining. His bones have become translucent, as if coated with a layer of gold dust, radiating a dazzling brilliance. However, his garments, too, dissipated with the recent radiance, only for a moment later when a new, pristine white robe materialized upon him, with a deep exhalation. Emo Chinyan released a breath of murky art. At this moment, he emanated an indescribable majesty. Success! Emo Chinyan opened his eyes. He had attained the innate extreme realm. This was no ordinary innate extreme realm. It was a truly flawless innate extreme realm. It surpassed the records of history. Not a mere 999,999 pinnacle of strength, but 1,000,000 extremes. How formidable! The quality of spiritual energy was more than double that of the previously lacking innate extreme realm. Emo Chinyan was overwhelmed with shock, realizing that the quality of spiritual energy was indeed twice as potent as the normal innate extreme realm. Did this not imply that he possessed the capability to effortlessly vanquish the innate extreme realm prodigies? Yet, at this moment, he could not afford to ponder such thoughts. He unraveled the restrictions and rushed forward, where he beheld the unconscious Xiaoxue sprawled on the ground. At this instant, Xiaoxue's once jet-black hair had transformed to a snow-white hue, and the color of the snow lotus mark on her forehead had deepened considerably. 2 streaks of unshed tears lingered on Xiaoxue's delicate face, rendering her a picture of pitiful beauty. Xiaoxue. Emo Chinyan's heart was a tumult of emotions. Were it not for Xiaoxue, he would indeed have perished. He extended his hand to caress Xiaoxue's snowy tresses, his eyes brimming with sorrow. He was oblivious to the changes that had befallen her body. Yet he knew she had undoubtedly suffered some unknown trauma. Were it not for the rise and fall of her breath, he might have succumbed to madness. His life had been granted by Xiaoxue. The debt he owed her was beyond measured. A chill emanated from Xiaoxue's hair. His fingers gently pressed forward, brushing against her forehead. A chilling sensation. Emo Chinyan's fingertip instantaneously crystallized with frost, the frigid temperature engulfing his digits. Even without any form of defense, the ordinary attacks of those at the innate grand completion stage would find it impossible to breach his defenses. This temperature was so extreme that even the innate grand completion level could not withstand it. Emo Chinyan was taken aback, hastily channeling his spiritual energy to envelop Xiaoxue in a warm embrace. He lifted her up. Her body was unbearably cold, to the point where an ordinary innate expert would freeze solid. Placing his hand on Xiaoxue's chest, he felt her heartbeat steady and tranquil, as if she were merely asleep, and he could not help but sigh in relief. It's all right. It's all right, Xiaoxue, you will be fine. Emo Chinyan whispered softly in her ear, then cradled her as he exited the secret chamber. Young master, you have succeeded. Young master, what has happened to Xiaoxue? Upon seeing Emo Chinyan emerge, Xiaobai and Xiaoqing exhibited expressions of sheer joy and rushed towards him. Do not touch Xiaoxue. Her body is experiencing some complications. Those of lower cultivation will be frostbitten upon contact. Seeing Xiaoqing attempt to take Xiaoxue into her arms, Emo Chinyan quickly interjected. Xiaoqing, being merely at the acquired realm, could not withstand the extreme cold emanating from Xiaoxue's body. Young master, what has happened to Xiaoxue? Xiaoqing inquired anxiously. Her body is in a state of distress. I cannot ascertain what has transpired. You too, please step outside. I have matters to discuss with Empress Hu. Emo Chinyan remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Xiaobai and Xiaoqing exchanged glances. Though their hearts brimmed with questions, they ultimately retreated. I know what you wish to ask. I cannot see through her. Upon noticing Emo Chinyan's gaze, Emperor Chu shook his head. Even Emperor Chu could not discern. Emo Chinyan sighed internally, gazing at Xiaoxue's serene slumber. Perhaps he would have to seek his master. The strongest individual he knew was his master, a formidable swordsman who had slain a king-level peer with a single stroke. Innate extreme realm, successfully attained? Emperor Chu inquired again. Yes, it was a stroke of luck, Emo Chinyan replied with a gentle nod, his face devoid of joy. Xiaoxue remained in a state of unconsciousness. How could he possibly feel elated? Remember our agreement. After a brief silence, Emperor Chu's eyes revealed a hint of complexity before he turned and departed. Once Emperor Chu left, Emo Chinyan turned back, re-entering the secret chamber. The matter was not yet concluded. he was poised to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Though he could vanquish ordinary Foundation Establishment experts in his innate extreme realm, he would be utterly defenseless against core formation cultivators. However, how formidable would the foundation he established at the million extremes be? He knew not, but he was certain that he would not fear core formation cultivators. Once he achieved Foundation Establishment, he would possess the means to return to the Tianshui sword sect with Xiaoxue and seek his master. He placed Xiaoxue on the jade bed in the corner of the secret chamber, then entered the formation's restrictions once more, preparing to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm. The process of breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm bore no danger. The palace's secret chamber was protected by formations that would not allow energy to escape, enabling him to complete the Foundation Establishment process with peace of mind. Yet, he wondered what the difference was between the Million Extremes Foundation and the 999 Extremes Foundation. Chapter 26. Foundation Establishment Successful, 10 Platforms. Stepping into the Foundation Establishment realm from innate grand completion involved using the soul's pin to construct a spiritual energy platform within the sea of spirit. As the construction of the platform required a single stroke without interruption, the stronger the soul power, the better, for it would allow for a seamless completion. Should one be interrupted or their soul power deplete during the construction, the platform would stabilize in its form and could no longer be augmented. For instance, an extraordinary prodigy with over 950,000 strength could construct 7 platforms. However, if, after completing 6, they lacked the soul power to construct the 7th, they would only achieve a 6-platform foundation establishment. Similarly, if the 7th platform failed to materialize, even if it was 99% complete, the lack of soul power or interruption would cause this incomplete platform to dissipate, resulting in a 6-platform foundation establishment. Thus, one must not be disturbed during foundation establishment, nor should they attempt it in a poor mental state. Yet, Mo Qianyan need not worry about such matters. No one in the palace's secret chamber would disturb him. His soul realm had just broken through to the core formation stage, making the construction of the platform a trivial task. With a powerful soul at the core formation level, he condensed a golden spiritual pin within his body. Beginning to sketch the first platform in the sea of spirit, boom. As the first platform fully materialized, Mo Qianyan's aura surged dramatically, reaching a strength of 2 million. Achieving foundation establishment from innate grand completion, each platform exponentially increased his strength at the innate grand completion stage. An ordinary innate grand completion would possess only 800,000 strength, meaning upon achieving 1 platform foundation establishment, their strength would merely be 1,600,000. This explains why some prodigious innate grand completion cultivators can defy foundation establishment experts in battle. Even a 7-platform innate grand completion with 950,000 strength, upon doubling their power, would have 1,900,000 strength. Meanwhile, a single platform foundation establishment provides only a 1.1 to 1.2 multiplier, which is inferior to the strength of a 7-platform innate grand completion. The second, third, fourth, fifth, Mo Qianyan's aura continued to rise 0.3 million, 4 million, 5 million, until the completion of the 9th platform. Mo Qianyan's strength had reached 10 million. A 9-platform foundation establishment corresponded to an increase of 10-fold of his strength at the innate extreme. Considering the multiplier, it would reach a terrifying 30 million strength. One could assert that even a 3-pattern White Dan core formation expert would fall short. A 3-platform foundation establishment with 850,000 strength multiplied thrice yields 4-fold, equating to nearly 3.5 million strength. When 3 platforms are established at core formation, strength increases 4-fold again, resulting in 14 million strength. Core formation cultivators of such caliber typically possess a multiplier of around 1.3, far inferior to the 9-platform exceptional foundation establishment. Only core formation practitioners of the 4-pattern Silver Dan level, with multipliers above 1.4, could achieve 30 million strength. Thus, one could say that a 9-platform exceptional foundation establishment equates to the battle prowess of a 4-pattern Silver Dan level expert. However, Mo Qianyan could distinctly sense that his soul power and spiritual energy still had considerable reserves. The 9 platforms were not the limit. But, does the world truly harbor 10 platforms? The 9 platforms had already amplified his strength at the innate extreme tenfold. Reaching perfection. Would 10 platforms elevate it 11-fold? Would that not seem somewhat abrupt? Furthermore, 9 is already a considerable number. Typically, 9 signifies the end. Regardless of the existence of 10 platforms, it ought to be worth attempting. Emo Qianyan murmured. Thus he continued to wield the soul's pin, embarking on the construction of the 10th platform. Boom! With just a single stroke, Emo Qianyan felt his soul power and internal spiritual energy deplete at an alarming rate. The consumption was several times swifter than that of the 9th platform. Yet he did not waver, resolutely continuing the construction of the 10th platform. If he could draw the first stroke, did it not imply that 10 platforms truly existed? Buzzing, the dwindling souls and spiritual energy rendered Emo Qianyan's complexion somewhat pallid, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his entire being appearing rather fatigued. One more stroke. Emo Qianyan clenched his teeth, feeling the spiritual energy within himself nearly depleted, fearing he might not endure much longer. Yet, each Dao platform required 9 strokes, and he had only completed 7. He had to persevere. Whoosh! A radiant light shimmered as Emo Qianyan retrieved several elixirs from his storage ring. Swallowing them whole, his soul power and spiritual energy were restored to some extent. Although this recovery was trivial compared to his peak, it felt like a refreshing rain after a long drought, granting him strength once again. Buzzing upon completing the 8th stroke, Emo Qianyan's spiritual energy and soul power were utterly exhausted. Yet he was still 1 stroke away from forming the Dao platform. The elixirs in his storage bag had long been consumed. During the process of consolidating the Dao platform, he could not afford to pause. Gritting his teeth, Emo Qianyan forcefully executed the final stroke. Boom! The moment the last stroke was completed, a searing pain exploded in Emo Qianyan's head. He yearned to cry out, feeling as though his soul was on the verge of bursting. His body trembled violently, nearly toppling to the ground, his form swaying, complexion ashen, and his entire being quaking. The agony was unbearable, akin to being flayed alive, a torment reminiscent of 1,000 cuts. Emo Qianyan felt he could faint or even perish at any moment. This degree of pain was simply insufferable. He gritted his teeth, his body trembling uncontrollably. Emo Qianyan, you have been defeated. In his memory, Xiaoyan looked at him coldly, standing over him as if he were nothing. You are not my match, not even close. You lack the qualifications to provoke me. You are too weak, far too disappointing to in the distant recollections. He recalled battling Xiaoyan once more at the Tianshui sword sect. At that time, he was merely at the 6-pattern silver elixir stage of the 6 Dao platforms. Meanwhile, Xiaoyan had achieved the 9-pattern unparalleled golden elixir stage with 9 Dao platforms. The disparity was vast and insurmountable. He could not withstand even a single strike from Xiaoyan, crushed beneath a mere hand. No, I absolutely cannot concede. This final stroke must be completed. Emo Qianyan gritted his teeth, fully aware he could no longer hold on. Yet, he had to endure. Was 9 Dao platforms truly the pinnacle? This world is vast and boundless, asked the future saintess. There is a name you must have heard of, right? Yi Ziyuan. Emo Qianyan recalled Yi Ziyuan, whom he had only glimpsed in the recording stone in his previous life. Clad in white, she was unparalleled, a prodigy beyond compare. Achieving the extraordinary at 14 and stepping onto the path of kings at 18. That celestial beauty at the pinnacle of the starry sky, could she truly be limited to just 9 Dao platforms? Did 9 Dao platforms truly possess such extraordinary talents? Emo Qianyan's eyes filled with bloodshot fervor, veins bulging as if they were about to burst, yet he persistently held onto the soul pin, continuing to inscribe slowly. He truly did not wish to concede. This was his only opportunity. If missed, he would never reach the heights of Yi Ziyuan. This was the sole foundation upon which he could stand on the peak stage of the heavens. At this moment, the soul power and spiritual energy within Emo Qianyan were nearly depleted. As the final stroke was inscribed, a trickle of crimson flowed from the corner of his mouth. No, I must not give up. Emo Qianyan clenched his jaw, his eyes ablaze with a frenzied determination. Buzz! The final stroke was finally completed. He had done it. Emo Qianyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Boom! A tremendous pressure and terrifying aura surged forth, far exceeding that of the 9 Dao platforms. Wu Shimo Qianyan exhaled deeply. Feeling his spirit revitalized, his spiritual energy and soul power restored to their zenith, he turned inward to examine his spiritual sea, discovering that his Dao platforms were not arranged in a linear fashion, but rather formed a circle. At the center of the circle was the 10th Dao platform, a golden platform formed from condensed spiritual energy. The surrounding 9 Dao platforms were immaculate white, while the 10th was resplendent in gold. His foundational strength had doubled, reaching an astonishing 20 million. Chapter 27. Battling a 4-pattern silver elixir expert outside the Great Chu Empire. Imo Qianyan sat cross-legged on a small hill, 4 spiritual swords floating beside him. Spiritual swords, treasures of the extraordinary, were of unimaginable value. Previously, as the chief senior brother of the Tianshui sword sect, he possessed only a single spiritual sword. However, upon achieving the innate extreme realm and revealing his identity as a sword formation master, the Chu Emperor granted him 3 additional spiritual swords. Many extraordinary beings lacked spiritual treasures, relying instead on common artifacts. Only pinnacle powerhouses like the Chu Emperor could bestow 3 spiritual swords in one go. With my current soul power at the golden elixir level, unleashing the first layer of the Tai sword formation combined with 4 spiritual swords is sufficient to slay a 4-pattern silver elixir expert. After a moment, Imo Qianyan opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance shining forth. Having achieved the foundational stage, his strength had increased tremendously. A 4-pattern silver elixir expert was considered a formidable opponent even within the Great Chu imperial capital. After all, the majority of golden elixir cultivators were at the white elixir level, and those at the higher golden elixir level were exceedingly rare. Those with such talent had already broken through to even higher realms. Now, Imo Qianyan's strength enabled him to stand unafraid against any golden elixir expert. With 20 million in strength, coupled with a maximum tripling enhancement, he was approaching the might of a 6-pattern silver elixir level. Stowing away the spiritual swords, leaving just one, Imo Qianyan surveyed his surroundings. A flash of golden light flickering in his eyes. 8 golden elixir cultivators were present, including 2 at the 4-pattern silver elixir level, 2 at the 3-pattern white elixir level, and 4 at the 2-pattern white elixir level. He wondered if there were any great masters among them. Imo Qianyan silently pondered, having just scanned the area with his golden elixir level soul power without alarming these golden elixir cultivators. Great masters? It seemed unlikely they were present. The news of his 8 Dao platforms had only recently spread. It likely had not yet drawn the attention of a great master. After all, a great master stood exalted wherever they went. Among the 8 golden elixir cultivators, 6 harbored intentions to kill, while 2 remained ambiguous in their stance, indicating that a fierce battle was inevitable. A glimmer of battle intent flickered in Imo Qianyan's eyes. He too wished to ascertain just how formidable the 10 Dao platforms truly were. Moreover, he had not concealed his identity upon leaving the city, boldly striding forth with the intent to ensnare these schemers. "Come forth. I know you are following me." Imo Qianyan's voice was cold as he surveyed the area. "Kid, it is time for you to repay the debt of killing young Master Imo Feng." No sooner had Imo Qianyan's words fallen than a powerful aura emanated, and an old man in a black robe stepped forth. This was none other than the golden elixir guard that had previously accompanied Imo Feng. A formidable cultivator at the 4-pattern silver elixir level. "Is it just you?" Imo Qianyan regarded the old man calmly. "Heh, killing you is more than enough for me." The old man drew a blade, licking its edge with his tongue, a glint of madness in his eyes. "To slay a genius of the 8 Dao platforms, what glory that would be! Are you certain you can kill me?" "Heh, kid, seeing you so confident, you are merely at the foundational stage. Even with an 8 Dao platform enhancement of 2.5 times, you possess only over 20 million in strength. How can you contend with my 30 million? Imo Qianyan waved the long sword in his hand. "But my sword is a spiritual weapon. Are you not afraid it might break?" Upon hearing Imo Qianyan's words, the black-robed old man burst into a wild laugh. His mirth exceedingly arrogant. In his eyes, Imo Qianyan had become a fish on the chopping block, ripe for slaughter. "Once I kill you, won't your spiritual weapon belong to me?" Imo Qianyan smiled indifferently. "Then I shall see how you intend to kill me." With that, Emo Qianyan took a bold step forward. Kill! The old man roared in fury, his wrist flicking, and instantly, a blood-red curve appeared on the blade, slashing down fiercely. The blood-red curved blade seemed to dance with a blood dragon. Filling the air with a malevolent aura in an instant, the atmosphere was saturated with a brutal ferocity. The blood slaughter blade technique was an exceptionally cruel killing art. Under this technique, all life became a target for slaughter. Emo Qianyan's gaze sharpened. He stomped his right foot down fiercely, causing the entire hill to tremble violently as a terrifying force erupted. The pure physical strength of 20 million was extraordinarily powerful. A single kick could shatter the hill, yet he clearly concealed his true strength, employing only 10 million. Boom. The collision of Emo Qianyan's and the old man's attacks unleashed a terrifying explosion, a wave of destructive energy radiating outward. Reducing the surrounding trees to dust, the entire hill cracked under the force of the aftermath, revealing numerous fissures. The battle prowess of the Golden Elixir realm was vividly displayed here. Step, step, step. Emo Qianyan retreated 3 paces, each step covering dozens of meters, leaving behind 3 large craters in the ground. Despite the old man holding the absolute advantage in this strike, he had not inflicted any damage upon Emo Qianyan. Little brat, it appears your strength of 10 million indeed marks the achievement of the foundational realm. The aged man once again licked the blade, a crimson glint flickering in his eyes, and the red light emanating from the blade intensified. The thrill of slaying an extraordinary prodigy was simply exhilarating. Old fool, thinking to kill me is far from simple. Emo Qianyan roared in fury, stepping forward once more. The 2 figures collided rapidly, and with a thunderous crash. The heavens echoed with a deafening explosion, a terrifying force sweeping outward in all directions. Both Emo Qianyan and the old man in the black robe were sent flying backward. Yet, while Emo Qianyan staggered back 3 steps, the elder was forced to retreat 5. In this clash, astonishingly, Emo Qianyan had gained the upper hand. With a force of 23 million, he was no ordinary practitioner of the 8 Dao platform. The old man was secretly astonished. He had not utilized any enhancement, his base power merely exceeding 22 million, and yet he was pushed back. 23 million meant either an amplification far beyond 2.5 or a strength exceeding 975. 000. Emo Qianyan was certainly not of the threshold level of the 8 Dao platform, and within the 8 Dao platform, he was an immensely strong presence. Alas, encountering me, even a prodigy of the 8 Dao platform would undoubtedly perish. The old man chuckled sinisterly, his eyes gleaming with avarice. It was not merely the treasures contained within Emo Qianyan's storage bag that he coveted, but also the head of an unparalleled foundational cultivator. A horrifying aura erupted from him as he thrust the curved blade forward, blood-killing blade technique, slay, whoosh. This strike exceeded 30 million in power. The elder had employed an enhancement technique, achieving a multiplier of 1.5, bringing his strength to over 33 million. Even a prodigy of the 9 Dao platform, when fully amplified to 3, would barely approach 30 million. This strike was one that foundational cultivators could not withstand. A terrifying blade aura sliced through the firmament, targeting Emo Qianyan's neck. This move was sufficient to slay a prodigy of the 8 Dao platform, and even a foundational cultivator of the 9 Dao platform would suffer grievous injuries. Excitement flickered in the old man's eyes, however. What he did not realize was that Emo Qianyan, standing still and patiently awaiting his assault, wore a cold smirk upon his lips. Sword array, arise! Emo Qianyan's soft utterance released an overwhelming aura from his being. Behind him, 3 sword lights emerged, each imbued with a terrifying sense of annihilation. Each sword light possessed a force exceeding 10 million. 3 sword lights represented 30 million in power, combined with the long sword in Emo Qianyan's hand, resulting in 4 sword lights slay. A gentle murmur resounded throughout the skies. The sword lights, akin to ancient demonic gods descending upon the world, formed a sword array, with the sword light dancing within, clashing against the elder's terrifying blade aura. Bang, bang, bang! The explosive power erupted, shaking the void, and near the mountain peak, enormous craters appeared, leaving devastation in their wake. The confrontation between the 2 formidable beings, one wielding a sword array and the other unleashing all their might. Wrought unimaginable destruction. How could this be? A beam of sword light, imbued with a splash of blood, cleaved through the elder's neck. Blood gushed forth. A head soared high into the air. The four-patterned silver Dan warrior was slain. He died with his eyes wide open, his expression one of profound unwillingness and defiance. Chapter 28. The Seven Great Foundation Establishment Warriors. Piffed. Emotionian propped himself up with his sword, his body swaying precariously, expelling copious amounts of blood. His once pristine robe was now drenched in crimson, the source uncertain, his own or that of the elder. His aura had grown exceedingly weak. He could scarcely maintain his footing, as though even an ordinary person could easily slay him. Trembling, he slowly approached the elder's corpse and retrieved the storage bag from the elder's waist. 1, 2, 3. Emotionian counted in his heart, and sure enough, as he stood to collect the storage bag, a sound pierced the air. Whoosh! A sharp arrow shot toward him, narrowly grazing Emotionian's hand and striking the storage bag to the ground. A four-patterned silver Dan warrior possessed many valuable items within their storage bag. Emotionian coughed up another mouthful of blood. Although the arrow had not struck him, the fierce arrow energy had still injured him. "You cannot leave just yet," a faint voice echoed as three figures emerged. The leader being one of the two four-patterned silver Dan warriors Emotionian had sensed. The other four-patterned silver Dan elder was already dead, making this one the strongest remaining in the vicinity. The other two were merely two-pattern white Dan cultivators, 3 Foundation Establishment practitioners in total. 3 Foundation Establishment warriors constituted an immensely powerful force, capable of annihilating the entire Yin city without a second thought. "May I inquire what brings esteemed seniors to seek me?" Emotionian inquired, his expression grave as he gazed at the 3 powerful figures. "The chief disciple of the Tianshui sword sect, Emotionian, is quite intriguing. Hearing that you possess the stature of the 8 Dao platform, our master had his doubts, but seeing you today, it is indeed true that heroes emerge from the young," chuckled the white-haired elder, who led the 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators. Though his eyes harbored a dangerously glint, Emotionian sensed a deeply concealed killing intent emanating from him. The experiences of his past life had rendered him exceedingly sensitive to such murderous intent. The newcomers bore ill will, merely good fortune. Emotionian lowered his head, speaking softly, "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." "Humph!" The gray-clad man beside the four-patterned silver Dan warrior scoffed coldly, unmasked killing intent radiating from him. The black-robed man replied indifferently, "Brother, why waste words? Emotionian, our master requests your presence." Emotionian frowned. "Who is your master?" The black-robed man arrogantly responded, "Lord Feng Wang of the Great Qin Empire." Feng Wang. Emotionian's complexion paled, for this was indeed a figure of great significance, a powerful transcendent being. The Great Qin Empire surpassed even the Great Chu Empire, boasting true sovereign-level experts renowned throughout the entire northern region. Feng Wang, within the Great Qin Empire, was among the most elite, often mentioned in the same breath as Yun Wang. Striking fear across the empire, it could even be said that had Feng Wang ventured into the Great Chu Empire, aside from the Chu Emperor, none could contend with him, and there were 4 others. They truly knew how to conceal themselves. In his heart, Emotionian silently praised the 4 concealed Foundation Establishment cultivators. Even at this juncture, they had yet to reveal themselves. As long as they remained hidden, he lacked the confidence to obliterate them in an instant. Without the ability to do so, his strength at the 9 Dao platform would be exposed. The 9 Dao platform was not to be compared with the 8 Dao platform. While the latter was rare, there were openly 3 8 Dao platform prodigies in the northern region alone. However, the 9 Dao platform was legendary, even in the northern state. Should news of his 9 Dao platform status leak, it would not merely attract a few Foundation Establishment cultivators. Even transcendent beings would take notice. Cough, cough. What if I refuse to go? Emotionian brandished his spirit sword, staring at the 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators. Haha, Emotionian, do you still think you have the right to refuse? Do not believe that because you have slain a 4-patterned silver Dan warrior, you can disregard us. The one you killed was already wounded by a transcendent being prior, his strength not at its peak, and your victory was merely a stroke of luck, the white-haired Silver Dan cultivator coldly chuckled, his aura sealing the area, rendering Imo-Chinian immobile. How much strength do you have left? Any foundational cultivator could easily obliterate you, no? Should you not comply and come with us, do not blame us for our rudeness. The three Foundation establishment cultivators regarded Imo-Chinian with cold expressions, exuding an air of certainty in their victory. Imo-Chinian, though gifted and a rare sword array master, was still merely a foundational cultivator. The slaying of that four-patterned Silver Dan elder was likely a combination of luck and exhaustion. Otherwise, how could a foundational cultivator possibly kill a four-patterned Silver Dan warrior? Imo-Chinian spoke in a solemn tone. May I ask what business Lord Feng Wang has with me? Naturally, it is your talent that has piqued Lord Feng Wang's interest. If you are willing to ally with him, the entire northern region could be yours to command. The white-haired man replied coldly, his gaze fixed on Imo-Chinian as if he were merely a lamb awaiting slaughter. Tio ally with Feng Wang. Imo-Chinian feigned astonishment, projecting an expression of shock at the attention of such a formidable being. However, within, he chuckled softly. If it were truly an alliance, would these three Foundation establishment cultivators maintain such arrogance? Furthermore, would a being like Feng Wang genuinely invest resources to elevate him beyond his own prowess? There were certainly ulterior motives at play. Perhaps if he went today, he would no longer exist by tomorrow. How does it feel to be valued by Lord Feng Wang? Are you not excited? Imo-Chinian remained silent, his eyes glimmering with contemplation. After a moment, he sheathed his sword and slightly inclined his body toward the three, saying, cough, cough. I understand I cannot refuse. Please, lead the way. Ha ha. Excellent. A person who recognizes the times is a true hero. The four-patterned Silver Dan warrior exclaimed with laughter. We shall take you to the great Qin Empire at once. As the three individuals spoke, they each retrieved their flying treasures, directing their gazes towards Imo-Chinian. Throughout this exchange, the auras of the three core formation cultivators remained firmly locked onto Imo-Chinian. The moment he exhibited even the slightest hint of movement, they would unleash a thunderous strike. Helpless, Imo-Chinian drew forth his spirit sword, but just as he prepared to ascend upon it, the expressions of the three core formation cultivators suddenly grew gravely serious. Fellow Taoist, since you have arrived, why not show yourself? Remarked the silver-haired cultivator of four-patterned Silver Dan, his eyes sweeping the surroundings coldly. Old sea monster, it has been a long time. I trust you have been well. A voice, smooth yet chilling, echoed as a bizarre young man clad in a blood-red cloak materialized. His face bore an unsettling smile as he approached, his gaze fixed on Imo-Chinian, intrigued. Blood demon, is it truly you? The sudden appearance of the strange youth caused the expression of the silver-haired elder to darken with unease. Though the newcomer was merely a three-patterned white Dan, he hailed from the demon sect, a faction notorious for its insidious techniques, making even those of a lower rank formidable opponents. And we are also here. Three other powerful figures emerged, among whom was another three-patterned white Dan and two-patterned white Dan cultivators. Heavenly River Sect, Great Jing Empire, Great Xia Empire. The countenance of the silver-haired elder, referred to as Old Sea Monster by the Blood Demon, grew increasingly grim as he regarded the trio. He had not anticipated such a multitude of factions converging for Imo-Chinian's sake. With the addition of their three core formation members, a total of 7 core formation cultivators had now gathered. It seemed that taking Imo-Chinian away would not be an easy endeavor. Chapter 29. True Strength, Instant Annihilation of 4-patterned core formation surrounded by 7 core formation cultivators. Imo-Chinian was met with a spectrum of intense gazes. These 7 individuals represented 5 major factions: the Wind King, the Demon Sect, the Great Jing Empire, the Heavenly River Sect, and the Great Xia Empire. Each of these factions possessed extraordinary beings behind them, their might unfathomable, and now, their target was none other than Imo-Chinian. Particularly, 5 of these cultivators bore murderous intent, as their factions held varying degrees of grievances against the Great Chu Empire. The 2 without such intent were the Blood Demon from the Demon Sect and the 3-patterned White Dan cultivator from the Heavenly River Sect. The Demon Sect was one of the 3 super sects of the northern region, boasting a heritage even stronger than that of the Heavenly Water Sword sect. Despite its ominous name, the demon sect was not merely a malevolent faction known for rampant slaughter. Rather, their cultivation methods leaned towards the shadowy and cold. In contrast, the Heavenly River sect was significantly weaker, merely a first-rate sect in the northern region, inferior even to the Heavenly Water Sword sect. Nevertheless, it held its own against the Great Chu Empire. Imo my master is an elder of the demon sect, an extraordinary being. I've heard that you possess the Eight-Path Foundation. As luck would have it, I happened to witness your feat of slaying a core formation cultivator. To kill a 4-patterned silver Dan with mere foundation establishment cultivation. Though luck may play a part, your talent is not in the least inferior to that of our young demon lord. My master has declared that should you wish to join the demon sect, he will ensure your safety. The blood demon gazed at Imo Qianyan, his eyes shimmering with an enchanting crimson light. Before Imo Qianyan could respond, Old Sea Monster's expression turned exceedingly grim. Blood demon, Imo Qianyan is under the protection of the Wind King. You cannot take him. Ha ha, Old Sea Monster, do not leverage the Wind King against me. In the northern region, no one has ever compelled the demon sect to retreat. The blood demon laughed heartily, his blood-red eyes radiating a fierce desire for battle. This incited a chill in Old Sea Monster, who then turned his gaze towards the other 3 core formation cultivators. Among them, only the elder from the Heavenly River sect was a 3-patterned white Dan cultivator, which caused him some trepidation. The other 2, being 2-patterned white Dan cultivators, posed little threat. Old Sea Monster, Imo Qianyan cannot be taken away by you. We have orders to bring him back, declared a powerful figure from the Great Xia Empire. Though his tone lacked conviction, for he was the weakest among them. Very well, I initially sought to forge a good relationship, but given the current situation, I shall take my leave. The 3-patterned white Dan elder from the Heavenly River sect, after a moment of contemplation, chose to depart. With Old Sea Monster and the blood demon present, he felt there was little left for him to do. The 2-patterned white Dan cultivators from the Great Jing and Great Xia empires stood together, forming a united front. Though they were the weakest, their 2-patterned white Dan status necessitated cooperation, for alone they would possess no voice in this matter. With the blood demon, the 3 factions stood in a standoff. Blood demon, you are well aware of my predicament. The initiative is not in my hands, Imo Qianyan said, his complexion pale as he addressed the blood demon. However, simultaneously, he discreetly conveyed, Senior Blood Demon, my master is nearby. I request that you do not let the ensuing reckoning involve you. The blood demon bore no murderous intent, hence Imo Qianyan had no intention of eliminating him. Moreover, he was uncertain whether the blood demon possessed other means. A 3-patterned white Dan cultivator could instill fear even in a 4-patterned silver Dan like Old Sea Monster. At present, Imo Qianyan felt no assurance of his ability to simultaneously slay 2 4-patterned silver Dan cultivators. The blood demon's eyes narrowed slightly. Although others may not know, he was acutely aware of Imo Qianyan's master from the demon sect. That master was none other than the sword god of the Heavenly Water Sword sect. A legendary figure who had once slain a supreme monarch with a single strike. Old Sea Monster, I take my leave. Without a hint of hesitation, the blood demon nodded at Imo Qianyan, a blood-red wheel blade appearing beneath his feet as he transformed into a crimson streak. Departing swiftly, witnessing the blood demon's sudden withdrawal, Old Sea Monster furrowed his brow. In his memory, the blood demon was not one to retreat easily. However, given the current circumstances, the absence of one adversary was indeed beneficial. He resolved to hasten the retrieval of Imo Qianyan to avoid further chaos. Once the blood demon departed, the 2 cultivators from the Great Xia and Great Jing empires instinctively took a few steps back. Without the blood demon to restrain Old Sea Monster, they were no match for him. Yet, they remained reluctant to leave, bound by the orders of their superiors. Imo Qianyan, if you truly possess the 8-Path Foundation, you must die. Both the Great Xia and Great Jing factions were adversaries of the Great Chu Empire. Some individuals wished to prevent the emergence of a peerless genius from the Great Chu Empire. Gentlemen, do you still refuse to withdraw? Old Sea Monster glared at the 2 core formation cultivators from the Great Xia and Great Jing empires, his voice cold. At that moment, an intense sense of danger surged within him. A fierce sword aura surged from behind, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Old Sea Monster abruptly turned, his pupils contracting in disbelief. The sword aura was too swift, its might too overwhelming. Igniting a surge of deathly dread within him, he hurriedly attempted to evade, but was still a moment too late. Boom! The sword aura sliced through the void, crashing down upon Old Sea Monster with cataclysmic force. A terrifying explosion reverberated as the protective barrier surrounding him shattered instantly, failing to withstand even a second. He was sent flying, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. This strike not only obliterated Old Sea Monster's defenses, but also pierced directly through his spiritual sea. No, it cannot be. Upon realizing the identity of the assailant, a look of incredulity crossed Old Sea Monster's face before he slumped, breathless. With a single sword strike, Old Sea Monster was slain. The assailant was none other than Emo Chinyan. After the blood demon departed, he seized the opportunity to strike while Old Sea Monster was distracted by the two core formation cultivators. This sudden turn of events left the 4 two-patterned white Dan cultivators in shock. The speed was so astonishing that even a 4-patterned silver Dan like Old Sea Monster had not managed to evade. By the time they comprehended what had transpired, Old Sea Monster was already lifeless. The 4 core formation cultivators were utterly astounded. Old Sea Monster, a 4-patterned silver Dan cultivator, had been instantaneously killed. What kind of power did the assailant possess? Turning back, they were met with an even more shocking sight. The Emo Chinyan, previously appearing pale and drenched in blood, now bore no signs of injury whatsoever. Clad in immaculate white robes, he stood pristine, behind him 9 immaculate Dao platforms, delivering an overwhelming impact upon them. They finally understood the meaning behind Old Sea Monster's dying words, impossible. How could the 8-Path Foundation possibly manifest here, embodied in Emo Chinyan? Flee. Without a moment's hesitation, they knew not the true strength of the 8-Path Foundation, but the fact that a 4-patterned silver Dan cultivator like Old Sea Monster had been annihilated in an instant left them certain that as 4 two-patterned white Dan cultivators, they would hardly withstand even a few exchanges. Yet, it was already too late to escape. Emo Chinyan spoke calmly. If you wish to kill him, be prepared to be killed yourselves. 4 spirit swords unsheathed, transforming into 4 beams of sword light, instantly pursuing the 4 fleeing white Dan cultivators. Ah, do not kill me. I can do anything for you. Help. I do not wish to die. You little beast, if you kill me, the Wind King will know, and your death will be most humiliating. For white Dan cultivators, while fleeing, shouted in rage, their eyes filled with terror. Despite possessing the strength of 2-pattern white Dan, they were utterly powerless against the unparalleled prodigies of the 9-Path Foundation, lacking even the capacity to fight back. Their pleas for mercy did not evoke the slightest sympathy from Emo Chinyan, who, with a wave of his hand, sent forth his spiritual sword. Swoosh, 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 in an instant, 4 beams of sword light pierced through the bodies of the 4 white Dan cultivators. Along with the previously fallen Elder and the Sea Elder monster, this battle saw a total of 6 Foundation cultivators perish at the hands of Emo Chinyan. This was the true might of the unparalleled 9-Path Foundation. It could almost be described as invincible beneath the Golden Dan. Chapter 30. Divine Powers Unleashed, the Sword God descends without strength. One can only be bullied, Emo Chinyan sighed softly. In this world of cultivation, while one may choose not to kill, one cannot expect others to refrain from killing them. The human heart is inscrutable, especially in a world where power reigns supreme. Had he been merely an 8-Path Foundation cultivator, it would have been his turn to fall this time. Even a 9-Path Foundation would not suffice to cope. Yet, he was an unrecorded 10-Path Foundation, his combat prowess exceeding everyone's imagination. With a gesture, he collected the storage bags of the 6 deceased Foundation cultivators. These cultivators were affiliated with significant powers, not mere rogue cultivators, and the resources within their storage bags were exceedingly rich. Combined, the 6 bags could likely purchase the entirety of Yen City. This provided a much-needed replenishment to his previously exhausted resources. However, at this moment, he regarded these resources with indifference. What he truly required were spiritual swords. for spiritual swords could not truly unleash the full potential of the Tai sword array. Even for the first formation, a complete strength required 10 spiritual swords. When all 10 swords were unleashed, they would be capable of slaying any foundation cultivator beneath the Golden Dan. If he were to elevate his soul power to the extraordinary realm and refine the second formation, 100 swords flying together would wield unimaginable might. Swish! A flicker of flame appeared in Imo Chinyan's hand, incinerating the corpses of the 6 foundation cultivators before he turned to depart. In the next moment, however, his steps came to an abrupt halt as a sense of danger surged within him. Almost instinctively, Imo Chinyan executed a sudden movement, appearing 10 meters away. Boom! Just as he stabilized himself, a colossal explosion erupted. Pfft! Imo Chinyan could not suppress a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion as pale as paper. This was no act. He had genuinely sustained injuries. Just moments ago, he had been but a step away from the explosion's epicenter. Had he not reacted swiftly, this strike would have claimed his life. This was undoubtedly not the work of a foundation cultivator. Even a 7-pattern or 8-pattern Golden Dan cultivator could not achieve such a feat. For his soul realm had also reached the Golden Dan level. The attacks of Golden Dan cultivators could not leave him with such a narrow window for reaction. This was the intervention of a divine power grandmaster. Without a moment's hesitation, Imo Chinyan displayed incredible speed, heading toward the Great Chu imperial capital. A divine power grandmaster was not someone he could contend with at present. Even a 9-pattern unparalleled Golden Dan could not defeat an ordinary divine power master. This was a transformative realm of life. Not only did it extend one's lifespan to 200 years, but it also awakened one's constitution, bestowing innate divine powers and even authority. Authority is a unique realm. For instance, there is sword authority, spear authority, blade authority, and so forth. Under the influence of authority, combat power can amplify, and it can also suppress those with lesser authority. This interplay of increase and decrease further widened the gap between unparalleled Golden Dan and divine power grandmasters. Unless this unparalleled Golden Dan prodigy had also comprehended the power of authority, but to grasp authority would no longer classify one as a Golden Dan cultivator, but rather a half-step divine power master. How intriguing, a 9-path foundation, with a soul at the Golden Dan realm, a rare sword array master among millions. Such a heavenly prodigy could sweep through the younger generation even in the Tai Holy Land. A cold voice emerged, and after the failed strike, he did not rush to take action, but instead, like a specter, followed Imo Chinyan. Unfortunately for you, you have encountered me, old man. Had you been born in my great Imo Empire, it might have been different, but why must you be a subject of the Great Chu Empire? At last, the figure of the divine power grandmaster revealed itself. An elderly man, with hair as white as snow. His eyes gleaming with brilliance, as if they contained the vastness of the sun, moon, and stars. He moved with an air of leisure, yet he kept pace with Imo Chinyan's speed. It is noteworthy that even at present, Imo Chinyan could traverse a distance of 1,000 zhong in a mere breath. Yet the elder walked as if on a common path, each step covering a distance of 1,000 zhong. A divine power grandmaster, truly formidable, in both strength and speed. Imo Chinyan was vastly inferior. You are the opening mountain marquis of the great Imo Empire. Imo Chinyan gazed at the elder, his pupils constricting as he recognized the identity of the elder. To be conferred the title of marquis is no ordinary feat. This person's strength has reached the pinnacle of divine power, and he is but a step away from the extraordinary. Indeed, I am the opening mountain marquis. Before you meet your demise, do you have any final words? The opening mountain marquis looked at Imo Chinyan, a glimmer of amusement in his gaze. Imo Chinyan shook his head and said, "You seem to believe you have me at your mercy?" The opening mountain marquis chuckled. "Your strength is indeed commendable, and you may rise to become a pinnacle powerhouse of this realm in the future, but alas, encountering me, you are doomed to a dead end." As his words fell, the elder's figure flickered, appearing instantly before Imo Chinyan, his right palm extending, transforming into a colossal hand that blotted out the sky, pressing down upon Imo Chinyan. An exquisite defensive armor of superior grade emerged around Imo Chinyan. Shielding him, as he retaliated with a punch that collided with the elder's palm imprint. Boom! Emo Qianyan was sent hurtling backward, the exquisite armor sustaining several cracks, his aura waning, on the verge of collapse. This was the strength of a divine power grandmaster, far beyond what a foundation cultivator could compare. Truly, a nine-path, unparalleled genius, able to withstand my strike and still survive. The opening mountain marquis observed Emo Qianyan, nodding. Unfortunately, no matter how talented a genius may be, without growth, they remain merely a genius, not a true powerhouse, and in this world, strength reigns supreme. With that, he raised his left hand, extending a finger toward Emo Qianyan. Lightly flicking it, rumble, the void trembled, a chaotic finger materialized, and terrifying waves of energy surged toward Emo Qianyan. This was the power of divine abilities. Emo Qianyan's expression shifted. He hastily summoned his spiritual sword and unleashed his unparalleled sword technique, cleaving forth several fierce beams of sword light. Clang! The sword light was mercilessly crushed. The spiritual sword in Emo Qianyan's hand was knocked away, and his armor suffered several more cracks until it could no longer withstand the assault and shattered. Emo Qianyan spat out a mouthful of blood, retreating 100 zhang before barely stabilizing himself. His face as pale as paper. Divine powers are truly terrifying. They are overwhelmingly strong and utterly insurmountable. Had he achieved the unprecedented 10-pattern Golden Dan, perhaps he could have escaped, but now, he was utterly defenseless. A 9-path, unparalleled prodigy was about to perish at my hands. The opening mountain marquis approached. Gazing at Emo Qianyan, extending his finger once more to press down eye in the sky, another chaotic finger appeared, descending toward the crown of Emo Qianyan. Master, I have brought shame upon you, Emo Qianyan sighed, the gap in realms rendering him utterly defenseless. To endure 2 strikes from a divine power grandmaster without dying at the foundation realm is already astonishing enough. You have done well enough. A calm voice resonated from the horizon, and the moment the voice emerged, it felt as though the entire world had been frozen in place. Both the opening mountain marquis and the descending chaotic finger seemed to be under a spell of immobilization, utterly still. Only Emo Qianyan remained unaffected. He looked up, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Slowly, a figure walked toward him from the horizon. Indeed, he appeared to be walking on air, as if traversing flat ground, each step covering thousands of zhang. Stepping upon the void as if walking on solid earth. It was a middle-aged man, his hair somewhat disheveled, his beard unkempt, presenting an exceedingly ordinary appearance. He donned a simple blue robe, devoid of any adornments, and at his waist hung a wine gourd. Moreover, he emanated no overwhelming aura of a powerhouse, nor any fluctuations of spiritual energy. If he were to appear on the roadside, one might even mistake him for a beggar. Disciple Emo Qianyan pays his respects to master. Emo Qianyan knelt on one knee, respectfully bowing. This middle-aged man was none other than Emo Qianyan's master, the sword god of the Tianshui sword sect. In the minds of many, the sword god of the Tianshui sword sect, who commanded respect throughout the northern region, should embody the image of an immensely noble and powerful figure. Who would have imagined that he would present himself in such an exceedingly ordinary manner? Chapter 31. Inquire of the world, is there an immortal? The opening mountain marquis was already rendered dumbstruck. Although his divine powers and body were immobilized, his thoughts continued to race. Looking at the sword god of the Tianshui sword sect, a profound chill surged from the depths of his heart. This seemingly harmless man was undoubtedly an incomprehensibly terrifying existence. To immobilize a divine power grandmaster. What concept does this entail? Especially considering he is at the pinnacle of divine power. Even if one were extraordinary, achieving such a feat would hardly come so easily, would it? Before the man before him, not even a breath was emitted, yet he was immobilized. To kill him would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Might I inquire, esteemed elder, from which exalted place do you hail? Why do you involve yourself in this matter? Kai Shan Ho, suppressing the dread within him, posed the question. Not everyone was privy to the identity of Emo Qianyan's master. Although Emo Qianyan was renowned, it was primarily within the Great Chu Empire. Naturally, after the news of the 8 Paths platform spread, Mo Qianyin gained renown throughout the entire northern domain. He, Kai Shan Ho, was one among those who remained unaware that Mo Qianyin's master was the sword god of the Tianshui sword sect. Having been in seclusion, striving to break through to the extraordinary realm, he had only recently emerged, upon hearing of the demise of the young master Mo Feng, to rush here. The sword god cast a dispassionate glance at Kai Shan Ho, his gaze akin to that of one observing an insect. Before it settled upon Mo Qianyin as he spoke, "All that you have done is seen by me." Mo Qianyin's heart trembled. He had never imagined that his master had been following him all along. As a pinnacle powerhouse of the northern domain, the fact that he had quietly trailed him was a debt of gratitude that Mo Qianyin would undoubtedly remember. "I knew. I see the shadow of my former self. Today, I shall take you as my sole direct disciple," the sword god stated calmly. Mo Qianyin raised his head, his eyes brimming with excitement. The distinction between an ordinary disciple and a direct disciple was of an entirely different echelon. A direct disciple was the inheritor of the legacy. Mo Qianyin knelt upon the ground, bowing deeply, and declared, "Master, please accept this humble bow from your disciple." The sword god waved his hand, effortlessly unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that healed all of Mo Qianyin's injuries. This scene elevated Mo Qianyin's admiration for his master to new heights. "Rise," the sword god said, looking at Mo Qianyin with a gentle smile. "Thank you, master." Mo Qianyin stood, gazing at the smile on his master's face, his heart racing in a manner he had never experienced before, a sensation he had never savored. This was also the first time he had encountered his master since his rebirth. Yet he suddenly realized that even though he had reached the pinnacle of the King realm in his previous life, capable of annihilating the Tianshui sword sect with a mere gesture, when looking at his master, he was still engulfed in a shroud of mystery. What level of power did his master truly possess? It was certainly far beyond that of an ordinary king. Meanwhile, Kai Shan Ho, witnessing this scene, was already engulfed in despair. Previously intent on killing Mo Qianyin, he now found himself up against an unimaginable existence in the form of Mo Qianyin's master. No one could save him now. Not even the Emperor of Ink would suffice. This seemingly ordinary man, devoid of any emitted aura, appeared terrifying in his eyes. "Disciple, I possess a sword technique, and today I shall personally impart it unto you. On the day that you master this sword, you shall be invincible in the extraordinary realm," the sword god proclaimed. He extended his hand, and the spiritual sword in Mo Qianyin's grasp flew into his possession. "Observe closely. This sword will be demonstrated only once." Mo Qianyin's eyes widened as he intently watched his master's every movement. In that moment, he perceived that his master's aura was no longer ethereal but radiated the presence of the Golden Dan realm. No, it was not merely Golden Dan, it was half a step into the divine. For when his master lifted the sword, a formidable sword intent emanated from him. This sword intent was so terrifying that even if his master suppressed his cultivation to the Golden Dan level, it still surpassed Kai Shan Ho's might. Kai Shan Ho could now move, yet he gazed in horror at Mo Qianyin's master. How could a Golden Dan exude such a terrifying aura? It felt as though he were standing before an extraordinary being. Just as he prepared to flee, a gentle voice echoed, "Do not entertain thoughts of escape. If you can withstand this sword, not only will you survive, but you will also gain unimaginable fortune." Kai Shan Ho trembled, conflict flashing in his eyes, yet ultimately he chose to cease his retreat. He was certain that should he flee, Mo Qianyin's master would undoubtedly slay him. This certainty was unwavering. All he desired was to preserve his life. Without hesitation, he initiated an attack, employing his strongest card, unleashing a mighty divine technique, the Kai Shan Palm. A colossal chaotic palm materialized in the sky, reaching towards the sword god. The Kai Shan Palm was the renowned martial skill of Kai Shan Ho. Wielding immense power, as it manifested, the heavens and earth shifted. As if a gigantic five-fingered mountain had enveloped the realm, the sword god glanced at Kai Shan Ho, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, and said, "Disciple, pay heed. This sword is named. Is there an immortal in this world?" The sword god unleashed his sword, and in that moment, the heavens shattered, the sun and moon dimmed, and a void collapsed into nothingness. Subsequently, In Imo Qian Yin's eyes, as the sword light cleaved forth, a celestial realm seemed to materialize, suffused with ethereal energy. Breathtakingly beautiful, radiant nine-colored light flowed forth, celestial cranes danced gracefully, auspicious birds sang in unison, spiritual creatures soared, and divine deer galloped, creating an enchanting scene that left one enraptured. It was overwhelmingly beautiful. This sword was exquisite beyond measure. So stunning that it left Imo Qian Yin breathless. He could not help but exclaim, "Is there an immortal in this world?" Not only Imo Qian Yin, but at that moment, Kai Shan Ho also found himself immersed in a dreamlike celestial realm. In that world, he beheld himself soaring through the immortal domain. Is this the realm of immortals? A sense of wonder arose in his heart. Boom. The clash of the Kai Shan palm and the sword light produced a deafening roar. Shattering the clouds in the heavens, the entire earth trembled as if a cataclysmic earthquake had transpired. Imo Qian Yin's face displayed shock. He realized that his master was nothing like a mere half-step into the divine. He resembled an extraordinary existence. This sword had transcended the realm of earthly sword techniques, as if a celestial being from the nine heavens were wielding it. Imo Qian Yin pondered, even in his past life. At the pinnacle of kingly power, if he suppressed his realm to half a step into the divine, could he achieve such a level of offensive power? No, not even the most ordinary practitioners of the divine would be able to strike him with such existential doubt. The chasm between Golden Dan and divine was unfathomably vast. Even with momentum, the disparity in realms was unimaginable. Even with a nine-patterned, unparalleled Golden Dan, upon advancing to half a step into the divine, could he merely match the most ordinary divine practitioners? Was it that his master was too formidable, or was this sword technique simply extraordinary? Perhaps it was a combination of both. Chapter 32. The mysterious and unfathomable master. When the residual waves finally subsided, Imo Qian Yin remained in a state of stupor. The impact of that sword was overwhelmingly potent, overturning his understanding and defying reason. Is there an immortal in this world? Although it was but a single sword. What level of sword technique was it? Spirit-level martial arts? King-level martial arts? Emperor-level martial arts? Saint-level martial arts? In his previous life, Imo Qian Yin had studied several emperor-level martial arts, yet he was certain that there was an insurmountable gap between them and this sword. They were not even comparable, lacking the qualifications to be mentioned in the same breath. Kai Shan Ho's eyes bulged in disbelief, filled with terror as he gazed at the sword god. But Imo Qian Yin understood. Kai Shan Ho had already met his demise. Indeed, the next moment, as the wind blew, Kai Shan Ho's body, along with his weapon, disintegrated into dust, scattering with the breeze. Half a step into the divine, with a single sword, he had slain a peak practitioner of the divine. Disciple, did you observe clearly? The gentle voice brought Imo Qian Yin back to his senses. He remained silent for a long while, nodding before shaking his head. Master, is this truly a sword technique that has existed in this world? If you believe it to be, then it is. If you believe it is not, then it is not. The sword god's voice resonated. Imo Qian Yin fell silent once more for a considerable time. After a moment, he lifted his head and said, Master, I understand. What have you understood? This is a forward-charging sword technique, one that perfectly melds the soul with the sword move. When it is unleashed, it cleaves not only the physical form but also the very soul. When executing this sword, one must harbor no hesitation. The sword must follow the heart, and the spirit must move. If my intuition is correct, this sword technique should encompass more than just this single strike, correct? The sword god smiled at Imo Qian Yin's words. Disciple, your insight is commendable, yet you have merely scratched the surface of this sword. When you truly grasp this sword, you will comprehend its true power. Of course, your foundational understanding at this stage already surpasses what I had at your level. Thank you, Master, for your kind words. I dare not claim any credit. This is your sword path, crafted by you. What I have learned is but the merest fraction, Imo Qian Yin humbly replied. Upon hearing this, the sword god shook his head. Had I been able to create this sword? In those years, let us move on. Hand Xiao Shui over to me. Imo Qian Yin looked up to see a trace of melancholy in his master's eyes. Previously, at the Tianshui sword sect, He often witnessed his master drowning his sorrows in drink alone. This made him feel that his master must have endured some significant blow in the past. Master, are you aware of Xiao Shui's condition? Mo Qianyin's eyes sparkled with hope. Ever since Xiao Shui had fainted, she had yet to awaken. Her constitution had awakened prematurely, and if not sealed in time, it would greatly impact her future foundation. The sword god spoke slowly, his eyes revealing a hint of complexity. He then stated, "Hand her over to me. Until she matures, you cannot protect her." A jolt of fear surged through Mo Qianyin's heart, and he stammered, "Master, do you know what kind of constitution Xiaoxue possesses?" Xiaoxue's constitution may very well be a celestial spirit body that has never before graced this world. Such a terrifying auxiliary physique. If others were to discover it, Mo Qianyin was engulfed in dread, even if the one who knew was his revered master. "Are you worried?" The sword god gazed at Mo Qianyin, a profound smile gracing his lips. Mo Qianyin remained silent for a long while before kneeling on the ground and pleading. "Disciple hopes master will not harm Xiaoxue." The sword god regarded Mo Qianyin, and after a long pause, suddenly chuckled lightly. Mo Qianyin was puzzled. He raised his head to look at his master, unable to comprehend the reason for this unexpected laughter. "Are you afraid I covet her constitution? Disciple dares not. Do you know what level of sword technique I have imparted to you?" Disciple does not know. In the next instant, Mo Qianyin's eyes widened in shock. A tempest of emotions surging within him. For behind the sword god, he beheld 10 Dao platforms. How could this be? How could there be 10 Dao platforms? Is it truly possible for someone to transcend that life and death tribulation? Is there really someone who possesses a golden core soul while establishing Dao platforms? Even if such a being exists, how could they appear on Longting continent? At that moment, everything seemed to make sense. Why was the sword god able to slay the mountain-opening marquis with a single strike, while suppressing his realm to half a step into divine passage? A peerless genius with a 9-pattern golden core could never achieve that. But what if it were a 10-pattern golden core, combined with that unrivaled sword technique? Amidst the shock, Mo Qianyin was seized by profound confusion. As a transcendent being of 10 Dao platforms, why would his master choose to live in seclusion within the Tianshui sword sect? He was unaware of his master's true prowess, but today, he could assert that his master's strength exceeded his wildest imagination. With 10 Dao platforms established, how rapid must his cultivation speed be? All he knew was that his master had been in seclusion in the Tianshui sword sect for a full 15 years. 15 years ago, his master looked just as he did now. And 15 years later, he remained unchanged. Mo Qianyin fell silent, suddenly feeling that he hardly knew his master at all. Would a transcendent genius of 10 Dao platforms truly take interest in Xiaoshua's constitution? The gap in their realm surpassed an entire major level. Any auxiliary body would lose its efficacy. "Disciple, thanks master." At that moment, Mo Qianyin felt a tinge of bitterness. The pride born from establishing 10 Dao platforms had all but vanished. What story did his master conceal? A transcendent genius of 10 Dao platforms. Why had he chosen to live alone in the Tianshui sword sect, becoming a mere drunkard? The tale of his master enveloped Mo Qianyin with an immense sense of oppression, suffocating him. Did his master take him as a personal disciple solely for his talent? Given that his master was already a transcendent genius of 10 Dao platforms, what qualifications did he possess to be valued? Or had he been recognized even when he was merely at the level of 7 Dao platforms? She will grow more smoothly and safely by my side. I do not wish to see the tragedies I endured replay in your life. The sword god sighed softly and turned to leave. Mo Qianyin stood rooted in place, suddenly sensing a profound loneliness and helplessness emanating from his master. He did not understand why his master had become this way. He only knew that his master's past surely harbored some deeply painful memories. The tragedy that plagues my master. I do not wish to see it repeated in my life, Mo Qianyin murmured. This brief statement seemed to evoke a heartbreaking and poignant poetic saga. His master's true identity must surely be that of a world-renowned genius. What story lay behind him? With a deep sigh, Mo Qianyin followed in his master's footsteps toward the capital of the Great Chu Empire. Chapter 33. Daozi of Tianshui Sword Sect. 30,000 miles from the northwestern border of the Great Chu Empire lies a vast lake, several hundred miles in circumference, known as Tianshui Lake. Above Tianshui Lake floats a grand sky island, adorned with numerous palaces and 4 towering peaks. These peaks, soaring thousands of zhang high, stand majestically around the island. Their stones forged from mysterious iron, exceptionally sturdy. Each peak boasts 3 cloud ladders that spiral downward, where one can see various beasts and disciples coming and going. At the center of the sky island rises a colossal palace complex, resplendent and magnificent, reminiscent of divine abodes. This is the Tianshui Sword Sect. The Tianshui Sword Sect is a top-tier sect in the northern region, independent of any empire, and possesses formidable strength, especially a year ago, when a member of the Tianshui Sword Sect slain an invading sovereign-level expert with a single stroke of his sword, earning the title of Sword God, the sect's renowned soared to new heights. Within the northern region, the Tianshui Sword Sect ranks among the top 10 sects. The Tianshui Sword Sect boasts 36 core disciples, each possessing at least 6 Dao platforms. There are over 10,000 inner disciples, each with at least 3 Dao platforms. The outer disciples are countless, their fame extending across dozens of empires, including the Great Chu Empire. Each individual takes pride in joining the Tianshui Sword Sect. Although the Tianshui Sword Sect primarily focuses on sword cultivation, it does not exclusively recruit sword cultivators. One of its 4 main peaks, namely Tianshui Peak, welcomes non-sword cultivators as well. The other 3 peaks are named Wanjin Peak, Qingjin Peak, and Zhongjin Peak. Previously, Imo Qinyan was a disciple of Qingjin Peak, but after being accepted as a disciple by the Sword God a year ago, he left Qingjin Peak to join the Sword God Peak. In the Tianshui Sword Sect, aside from the 4 main peaks, any extraordinary existence is entitled to establish their own peak and recruit disciples. The Sword God Peak, as the name suggests, is the small mountain where Imo Qinyan's master, the Sword God of Tianshui Sword Sect, resides. As Imo Qinyan entered the gates of the Tianshui Sword Sect, accompanied by Xiaobai and Shaoqing on a flying spirit beast, the sect erupted with excitement. "Welcome back, Daozi Qinyan," an elder stationed at the mountain gate boomed, his grand voice echoing throughout the Tianshui Sword Sect at the sight of Imo Qinyan's return. "Elder Feng Tong, Daozi?" Imo Qinyan inquired, perplexed. In the history of the Tianshui Sword Sect, no disciple had ever been honored with the title of Daozi. The title of Daozi signifies a successor of a lineage, typically the mightiest of prodigies. A Daozi, when traversing the outside world, can, to some extent, represent the sect. In the northern region, only 3 super sects possess a Daozi. Yet now, the Tianshui Sword Sect dared to bestow such a title upon him. Haha, Daozi, the moment your 8 Dao platforms were established, the sect master decided to designate you as Daozi. Elder Feng Tong chuckled, stroking his long beard, his eyes gleaming with delight as he looked at Imo Qinyan. "Daozi, have you successfully established your foundation?" "Indeed," Imo Qinyan nodded. "During my 2 months away from the sect, I have completed my foundation." "Good, good." Elder Feng Tong beamed with joy, then turned his gaze to Shaoqing and Xiaobai behind Imo Qinyan, a hint of confusion on his face. "Daozi, who are these 2? In Elder Feng's eyes, Shaoqing and Xiaobai possessed exceedingly poor qualifications. At 18 years of age, they had only attained the 8th level of postnatal cultivation. Such qualifications did not even meet the entrance standards of the Tianshui Sword Sect. However, since they were with Imo Qinyan, he chose not to voice his thoughts. "They are my maidservants." I recall that core disciples have the privilege to select 10 attendants to enter the sect for cultivation. Correct? Of course. As long as they can reach the innate realm within 3 years, they can be accepted into the sect for cultivation. Elder Feng Tong replied with a smile. Imo Qinyan nodded and led Xiaobai and Shaoqing towards the Sword God Peak. His master had already returned to the sect with Xiaoxue ahead of him. "Daozi, there will be a grand competition in the sect 3 days from now. Will you come to witness it?" Imo Qinyan halted, thinking of the upcoming sect competition. If his assumptions were correct, Xiao Yin and that Xiao Xier would appear in this competition. He smiled slightly and nodded, saying, "Of course, as the chief senior brother, I must attend to observe the grand competition." Elder Feng Tong nodded with a smile. "That's excellent." Imo Qinyan said nothing more and directly brought Xiaobai and Shaoqing toward the Sword God Peak. "Senior brother, Daozi, greetings." "Qinyan Daozi." Along the way, Imo Qianyan encountered many disciples of the Tianshui sword sect, each one excitedly bowing to him. An unparalleled prodigy with 8 Dao platforms. Imo Qianyan was the pride of the Tianshui sword sect. And they, as disciples of the Tianshui sword sect, reveled in the glory of his existence. With Imo Qianyan, their sect's fame would ascend to new heights, even holding the potential to become the 4th super sect of the northern region. At that time, their journeys across the world would be adorned with even greater prestige. Beside Imo Qianyan, the 2 young maidens, Xiaobai and Xiaoqing, beheld the scene before them, their faces illuminated with a sense of pride. This was their young master, a paragon of excellence revered by all, no matter the place. As they approached the Sword God Peak, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, with no other disciples in sight for miles. It was well known that the Sword God cherished tranquility and abhorred disturbances. Thus, the vicinity of the Sword God Peak was deemed a forbidden zone of the Tianshui sword sect. The peaked soared 100 zhang high. Adorned with lush trees and blooming flowers, exuding an air of serene stillness, at its summit stood 2 modest wooden lodges, the abode of Imo Qianyan and the Sword Geodai, in stark contrast to the many other peaks. The Sword God Peak was the most unadorned, simple, and tranquil. Imo Qianyan cherished this place for its serenity, which was conducive to cultivation. However, upon his return, he discovered the addition of a 3-story pavilion atop the Sword God Peak. This edifice was grand and imposing, evoking a sense of majesty and solemnity. This is Imo Qianyan furrowed his brow, for inscribed upon the plaque of the pavilion were 3 powerful characters, Daozi Hall. This was not the handiwork of his master. It appeared to be a decision made by the higher-ups of the Tianshui sword sect. Xiaobai, Xiaoqing, go down the mountain and construct a courtyard. From now on, you shall cultivate at the foot of the mountain, why master favors solitude, and without my command, do not venture onto the mountain, Imo Qianyan instructed, turning to the 2 maidens. Yes, young master. They replied respectfully, retreating with deference. Master, your disciple has returned. Standing before the pavilion, Imo Qianyan knocked on the door. The door opened silently, and he stepped inside, ascending to the 2nd floor where he found his master. At that moment, his master was gazing at the slumbering Xiao Xue. Imo Qianyan looked over and noticed that Xiao Shue's hair remained as white as snow, causing a surge of anxiety within him. Master, what about Xiao Shue? I have resealed her constitution, but this seal can only last for 5 years. Within these 5 years, she must reach the Divine Passage Realm. Otherwise, her fate is uncertain. 5 years to reach the Divine Passage Realm? Imo Qianyan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be achieved? Xiao Shue was merely 6 years old, and in 5 years, she would only be 11.11 years old. Reaching the Divine Passage Realm? Even the reincarnated Celestial Emperor could not accomplish that. Even the unparalleled genius Yi Ziyuan only attained the Divine Passage Realm at 12. Chapter 34. Xiao Shue, see you in 3 years. Imo Qianyan trembled as he approached the bedside. Gazing at the peacefully sleeping Xiao Shue, his heart filled with profound bitterness. 11 years old. Reaching the Divine Passage Realm, Imo Qianyan was at a loss for how to help Xiao Shue achieve this feat, as it surpassed the historical records of human cultivation. Must Xiao Shue leave his side? No, absolutely not. Imo Qianyan reached out, caressing Xiao Shue's cheek, his heart laden with anguish. Could he truly only watch her drift further away? Xiao Shue had transformed in order to save him. In that moment, his heart was engulfed in sorrow. Imo Qianyan's eyes gradually reddened, tears cascading down, falling onto Xiao Shue's cheek, sensing the moisture on her face. Xiao Shue's eyelashes fluttered slightly, yet she did not awaken. Master, is there no other way? Imo Qianyan's voice trembled, his eyes filled with a deep crimson hue. Reaching the Divine Passage Realm in 5 years is not impossible. The Sword God replied after a moment of silence. Is it truly achievable? A glimmer of hope ignited in Imo Qianyan's eyes. As long as there was a way to ensure Xiao Shue's survival, he would willingly pay any price. However, could one truly reach the Divine Passage Realm at 11? It is possible, but not here. The Sword God shook his head, a complex expression crossing his features. Master, please guide me. Imo Qianyan implored, kneeling fervently, determination radiating from his gaze. There exists a place in this world, the pinnacle of human power, where the richest resources and the finest teachings reside. The sword god spoke each word deliberately, yet it only deepened Mo Qianyan's bitterness. The pinnacle of human power was far too distant for him, far removed from the Longting continent. The most exalted forces of humanity across 1,000,000 continents were unfathomably powerful. That force is known as the Qian Palace. I believe you have heard of it. Mo Qianyan nodded heavily. Anyone with a modicum of cultivation knowledge would be aware. 200,000 years ago, the celestial emperor ruled supreme, sweeping across the myriad worlds, leading humanity to unprecedented glory and heights. And the celestial emperor was the master of the Qian Palace. Though the celestial emperor has since passed, the Qian Palace endures, remaining unimaginably powerful. However, the difficulty of joining the Qian Palace. How could one without the status of a top prodigy in the heavens qualify for membership? The current strongest prodigy of humanity, the Supreme Yi Ziyuan, is a disciple of the Qian Palace. My name is Jian Changsheng. The sword god inhaled deeply and slowly exhaled. Jian Changsheng? Mo Qianyan gasped, then bitterly smiled. Indeed, he should have anticipated this. The Ten Dao platform, the supreme sword techniques, hidden within the Tianshui sword sect for 15 years. How many in the world could fulfill these criteria? The name Jian Changsheng resonated throughout the vast cosmos, far surpassing even Yi Ziyuan of the present. For a century ago, the strongest prodigy of humanity was none other than Jian Changsheng. He was a peerless genius, not inferior to Yi Ziyuan, who had defeated the top prodigies of the heavens with his sword and claimed the title of invincible across the stars. He was the true son of destiny, unimaginably powerful, emerging from humble beginnings, sweeping through the younger generation of myriad worlds with his sword. Furthermore, he was a successor of the Qian Palace, one of the celestial emperor's 7 disciples. There was no need to elaborate further. That was an endless glory and splendor. How could such an existence not have a name in the vast cosmos? However, 20 years ago, a cataclysmic battle shook the stars across the myriad worlds. Jian Changsheng single-handedly battled a peerless sage for 3 days and nights, and with his nirvana realm cultivation, he managed to slay a sage. That was a true sage, standing at the pinnacle of the cosmos, capable of founding an immortal holy land. Yet he was defeated by a junior with less than a century of cultivation. Regrettably, after that battle, Jian Changsheng vanished without a trace, and no news of him has emerged since. Now, his master is none other than Jian Changsheng. Does that not imply that he could also be considered a disciple of the Qian Palace, a direct descendant of the celestial emperor? The very notion of becoming such an esteemed disciple left Mo Qianyan in disbelief. Yet, the reality before him compelled him to accept this truth. After all, who else could possibly present the Ten Dao platform and the question of immortality, such unparalleled sword techniques? I withdrew from the Qian Palace 20 years ago. Jian Changsheng sighed, an endless sadness lingering in his eyes. Initially, I had resolved to disengage from worldly matters for the rest of my life, until I encountered her. Jian Changsheng gazed at the slumbering Xiao Shui. His eyes filled with immeasurable longing. Mo Qianyan was perplexed. What connection did Xiao Shui have with his master? Xiao Shui was not the first to possess a celestial spirit body. She was merely... It's just that I failed to protect her. Jian Changsheng's eyes were filled with profound guilt. Master, you? What do you mean? Mo Qianyan looked at the sword god in astonishment. Was there a celestial spirit body owner before Xiao Shui? Who was she? Observing his master's current expression, Mo Qianyan swallowed his question once more. After her demise, the essence of the celestial spirit body did not dissipate. Instead, it arrived in the Longting continent, and I followed this essence to come here. Understanding dawned upon Mo Qianyan, realizing why Jian Changsheng had appeared in such a humble place as the Tianshui sword sect. Yet, he still dared to voice a crucial question. Master, what connection does Xiao Shui have with her? Jian Changsheng cast a glance at Mo Qianyan and said, I understand your concerns, but Xiao Shui is not her. Mo Qianyan awkwardly smiled, yet inwardly felt a sense of relief. Go save her. There is but one choice. I shall take her back to the Qian Palace, where she will receive the finest resources, ensuring she reaches the divine passage realm within 5 years. Mo Qianyan's eyes sparkled. Is it truly achievable? Master? The sword god cast a cold glance his way, his tone indifferent as he replied, "Do you think I would take you as my direct disciple for no reason?" Mo Qianyan lowered his head, understanding in his heart. Even as a prodigy of the Tin Dao platform, a supreme genius like Jin Chongqing would undoubtedly regard him with disdain. His master, after all, was already the pinnacle prodigy of the heavens. His acceptance of Mo Qianyan as a direct disciple was solely for Xiao Shui, however. This parting might mean he would never see her again. Jin Chongqing's next words caused Mo Qianyan to abruptly raise his head, asking, "Why? Why? Do you not understand why?" Jin Chongqing suddenly burst into laughter. Having become a disciple of the Xian Palace, how many pairs of eyes are now fixed upon her before her cultivation reaches completion? Departing from the Xian Palace would be fraught with peril. Mo Qianyan was taken aback. Indeed, how had he overlooked this critical issue? 20 years ago, Jin Chongqing already possessed unparalleled combat prowess at the sage level. Yet she was unable to safeguard herself. What right did he have to protect Xiaoxue? How could he possibly see her again? It was quite simple. If he were to rank among the top 10 in this year's Human Race Genius Tournament, he would earn the privilege to enter the Xian Palace. The top 10? Mo Qianyan shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "I fear that each of those in the top 10 of the Human Race Genius Tournament is a peerless prodigy renowned across the cosmos." With only a little over 3 years remaining until the tournament, did he truly have any hope of breaking into the top 10? Though Mo Qianyan possessed 10 paths, he could hardly envision such an achievement. Do not belittle yourself. Your talent, with 10 paths, is among the pinnacle of the human race. If you master the sword techniques I have imparted to you, hope is not entirely lost. Mo Qianyan turned his gaze towards the slumbering Xiaoxue on the bed, silent tears cascading down his cheeks. Then, with a soft yet resolute voice, he declared, "Master, please take good care of Xiaoxue. 3 years hence, I shall undoubtedly appear upon the celestial stage." Jin Chongqing nodded appreciatively and inquired, "Do you wish for me to awaken her, so that you may bid her farewell?" Mo Qianyan gently caressed Xiaoxue's slightly cool face, shaking his head. "No need, master. I fear that should she awaken, I would find it unbearable to part with her. Xiaoxue, wait for your brother for 3 years. After 3 years, I will come to find you. I will definitely seek you out. It's a promise, one that shall not waver for a century." Chapter 35. The Grand Competition of the Tianshui Sword Sect Young Master. The competition is about to commence. Outside the Daozi Hall, Xiaobai knocked on the door and spoke respectfully. Understood, in the room on the second floor. Mo Qianyan slowly opened his eyes from meditation. His spiritual power had become increasingly pure. He was now capable of simultaneously wielding 6 spiritual swords or 60 treasured artifacts, merely through the sword formations. He could contend with a 6-patterned silver pill expert. Alas, the question of the Wenshan sword remained a mystery. Rising to his feet, he surveyed the empty room, a hint of melancholy tugging at his heart. It had been 3 days since Xiaoxue and his master departed, and 3 years. He must transcend the ordinary. Only by doing so could he compete with the prodigies of the myriad realms. Mo Qianyan clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. The Tianshui Sword Sect's arena. A vast expanse awaited, capable of accommodating tens of thousands. The arena's flooring was crafted from special materials, resilient enough to withstand the strikes of divine realm experts. Consequently, it was exceedingly difficult for ordinary disciples to cause any damage during their battles. The colossal arena featured 10 combat platforms, each spanning over 1,000 meters in size. The central platform was even more impressive, measuring over 10,000 meters in length and width. Surrounding each platform was a throng of eager spectators, all disciples keen to witness the contests. At this moment, aside from the central platform, which remained closed, the 9 surrounding platforms were alive with duels. In addition to the ordinary disciple seating, beside the grand combat platform stood a high platform with 4 rows of chairs, all fashioned from rosewood, offering exceptional comfort. This was the designated area for elders and prodigies from the major peaks, all of whom were attentively observing the grand competition. Those seated here were either extraordinary elders or peak masters, or core disciples. Currently, 6 elders and 5 core disciples were present. The core disciples, comprising 3 men and 2 women, were strikingly handsome and breathtakingly beautiful. Each of them was a paragon among the 36 core disciples. Ranking within the top 10, indeed, one had even ascended the Northern Domain's prodigy ranking. Ordinary core disciples lacked the leisure to attend such events, for they risked being challenged by others and losing face. Among the 5 core disciples, 2 of the men were engaged in a lively discussion with a girl, their faces radiating joy. I have heard that in this competition, there is an outer sect disciple named Xiao Yin, who reportedly possesses a staggering amplification factor of 2. Truly outrageous. One youth, with a face like jade and clad in resplendent robes, narrowed his eyes and inquired of a golden pill woman beside him. This young man was named Chen Yin. He had reached the 7-patterned golden pill realm and was a standout among his peers in the Northern Domain. Oh, Xiao Yin? The golden pill woman in blue, upon hearing his question, lifted her gaze with surprise. Yinner, have you heard of this Xiao Yin? Chun Yin pressed. The golden pill woman, known as Li Yinner, was also a remarkable beauty. I have heard of him. But I am acquainted with a girl named Xiao Shi'er who is often seen with Xiao Yin. I have a distinct feeling that Xiao Shi'er is quite extraordinary, Li Yinner replied, her brow furrowed. The fact that Xiao Shi'er maintained her composure in the presence of a 7-patterned golden pill prodigy left a lasting impression on her. Why are we discussing Xiao Yin and Xiao Shi'er? Shouldn't we be talking about our Daozi? A man clad in white interjected. His name was Yang Fei, also a 7-patterned golden pill prodigy. While his cultivation level was on par with Li Yinner and Chen Yin, his strength surpassed theirs. This was evident, as both Li Yinner and Chen Yin had amplification factors of 1.9, while he boasted an impressive 2.0. Furthermore, he was the only one among them to have ascended the Northern Domain's prodigy ranking. Daozi? Emo Chen Yin? What is there to discuss about an 8-path foundation? Chen Yin frowned, clearly unimpressed by this Daozi. Heh, brother Chen Yin. I know you've long harbored discontent over Emo Chen Yin becoming the chief disciple. I too had my reservations, but I must admit, achieving an 8-path foundation is no small feat. Yang Fei chuckled, harboring no significant animosity towards the Daozi. Only those who have experienced the pinnacle of innate perfection can truly grasp how arduous it is to reach an 8-path foundation. Heh, in my view, Emo Chen Yin is merely benefiting from being the sword god's disciple. Otherwise, what merit does he have to attain an 8-path foundation? Li Yinner huffed, her pride as a woman evident in her disdain for those who relied on connections to advance. Emo Chen Yin, regardless of whether he ascended through resources, deserves to be our Daozi as long as he possesses a resilient heart, Yang Fei remarked, perceiving the deeper truth. Though Emo Chen Yin appeared to owe his status to connections, Yang Fei discerned the boundless brilliance and indomitable spirit reflected in his eyes. Being a sword cultivator himself, he naturally felt a kinship with such a person. Beside the 3 golden pill prodigies sat a male and female prodigy, both of whom had achieved a 7-path foundation. However, these 2 foundation-level prodigies found it challenging to interject into the conversation. The disparity in their realms rendered them unable to integrate. For instance, they could not breach the circle of conversation among the extraordinary elders, where the golden pill prodigies were also at a loss for words. Whoosh! A flash of sword light streaked through the air as Emo Chen Yin descended onto the high platform, his hands clasped behind his back. His arrival naturally drew the attention of countless onlookers. In recent days, Emo Chen Yin's name had reverberated throughout the Tianshui sword sect. Just 16 years old, he had achieved an 8-path foundation, was a disciple of the sword god, and was the Daozi of the Tianshui sword sect. Each of these titles was resoundingly impressive. Behold, the Daozi has arrived. The assembled prodigies immediately rose, bowing respectfully. Though some harbored discontent, the customary courtesies were still observed. Daozi Emo Chen Yin has come. Do take a seat. The elders regarded him warmly, their excitement palpable upon learning that one among their ranks had attained an 8-path foundation. Emo Chen Yin nodded in acknowledgement, offering no words as he chose a seat on the periphery, then gazed down at the arena. Emo Chen Yin's presence caused quite a stir among the surrounding disciples. After all, his talent was evident, an 8-path foundation and a disciple of the sword god. He was indeed a top-tier genius across the Northern Domain. Particularly, the female disciples cast furtive glances at Emo Chen Yin, their eyes sparkling with admiration and infatuation. Look, the Daozi has arrived. Indeed, He is even more handsome than rumored. Heavens, he truly lives up to his name, possessing a naturally fine appearance. Imo Qianyan's entrance elicited numerous squeals of delight from the female disciples, their gazes filled with adoration and reverence. A chorus of murmurs reverberated through the square, drawing the attention of countless disciples away from the combat platforms to gaze upon him. Meanwhile, Qian Yin, standing beside Imo Qianyan, wore a deeply sullen expression. He had not received such a warm welcome upon his arrival. Why did Imo Qianyan, as the Daozi with an unparalleled eight-path foundation, come to observe the competition? Was he deliberately trying to steal his thunder? Unbeknownst to him, had it not been for Xiao Yin and Xiao Shir, Imo Qianyan would have had little interest in attending this event. Chapter 36. The outrageous talent of Xiao Yin. You have been defeated. Upon the dueling platform, Xiao Yin wielded a hefty sword, coldly gazing at the young boy sprawled on the ground. The boy, drenched in sweat, struggled to rise, only to discover that he could not muster even a fraction of strength within him. A bitter smile crept onto his face. Thank you for your mercy, senior brother Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin let out a cold snort, plunging his heavy sword into the platform before sitting cross-legged, disregarding the boy entirely. After the boy departed, another outer sect disciple ascended the stage. With a resounding crash, in but a single move, the outer sect disciple was struck by the heavy sword, conceding defeat. Following this disciple's downfall, the platform welcomed yet another contender. Senior brother Xiao Yin, please. A handsome outer sect disciple with a fair complexion stepped onto the stage, clasping his fists in salute, his tone laced with a hint of respect. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Just yesterday, Xiao Yin was but a junior brother. Today, he was to be addressed as senior brother. Xiao Yin nodded, his figure flickering as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging towards the fair-faced disciple, sword raised for a strike. The disciple's expression shifted dramatically, hastily lifting his sword to block. Clang, sparks flew, the clash of the two heavy swords resonating like thunder. Thud. This outer disciple, too, followed the path of his predecessors, his body sent flying as he tumbled off the platform. Incredible! This newly ascended disciple, Xiao Yin, is astonishingly powerful. Regardless of his opponent, he dispatched them with a single, decisive strike. What remarkable swordsmanship! What piercing technique! On the high platform, an elder of the heavy sword peak marveled at Xiao Yin. The disciple's profile has arrived. Let me see. 16 years old, joined the Heavenly Water Sword sect 10 days prior. Innate 5th level, the third young master of the Xiao family from Yin City in the Great Chu Empire. From Yin City in the Great Chu Empire? An elder from the Light Sword Peak interjected, turning his gaze towards Imo Qianyan. For Imo Qianyan also hailed from Yin City in the Great Chu Empire. Impressive. This Xiao Yin possesses remarkable talent. Given proper guidance, achieving foundational establishment before 18 should not pose a significant challenge. Indeed, I believe Xiao Yin has the potential to reach the 7th foundational stage. The elders engaged in fervent discussion, showering praises upon Xiao Yin. Part of their admiration stemmed from the shared origin with Imo Qianyan, as they speculated a camaraderie between their disciple and Xiao Yin. At this rate, the position of the platform master should remain unshaken. Xiao Yin is bound to be among the top 10 outer sect disciples in this grand competition. If any elder takes a liking to him as a disciple, it would not be impossible for him to become a core disciple. How curious that Xiao Yin also wields a heavy sword at Li Lao Tu. As the elder of the Heavy Sword Peak, do you have no intention of taking him as a disciple? It's not that I don't wish to. Such a prodigy must await the will of the Peak Master. The elder's conversation did not sway Imo Qianyan. He held no desire to suppress Xiao Yin. Moreover, did he even need to? Even if Xiao Yin achieved an unparalleled foundational establishment at the 9th stage, would he truly pose a challenge to Imo Qianyan at the 10th stage? For the elders, such a challenge seemed utterly devoid of meaning. I request to elevate the platform, raising it to the innate 7th level. After defeating yet another disciple, Xiao Yin turned his gaze towards the high platform, declaring in a resonant voice. A hush fell over the crowd. The innate 7th level? Surely, they must have misheard. This Xiao Yin dares to elevate the challenge. Such audacity is madness. There are rules governing the dueling arena. The cultivation level of the challenger must align with that of the platform master. For instance, if Xiao Yin is at the innate 5th level, then challengers must also be of the same level. Those exceeding the 5th level must suppress their cultivation to its initial stage to compete. However, there exists a unique exception called elevation. This is a challenge only extraordinary prodigies would undertake. Elevation entails that the challenger may possess a cultivation level 1 minor stage higher than that of the platform master. Yet now, Xiao Yin wishes to elevate 2 stages, challenging disciples at the innate 7th level. This revelation left not only countless disciples astounded, but also the elders and core disciples like Chun Yin in a state of shock. It is well known that all who join the Heavenly Water Sword sect possess commendable talent. Some innate 7th level geniuses even wield the strength of innate 8th level cultivators, and here stands Xiao Yin, merely at innate 5th level. Surpassing 2 or 3 minor stages within the innate realm is a feat even some 7th foundational stage prodigies cannot accomplish. Xiao Yin, are you certain? The elder of the heavy sword peak asked gravely. I am certain, Xiao Yin replied emphatically. His eyes sparkled with fierce determination, his battle spirit surging, exuding the ferocity of a roaring tiger. Especially when he looked at Mo Qianyan, his eyes reflected a defiant and unyielding spirit. What of achieving an unparalleled foundational establishment at the 8th stage? Xiao Yin shall unveil an even more extraordinary talent than Mo Qianyan, capturing the attention of the higher-ups in the Heavenly Water Sword sect. In his heart, only one thought remained: battle. Since you are so resolute, I hereby declare that the 4th platform shall be raised to the innate 7th level. As soon as the elder of the heavy sword peak finished speaking, an outer disciple at the innate 8th level suppressed his cultivation to the 7th level and confidently approached the platform. Junior brother Xiao Yin, even arrogance must be backed by capability. Allow me to teach you a lesson today. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Chun Yin shook his head. This Xiao Yin is clearly reckless, believing that defeating an outer disciple at the innate 7th level entitles him to challenge disciples of the Heavenly Water Sword sect at the same level. Li Yin'er chimed in with a laugh. Indeed, many disciples within the sect possess innate 8th level strength. When we were at the innate 5th level, we could barely hold our ground against ordinary 7th level cultivators. Clearly, none held faith in Xiao Yin, not even the elder of the heavy sword peak, who readied his spiritual energy, prepared to intervene should the need arise. Boom. After dozens of exchanges, a figure was sent hurtling through the air, blood spilling across the ground. How is this possible? At that moment, all observing disciples gasped in disbelief. On the high platform, Chun Yin stood abruptly, exclaiming in shock, impossible. The defeated one was not Xiao Yin, but rather the disciple who had challenged him. The innate 5th level defeated a disciple of the Heavenly Water Sword sect who had suppressed his cultivation to the innate 7th level. Good. The elder of the heavy sword peak's expression turned ecstatic, hastily conveying the news to the peak master. The other elders were equally swift, relaying the message to their peak masters, eager to claim this prodigious talent. I come to challenge you. Another disciple ascended the platform. Though his cultivation was merely at the innate 7th level, he was evidently stronger than the previous challenger, a minor genius, capable of defeating ordinary cultivators at the innate 8th level. As expected, this time Xiao Yin found himself in a grueling battle. Lacking the previous ease and leisure, a single spark can ignite a prairie fire. With a powerful swing of his heavy sword, a terrifying blaze shot skyward. After Xiao Yin unleashed the great sun-burning heaven technique, the minor genius crumbled in an instant, a threefold amplification. The elder of the heavy sword peak widened his eyes in astonishment, for it was evident what such a threefold amplification represented: the pinnacle of innate enhancement, possessing the potential to reach the ultimate innate realm and establish the 9th foundational stage. Such prodigies had not graced the entirety of Northern State. When Mo Qianyan departed from the sect, his amplification was merely 2.1. While it might have increased after reaching the 8th foundational stage, in the eyes of the elders, it was inconceivable that Mo Qianyan could achieve a threefold amplification. The heavens of the Heavenly Water Sword sect are about to change. An elder from the Light Sword Peak gazed at Xiao Yin, then at Mo Qianyan, and could not help but sigh. Just as one prodigy had risen, now another with terrifying talent emerges. Disputes may soon ensue. Chapter 37. The appearance of Xiao Xier. As Xiao Yin displayed his extraordinary talent, no one dared to challenge him on the fourth platform any longer. The assembled individuals were not fools. Winning by surpassing 2 levels brought little glory. Yet losing would result in a true loss of face. All fell into silence, their gazes fixed upon Xiao Yin. Filled with a complex mix of emotions, competing in the same era as such a heavenly prodigy was a sorrowful prospect for them. On the high platform, the atmosphere grew far less relaxed. Chen Yin and Li Yin'er exchanged glances filled with glimmering ambitions, already contemplating how to befriend this Xiao Yin. Even the elders regarded one another with caution, fearful that one might make a move to claim Xiao Yin for themselves. A prodigy of such caliber, even without facing the tribulation of life and death, could easily ascend to the pinnacle of the 8th foundational stage should sufficient resources be provided. Should he survive the life and death tribulation, he would become an unparalleled force, soaring to the heavens. Merely Mo Qianyan, his demeanor remained consistently serene. After he achieved the 10th tier, the likes of Xiao Yin had ceased to occupy his thoughts. His current ambition was to step onto the celestial stage and contend with the most exceptional prodigies of the heavens. He aspired to secure a place among the top 10 in the Human Race Prodigy Conference, to enter the Xian Palace, and to meet Xiao Xue once more. Perhaps emulating Xiao Yin, he had abandoned the elimination format and initiated the arena competition. Those who dared to embark on the arena challenge were all top-tier prodigies, boasting enhancement multiples of 1.8 or higher, and at least possessing the stature of 6 tiers. Among them, Mo Qianyan spotted a familiar figure, Zhong Shan. The current Zhong Shan was stronger than he had been a fortnight prior, truly wielding a power of 950,000, having reached the threshold of the 7th tier, with an enhancement multiple of 1 in the entire venue. Apart from Xiao Yin, his performance was the most striking, drawing the attention of several elders. Haha, a genius of the spear. It seems our Tianshui Peak has produced another prodigious talent. He, who says our Light Sword Peak cannot accept spear practitioners. Don't celebrate too soon. The 7th tier foundation, within the Tianshui sword sect, is also home to top-tier prodigies, with only around 10 in the younger generation. Zhong Shan's strength was formidable. He had consistently defeated numerous adversaries in the arena, maintaining a steady hold on a platform. Regrettably, Xiao Yin's dazzling performance overshadowed him entirely. Otherwise, the emergence of a newly minted 7th-tier prodigy in the Tianshui sword sect would undoubtedly have stirred a commotion. Are all the new disciples this formidable? Chen Yin furrowed his brow, somewhat disheartened. He had previously believed himself to be quite powerful, only to discover that several among the new disciples were exceptionally talented. Particularly Xiao Yin, whose extreme enhancement multiple was simply astonishing. In his view, even Mo Qianyan's innate gifts could not compare to Xiao Yan's. Contemplating this, a cold smirk graced his lips as he mused. Mo Qianyan? No matter how high your talents soar, they cannot be compared to Xiao Yin. Let us see how long you can maintain your position as a disciple. On the 3rd arena, a prodigy of innate perfection had continuously defeated over a dozen disciples. As he surveyed the empty stage, relieved, a young girl ascended the platform. The girl was youthful and strikingly beautiful, possessing an unparalleled visage, with her lustrous black hair billowing in the wind, adorned in a flowing purple gown that clung gracefully to her curvaceous form. The moment she appeared, she captured the attention of many, causing numerous onlookers to steal glances. Some male disciples could hardly suppress their salivation, secretly marveling at her beauty. On the high platform, Li Yin'er involuntarily shifted her gaze. Recognizing the girl, Dai Ti was the enigmatic Xiao Xier, junior sister. This is the arena for innate perfection. Have you perhaps taken a wrong turn? The prodigy on the 3rd platform frowned upon witnessing Xiao Xier's entry. Given her appearance, she appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old. Could such a young girl truly attain innate perfection? Xiao Xier looked at him, chuckling as she shook her head, saying, "Senior brother, I have not taken a wrong turn. I am here to seek you out." "Seek me out? For what purpose?" The prodigy was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. Xiao Xier replied with a smile, "I have come to trouble you." "Senior brother, trouble me?" The prodigy instantly grasped her meaning. Xiao Xier had come to challenge him. "Junior sister, are you certain?" he inquired, eyeing Xiao Xier. Xiao Xier nodded, stating, Absolutely certain. I wish to compare my skills with you and see if you're truly as formidable as they say. Ha ha, rest assured, junior sister. Your beauty compels me to go easy on you. Upon hearing this, the prodigy suddenly laughed. Since you insist, I shall take it easy on you as well. Very well. The prodigy of innate perfection concluded, flipping his palm to reveal a black long sword, which materialized in his grasp, exuding a palpable aura of death. Please, senior brother, Chauciere extended her finger, lightly beckoning the prodigy with a smile. Then I shall make my move. The prodigy grinned, gripping the long sword tightly as he lunged towards Chauciere. Chauciere regarded the descending sword light with not a trace of fear upon her face. Buzz, a clear, melodious sound of the sword rang out. The black long sword, upon reaching Chauciere, came to an abrupt halt, unable to descend further. For the sword was being firmly clasped between her delicate hands. Senior brother, your strength still lacks a bit, Chauciere remarked lightly. With a gentle twist of her wrist, she snapped the black long sword in two at you. How could you be this powerful? The prodigy of innate perfection wore a look of astonishment. Chauciere replied, it cannot be helped. After all, your junior sister was simply underestimated. Though she smiled outwardly, her actions remained swift, as she struck out a palm, sending the prodigy hurtling off the platform. How impressive! On the high platform, Li Yiner's eyes shimmered with shock. The prodigy defeated by Chauciere was no ordinary individual. He was a prodigy of innate perfection at the 6th tier. Yet he had been so effortlessly vanquished by Chauciere. What transpired? How did that lad fall? At that moment, several elders, who had been fixated on Xiao Yin, finally noticed Chauciere. They had neglected to see that the young man had already been taken as a disciple by Zhang Laoma. Possessing a power of 930,000, how had a frontrunner for the top 5 been defeated in an instant? That girl is extraordinary. It's a pity we didn't catch her earlier. Li Laotu, let your disciple go up and test her. After all, your disciple is already guaranteed a position as an inner sect disciple. Even if he fails, it matters not. Upon hearing this, Li Laotu's expression darkened. Why should I let your disciples ascend? Do you understand how devastating failure can be for a prodigy? Failure, what of it? The true terror lies in not being able to rise from failure. Back in the day, we were merely at the 6th tier foundation, trampled beneath those at the 7th. But look at us now. How many of those 7th tier prodigies who once stood with us have succumbed to failure? These prodigious talents are all exceedingly proud. It is the ability to rise after falling that is the most precious. The elders urged him, causing Li Laotu's expression to shift several times as he gazed at Chauciere, who stood unchallenged on her platform, and gritted his teeth. Fine, regardless, that Xiao Yin must join our heavy sword peak. Li Laotu, do not twist my words. I never agreed to that. Someone interjected. Indeed, this Xiao Yin may very well attract the attention of the sect master. Chapter 38. Madness, Prodigy of Innate Perfection under the guidance of the Grand Elder of Heavy Sword Peak. A remarkably gifted youth ascended to the arena occupied by Chauciere. Junior sister, I look forward to your guidance. The youth addressed Chauciere. Please. Chauciere smiled gently at him. Subsequently, the youth stepped forward, wielding a black heavy sword, advancing with unwavering determination. Chauciere, however, stood still and unflinching. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Is Chauciere not being overly arrogant? How could she dare to forego defense and allow a prodigy of innate perfection to strike at her? Brother, did you not see? In the last match, Chauciere received Brother Lanbo's longsword in precisely the same manner. Brother Lanbo was defeated. How is that possible? Was he not among the top 5 outer sect disciples this time? On the high platform, all the elders turned their attention to observe Chauciere's every movement. At that moment, 90% of the audience's gaze was riveted upon her. Only Imo Chinyan remained unfazed, his heart unperturbed by either Xiao Yin or Chauciere. 9-patterned golden core. No, she must be at the threshold of half-step divine ability, Imo Chinyan deduced as he regarded Chauciere. At this moment, he surmised her true level of power. Despite possessing the 10th tier, he still felt he could not match Chauciere. Yet the sense of danger she emanated was far less than that of his master at the half-step divine ability stage. Truly worthy of being the saintess of Tai's sacred land. Even in a modest place like Yinqing, she has secretly cultivated to the half-step divine ability realm. Xiaoxier slightly turned her head and spotted Imo Qianyan, draped in white robes upon the high platform. Having already achieved the 8th tier foundation, Imo Qianyan was rumored to possess extreme enhancement capabilities, the strongest among the 8th tiers, merely lacking the experience of the life and death tribulation. Relying solely on Xiao Yan's innate gifts would not shake his standing, but what if she were to join forces with me? Xiaoxier made her move, golden light emanating from her palm. Colliding with the heavy sword, boom, pft. The disciple of the Grand Elder of Heavy Sword Peak was sent flying by Xiaoxier's strike, cough, cough. The Grand Elder's disciple spat blood, crashing to the ground. All of this unfolded in a heartbeat. By the time the crowd processed what had transpired, the defeated disciple was already sprawled on the ground, severely injured. Hiss! Did she just use a weapon? Brother Wang Bo's prowess was no trifling matter. He was among the top 5 outer sect disciples this time, and yet he was dispatched in a single move. What a jest! Engaging in a match-fixing scandal. A multitude of disciples were left astounded, their limited horizons preventing them from comprehending the true prowess of Xiaoxier. However, upon the high platform, while Chun Yin and Li Yin'er were equally astonished, they too could not fully perceive Xiaoxier's capabilities. Mistakenly believing her to be merely an 8th tier talent, in contrast, the elders were left aghast, as if they had encountered a ghost. This Xiaoxier was even more formidable than Xiao Yin, with a staggering innate realm of 99,999. She possessed a 3-fold augmentation, marking her as the most exceptional prodigy. This was the innate, invincible realm that guaranteed her direct admission into the foundational ranks of the 9th tier. A tumultuous wave surged within the hearts of the elders. They could hardly fathom that within the humble confines of the Tianshui sword sect, such a terrifying genius would arise, and moreover, a female prodigy at that. Such an entity, if placed in the central continent, would undoubtedly be regarded as an apex anomaly. In a fleeting moment, these elders reached a unanimous decision. I hereby declare the conclusion of this grand competition. All unrelated individuals are to leave the premises at once. Xiao Yin, Xiaoxier, you two shall remain. The elders voiced in unison. Although the disciples were riddled with confusion and discontent, they were compelled to vacate the martial arena due to the overwhelming authority of the transcendent elders. Soon, the arena was sealed, leaving only Xiao Yin and Xiaoxier behind. Even the 5 core disciples departed, yet Imo Qianyan remained steadfast, motionless. Daozi. One elder glanced at Imo Qianyan, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Clearly, he wished for Imo Qianyan to depart as well. However, as the Daozi of the Tianshui sword sect, his status equaled that of the elders, rendering them hesitant to voice their desires outright. As the Daozi of the Tianshui sword sect, do the esteemed elders not consider me worthy of participation? Imo Qianyan spoke with a serene demeanor, casting a faint gaze upon the elders. In that moment, the elders found themselves at a loss for words, for Imo Qianyan's standing was indeed beyond their jurisdiction. Nevertheless, he discerned a trace of dissatisfaction in their eyes. This stemmed from Xiao Yin and Xiaoxier. The talents displayed by these two far surpassed his own, indicating that he was no longer the sole hope of the Tianshui sword sect. The notion of being the exclusive hope always seeks to provide the best. Since the Daozi wished to remain, let him stay. A light-hearted voice wafted down from the clouds, as a stream of light pierced through the void. Swiftly arriving upon the high platform, this luminescence radiated a rich aura of celestial spirit, within which appeared an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, his hair white, yet his visage youthful. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he surveyed Xiao Yin and Xiaoxier below, revealing a hint of admiration. Zhongzhu. The elders bowed in unison, their expressions filled with deep respect. We pay our respects to the Zhongzhu. Even Imo Qianyan inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. This youthful-looking elder, with hair as white as snow, was none other than the Zhongzhu of the Tianshui sword sect, a renowned top-tier powerhouse in the northern region. Known as the Sword King, a supreme being of the monarch realm, in a flurry, 4 more figures emerged behind the Sword King, the peak masters of the 4 summits. 3 men and 1 woman, all at the pinnacle of transcendence, rivaling the strength of Emperor Chu. The peak masters of the Heavy Sword Peak, Light Sword Peak, and Tianshui Peak were middle-aged men, while the soft sword peak was represented by a remarkably beautiful woman. Notably, while she appeared youthful, her actual age could very well be sufficient to be Imo Qianyan's grandmother. This time, our Tianshui sword sect shall flourish, the peak master of the heavy sword peak proclaimed with a look of contentment. Gazing at the two below, these two shall emerge as new stars for our Tianshui sword sect, and indeed, for the entire northern region. The master of the light sword peak added, indeed, during previous competitions, our Tianshui sword sect has been suppressed by the demon sect, the reliant sect, and the upper clear sect. This time, we have the hope of delivering a resounding blow to them. Even the Sword King, with his gaze fixed upon the two, exhibited a glimmer of excitement. The unparalleled stature of the 9th tier, particularly Xiao Xier, who has transcended the tribulation of life and death, has become an unmatched prodigy unprecedented in the history of the northern region. Otherwise, an ordinary 8th tier presence would hardly catch my attention. Zhongzhu, here are their profiles. One elder respectfully presented a dossier. The Sword King accepted it, perusing the information of the two, his eyes involuntarily narrowing as he turned his gaze toward Imo Qianyan. Daozi, are these two from the same origin as you? Indeed. Imo Qianyan nodded simply. The simultaneous emergence of three extraordinarily gifted youths from the same place stirred the Sword King's thoughts toward the great Chu Empire's Yan City. The Sword King's gaze settled upon Xiao Yan and Xiao Xier below. Xiao Yan lowered his head, demonstrating utmost respect, while Xiao Xier, however, maintained a steady gaze upon the high platform, her expression somewhat nonchalant. The 9th tier, it is widely acknowledged that achieving the innate extreme realm requires not just extraordinary talent but also unimaginable resources. Upon this realization, a glimmer of understanding crossed the Sword King's eyes as he shifted his focus to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, I am the Zhongzhu of the Tianshui sword sect. You wish to become my sect's direct disciple. Yet within Xiao Yan's heart, an ancient soul's voice echoed. This Sword King is merely an ordinary monarch. Nothing remarkable. I am more interested in witnessing the prowess of the sword deity of the Tianshui sword sect. Thank you for your generous offer, Zhongzhu, but I am already under the tutelage of another. And who might your master be? The Sword King inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. My master has stated that his name cannot be disclosed. I hope the Zhongzhu can understand. Xiao Yan shook his head, resolute in his intent not to divulge his master's identity. Yet in the Sword King's eyes, this was evidently a revelation that Xiao Yan's master held a significant background. Before he could speak further, Xiao Xier interjected suddenly. Hey, old man, have you made up your mind? Allow my brother Xiao Yan to become your Daozi. He will undoubtedly lead the Tianshui sword sect to victory in the northern region competition, and perhaps even in the northern continent competition. At this declaration, the elders were instantly incensed. How dare a mere girl speak so disrespectfully before the Zhongzhu? Nevertheless, the Sword King raised a hand to quell the outrage swelling among the elders. Xiao Xier, do you understand that a sect can only have one Daozi, and our Tianshui sword sect has already designated Imo Qianyan as the Daozi? The Sword King spoke with a calm demeanor, showing no signs of anger at Xiao Xier's impudent remarks. That's simple enough. Just revoke Imo Qianyan's position as Daozi and hand it over to my brother Xiao Yan, Xiao Xier replied dismissively, showing no concern. Xiao Xier, what nonsense are you spouting? One elder could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, how could the Daozi simply be changed at will? Chapter 39. The struggle for Daozi. The notion of arbitrarily changing the Daozi had never been heard of in the entire northern region. Generally, there are three circumstances under which a Daozi may be replaced. The first is if they are challenged and defeated by a fellow disciple of the same realm, but such occurrences have not been seen in hundreds of years in the northern region. Typically, Daozi are the 8th tier prodigies who have garnered all available resources, making them nearly impossible to defeat. The second scenario is if the Daozi meets an untimely demise or has their cultivation rendered ineffective. The third is when the Daozi ascends to a higher tier, becoming an elder, peak master, or even the Zhongzhu. Changing the Daozi simply because another disciple possesses greater talent is inconceivable in any sect. Unless Imo Qianyan were to be challenged and defeated by Xiao Yan. Thus, even though the elders harbored some dissatisfaction towards Imo Qianyan's previous demeanor, they now glared at Xiao Xier with indignation. Xier, do not speak recklessly. Xiao Yan's brows furrowed in concern as he cast an awkward glance at Xiao Xier. While he yearned to surpass Imo Qianyan, the timing was not ripe. The presence of so many transcendent and even monarch-level powerhouses was overwhelming. "Oh, brother Xiaoyin, do not fear. I will handle everything," Xiao Xier said, waving her small hand with an air of ease. The Sword King's expression turned icy. "Xiao Xier, such words are not to be uttered lightly. Should you speak erroneously, you must bear the consequences." A hint of authority laced the Sword King's tone. While he held a high regard for Xiaoyin and wished to take him as a disciple, it did not imply that just anyone could trample upon their dignity. "I, Xiao Xier, will bear any consequences, but mark my words. If my brother Xiaoyin cannot become the Daozi, we would not hesitate to withdraw from the Tianshui sword sect and join another sect, such as the ancient sword sect." "What did you say?" The elders nearby turned pale with rage. A mere innate girl dared to utter such words? This was nothing short of provocation against the Tianshui sword sect. The ancient sword sect was a sworn enemy of the Tianshui sword sect, with overlapping territories that led to fierce competition for disciples each year. Should Xiaoyin and Xiao Xier transfer to the ancient sword sect, the Tianshui sword sect would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat in the northern region competition. "Xiao Xier, what do you mean by this? Do you wish to oppose the Tianshui sword sect?" One elder stepped forward, shouting angrily, "Is there? It is merely a matter of mutual consent. The choice of whether to allow my brother Xiaoyin to become the Daozi lies in your hands." Xiao Xier replied nonchalantly, wielding the confidence of one hailing from the Taichi Holy Land. Any elder from the Holy Land could easily teach the Sword King a lesson. "Impossible. The Daozi cannot be changed." The peak master of the Light Sword sect spoke coldly, recalling that it was exactly 1 year ago when Imo Qianyan had departed from his Light Sword peak, and the suggestion of changing disciples felt like a slap in his face. "Sigh, we intended to allow your Tianshui sword sect to claim the first position in the Northern Region Grand Competition, but since you are unwilling to accept our offer, we must seek refuge with the ancient sword sect instead." Xiao Xier sighed, then took Xiaoyin by the hand, heading towards the entrance of the Tianshui sword sect. "Wait a moment, you two." The King of the Sky Sword suddenly spoke, halting the departing Xiao Xier and Xiaoyin. Xiao Xier turned, a faint smile gracing her face as she asked, "What is it? Have you agreed to my condition, allowing brother Xiaoyin to become your disciple? You just claimed that Xiaoyin could lead the Tianshui sword sect to victory in the Northern Region Grand Competition. What guarantees do you offer?" The King of the Sky Sword squinted slightly, his eyes shimmering with sharpness. "Very simple. There aren't many geniuses in the Northern Region, and I believe in brother Xiaoyan's capabilities. I cannot take risks based solely on your belief." The King of the Sky Sword replied sternly, "Master, this is unacceptable." Both the Peak Master of the Light Sword Peak and the Peak Master of the Soft Sword Peak exclaimed simultaneously. The king's words clearly indicated he was contemplating a change of disciples. "Master, we have only just established Imo Qianyan as our disciple. If we switch now, won't we be ridiculed by everyone?" one elder argued. "Indeed, Master Imo Qianyan also stands at the 8th Path Foundation. He is not necessarily inferior to those 3. Moreover, Imo Qianyan is an outstanding disciple of ours. If we allow Xiaoyin to humiliate him, wouldn't that be the source of laughter for other sects? What would the sword god think of this?" Other elders chimed in. While they all admired Xiaoyan's strength, they placed greater importance on the sect's honor. If they changed disciples so swiftly, it would surely dishearten their future disciples. The most significant reason was that Xiaoyin and Xiao Xier evidently lacked a sense of belonging to the sect. Even if such a prodigy became an 8th Path Foundation and helped them secure the first position in the Northern Region Grand Competition, what would happen next? Would he then withdraw from the sect, severing all ties? In contrast, Imo Qianyan had lived in the Tianshui sword sect for 3 years and had built excellent relationships. Once Imo Qianyan matured, reaching the 8th Path Foundation without falling midway, he would become a formidable king. The King of the Sky Sword furrowed his brow, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. This was indeed a dilemma. As the sect master, he had far too many matters to consider. Securing the first position in the Northern Region Grand Competition was an honor of the highest degree, a qualification for the Tianshui sword sect to ascend among the 4th-tier super sections. Yet, he was equally reluctant to relinquish Imo Qianyan, whose master was a powerful sword cultivator. Had it not been for the intervention of the sword god back then, he would have faced a severe beating from formidable foes. The sword god was not even a disciple of the Tianshui sword sect. They might not have even known of his existence if the sword god had not acted. As for how the king of the sky sword would choose, Imo Qianyan remained silent, standing at the edge of the high platform with his hands behind his back, his demeanor calm. The surrounding voices seemed to fade into the background. Though present, he felt like an outsider. Is there an immortal in this world? After 3 days of fruitless inquiries, Imo Qianyan seemingly grasped something with the question of the Sword of Inquiry. This sword was the pinnacle of uniting heart and spirit. Free from external distractions, embodying the essence of vitality, I have a 90% certainty of achieving the 8th Path Foundation. Xiao Yin stated solemnly. A collective gasp echoed among those who heard Xiao Yan's declaration. Moreover, let us not forget, I am here as well. Am I not a true innate extreme existence? Is there anyone in the northern region with talents comparable to mine? Xiao Xier proclaimed proudly, casting a challenging glance at Imo Qianyan. 2 prodigies of the 9th path. Even the elders, who were somewhat displeased, had to concede that the impact of the 9th path was unprecedented throughout the northern region. Perhaps they could indeed sweep away all competition and emerge victorious in the Northern State Grand Competition. If they secured the first position, the Tianshui sword sect would truly gain renown, making the title of the Northern region's premier sect a tangible reality. Imo Qianyan, merely at the 8th Path Foundation, could now exchange his position as a disciple for the 2 9th Path Foundations. Imo Qianyan had the sword god behind him. Did Xiao Xier not have a powerful backing as well? The king of the sky sword's heart began to stir. He could not help but gaze at Imo Qianyan. Disciple, the first position in the Northern Region Grand Competition is of utmost importance to us. Consider. The king of the sky sword hesitated, his respectful tone towards Imo Qianyan stemming from the presence of his master, the sword god. Otherwise, would a top-tier powerhouse from the Northern Region treat a junior with such courtesy? Just a little more. Imo Qianyan snapped back to reality. The Sword of Inquiry still felt like it was missing something. What exactly was it lacking? Faced with the King of the Sky Sword's words and Xiao Xier's provocative gaze, Imo Qianyan suddenly smiled gently. He understood what he was missing. An unwavering will. Xiao Xier, since you desire my position as disciple, how about we engage in a battle at the peak of the foundation? If you win, I shall cede the position to you. Imo Qianyan calmly proposed, his eyes gleaming with golden light. What? The elder's expressions changed dramatically. Although Imo Qianyan's talent was formidable, being at the 8th Path Foundation, Xiao Xier was undoubtedly a 9th path. To challenge a 9th path with an 8th path was akin to courting death. You wish to battle me at the peak of the foundation? Xiao Xier initially froze, then burst into laughter as if she had heard the most amusing joke in the world. Are you brave enough, or not? Imo Qianyan replied nonchalantly. His confident demeanor silenced Xiao Xier's laughter, prompting her to re-evaluate him. Although her apparent cultivation was at the innate extreme, Imo Qianyan knew she had already attained the 9th Path Foundation. Did he dare challenge a 9th Path Foundation? Considering Xiao Yan's earlier statements, could it be that Imo Qianyan was not merely an 8th Path Foundation, but rather a 9th Path? While I do not place much importance on this disciple's position, I will not relinquish it without cause. If you lack the courage, then this matter is off the table, Imo Qianyan stated coolly, his confidence leaving the elders momentarily speechless. What audacity did Imo Qianyan possess to challenge a prodigy of the 9th path? The king of the sky sword's expression shifted, a hint of intrigue glimmering in his eyes. Is Imo Qianyan truly at the 8th Path Foundation? Who says I am afraid? Xiao Xier retorted, her composure faltering at Imo Qianyan's calm assertion. Previously, outside Yin City, she had been at a disadvantage. Now, how could she allow herself to be overwhelmed again? Who was she? The holy maiden of the Tai sacred land, one of the most elite prodigies of the Longting continent. How could a mere local like Imo Qianyan overshadow her? Xier, calm down. If Imo Qianyan dares to challenge you, he is surely also at the 9th Path Foundation. Xiaoyan pulled Xiao Xier aside, urging her to regain her composure. He understood that despite her seemingly gentle and playful exterior, she harbored a deeply ingrained pride stemming from her lofty origins. Brother Xiaoyan, Xier is quite calm now. But please believe me, Xier will not be defeated. Xiao Xier replied earnestly, her eyes shimmering with determination. Brother Xiaoyan, I absolutely cannot allow Imo Qinyan to surpass me. Her confidence remained unshaken. Even if Imo Qinyan truly attained the Ninth Path Foundation, she still held an advantage over him. The Ninth Path Foundation represented the pinnacle of that realm, yet she possessed advantages far superior to Imo Qinyan's. She wielded the sacred techniques of the Tai sacred land and had access to a plethora of high-level resources. Most importantly, her original realm was a half-step into divine passage, allowing her to suppress her cultivation to the foundation stage while maintaining considerable advantages. In this myriad of factors, she could be deemed invincible within the foundation realm. Very well, if I win, the position of disciple shall belong to brother Xiao Yin. Xiao Sierra addressed the king of the Sky Sword and the gathered elders with indifference. All present may witness my battle against Imo Qinyan at the Foundation realm. If I win, please transfer the disciple position to brother Xiao Yin. Disciple, you need not engage in battle with her. She is a ninth path. Indeed, disciple. Several elders exchanged worried glances at Imo Qinyan, concerned for him. Regardless of his 3 years spent within the Tinshui sword sect, oh, not worry. I have my own judgment, Imo Qinyan replied calmly, leaping onto the grandest arena. Since that is the case, let us battle now. Imo Qinyan calmly stated as he gazed at Xiao Sierra. Now? But Xiao Sierra has yet to establish her foundation. An elder expressed confusion, unable to discern Xiao Sierra's true cultivation due to the hidden treasures she possessed. However, the king of the Sky Sword interjected. I shall serve as the witness for your battle. Did I ever claim to be at the innate realm? Xiao Sierra snorted coldly, and in that instant, 9 immaculate spiritual pathways materialized behind her. At that moment, a powerful wave of energy radiated from her. The 9 pathways encircled her, illuminating her like a celestial being, exquisite and enchanting. Ninth path, this, such a young ninth path. The elders gasped in astonishment. Although it was already known that Xiao Sierra possessed the extraordinary stature of the 9 Dao platform, witnessing it in person elicited an unparalleled sense of awe. Even the Sword King's eyes shimmered with a hint of astonishment. In his earlier years, he was merely of the 7 Dao platform, easily bested by the prodigies of the 8 Dao platform. How formidable must the genius of the 9 Dao platform be? Sierra, be cautious of Imo Qinyan. It is highly probable he too is of the 9 Dao platform foundation. Unable to dissuade Xiao Sierra, Xiao Yin could only offer his warning. Rest assured, brother Xiao Yin, I cannot afford to lose, Xiao Sierra replied with a confident smile. Imo Qinyan, if you wish to challenge me, then reveal your true strength. I am eager to see if you possess the capability. With a graceful sweep of her sleeves, she stepped onto the arena, locking eyes with Imo Qinyan. Is the 9 Dao platform truly so powerful? Imo Qinyan inquired with a light smile, observing the 9 platforms surrounding Xiao Sierra. Boom! In the next moment, an aura emanating with equal might to Xiao Sierra surged from him, radiating outward. What a terrifying pressure! Xiao Sierra's expression grew slightly solemn. At this moment, Imo Qinyan was also encircled by 9 immaculate Dao platforms. The pure spiritual energy enveloping Imo Qinyan, combined with his white robe, rendered his figure ethereal and otherworldly. In this moment, Imo Qinyan was not merely posturing. He truly was a foundation of the 9 Dao platform. On the high platform, the elders displayed expressions of shock. They had never anticipated that Imo Qinyan was of the 9 Dao platform foundation. If this news were to spread, it would not only cause a stir in the Tinshui sword sect, but would also astonish influential figures across the entire Northern Territory. The Daozi had become a peerless foundation of the 9 Dao platform? My heavens, never in the history of the Northern Territory has there been a 9 Dao platform, and now 2 appear simultaneously. The Tinshui sword sect is destined for greatness, truly, a disciple of the sword god. The 9 Dao platform embodies such a defiant stature. The elders expressed their admiration. Their previous dissatisfaction with Imo Qinyan entirely dissipated. Such a prodigy would have the extraordinary clamoring to protect him. If he does not fall midway, he is destined to become an unparalleled king, possibly even achieving the realm of supreme dominance. Once this news spreads, not only the Northern Territory but even the Taiji sacred land in Zhongzhou would invite Imo Qinyan to join. It truly is the 9 Dao platform. Below, Xiao Yan's expression reflected deep reluctance, his fists clenched tightly. He was aware of the formidable challenges and mortality rates associated with the Nine Dao platform from his master. Never did he expect that Emo Qianyan had succeeded. What an extraordinary feat! The sword god behind him possesses an extraordinary background capable of nurturing a prodigy of the Nine Dao platform in this place. An ancient voice echoed in Xiao Yan's mind, marking the second time he marveled at Emo Qianyan's talent. Master, will I truly be able to defeat him in a year? Xiao Yan gazed at Emo Qianyan. His eyes filled with intense hatred. Xiao Yan, you have lost. During the Yin City Grand Competition, he will forever remain etched in your memory with that aloof expression of superiority. Of course, you possess the rare fire god body. Your potential far surpasses his. After the divine realm awakens, he shall never be your opponent. The ancient voice resonated with certainty. Those who have experienced the Starry Sky stage understand that the Nine Dao platform is merely a ticket to entry. The awakened physique of the divine realm and the comprehension of Dao intent in the extraordinary realm are the keys to widening the gap. Chapter 41. The pinnacle battle of the Nine Dao platform foundation on the enormous arena at the center of the square. Two figures stood on opposing sides. This was a confrontation of extremes never before witnessed in the history of the Northern Territory. In the 10,000-year history of the Northern Territory, no prodigy of the Nine Dao platform has ever emerged. Even among the thousands of domains across the entire northern state, a prodigy of the Nine Dao platform is a once-in-a-century occurrence. Such a peerless genius, once grown, is simply beyond imagination. Emo Qianyan, I know not from whence you derive the audacity to challenge me. But today I shall inform you that even among the Nine Dao platforms, there exist strengths and weaknesses, Xiaoxier declared, her gaze fixed firmly upon Emo Qianyan. Emo Qianyan smiled lightly. If I lose, I shall cede the position of Daozi to Xiao Yan. But what if you lose? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Emo Qianyan's words, Xiaoxier burst into laughter. Do you truly think Xiaoxier would lose? Emo Qianyan. You overestimate yourself. Xiaoxier's pride was well-founded, for she had the merit to back it. The Taiji Sacred Land, the only sacred land on the dragon-soaring continent, represents the pinnacle of power. Tell me, how could I possibly lose? Should I lose, I forfeit the position of Daozi. Should you lose, you stand to lose nothing. Is that not unfair? Emo Qianyan replied calmly, his eyes shimmering with a golden light. As if everything were within his control. Humph! Xiaoxier scoffed, resolutely dismissing the notion of defeat. Emo Qianyan, do not attempt to provoke me. I stand by my words. This world is vast, and do not presume that achieving the Nine Dao platform renders you invincible. Very well, if that is the case, I shall accompany you. That if I lose, I will gift you a spiritual sword. Compared to the position of Daozi, is a spiritual sword not too meager? Emo Qianyan replied with a faint smile, extending his hand to reveal no less than 4 spiritual swords behind him. This was a sight that would incite envy in any ordinary extraordinary being. He possessed 4 spiritual swords. 4. Had he not possessed only one before leaving the sect? On the high platform, the elders were left agape, their expressions a mix of disbelief. Yet, upon reflecting on Emo Qianyan's master being the sword god, it began to make sense. 4 spiritual instruments. Upon seeing Emo Qianyan's 4 spiritual swords, Xiaoxier, too, was taken aback. She did not regard spiritual instruments lightly, yet that did not imply she possessed many. The resources at her disposal amounted to the equivalent of only 4 spiritual instruments combined. The majority had been expended in her pursuit of innate perfection. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan seethed with jealousy. He had endured countless hardships, honing his skills in various trials, to acquire a single spiritual instrument. Why did Emo Qianyan have 4? Was this merely a reward for him as Daozi? Why should that be? This position of Daozi, everything Emo Qianyan possessed, he desired, as he sought retribution for past grievances. I can only wager 2 spiritual swords with you. Xiaoxier extended her hand, producing 2 spiritual swords and placing them aside. Do you truly believe the position of Daozi in the Tianshui sword sect is worth merely 2 spiritual swords? Emo Qianyan shook his head gently. Even the elders on the high platform nodded in agreement. While spiritual swords are indeed precious, the Tianshui sword sect is not lacking in them. However, there can only be one Daozi. What exactly do you desire, Emo Qianyan? Xiaoxier inquired, her brow furrowed. produce something of equal value to the position of Daozi. Xiao Xier took a deep breath, striving to suppress her anger. Otherwise, with her temperament, she would have long since acted recklessly. This is a jade talisman. Within it lies a spiritual level gathering formation, valued equally to 2 spiritual instruments. Is this sufficient? She produced a pristine jade talisman, placing it alongside the spiritual swords. Still a bit lacking, Qianyan shook his head. What more do you seek? Xiao Xier's frustration peaked. When had she, the esteemed young lady of the Taiji sacred land, ever been so rebuffed? The garden at the foot of Sword God Peak is in need of a flower caretaker. Should you lose, you will serve there for a month. It is as simple as that. What? You want me to become a flower caretaker? Indeed, a flower caretaker, Qianyan smiled, as if this were a perfectly ordinary request. You? Xiao Xier's exquisite face flushed crimson. Qianyan, you are intolerably arrogant. You may refuse, but do not expect to claim the position of Daozi. Qianyan smiled lightly, stepping onto a spiritual sword as he soared towards the arena's edge. Wait! Xiao Xier's voice called from behind. Qianyan turned to see her gritting her teeth in fury. Calm down, calm down. Xiao Xier repeatedly chanted the word calm in her heart. In her mind, she had already envisioned dismembering the detestable figure before her. Regardless, I cannot lose. I shall agree to your terms. Once I win, just wait to see how I humiliate you. Resolute in her decision, Xiao Xier took a deep breath and, with a cold expression, declared, Very well. I accept your challenge. Let us fight. Qianyan returned to the arena, retrieving 3 of the 4 spiritual swords, leaving one firmly in his grasp. I hereby declare the duel to commence. The voice of the Sword King echoed, heralding the beginning of this pinnacle confrontation. In the annals of Northern Territory history, the pinnacle battle of the 9 Dao Platform Foundation had never before been witnessed. Chapter 42. The Unity of the 9 Dao Platforms. Qianyan, I shall make you understand that there are people beyond people, and skies beyond skies. Xiao Xier's eyes sparkled with a chilling light as an overwhelming force erupted skyward. Her hands, enveloped in golden light, transformed into arms seemingly forged of gold, radiating an aura of terror. Subsequently, beams of golden light converged at her fingertips, coalescing into a colossal sword that surged toward Qianyan. Xiao Xier's speed was astonishing. Closing the distance in the blink of an eye, the massive golden sword aura seeming to tear through space as it aimed for Qianyan's head. Boom! The void erupted, and the air around Qianyan resonated with a cacophony of explosive sounds. Yet, Qianyan remained unmoved, his visage adorned with a serene smile, as though the chaos around him held no significance. With a single, forceful punch, he shattered the golden sword light before him. Your strength is insufficient, he declared, shaking his head indifferently, before stepping forward and instantly appearing before Xiao Xier in his grasp. A spiritual sword radiated an infinite brilliance, resembling a resplendent star that emitted blinding rays. Heavenly water sword technique. The sword light illuminated the void, transforming into a tangible beam of golden light that shot fiercely towards Xiao Xier. Xiao Xier's expression shifted slightly as she retreated swiftly, conjuring a massive golden sword anew. Tai Divine Sword, heed my command. Divine Retribution, descend. With a decisive strike, she unleashed a colossal silver thunder, roaring like a dragon as it surged towards Qianyan, seeking to engulf him. The collision of sword light and thunder produced a deafening roar, and a terrifying energy spread across the dueling platform. Such strength, the elders and peak masters, including the Heavenly Sword King, who were witnessing the pinnacle of the Jiu Dao Tai Foundation for the first time, were irresistibly captivated. This was a realm they had never reached in their youth. This contest of Foundation peak strength would be the centerpiece of any major competition, even at the Longting Grand Meet. In their day, they could barely challenge a 2-patterned white elixir practitioner, while these 2 had already reached a level comparable to that of 4-patterned silver elixirs. The Jiu Dao Tai Foundation possessed nearly 10 million units of power, and with a 3-fold enhancement, it reached a staggering 30 million. In contrast, they had barely half that strength, even with enhancements. Half? You overestimate yourself. The Qi Dao Tai Foundation cannot even reach half of their level. We are merely at the Lu Dao stage. Indeed, let alone the fact that the quality of their techniques and spiritual energy is vastly superior. The disparity is insurmountable. Is this the prowess of the unparalleled prodigies of the Jiu Dao Tai? The elders marveled, their eyes opened for the first time. On the dueling platform, lightning and sword energy intertwined as the two had exchanged dozens of blows. Empo Tianyan's form danced gracefully, deftly evading Xiao Xier's thunderous assaults, while she relentlessly executed her sword techniques against him. Yet, Emo Qianyan moved with such ease, his agility unimpaired by her efforts. Emo Qianyan, why do you evade? Frustration brewed within Xiao Xier as she struggled to land a hit. Are you afraid to confront me directly? She exclaimed, her sword light cascading like a torrential rain. Having grown up in a sheltered environment, this must be your first battle, Emo Qianyan remarked, shaking his head before stepping aside to avoid the deluge of sword rain. Then thrusting his sword forward, with a resounding thud, the sword energy surged, forcing Xiao Xier to stagger back 5 or 6 steps, blood spilling from her lips. Damn you, Emo Qianyan. I shall cleave you into 8 pieces, she vowed, her beautiful eyes gleaming with malice as she articulated each word, then unleashed a powerful palm strike in an instant. An unmatched force coalesced into a massive hand, bearing down upon Emo Qianyan. With a resounding clang, Emo Qianyan wielded his sword, slicing forth a cross-shaped sword energy. A thunderous explosion resounded as the void seemed to collapse. The sword energy ravaged the massive hand, reducing it to mere fragments. However, at that moment, Xiao Xier appeared abruptly behind Emo Qianyan, her golden palm striking directly against his back. He swiftly distanced himself, a trickle of blood staining his lips. Observing Xiao Xier now, her demeanor had transformed. The fury she once displayed had been replaced by an icy calm, as if the tumultuous events were mere theatrics. Truly, she was the saintess of the Tai Holy Land, the first of the Jiu Dao Tai prodigies whom Emo Qianyan chose to challenge. She was indeed extraordinary, yet this was precisely why Emo Qianyan refrained from utilizing the 10th Dao platform. Otherwise, with the power of the 10 Dao platforms, Xiao Xier would stand no chance. The tranquility technique of the Tai Holy Land? It seemed that merely relying on the strength of the 9 Dao platforms would lead to a grueling battle. However, this aligned perfectly with his intentions, as he sought to hone his swordsmanship through Xiao Xier's prowess. With a swift motion, Emo Qianyan launched himself into the air, his robes billowing in the wind. In an instant, sword light surged, the sharp energy cleaving through the void as if to eradicate all existence. With a series of piercing sounds, the sword beams sliced through the air, each imbued with unparalleled sharpness. The sky was awash with sword light, cascading down upon Xiao Xier like a torrential downpour. Yet, Xiao Xier remained unfazed. A spectral golden bell materialized behind her, radiating brilliance as it withstood Emo Qianyan's onslaught. Subsequently, a golden long sword appeared in her grasp, its length exceeding a meter, intricately adorned with dragons and phoenixes. Exuding an overwhelming aura, this was a sword of unparalleled might, transcending the realm of spiritual artifacts. However, due to Xiao Xier's current strength, she could not fully unleash the true power of the golden sword. Tai Sword Classic, a sword strikes from the east, she commanded, channeling a torrent of spiritual energy into the golden long sword, then swinging it forth like a golden meteor streaking across the sky. The might of this sword was overwhelming. Even Emo Qianyan sensed a hint of danger. This technique was undoubtedly of royal tier, possessing immense power. Emo Qianyan's eyes narrowed as he retreated several paces, raising his spiritual sword high above his head, and uttering a low growl. Heavenly slaughter sword technique, a line between heaven and earth. With a tremor, the spiritual sword unleashed an infinite stream of sword energy, transforming into a river of sword light. The collision of sword energies erupted in a series of explosive sounds. Xiao Xier staggered back 3 steps, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood, her eyes filled with incredulity. Why had she, wielding a royal-grade sword and executing an imperial-level sword technique, still faced defeat? Your sword strikes are formidable, yet you remain too naive, exposing too many weaknesses, Emo Qianyan calmly remarked as he approached, sword in hand. Xiao Xier was indeed powerful, but she was still young, lacking the experience of true life and death battles. His 1,000 years of memories from his past life constituted his most invaluable combat experience. Imo Qianyan, do you truly believe you can triumph over me? Xiao Sierra wiped the blood from her lips, suddenly breaking into laughter. Imo Qianyan's brow furrowed slightly. Imo Qianyan, although you are formidable, you are still far from defeating me, she replied with a smile, her words deliberate. You are likely unaware of why the true prodigies of the Zhou Dao Tai are deemed invincible. In the next moment, Imo Qianyan's eyes narrowed sharply as he beheld the 9 Dao platforms surrounding Xiao Sierra coalescing into one. They transformed into a singular, entirely golden Dao platform. Simultaneously, Xiao Sierra's aura surged once more. 9 Dao platforms merging. Imo Qianyan's brow furrowed in contemplation. This was indeed an unfamiliar sight to him. The golden Dao platform before Xiao Sierra bore an uncanny resemblance to his own 10th Dao platform. Chapter 43. A mutual defeat. Once Xiao Sierra's 9 Dao platforms merged, her aura surged dramatically, doubling in intensity. Her pure physical strength approached the realm of 20 million. Such power was now infinitely close to that of Imo Qianyan with his 10 Dao platform. So, Dao platforms can merge? What is this? The 9 Dao platforms have transformed into a singular golden Dao platform. Hiss, Xiao Sierra's aura now rivaled that of a 6-patterned silver elixir level. Not only Imo Qianyan, but even the elders on the high platform were witnessing the merging of Dao platforms for the first time. In an instant, astonishment graced every face. This was utterly inconceivable. The merging of 9 Dao platforms was unprecedented. Teacher, can Dao platforms truly merge? Xiao Yin, hearing this for the first time, inquired of his mentor. The vast world is full of wonders, Xiao Yin. You should know that breaking through from the foundation to the golden elixir realm requires the condensation of 9 Dao platforms to form a golden elixir within the body. The merging of 9 Dao platforms represents the embryonic form of the golden elixir, akin to a half-step golden elixir realm. However, this can only be achieved with a perfect 9 Dao platform, for there has always been a legend that the Zhou Dao Tai Foundation is not the limit. There exists a singular Dao platform, known as the Golden Dao Platform. The method for achieving this unique Dao platform has been lost to time. But a great sage has created the merging of 9 Dao platforms, allowing one to temporarily wield the might of the unique Dao platform. Look at Imo Qianyan's expression. He likely knows nothing of the unique Dao platform realm. It seems his mysterious master has not reached that level either. Now I understand. Xiao Sierra is certain to win. Xiao Yin nodded, excitement evident on his face. Imo Qianyan, I presume you have never experienced the merging of 9 Dao platforms. Have you? Xiao Sierra observed his silence, a hint of mockery dancing in her eyes. And if not, do you think this will enable you to truly defeat me? Imo Qianyan remained unfazed. Humph, Xiao Sierra scoffed. Imo Qianyan, your arrogance knows no bounds, so be it. Today, I shall make you submit wholeheartedly. Tai sword technique, Tai exorcism. As the words fell, a rich aura erupted from Xiao Sierra's golden platform, merging into the golden sword she held in her hand. In an instant, a blinding golden radiance illuminated the entire arena, akin to a blazing golden sun. With a thunderous roar, accompanied by a crack of thunder, the golden light transformed into towering waves, sweeping across all directions. A robust sword energy fiercely slashed towards Imo Qianyan. Imo Qianyan did not dare to underestimate his opponent. He raised his spiritual sword, channeling energy to block the attack. Boom! The collision unleashed a terrifying gust of wind. Sweeping across the arena, staggering back 3 large steps, Imo Qianyan found himself retreating several hundred meters with each step. Xiao Sierra's current strength was hardly inferior to his full 10 platforms. However, Imo Qianyan dared not reveal his 10 platforms. He was still unsure of what it truly meant in the realm of the heavens. If he were to recklessly expose it, he feared being targeted by supreme beings, captured for dissection and research. Imo Qianyan, what will you do? Will you continue to fight? Seeing Imo Qianyan retreating repeatedly, Xiao Sierra burst into laughter. After her 9 platforms merged, Imo Qianyan's strength was simply no match for her. Unless, of course, he could also achieve the unification of 9 platforms. Yet now, it was evident he could not. Even if he were told the method of unification, achieving it was impossible at this moment. If it were that simple, the concept of 9 platforms uniting would indeed be commonplace. With just a single strike, Imo felt a surge of energy and blood churning within him. Without revealing some hidden trump cards, he could not hope to defeat her. Taking a deep breath, he understood that with the conventional power of 9 platforms, he was no match for the formidable Xiaoxier before him. The Tai Chi Sword Array. Activate! Dozens of swords soared forth, forming a grand formation before him. Ah, useless. Your strength pales in comparison to mine. This so-called sword array is futile, Xiaoxier sneered, her foot crashing heavily onto the ground as she lunged into the sword array. She was overly confident, aiming to break through Imo Qianyan's array directly, clang, with a sweeping motion of her sword. One sword shattered instantly. Imo Qianyan furrowed his brow slightly. The quality of his swords was simply too low. With his current soul power, combined with the Tai Chi sword array, he could contend against 6-pattern silver core experts. Xiaoxier, with her 9 platforms unified, was at this level, perhaps even slightly weaker. However, to unleash his soul power, he needed a full 6 spiritual swords to form the Tai Chi sword array, yet now, he only possessed 4. While he could substitute with dozens of various grade artifacts, some inferior grade artifacts could not withstand Xiaoxier's assault. Clang, 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 one by one. The swords were destroyed by Xiaoxier, shattering into fragments. Yet, despite this, Imo Qianyan's Tai Chi sword array remained intact. Such a solid sword array. As the battle progressed, Xiaoxier sensed something was amiss. Typically, an ordinary sword array, given Imo Qianyan's 9-platform strength, would merely exhibit the power of a 4-pattern silver core. However, now it seemed to possess the offensive and defensive level of a 6-pattern silver core. Though she appeared to be shattering sword after sword, only she understood that each destruction consumed a significant amount of energy. When her internal energy fell below a certain threshold, the unified single platform would disperse, and it could not be reconstituted in a short time. Even with special methods to enhance it, it could never compare to a true 10 platforms. This sword array, why does it evoke a sense of familiarity? It seems I've encountered it somewhere before. Xiaoxier frowned, vaguely recalling that she had seen this sword array before. However, she could not pinpoint exactly where. The Tai Chi sacred land had an abundance of techniques, and since she did not practice sword arrays, she failed to recognize that this was one of the 3 royal-grade sword arrays from the Tai Chi sacred land. Within the sword array, beams of sword light crisscrossed. Yet all were intercepted by Xiaoxier. Indeed, Xiaoxier, with her 9 platforms unified, was incredibly powerful. After narrowly evading a sword array assault, Xiaoxier gazed at Imo Qianyan, knowing she could no longer afford to delay. If she continued to prolong the battle, she would fall from the level of 9 platforms unified, putting herself in true peril. Tai Chi sword technique, Tai Chi extermination. With a sharp cry, golden spiritual mist enveloped her. A fierce momentum radiating outward, countless golden blades materialized, swirling around her like crescent moons, their sharp light shaking the entire sword array. She no longer intended to break Imo Qianyan's peculiar sword array, but aimed to carve a breach and charge at him. The Tai Chi sword array could not hinder Xiaoxier. Watching her unleash a formidable sword maneuver, Imo Qianyan was acutely aware. If Xiaoxier were to breach his defenses, with her current strength and without revealing his 10 platforms, defeat was almost certain. Boom. With that thought, Imo Qianyan decisively self-destructed the sword array. Apart from the 4 spiritual swords, the remaining 20 or so artifacts exploded in that moment. Rumble. The violent explosion distorted the void. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy and sword intent rampaging forth, resembling a mushroom cloud enveloping the martial arena. Bang! Pfft. Xiaoxier was propelled backward, blood spewing forth, her garments stained crimson as she leaned against her sword. Trembling slightly, her chest heaving. Although Imo Qianyan fared slightly better, he too was injured, his complexion pale, a streak of crimson blood at the corner of his mouth. Just moments ago, the self-detonation of 20 or so artifacts had inflicted considerable harm. Even on him, whose soul power was formidable to in this clash, he had not utilized the 10 platforms, yet had managed to severely injure Xiaoxier, who had unified her 9 platforms. Chapter 44. The Sword of the Immortal Versus. The finger of the ancient saint observing the 2 severely wounded individuals, the elders on the high platform fell into silence. Is this the strength of a peerless foundation-building prodigy with 9 platforms? In their own core formation stage, they were scarcely better. This implies that, in their youth, they too had considered themselves geniuses, yet could be challenged by someone from a whole realm above. Such a realization left them at a loss for words, only relieved that they had not existed in the same era or region as such celestial prodigies. Otherwise, how immense would the psychological blow have been when facing such unparalleled talents? Only the Sword King's eyes sparkled with an unusual light. Centuries ago, he was a peak genius at 7 platforms, having entered the top 5 in the Northern Region's Grand Competition and participated in the Northern State Competition. There, he encountered a prodigy of 9 platforms. That individual was a formidable talent capable of suppressing the entire younger generation of the Northern State. Yet, in his eyes, these 2 before him far surpassed that 9-platform prodigy. Humph, is this your greatest reliance? Xiao Sierra raised her arm, wiping the blood from her lips, her exquisite features icy cold. I acknowledge your strength is impressive. Mo Chinian spoke softly. Humph, you are not so bad yourself. You are the first to force me into such a predicament. Xiao Sierra's eyes brimmed with a murderous intent, wishing to slay Mo Chinian immediately. You are also the first. Mo Chinian sheathed his spiritual sword, leaving only one in his hand. If you have no other means, this battle shall soon reach its conclusion. Xiao Sierra brandished her golden sword, her gaze frigid. She had not anticipated that this battle would unfold in such a manner. In her mind, she should have easily defeated Mo Chinian. As a saintess, possessing so many advanced techniques, she never expected that even after merging her 9 platforms, she could not completely overcome Mo Chinian. At this moment, in her eyes, Mo Chinian was no longer a half-hearted prodigy but a genuine and formidable adversary worthy of her attention. What other tricks do you have? Feel free to unleash them. I shall counter them all, Mo Chinian replied nonchalantly. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Sierra gazed at the high platform and calmly said, the next move I'm about to execute, I cannot control its power. I hope you all keep an eye on your disciple and don't let me kill him. As her words fell, Xiao Sierra sheathed her golden sword, suddenly raising her head to gaze at the heavens. Then closing her eyes, buzz! In the next moment, the sky shifted in hue. The previously sunny and clear sky darkened with dense clouds, thunder rolling and fierce winds howling. A powerful wave of energy emanated. As if the spiritual energy in the sky was being drawn into a vortex, surging towards the heavens above Xiao Sierra. To manipulate the fluctuations of heavenly and earthly energies. This is a sacred-level technique or combat skill. The elders of the extraordinary realm on the high platform were utterly astonished, rising to their feet, their expressions filled with shock. This marked the nth time they had been astonished today. The emotional fluctuations they experienced today likely surpassed those of the past century. Sacred level, the technique and sword moves she executed bore a striking resemblance to those of the Tai Chi sacred land. Could it be that the force behind her is the Tai Chi sacred land? The Sword King felt a surge of speculation regarding Xiao Sierra's origins. The Tai Chi sacred land. That colossal entity is beyond the Sword King's imagination. The entire Tianshui sword sect seemed as insignificant as ants in its presence. To be termed a sacred land suggests that its creator is a peak power among the sacred realms. Even if the Tai Chi saint had passed away thousands of years ago, the legacy left by a saint could hardly be weak. The sacred tier technique unleashed through the convergence of the 9 Dao platforms. Observing this scene, Mo Qianyan became profoundly solemn. In the absence of revealing the 10 Dao platforms, the only possibility for him to receive this strike was to question the world, whether there exists an immortal. Like Xiao Xi'er, he closed his eyes, quietly immersing himself in a state of profound understanding. Body, mind, and spirit united, he wielded a pinnacle sword strike. A vivid image of his master executing a move flashed through Mo Qianyan's mind. This sword was named, "Does an immortal exist in this world?" What was Mo Qianyan doing? On the high platform, a group of elders gazed at him in perplexity. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed to be brewing a formidable sword technique. Yet, why was there no fluctuation of energy? Meanwhile, Xiao Xi'er opened her eyes, expelling a mouthful of essence blood onto one of her golden palms, the first form of the Tai Yi divine palm. The ancient saint's finger. Xiao Shi extended her golden index finger, aiming directly at Emo Qianyan, and slowly pointed. Buzz! Instantly, behind her, a vast expanse of spiritual energy coalesced into an ancient figure, clad in a blue robe. Tall and slender, carrying a long sword, exuding an ethereal elegance. Similar to Xiao Shi, this ephemeral figure also gradually extended a golden index finger towards Emo Qianyan. Buzz! In an instant, the void resonated with tremors. As a golden finger materialized from thin air, bearing an immensely terrifying force, pressing down fiercely upon Emo Qianyan. No, upon closer inspection, it could be discerned that this was merely half a finger. Xiao Shi's current realm could not fully manifest the might of this technique. Yet, even as just half a finger, the overwhelming aura it emanated was still chilling. Why had Emo Qianyan not yet made a move? Several elders could no longer remain seated, each prepared to intervene. Emo Qianyan could not perish. The unparalleled prodigy of the 9 Dao platforms was their Tian Shui sword sect's future hope. Just as the half-finger was about to press upon Emo Qianyan's crown, an elder had already stepped onto the dual platform, anxiously observing everything. Witnessing Emo Qianyan's continued inaction, this elder let out a soft sigh. Ready to take action, yet hesitated. Suddenly, a resplendent sword radiance erupted from Emo Qianyan's body, a sharp aura permeating the entire arena. Boom! At that moment, Emo Qianyan finally opened his eyes, his pitch-black pupils gleaming with a dazzling light. Akin to a blade slicing through the void, captivating all hearts, I wield a sword. Named Does an Immortal Exist? Boom! A brilliant beam of sword light cleaved forth from Emo Qianyan's hand, striking directly towards the half-golden finger. All gazes were drawn to this sword light, as if they beheld a celestial realm. It was breathtaking. Even transcendent beings found themselves ensnared, unable to break free at the first moment. Even the Sword King was momentarily entranced. Meanwhile, Xiao Shi had completely entered the realm of the sword light, as if she had ascended to immortal territory, a smile gracing her lips. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of all, the exquisite sword light collided with the half-chaotic finger. At that instant, the world fell silent. It was as though all sound had vanished. Only 2 brilliant streams of light illuminated the entire arena. Chapter 45. Xiao Shi concedes. The beautiful sword light and the half-finger of chaos clashed, rendering the heavens and earth mute. Following the tranquility came a tempest and torrential rain. The next moment, a crisp, shattering sound echoed, as countless fine cracks instantaneously appeared on the half-golden finger. These fissures rapidly expanded, spreading across the entirety of the half-finger in the blink of an eye. Rumble. Ultimately, that half-finger exploded. The might of the sacred tier martial technique was immense, a terrifying shockwave engulfing the surroundings, instantly enveloping the figures of Emo Qianyan and Xiao Shi. Break. Yet at that critical moment, the Sword King intervened, nullifying all residual waves. It was only then that several transcendent elders began to regain their senses from the realm of the sword light. Their expressions were filled with shock. What kind of sword technique could possibly affect their very spirits? They were not merely in the golden core realm. They were powerful beings of extraordinary caliber. The fact that they were influenced by the sword technique of a mere foundational junior was utterly unfathomable. Ultimately, as the 2 luminous spheres gradually dimmed, the crowd beheld the scene on the platform. Emo Qianyan stood unscathed, his attire impeccably arranged without a single crease. Opposite him, Xiao Shi lay on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. It was evident that Xiao Shi had lost. Yet even in defeat, she had yet to awaken from the impact of that sword technique. It was the Sword King who roused her from her stupor. Xiao Shi, you have lost. Xiao Shi struggled to rise, her face a mixture of profound shock and a hint of bitterness. Had this been a battle to the death rather than a duel, she would have perished moments ago. The energy of the sword light had not been exhausted upon shattering her ancient saint's finger. It had continued to surge towards her. Had it not been for the Sword King intervening to block that strike, she would have been slain while her spirit was entranced in the realm of the immortals. She had not been defeated by a superior opponent, but rather by an unparalleled prodigy of the same realm. Yet it was precisely this defeat to appear that deepened the bitterness in her heart. As a daughter of the heavens in a sacred land, a direct descendant of the ancient saint bloodline, even after unleashing the 9 Dao platforms and sacred tier martial techniques, she still lost. This was her first battle since her emergence. Not only had she failed to showcase the unparalleled splendor of the 9 Dao platforms, but she had been thoroughly defeated. It was not a minor loss. It was a complete and utter rout. Beneath that sword strike, all her pride and confidence had been shattered. You are always welcome to challenge me again. However, next time, the wager will not merely involve 4 spirit swords, Mo Qianyan said coolly, extending his hand to claim his well-earned reward. Yet as he prepared to depart, Xiao Xier suddenly called out to him. Could you tell me the name of that sword? Xiao Xier murmured softly. Her gaze downward cast, Mo Qianyan halted his steps, a calm voice resonating. I reiterate, this world is vast and boundless. As his words faded, he stepped upon his spirit sword and departed from that place. Behind him, Xiao Xier bit her lip, her expression exceedingly complicated. A month prior, when she faced Mo Qianyan, she held overwhelming superiority. At that time, he had only attained the pinnacle of innate perfection, able to establish merely 8 Dao platforms. Yet now, he had evolved into an invincible prodigy of the foundational realm. Such a sense of defeat could inflict a tremendous blow on anyone. Indeed, some individuals, upon receiving such a setback, would succumb to despair, their resolve shattered. Yet there were also those who would strive harder to grow stronger, transforming defeat into motivation for future confrontations. As for Xiao Xier's choice, Mo Qianyan was unconcerned. Xiao Yanzi, awaken, awaken. Below the dual platform, Xiao Yan's eyes were vacant, completely entranced in the essence of that sword strike. What happened to me? Upon being roused, Xiao Yan still appeared dazed, gazing at the platform where only Xiao Xier stood quietly, and couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Teacher, did Xier win? Alas, Xiao Yanzi, you were just entranced by Mo Qianyan's sword intent. Sword intent? That celestial realm just now was Mo Qianyan's sword intent? Xiao Yan was taken aback, astonished by the level of a sword technique capable of impacting one's spirit. By the way, teacher, who actually won? Alas, it was Mo Qianyan who emerged victorious. Impossible. How could Xier possibly lose? Xiao Yan exclaimed in disbelief, unable to accept the outcome. If Xiao Xier, so powerful and mysterious, could not defeat Mo Qianyan, then could he truly aspire to conquer him? That sword strike had even left him in awe. If it had been imparted to him by his master, then his master must be an unfathomable existence. In Xiao Yan's mind, an aged voice sighed. Each of Mo Qianyan's strikes had repeatedly reshaped his evaluation of him. I must grow stronger. No matter the means, I shall become stronger. I will surpass Mo Qianyan and trample him beneath my feet. A surge of madness welled up within Xiao Yan, as his jealousy and resentment towards Mo Qianyan intensified. Xiao Yanzi, do not dwell on defeating Mo Qianyan just yet. What you need to do now is find a place to focus on your cultivation, and achieve the establishment of the 9 Dao platforms as soon as possible. At the Sword God Peak, within the Daozi Hall, a flash of brilliance darted past, coming to rest at the entrance of the Daozi Hall. Mo Qianyan descended from the long sword, his complexion now pale as a ghost, devoid of any trace of color. Though he had just triumphed over Xiao Xier, the victory bore an immense burden upon him. The Does an Immortal Exist sword was not a transcendent technique that could be wielded within the foundational realm. He had forcibly executed it, utterly exhausting his strength. While his body now felt exceedingly uncomfortable, his eyes sparkled with brilliant light. He had successfully executed the Does an Immortal Exist sword, experiencing the sword's might and even its intent. This would facilitate tremendous progress and enhancement in his swordsmanship. It could be said that should he attain the Golden Core realm, he would grasp the true essence of sword might in a remarkably short time, achieving half a step into the realm of divine powers. There is no need to spend any more time contemplating the sword's intent. Upon returning to his chamber, Mo Qianyan could no longer endure and promptly succumbed to a deep slumber. That single strike had drained him of all his vitality. And even on the journey back, he had merely endured, concealing any signs of weakness from Xiao Xier. Mo Qinyan slept. The sword intent enveloping him began to slowly coalesce. A faint strand of sword intent was taking shape. And the gateway to the realm of divine powers had already been opened. When he awakens, it will signify a brand new beginning. This slumber lasted a full 3 days. During this time, news of 2 extraordinary prodigies, each possessing the stature of 8 Dao platforms, spread throughout the entire Tianshui sword sect and gradually reached the northern region. Xiao Yin and Xiao Sierra successfully ascended to the status of true disciples. However, they remained unique. Though they were true disciples, they had no master and had not joined any particular peak, choosing instead to cultivate in solitude. The Tianshui sword sect bestowed upon each of them a small mountain peak, granting them the highest level of treatment. Their status surpassed that of all core disciples, second only to Daozi Mo Qinyan. Chapter 46. The Soul Dao platform. As the morning sun illuminated Mo Qinyan, he opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air, instantly feeling an unparalleled sense of refreshment. This sensation was exquisite. After 3 days of deep sleep and recovery, he felt completely rejuvenated. He turned to sit upright, sensing his condition and discovering that he had returned to his peak state. No, he was even stronger than before. His spiritual power had increased slightly. Although his physical strength had not improved, his overall prowess had made significant progress. With all 10 Dao platforms activated, combined with the Wuxin sword, how formidable could his ultimate attack power become? A 6-pattern silver pill would surely be unable to withstand it. What about a 7-pattern golden pill prodigy? Perhaps even they would find it challenging to endure. The unification of the 9 Dao platforms. Recalling the moment when Xiao Sierra's strength surged dramatically, Mo Qinyan pondered for a brief moment. He contemplated for just a second before sitting cross-legged to attempt the unification of the 9 Dao platforms. In his spiritual sea, 9 pristine Dao platforms revolved around a central golden Dao platform. Should the Dao platforms merge as one entity, or should they be fused one by one? Mo Qinyan first maneuvered 2 of the immaculate Dao platforms closer together, allowing them to gradually collide. At the instant of contact, a peculiar force erupted, swiftly spreading throughout his body. Mo Qinyan felt as though his body was being pierced by a myriad of needles, followed by a series of cracking sounds emanating between the 2 Dao platforms. As if they were on the verge of shattering, his expression shifted slightly, and he quickly moved the 2 Dao platforms apart, halting the fusion. Nevertheless, he did not concede defeat and continued to make attempts. He first shifted the central golden Dao platform aside, allowing the 9 Dao platforms to rotate slowly before gradually drawing closer. This time, he approached the fusion with caution, mindful of past experiences, and proceeded at a deliberate pace. As the 9 Dao platforms drew nearer, the sensation of pain resurfaced, intensifying. Yet, Mo Qinyan paid it no mind and continued his manipulation. As the distance between the 9 Dao platforms diminished, he finally noticed subtle changes. He could distinctly feel that his controlling power had not increased, yet the rotation speed of the 9 Dao platforms was gradually accelerating. The 9 Dao platforms seemed to share a certain connection, mutually attracting one another. Soon, they completely adhered together, pulling closer in unison. Mo Qinyan sensed a delicate bond forming between himself and the 9 Dao platforms, as if his ultimate power had slightly loosened. It truly can work. Mo Qinyan was overwhelmed with joy. Initially, he had approached this endeavor with a tentative mindset, as it represented an entirely new path for him. However, he had not anticipated its effectiveness. He continued his efforts, and the 9 Dao platforms slowly merged, even displaying a layer of golden radiance on their surfaces. Yet, just as they were about to fully integrate, they failed. The 9 Dao platforms abruptly repelled each other, as if a barrier existed between them, preventing their union. In simple terms, none of the 9 Dao platforms would yield to the others. To unify the 9 Dao platforms into a single entity, which platform would take precedence? All 9 platforms were identical, and none could dominate the others, resulting in their repulsion and inevitable failure of fusion. Mo Qinyan was uncertain how Xiao Sierra had overcome this repulsive force. At least, he did not know at that moment. Yet, the recent loosening of power indicated to him that fusion was indeed plausible. What method could be employed to eliminate this repulsive force? Suddenly, another thought emerged in Mo Qinyan's mind. If their strengths were comparable, none would yield to the other. But what if there existed a significant disparity in strength? Emo Qianyan's gaze shifted to the golden Tao platform. His previous thinking had been rigid. Upon witnessing Xiao Sierra's unification of the 9 Tao platforms, he had attempted the same. But why not try to unify 10 Tao platforms? Xiao Sierra's unification involved only 9 Tao platforms. He possessed 10. The golden Tao platform, being the focal point around which the 9 pristine Tao platforms revolved, was undoubtedly of a higher tier than the others. If the 10 Tao platforms unified with the golden Tao platform as the mainstay, would that not eliminate the discord and repulsion? Without hesitation, Emo Qianyan initiated the fusion anew, this time attempting to unite all 10 Tao platforms. The 9 immaculate Tao platforms circled around the central golden Tao platform, rotating while gradually drawing closer to merge. The moment the Tao platforms made contact, the golden Tao platform suddenly radiated a brilliant light, shimmering with dazzling golden brilliance from within. A deep rumble echoed as the 9 pristine Tao platforms slowly integrated into the golden Tao platform. At that moment, Emo Qianyan felt no pain whatsoever. Instead, he experienced a profound sense of comfort, warmth enveloping his entire being. Moments later, the golden Tao platform erupted in a blaze of radiant light, resplendent and blinding. The 9 immaculate Tao platforms had completely merged with the golden Tao platform. The 10 Tao platforms had now transformed into a singular Tao platform. Boom! Emo Qianyan's body trembled violently, a surge of overwhelming power flooding through him. At this moment, his physical strength was no longer merely 20 million. It had reached 33,333,333. If one were to account for a threefold enhancement, the power would precisely amount to 100 million, a force equivalent to that of a dragon. Was this truly the pinnacle of foundational cultivation? Emo Qianyan lowered his head, gazing at his hands, murmuring to himself, 100 million in strength. So formidable, it could rival a 7-pattern golden pill prodigy in battle. If he were to unleash a holy tier combat skill or the Wuxian sword, a 7-pattern golden pill would stand no chance of withstanding it. His singular Tao platform was evidently larger than Xiao Sierra's, and the golden radiance was far more intense. Xiao Sierra's singular Tao platform possessed merely 20 million in strength. Even with its ultimate enhancement, it amounted to only 60 million, comparable to his own 10 Tao platforms. After unifying the 10 Tao platforms, Xiao Sierra was now significantly inferior to him. Emo Qianyan was overwhelmed with excitement, feeling immense gratitude towards Xiao Sierra for her assistance. Were it not for her battle with him, he would have remained unaware of the singular Tao platform's potential, which directly propelled him into the golden pill realm. Now, having achieved the singular Tao platform, he had reached the true pinnacle of foundational cultivation. Moreover, he sensed that the duration of his singular Tao platform seemed to be limitless. Unlike Xiao Sierra, whose singular Tao platform had not fully integrated, his was now perfectly united and would not separate again. He could maintain the peak strength of the foundational realm at all times. He wondered how powerful a golden pill formed from the singular Tao platform would be. Emo Qianyan was filled with anticipation. If 9 Tao platforms could yield a 9-pattern golden pill, then what would his golden pill be? A 10-pattern golden pill? A 9-pattern purple pill? Having established the singular Tao platform, he was determined to press onward and strive for the golden pill realm. Taking a deep breath, Emo Qianyan entered the cultivation chamber on the 3rd floor of the Daozi Hall, setting up a simple spirit-gathering array to directly break through to the golden pill realm. He then activated his cultivation technique, fervently absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth in preparation for his breakthrough. The immense spiritual energy converged, and a torrent of power surged forth, nourishing his body. His bones and muscles underwent a metamorphosis, each fragment of flesh brimming with astonishing strength. Upon reaching the golden pill realm, he would enter an entirely different realm of existence, in the golden pill realm. The human body is developed to its utmost, achieving a state of perfection and flawlessness. Although it does not directly extend one's lifespan, it allows the body to remain in peak condition, living disease-free until the theoretical limit of one's lifespan, 150 years. Thus, a saying has circulated in the cultivation world: with a golden pill swallowed, my fate is my own, not determined by heaven. Thank you to Hebu Chu Ming for the generous updates. And to Zhili Feng A for the urging talismans. I also appreciate the love and flowers from several readers. After writing for a month, I finally received a gift. Thank you. Chapter 47. The Golden Pill Thunder Tribulation. Damn it. That Emo Chinyan actually left me all alone. At the foot of the Sword God Peak, amidst a vast garden, Xiao Xier wielded a large pair of shears, angrily snipping away at a brightly colored peony. Her eyes filled with fury. Hey, newcomer, do you even know how to tend to flowers? You've just cut them all down. As Xiaobai passed by, she witnessed the scene unfold and promptly approached, saying, Allow me to teach you how to do this. With that, she seized the large scissors from Xiao Xier's hands and diligently began to trim the protruding branches. While she worked, she remarked, You must be new here. With such beauty, are you perhaps the young master's newly appointed maid? Xiao Xier's demeanor shifted instantly, her temper flaring. What qualifications does Emo Chinyan have to designate me as his maid? Xiaobai, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, I apologize. Seeing you here tending to the flowers, I mistakenly assumed you were the new maid for young Master Chinyan. Do not utter that term again, Xiao Xier shouted, her anger palpable. In truth, young Master Chinyan was quite amiable, gentle and kind, treating both us and Miss Chinchua exceptionally well. Xiaobai gazed at her with a mixture of admiration and bewilderment. Stop! Hearing this, Xiao Xier quickly interjected. Boom! Atop Sword God Peak, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumbling of thunder. With a deafening roar, the heavens seemed to split apart, as terrifying bolts of lightning danced chaotically, creating a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic event. Young Master, Xiaobai exclaimed, dropping the scissors and rushing toward the summit of Sword God Peak. Do not go. Xiao Xier suddenly appeared in front of Xiaobai, blocking her path. The young master is still atop the mountain. He could be in danger. Xiaobai, filled with urgency, declared, If young Master Chinyan is at risk, I must go. My mind is a blank. I cannot consider whether my strength would hinder him. He is unharmed. This is the Golden Core Thunder Tribulation. He is undergoing his tribulation, Xiao Xier replied, her eyes reflecting the swirling thunder in the sky. At that moment, not just Xiao Xier, but many others were stirred by the thunder tribulation. Their expressions filled with astonishment as they gazed in that direction. Is there a thunder tribulation occurring over there? Is there an elder from our sect undergoing a transcendent tribulation? Could it be that our Tianshui sword sect is about to witness the emergence of another extraordinary being? What a terrifying thunder tribulation! The mere pressure emanating from it is nearly unbearable. The disciples buzzed with speculation, eager to comprehend the unfolding events. Only a few elders, however, exhibited a glint of keen insight in their eyes. That direction, it is Sword God Peak. Although the aura of this thunder tribulation is formidable, it does not yet reach the level of the extraordinary. But is it possible to have a thunder tribulation below that level? Not necessarily. Legends state that unparalleled prodigies may evoke thunder tribulations even in the divine ability or golden core realms. Could it be Emo Chinyan? In that instant, all the elders revealed expressions of astonishment. Emo Chinyan's cultivation was previously at the foundation establishment stage. Could this thunder tribulation signify the golden core thunder tribulation? Rarely do those at the golden core stage summon a thunder tribulation, even among the most exceptional prodigies. Boom! Another thunder tribulation struck, unleashing a terrifying force of destruction that swept across the heavens. With a firm stance, Emo Chinyan propelled himself toward the heart of the thunderstorm, delivering a punch that scattered the lightning into a dazzling rain of light. The third thunder tribulation struck with the full force of a 9-pattern golden core level attack. Eye in the skies above, Emo Chinyan felt a tingling sensation in his fist, prompting a serious expression to settle upon his face. This is merely the third thunder tribulation. Its power has already reached the 9-pattern golden core level, equating to the strength of 3 dragons. How many more tribulations lie ahead, and what levels of power will they possess? Buzz! Within Emo Chinyan's spiritual sea, a crystalline white pill the size of a fist emerged, adorned with 3 intricate patterns that harmoniously intertwined, creating a unique equilibrium. At the 3-pattern white pill level, Emo Chinyan's physical strength had surged to over 13 million. The transition from foundation establishment to golden core mirrored the leap from innate to foundation establishment, with each pattern enhancing his strength at the foundation level. At the pinnacle of foundation establishment, Emo Qianyan's physical prowess had reached over 3 million. Now, he had coalesced into a 3-pattern white pill, buzz. In the next instant, the white pill quivered slightly, a silver hue manifesting and quickly enveloping the white, transforming it into a silver pill. Simultaneously, as the silver pill emerged, a 4th pattern appeared, signifying the 4-pattern silver pill level. Upon attaining the 4-pattern silver pill realm, Emo Qianyan's physical strength surged by another 3 million. Thunder rumbled ominously in the heavens, heralding the arrival of the 4th thunder tribulation. At the foot of Sword God Peak, Xiao Xier's eyes shimmered with a peculiar light. When she achieved the Golden Core realm, she too encountered a thunder tribulation, yet the power of her tribulation paled in comparison to Emo Qianyan's. Had he truly mastered the method of unifying the 9 platforms in just a few days? Otherwise, why would the thunder tribulation be so fearsome? Reflecting on the immense pain she had endured during her own 9-platform unification, alongside its complex methodology, she struggled to fathom how Emo Qianyan accomplished this. And that sword, its grade undoubtedly surpassed the sacred level. It might even be of the supreme level. What kind of colossal force lies behind Emo Qianyan? Boom! The 6th thunder tribulation was even more terrifying. Manifesting in black, this bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, tearing the void apart, striking Emo Qianyan with overwhelming force. He braced himself, enduring the onslaught with his physical form, his white robe singed black, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he staggered back a few steps. Spitting out a mouthful of tainted blood, he looked up at the sky, his eyes gleaming brighter than ever. What a ferocious thunder tribulation! Now this is power! The elders observing this spectacle nearly had their eyes pop out in disbelief. To withstand the thunder tribulation with mere flesh. What kind of audacity is this? Is he not afraid of being obliterated by the thunder? Swish! Within Emo Qianyan's spiritual sea, a resplendent golden core emerged, radiating golden light akin to a blazing sun, illuminating the void. The 7-pattern golden core realm had been achieved. As he reached the golden core stage, the thunder tribulation in the sky momentarily paused, but the next instant saw the storm clouds double in size. Boom! A colossal black lightning bolt descended, crashing down as though a massive mountain of thunder were to crush him. The terrifying aura causing the hearts of many disciples to race. Tai Chi sword formation, activate. Witnessing this, a flicker of brilliance ignited in Emo Qianyan's eyes. This immense power posed a substantial threat. He could no longer withstand it with mere flesh. Whoosh! In an instant, 5 long swords erupted forth, swirling frantically around him. Subsequently, the 5 spirit swords soared into the heavens, confronting the black thunder tribulation. Bang! The resounding collision reverberated throughout the heavens and earth as boundless lightning wreaked havoc. A terrifying tempest sweeping across the surroundings. Boom! Finally, the black lightning detonated. Although this thunder tribulation had been deflected, the explosion sent the 5 spirit swords careening away, with the number of spirit swords insufficient. Emo Qianyan mused, with my current soul power, I can control 10 spirit swords simultaneously. The first formation has already reached completion. As he observed the 7th thunder tribulation, poised to shatter the sword formation. Emo Qianyan frowned. Boom! The 8th and 9th thunder tribulations descended simultaneously, transforming into 2 lightning dragons, one golden and one silver, emanating a devastating aura as they charged toward Emo Qianyan. Chapter 48. The sword that touches the extraordinary. The gold and silver thunder tribulations, according to ancient legends, could only be summoned by prodigies of the 9-pattern golden core level. Our Tianxue sword sect has, astonishingly, given rise to a prodigy of the 9-pattern golden core level, an elder. Witnessing the lightning dragons above Sword God Peak, was utterly stunned. During that fateful duel, he had not been present and was unaware that both Emo Qianyan and Xiao Xier were prodigies of the 9 platforms. With both tribulations descending, Emo Qianyan had indeed unified the 9 platforms. At the foot of Sword God Peak, Xiao Xier gazed at the 2 lightning dragons in the sky, her expression complex as she spoke. Himph! With both tribulations falling, it won't be so easy to fend off. I hope they teach him a harsh lesson. Sky-killing sword technique, Qingkuan subduing demon. With the long sword in hand, Emo Qianyan's aura shifted dramatically. In that moment, He seemed to transform into an unparalleled sharp sword, radiating an icy brilliance, akin to an immortal within the blade. With a piercing gaze and sword intent surging, he struck at the two lightning dragons. This was the second form of the sky-killing sword technique, an overwhelming force, boom. The sword light surged forth, imbued with a fierce sword intent, as if it could pierce the very heavens. The sword energy collided with the lightning dragons. Crack! A crisp sound resonated, and the silver lightning dragon shattered inch by inch beneath the might of this strike. Moreover, the sword energy showed no signs of diminishing, continuing its relentless assault against the golden lightning dragon. Boom! The golden lightning dragon was forced back, a massive wound appearing on its formidable body. How powerful! The elders, witnessing this scene, were left in utter astonishment. Qianyan's strike had already achieved the offensive power of the divine ability realm. Is it not said that an insurmountable chasm exists between the golden core and divine ability realms, rendering a counteroffensive impossible? Yet now, Qianyan, with his golden core cultivation, had forcibly unleashed the might of the divine ability realm. Could this be sword intent? How could he possess sword intent mere moments after achieving the golden core realm? Beneath the sword god peak, Xiaoxier's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. He undoubtedly possessed other identities. It was inconceivable that he truly hailed from Yin City. Even the Taichi Holy Land could not possibly nurture such a prodigy. Could it be that his true identity originated from beyond the Longting continent? A flicker of brilliance danced in Xiaoxier's eyes as she envisioned an unimaginable and vast background for Qianyan in her mind. Boom! After being forced back, the golden thunder dragon lunged forward once more, entangling itself with Qianyan. With each clash, the might of the golden thunder dragon waned, gradually dissipating into the void. The power of this dual thunder tribulation was on par with that of an ordinary divine practitioner. Once the thunder tribulation concluded, Qianyan couldn't help but marvel. Upon achieving the 9-pattern golden Dan, his physical strength had surpassed 3 dragons, amplifying to an astonishing 10 dragons worth of power. What does possessing 10 dragons of strength entail? A divine practitioner who attained the 4-pattern silver Dan, with a mere 1.4 times amplification, wielded only 3 dragons of power. The might that divine practitioners possessed, he too possessed. The sole advantage lay in talent and divine abilities. Even with the enhancement of innate talent, the strength of 3 dragons amounted to merely 6 or 7 dragons. This indicated that a divine practitioner who attained the 4-pattern silver Dan was not even a match for the current Qianyan. Only those who achieved the 5-pattern silver Dan could pose a genuine threat to him. However, did this breakthrough end here? The 9-pattern platform's foundation transformed into the 9-pattern golden Dan. What of the 10-pattern platform? Buzz! Within Qianyan's sea of consciousness, the resplendent golden Dan shimmered, and at that moment, one of the 9 lines upon it inexplicably vanished. Boom! The instant that line disappeared, Qianyan's physical strength surged by over 33 million. Immediately following, another line vanished, and his power escalated once more. When the final line disappeared, Qianyan's physical strength had reached over 660 million. What does this signify? Under a 3-fold amplification, it equated to a staggering 2 billion. That is to say, 20 dragons of power. Even a prodigy of the 7-pattern golden Dan, relying on the enhancement of divine abilities, could scarcely compare. Ordinary divine practitioners could be effortlessly defeated by the current Qianyan. The once mighty Kaishan Ho would now be utterly inconsequential before him. As for the divine abilities achieved at the 7-pattern golden Dan, their numbers were exceedingly limited, allowing Qianyan to effectively disregard most divine practitioners. As for the core formation practitioners, no matter how numerous they were, they posed little challenge to Qianyan. Even against the 9-pattern supreme golden Dan, Qianyan could easily subdue. Within the sea of consciousness, the dazzling golden Dan radiated a brilliant glow, amplifying Qianyan's majesty. The golden Dan's surface was impeccably smooth, devoid of any lines, resembling a flawless pearl. It had undergone a complete metamorphosis, crystalline and translucent, significantly enhancing Qianyan's power. Should I still refer to this golden Dan as the 9-pattern golden Dan? Gazing at the immaculate surface of the golden Dan, Qianyan fell into contemplation. Let it simply be called the golden Dan. It is not the 7-pattern golden Dan, nor the 8-pattern golden Dan, nor the 9-pattern golden Dan. It shall be known as simply the golden Dan. No sooner had Emotionian finished his thoughts than the clear sky, freed from the thunder tribulation, suddenly darkened with ominous clouds once more. A terrifying pressure emanated from within the clouds, enveloping a radius of 100 miles. An extraordinary tribulation. How could this be? Witnessing the oppressive aura within the clouds, numerous elders widened their eyes in shock. Was someone undergoing a tribulation? The final thunder tribulation? Emotionian gazed skyward, murmuring to himself. He too sensed the formidable pressure emanating from the tribulation, a fluctuation of energy at the extraordinary level. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Could he not recall when his master had suppressed his realm to half a step into the divine and unleashed extraordinary might with a single sword, obliterating the Kaishan Ho? Now, standing at this threshold, could Emotionian, like his master, with a single sword, reach the extraordinary? Thunder rumbled. The gathering of the heavenly tribulation was swift, coalescing into a terrifying thunder dragon in the blink of an eye. This thunder dragon, cloaked in violet black, exuded a destructive aura as it charged toward Emotionian. The space it traversed twisted, revealing the horrific energy it contained. Inquiring of the world, do immortals truly exist? As the thunder tribulation approached, Emotionian maintained a stoic expression, entirely emptying his mind. The essence of the golden Dan, the sword intent, and the divine soul power harmoniously fused into a singular strike. Inquiring of the world, do immortals truly exist? With a single sword strike, at that moment, everyone within 100 miles surrounding Sword God Peak found themselves entranced in a realm of immortality. Even countless extraordinary elders were captivated, as though they had ascended to the realm of the divine. Dancing alongside celestial maidens, the ordinary disciples, needless to say, wore smiles, as if they had already become immortals. This strike was profoundly mysterious and ethereal. It resembled celestial beings performing divine arts, ensnaring all in a state of rapture. Crack! The thunder dragon in the void collided with Emotionian's strike, instantly shattering into myriad specks of starlight that scattered in all directions. Within the entire Tianshui sword sect, only one person witnessed Emotionian's strike in its entirety. Before the Tianshui Hall, the Sword King raised his gaze, observing the radiant sword light above Sword God Peak, his expression laden with complexity. With a minor mastery of sword intent, he had touched the extraordinary with a single strike. Were he to achieve complete sword intent, this strike could render him invincible among the divine realm, able to cleave through the extraordinary. Should he attain full mastery of sword will, this strike could make him invincible amongst the extraordinary. Capable of slaying, sovereigns, Chapter 49. Shao Xier's scheming thoughts as the thunder tribulation in the sky finally dissipated, countless disciples returned to their senses from that transcendent state. Some ordinary disciples continued to marvel at the beauty of the immortal realm, oblivious to the underlying peril. Meanwhile, those divine practitioners and even the extraordinary elders felt a wave of trepidation wash over them. Within that celestial realm of the sword, they had been entranced. Had that sword light been directed at them, what would the outcome have been? The extraordinary elders fared better. The might of that strike merely grazed the threshold of the extraordinary, incapable of slaying them outright. However, the divine practitioners, one and all, fell silent, their hearts shifting from indifference to fear towards this newly ascendant Daozi. They were beings of the divine realm, possessing absolute dominance over core formation practitioners, capable of subduing them with a mere hand. Yet, in the face of the golden Dan tribulation of this Daozi, they were all deeply shaken. The final thunder tribulation would inflict injuries even on them. What terrified them most was that Emotionian's sword technique rendered them utterly defenseless. Being drawn into that transcendent state of mind was akin to being effortlessly slain. The physical bodies of divine practitioners could not withstand a strike that touched the extraordinary. Before the Tianshui Hall, witnessing Emotionian gracefully navigate the golden Dan thunder tribulation, the Sword King fell into silence. After a moment, he gently waved his hand, sending forth a faint scarlet light that shot from his fingertips, vanishing into the void. Moments later, the air rippled, and a shadowy figure materialized beside the Sword King, Zhongzhu, Yingyi has come to report. What orders do you have? This shadowy figure was entirely cloaked in black. Rendering its appearance indistinguishable, however, from the voice, it was evident that this person was not very old, likely a middle-aged man. He emitted no powerful aura. If one did not scrutinize closely, they might fail to perceive his presence. Kneeling on one knee, his right hand pressed to his chest, he spoke with utmost reverence. Yingyi, I now entrust you with a task. Zhongzhu, please speak. Upon hearing this, Yingyi quickly rose, responding with utmost respect to the Sword King. Shadow him closely, ensuring his safety. Remember, if he suffers even a scratch, do not return. Understood. Following the Sword King's instructions, Yingyi immediately accepted the task and swiftly departed, vanishing from sight in an instant. Throughout, he revealed no trace of his presence. His concealment techniques exceptionally advanced. The Sword King, with hands clasped behind his back, gazed toward the Sword God Peak, his eyes glimmering with insight. Perhaps this is our opportunity, a chance to ascend to the grand stage of Longting. At the foot of Sword God Peak, Imo-Chinian descended from the sky, no longer needing to fly with his sword. Having reached half a step into the divine realm, he could now traverse the air effortlessly. Awaken! He called out, rousing Xiaobai from the transcendent state, then turned to Xiaoxier, his brow knitting slightly. Young master, are you all right? Xiaobai, just returning from the transcendent state, inquired with concern upon seeing Imo-Chinian. Yes, I am fine. Xiaobai, please go tidy up my room. Yes, young master. Xiaobai acknowledged and made her way to the summit of Sword God Peak. Once Xiaobai had departed, Imo-Chinian spoke coolly. What brings you here? Xiaoxier wore a displeased expression, pointing at the large scissors that had fallen to the ground, coldly stating, a bet is a bet. During their earlier duel, one of Imo-Chinian's stipulations had been that she would serve as a flower arranger for a month. This revelation left Imo-Chinian somewhat astonished. The proud saintess Xiaoxier would indeed take on the role of a flower arranger. Upon witnessing the astonishment in Imo-Chinian's eyes, Xiaoxier inhaled deeply and declared, What do you take me for? Am I the kind of person who cannot bear to lose? You have certainly elevated my perception of you. That being said, you ought to tend to your flowers properly and refrain from letting me witness you pruning them. Imo-Chinian turned away and departed, showing no inclination to linger due to Xiaoxier's presence. Wait a moment, I have something to ask you. Xiaoxier's voice rang out, prompting Imo-Chinian to pause briefly. He did not turn around but replied coolly, Tai Saintess, what is it that you wish to discuss? Observing Imo-Chinian's indifferent demeanor, Xiaoxier clenched her fists, seething with frustration. Nonetheless, she ultimately calmed herself and, striving for composure, inquired, How did you achieve the unification of the 9 paths? Furthermore, why does your golden core calamity possess a 10th thunder tribulation? Listening to Xiaoxier's questions, Imo-Chinian smiled faintly. It seems even the saintess of Tai is unaware of the existence of a 10th thunder tribulation. Is this truly the tone for posing inquiries? Imo-Chinian responded coldly before soaring towards Sword God Peak. Hey, Imo-Chinian, halt. You have yet to answer my question, you scoundrel. Watching Imo-Chinian leave without a backward glance, Xiaoxier gritted her teeth in vexation. However, with Imo-Chinian's silence, she found herself at a loss. She was no match for him. Even at the peak of Foundation establishment, she could not contend with him. And now that Imo-Chinian had achieved the unification of the 9 paths and stepped into the realm of semi-divine powers, their realms being equal rendered her even less of a contender. Lin Lao, can you see this? After regaining her composure, Xiaoxier whispered a question. Miss, atop Sword God Peak, there exists a highly sophisticated shielding formation that renders it impossible to discern his cultivation methods. An aged voice whispered in her ear, Lin Lao, even you cannot penetrate this formation? The Tianshui sword sect possesses such remarkable arrays, Xiaoxier exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief. Lin Lao's strength was that of a king, and the Tianshui sword sect's mightiest, the Heavenly Sword King, was merely at the king level and slightly weaker than Lin Lao. Indeed, it is remarkable, and I suspect that the legendary sword god has an extraordinary background. However, the sword god is currently absent from the Tianshui sword sect. Otherwise, I would not dare to enter. Then, what exactly is Imo-Chinian's origin? Xiaoxier mused, stroking her smooth chin, her beautiful eyes fixed upon the summit of Sword God Peak. If his background is enigmatic, that would pose significant difficulties. It is improbable that her brother Xiao Yin could rival him. Yet, if he truly hails from Yinqing and is merely a mysterious figure, it is conceivable that he may not awaken a formidable constitution, and once he reaches the realm of divine powers, she may still stand a chance against him. The brilliance in Xiao Xier's eyes flickered. Her primary purpose in coming here to nurture her flowers was to discern the depths of Emo Qianyin's capabilities. Only then could she ascertain his weaknesses, ensuring that when her brother Xiao Yin faced Emo Qianyin, he would be more likely to defeat him. Humph, Emo Qianyin, I wonder how long you can maintain your arrogance. Surely, I shall vanquish you in due time. With a snort, Xiao Xier observed Xiaobai descending from the mountaintop. Her eyes glinting as she approached. Could you regale me with tales of your young master? Ah, did you not claim to dislike hearing such stories? I have developed a fondness for them now. Might you elaborate? Chapter 50. The Northern Domain's Young Talents Ranking, the Sword Domain's Prodigy, Ling Xiao in the heart of the Northern Domain. A vast area spanning 100 miles lies unclaimed by any faction or empire. At its center stands an enormous, ancient plaza. Every decade, a grand banquet is held here, known as the Northern Domain's Young Talents Conference, also referred to as the Northern Domain's Prodigy Competition. All major families, sects, and empires from the Northern Domain dispatch their prodigious disciples to participate. At the center of the plaza, a colossal, time-worn steel looms, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, the characters seeming to writhe with life. The steel bears 100 positions, of which the first 10 shimmer with golden light. Yet, at present, none of these 10 positions bear inscribed names. In total, 90 names are etched upon the steel. This is the renowned Young Talents ranking of the Northern Domain. Each individual who ascends the ranks is a top-tier prodigy, a true paragon of the Northern Domain. With more than half a year remaining until the competition, the plaza has already become bustling with eager talents striving to secure their standing on the ranking. For it is said that those who enter the top 10 shall receive blessings from the steel. This ancient steel possesses a history so profound that it is said to be beyond imagination. However, the top 10 have not been seen in the Northern Domain for an exceedingly long time. Consequently, the first prodigy of the Northern Domain is typically regarded as the 11th on the list. Mu Qingfeng. This is the current 11th on the Young Talents ranking, and he is recognized as one of the 3 unparalleled prodigies of the Northern Domain. A disciple of the Upper Clear sect, he is a prodigy of the 8 paths, having achieved an 8-pattern golden core 3 years ago. Now, 3 years later, none can ascertain the extent of Mu Qingfeng's cultivation. Boom! The sky erupted with commotion. And those meditating in the plaza lifted their heads, their eyes narrowing in astonishment. A colossal, snow-white bird descended gracefully from the heavens. This magnificent creature spanned over 100 meters, its imposing presence sweeping through the area. Upon this white bird stood a man and a woman, accompanied by an elderly figure clad in gray. The man wore a long green robe, a sword slung across his back, his handsome features exuding an otherworldly charm. The woman donned a crimson dress, her beauty radiant, her skin as smooth as jade, captivating all who beheld her. Both individuals appeared remarkably youthful, particularly the sword-bearing man, who seemed scarcely over 20 years of age. As for the elderly figure behind them, he emanated no discernible aura, his presence barely registering. The arrival of the snow-white bird left the multitude in the plaza astounded. For this magnificent creature was none other than a transcendent spirit beast. A transcendent spirit beast, akin to a transcendent cultivator. What manner of individuals were the two atop this extraordinary mount? In that moment, no one dared to make a move, uncertain of the identities of the trio before them. Only hushed whispers arose, echoing throughout the plaza. Those 2 young individuals possess an aura too extraordinary. We have such figures within the Northern Domain. I have never seen them, nor even heard of them. That unknown grade transcendent spirit beast. What other sect besides the 3 major sects could possibly command a transcendent level spirit beast as a mount? Yet, among the 3 major sects, I have not heard of any such snow-white giant bird. Could they be from another domain? Perhaps it is said that each domain has only 10 slots to participate in the Northern States Young Talents Conference. It is possible that prodigies from other domains have come to compete here. Hiss, from which domain could they possibly hail? With such an aura, they must not have made it into the top 10 of their own domain. Could it be the sword domain? The sword domain? That is the mightiest domain in our northern state. If they are truly unparalleled prodigies from the sword domain, that would certainly make sense. Yet, wait, there are 100 slots for the sword domain. Surely that should suffice? Ha, what do you know? There is an old saying, better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix, the crowd murmured, keeping their voices low. Clearly not wishing to be overheard by the toot, the snow-white giant bird landed directly beside the young talent's ranking, and the young man and woman elegantly disembarked before the steeled as for the seemingly inconspicuous gray-clad elder. He merely stamped his foot lightly, and the roaring giant bird fell silent, its imposing aura dissipating. This scene left countless spectators even more astonished, as they realized that the dynamics of the northern domain were about to undergo a significant transformation. The ability to subdue a transcendent spirit beast. What sort of power did this elder, seemingly a guardian, possess? Was he at the mid-stage of transcendence, the late stage, or perhaps the pinnacle? As for the realm of kings, they did not even entertain such thoughts. After all, there were only around 30 king-level experts in the entire northern domain, each a renowned figure. Such individuals could hardly be mere guardians. The front of the young talent's ranking. The sword-wielding man gazed at the 10 vacant positions shrouded in golden light and could not help but chuckle derisively. Is this the northern domain? Not a single golden-ranked prodigy in sight? The woman in the red dress shook her head with a light laugh. Sword-obsessed junior brother, we must not judge other domains by the standards of our sword domain. Who among the top 10 of the sword domain isn't a genius who has swept through an entire domain? The sword-obsessed cultivator chuckled heartily, then shifted his gaze to the positions behind the young talent's ranking. The 11th in the northern domain, Mu Qingfeng. I reckon he must be the first prodigy of the northern domain. Defeating him will allow us to move on to the next domain. His voice was calm yet carried an air of arrogance, as if Mu Qingfeng, the unparalleled prodigy of the northern domain, were nothing more than an insignificant insect in his eyes. His words finally provoked the discontent of several disciples from the Upper Clear sect nearby. Who are you? Our senior brother Mu is a disciple of the Upper Clear sect. Is it so simple to say you will defeat him? A young man in his 20s spoke, exuding an overwhelming aura of strength, for he was a core disciple of the Shangqing sect. A prodigy at the 7th tier of the Golden Core stage, he had now grasped the concept of momentum, stepping into the realm of semi-divine powers. The sword fanatic cast a cold glance at him and remarked indifferently, "A Daozi of the Shangqing sect. What is the Shangqing sect but a trifling entity? Unable to ascend the golden list, how dare you claim the title of Daozi? You dare to insult our Shangqing sect. I shall challenge you." Instantly, the disciples of the Shangqing sect were filled with fury, for their sect was subtly renowned as the foremost in the northern region, and to be looked down upon was a disgrace. As the disciples of Shangqing sect prepared to strike, the sword fanatic unsheathed his sword in an instant, so swiftly that onlookers had yet to react before his blade was sheathed once more. The Shangqing disciple stood frozen for a moment, then perished in an instant. How audacious! You have slain a core disciple of the Shangqing sect. You seek death. From a distance, an elder of the Shangqing sect, at the pinnacle of divine powers, became infuriated, condensing his abilities to extend a hand hundreds of feet in size towards the sword fanatic. Be careful, junior brother. The woman in the red dress cried out in concern, wishing to warn him. However, before her words had fully escaped her lips, the sword fanatic had already vanished from his spot, transforming into a resplendent beam of sword light that sliced through the void. Unleashing an unparalleled sharpness, with a swift slash, the elder's massive hand shattered, leaving him in a dire state as one of his hands disappeared without a trace. The elder of the Shangqing sect was utterly astounded, having sensed a fatal intent from that single strike, and he hastily fled. The sword fanatic regarded his retreat with the indifference one might show to an insignificant insect, returning to stand before the prodigy ranking. With a single sword strike, he had slain a core disciple at the semi-divine stage and crushed an elder at the peak of divine powers. Witnessing this scene, countless bystanders were left in shock, retreating several thousand meters in fear, unwilling to approach. If even the Shangqing sect was disregarded, what hope did they have? What a bore. Are all the talents of the northern region merely worthless? The sword fanatic chuckled lightly. And the woman in the red dress remarked, Junior brother Jianqi, ever since you awakened your spirit sword body and entered the realm of divine powers, who beneath the extraordinary could possibly rival you? The sword fanatic smiled faintly, relishing the praise from the woman in red. He then gazed at the prodigy ranking, turning his head slightly. I have already inscribed my name as the number 1 on the golden list across 13 domains. This will be the 14th. As he spoke, he seemed to transform into an unparalleled sword, its brilliance dazzling, holding the attention of all present. A torrent of overwhelming and fierce sword energy surged forth, striking the stone tablet with tremendous force. Boom! The prodigy ranking trembled, and the name of the number 1 on the golden list gradually emerged, Ling Xiao. As Ling Xiao from the sword domain inscribed his name upon the golden list of the northern region, the entire plaza erupted in fervor. This news would swiftly be relayed by powerful figures back to their respective sections. The emergence of Ling Xiao signified a true upheaval in the northern region's landscape. To be overshadowed by prodigies from other domains was a humiliation for the entire northern region, particularly for the Shangqing sect, whose core disciples had been slain. Moreover, Ling Xiao's first step into the northern region was also at the Shangqing sect. As the current openly acknowledged top prodigy hailed from there, Daozi Mu Qingfenged I in my past life. After undergoing recultivation, my talent had improved somewhat, yet I merely awakened the most ordinary of spiritual bodies. In this life, having reached the pinnacle in the realms of innate, foundation establishment, and golden core, would I still awaken the most common physique as in my previous existence? In the cultivation chamber, Imo Qianyan opened his eyes for meditation. Murmuring to himself, the physiques in the world are divided into 4 tiers. The 4th tier, the mortal body, represents the lowest echelon of divine cultivators, and currently, Imo Qianyan could easily overpower such practitioners. Above the mortal body lies the spiritual body, which is further classified into 3 grades: low grade, mid grade, and high grade. The spiritual body is already quite formidable. Entering the extraordinary realm is nearly assured, and even a low-grade spiritual body is sufficient to stand out among the masses. In his previous life, Imo Qianyan had awakened a low-grade spiritual body. The mid-grade spiritual body is even more powerful, attainable only by a select few exceptional prodigies. For instance, Ling Xiao's spirit sword body is a mid-grade spiritual body. Renowned as a top-tier sword Dao physique, deemed invincible within its realm, battling beyond one's level becomes as effortless as eating or drinking. As for the high-grade spiritual body, it stands atop the dragon-soaring continent. Having not been seen in the northern region for countless years, above the spiritual body is the divine body. Unlike the 3-tiered classification of spiritual bodies, any individual who possesses a divine body is a rare and exceptional existence, destined to become a formidable figure once they emerge. It has been millennia since a divine body has graced the entire dragon-soaring continent. Even the most extraordinary prodigies of the 9 Paths platform find it exceedingly arduous to awaken a divine body. Beyond the divine body lies the pinnacle of the starry sky, the sacred body. However, the sacred body does not merely refer to one specific entity. It represents a tier of physique, such as the celestial dominance body, battle saint body, void saint body, reincarnation saint body, and devouring saint body. If the foundation establishment realm delineates the disparity among prodigies, then the awakening of a physique grants certain individuals an opportunity. If a 7-pattern golden core prodigy awakens a mid-grade spiritual body, they could potentially defeat an 8-pattern golden core prodigy who has awakened a low-grade spiritual body. Of course, such reversals are rare. For the majority, the gap widens further at this stage. A powerful physique is not so easily awakened. Even the lowest tier, the low-grade spiritual body, is coveted by numerous prodigies in the northern region. It is worth noting that some 8-pattern golden core prodigies have failed to awaken a spiritual body. Just look at Ling Xiao, whose mid-grade spiritual body allows him to sweep through countless prodigies across northern Zhou. In his previous life, Xiao Yin stood atop the starry sky, and his physique must have been extraordinary, at least a divine body, perhaps even a sacred body. If I merely awaken a spiritual body, then at the same level, I fear I will be far from his equal. Rising to his feet, Imo Qinyan approached the Daozi Hall. Casting his gaze towards Xiao Yan's direction, it has been nearly a month since my battle with Xiao Xier, and I surmise that Xiao Yan is not far from achieving innate perfection. After 10 years of patience, Xiao Yan's foundation is robust, coupled with the age most suitable for cultivation, and with strong mentors to guide him, his progress will undoubtedly be rapid. I must awaken a divine body. Aside from certain innate physiques hidden within bloodlines, acquired physiques can be enhanced. If my comprehension of the sword is sufficiently profound, it is not impossible to awaken an acquired sword body, such as the heavenly sword divine body, which ranks among the divine bodies. The heavenly sword divine body is one of the sword Tao divine bodies, wielding boundless power. A single swing of the sword could render the earth barren for miles. And in an instant, all swords would sing in unison. However, reaching the realm of the heavenly sword is no simple feat yet. I must strive towards this goal. Otherwise, the gap between me and those exceptional prodigies with powerful physiques will become insurmountable. To awaken the heavenly sword divine body, merely achieving a small form of sword intent is insufficient. Even a great form is inadequate. Only a perfected sword intent. Can a golden core stage practitioner truly achieve this? Currently, to enhance my strength, I must focus on my soul power. The Tai sword formation, with all 10 swords unleashed, is sufficient to traverse the realm of divine powers. Pondering this, Imo Qinyan set forth towards the Sword Valley. After taking a few steps, he halted, gazing at a nearby grove. Come out. Your methods of concealing your aura are quite lacking. From the grove emerged a stunning figure. It was Xiao Xier, this moment. A hint of intrigue danced upon her face as she spoke. I have investigated all records regarding you. 3 months ago. You were utterly unremarkable. Yet within this short span, you have undergone a remarkable transformation. Xiao Xier regarded Imo Qinyan, her delicate features brimming with curiosity. Though she had conducted her research and gleaned much from Bai's accounts, she remained completely at a loss. She sensed an air of mystery surrounding Imo Qinyan, making him difficult to decipher. Particularly, his indifferent demeanor suggested that nothing could shake his resolve. Imo Qinyan smiled faintly and replied, "Then, isn't the transformation seen in Xiao Yan even more significant?" Brother Xiao Yan has changed immensely. Do you understand how diligently he is trained? Xiao Xier retorted, a glimmer of pride shining in her eyes when mentioning Xiao Yan. The individual she admired was undoubtedly the world's most extraordinary prodigy. Imo Qinyan chuckled softly, prompting Xiao Xier to frown slightly. What are you laughing at? Do you believe that only your Xiao Yan is working hard? Imo Qinyan continued, are you aware of a little girl who crawled out of a mass grave at the age of 3, begging daily just to survive? Do you know of a person who, at the peak of their youth, was defeated, stripped of their cultivation, and nearly abandoned by the world, yet rose again to reach the pinnacle of the king's realm? Do you understand the struggles faced by every individual you encounter, the heartache behind their efforts? Even within the ranks of tens of thousands at the Tianshui sword sect, the miscellaneous servants, who lack even the status of disciples, are ruthlessly slain. What are they striving for? Merely to survive in this world where strength reigns supreme. Are they not working hard enough? Xiao Xier, had you not hailed from the esteemed Taichi Holy Land, but rather from a humble lineage, would you still have attained your present accomplishments? With this rhetorical inquiry, Imo Qinyan cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Xier before departing without a backward glance. Leaving her in a state of contemplative stupor, she murmured softly to herself, if I were not a saintess, would I have achieved what I have today? This was a profound truth imparted to Imo Qinyan in a past life. Resources and background delineate one's limitations, whereas it is one's own essence that determines the potential for greatness. When discussing the unparalleled prodigies of the world, who among the human race could rival Yi Ziyuan? In such conversations, she is often subconsciously excluded. Why is that? She is the most formidable existence in human history, the daughter of the supreme heavenly emperor. Can the resources she possesses be fathomed by an ordinary individual? In this golden era, who else besides her possesses the qualifications to be deemed the strongest prodigy with the greatest potential to ascend to the throne? Yet, ultimately, It was Xiaoxue who defied all odds and ascended to the position of the unparalleled empress of humanity. Emo Qiannian never underestimates any celestial prodigy. Those nurtured by powerful factions are not to be taken lightly. If the opponent also stands at the 10th path stage, awakened as a sacred body, wielding supreme laws on par with the questions of immortality, what advantage could Emo Qiannian possibly have over such a prodigy? I must awaken the divine sword body. Otherwise, what right do I have to enter the top 10 of humanity and confront Xiaoxue? With this resolve, Emo Qiannian firmly solidified his path ahead. Chapter 52. Farewell to Zhongshan in the Sword Valley. On the combat platform, a figure was sent sprawling backwards, crashing violently against a massive stone pillar. His garments lay in tatters, his body marred with injuries, bloodied and bruised, as he fell to the ground in a wretched state. This individual was none other than Qian Yin, a core disciple who had previously been observing the grand competition of the Tianshui sword sect. Facing him was a youth bearing a long spear, his eyes sharp and piercing Zhongshan. He had achieved the foundation establishment stage and had just defeated the core disciple Chen Yin in a challenge of equal rank. Brother Chen Yin, you have lost. I kindly ask that you refrain from disturbing our spear alliance in the future, Zhongshan stated coolly. Upon hearing Zhongshan's words, Chen Yin flushed with anger as he rose to his feet. How could you be so strong? He stammered, pointing at Zhongshan with an expression akin to one who had tasted excrement. Shouldn't you be pondering why you are so weak instead? Zhongshan replied indifferently. Sheathing his spear and stepping down from the combat platform, Brother Chen Yin actually lost. This is truly inconceivable. Indeed, he achieved the 7-pattern Golden Core stage 3 years ago, yet he has fallen to a rising star? Moreover, it was a battle constrained by rank. How could he suffer such a devastating defeat? Shu, keep your voice down. Don't let it be overheard. After all, Brother Chen Yin is still the 10th-ranked core disciple. Oh no? Now he is the 11th. Teske. What is there to fear? Our spear alliance already has 2 brothers within the top 10 core disciples. Surrounding disciples murmured amongst themselves. Those who could enter the Sword Valley were all inner disciples, primarily of the foundation establishment stage. Many had the backing of core disciples or came from respectable backgrounds, rendering them unfazed by Chen Yin. Furthermore, Chen Yin's haughty demeanor and penchant for bullying newcomers had tarnished his reputation, prompting many to revel in his embarrassment at this moment. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Chen Yin clenched his fists, digging his nails painfully into his flesh. After becoming a core disciple of the Tianshui sword sect for many years, it was the first time he had faced such ridicule. He was a long-standing core disciple, while Zhongshan was merely a newly promoted core disciple. What gave him the right to stand above him? His eyes turned bloodshot as he broke through his restraints, regaining his golden core strength, and launched an attack towards Zhongshan's back. This scene unfolded so suddenly that the divine power steward in the distance failed to react, never anticipating that someone would dare to violate the rules and strike here. Brother Chen Yin, stop. Quickly, restrain him. A commotion erupted as numerous inner disciples stirred in alarm. To attack a fellow disciple is a grave offense. These disciples were already at a distance, and with their strength being inferior to Chen Yin's, they were powerless to intervene against his sneak attack. It was only at this moment that the divine power steward managed to arrive, bellowing as he extended a large hand. Chen Yin, have you gone mad? Dare you to attack a fellow disciple in public? However, he was still too far away. By the time he attempted to intervene, Chen Yin had already reached Zhongshan's back. Zhongshan, what right do you have to defeat me? Chen Yan's expression twisted, disregarding the consequences as he sought to kill Zhongshan. Yet, before his attack could land, a terrifying force suddenly hurled him away. Boom, boom, boom. Chen Yan's body was sent flying, crashing through several massive stones before landing in the distance. Thud. He plopped down onto the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His complexion turned ashen, his eyes widening in shock as he gazed at Zhongshan's position. A handsome young man in a white robe appeared beside Zhongshan, casting a cold glare at Chen Yin. I have met the Daozi. Upon recognizing the newcomer, countless disciples in the vicinity bowed in reverence. Ever since that fateful day of the Thunder Tribulation, everyone in the Tianshui sword sect had come to respect Emo Qiannian, the Daozi, wholeheartedly. Daozi, It is fortuitous that you have arrived. The divine power steward also approached, visibly shaken. Yet, within his eyes lay a glimmer of astonishment. Emotionian had covered a distance that was undoubtedly greater than his own and arrived before him. Such prowess, could it truly be achieved at the Golden Core stage? Daozi, wouldn't you have quietly advanced to divine power by now, Brother Chinian? Oh no, Your Highness Daozi, thank you for saving me once again, Zhongshan expressed with deep gratitude, a hint of trepidation flickering in his heart. He was merely at the 7th path of foundation establishment, while Chen Yin was a 7-pattern golden core. The disparity in realms rendered him utterly defenseless. Mo Chinian, damn it. Chen Yin spat another mouthful of blood. The previous blow had injured him severely, leaving him unable to move as he glared at Mo Chinian with eyes of flame. Chen Yin, you are finished? Observing Chen Yan's current state, the surrounding disciples could not help but shake their heads. To attempt to assassinate a core disciple, regardless of who stood behind Chen Yin, would not shield him from the consequences. At this moment, Chen Yin finally regained his composure, reflecting upon his actions, which only deepened the pallor of his face. Chen Yin, do you acknowledge your crime? The divine power steward regarded Chen Yin coldly. To attack a prodigy of a lower realm with a higher realm is a violation of the rules established by the Prodigy Hall. And to attempt to assassinate a core disciple is a breach of the Tianshui sword sect's regulations. Do you acknowledge your crime? Chen Yan's face turned a ghastly white as he stuttered. I did not succeed in my sneak attack. That is still a grave offense. According to the rules, your cultivation should be abolished, and you are to be expelled from the sect. No. Upon hearing this sentence, Chen Yin abruptly raised his head. You cannot expel me. I am a core disciple. My master is an extraordinary elder, and my grandfather is an extraordinary being. You cannot expel me. He was merely 23 years old. With a bright future ahead, how could he bear to relinquish everything? The divine power steward glanced at Emotionian, noting his calm demeanor, and his expression grew icy. Come with me to the Law Enforcement Hall. Everything that transpired here has been recorded by the Reflection Stone. If you wish to explain, do so to the Law Enforcement Elder, the divine power steward declared, lifting Chen Yin as if he were a mere chick and heading towards the Law Enforcement Hall. This pest has finally been eliminated. It is a cause for great celebration. Wonderful. We shall no longer have to endure his loathsome visage. Chen Yin was escorted away. The surrounding disciples erupted in cheers, some even applauding. Junior brother Zhongshan, are you all right? In light of the incident with Chen Yin, Emotionian paid no mind. In his eyes, such a character could never amount to anything significant, achieving a 7-pattern golden core at the age of 20, and now, 3 years later, still failing to comprehend the potential. His talent truly fell short. It was also due to Chen Yan's habitual arrogance and a severe deficiency in character. Resources alone could not suffice. For one's understanding and innate talent were paramount. Thus, this so-called prodigy, bolstered solely by resources to attain the 7-pattern golden core, finally revealed his true nature. Thank you for your concern, Daozi. I am fine. Zhongshan replied respectfully. As he regarded Zhongshan's respectful demeanor, Emotionian glanced around, noting that all disciples present exhibited a similar attitude of reverence. Some female disciples even stole glances at him, their eyes brimming with admiration and affection. There was no denying it. To these disciples, he had become a figure akin to a deity. Emotionian, however, felt a sense of helplessness. It appeared he could no longer connect with his junior brothers. In the future, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out. Emotionian patted Zhongshan on the shoulder, harboring a favorable impression of him. Subsequently, he departed, heading towards the sword cliff within the Sword Valley to contemplate the sword intent left behind by the sect's predecessors. Chapter 53. Xian Palace, Xiaoxue and Yi Ziyuan upon the sword cliff. Dozens of formidable sword scars mar the surface. These marks were left by the predecessors of the Tianshui sword sect's sword cultivators, intended for future generations to comprehend the essence of sword intent. The sword scars are meticulously categorized, ranging from ordinary sword intent to the profound 9th-layer sword intent, spanning various sword paths, light swords, heavy swords, the path of slaughter, the path of guardianship, and so forth. What, then, is sword intent that transcends the sword's might. It is a power of intent that can only be comprehended by those who exist in the realm of the extraordinary. The extraordinary is divided into 9 minor realms, and the sword intent is similarly stratified into 9 levels. The first level of sword intent corresponds to the first tier of the extraordinary. Conversely, the 9th level of sword intent aligns with the 9th tier of the extraordinary. Observing the sword intent left behind by these predecessors greatly aids in one's own understanding of the sword's might. Emo Qianian, having accumulated knowledge from his previous life, naturally arrived at the deepest level, scrutinizing the 9 levels of sword intent. Upon his arrival, a fierce aura assailed him. It was a domineering, sharp, and ferocious presence, the sword intent of slaughter. Even though this sword intent was etched a century ago, merely casting a glance at it made Emo Qianian feel as if his very soul were being pierced with pain. Yet, despite the agony, he persevered, continuously absorbing the impact of that murderous sword intent. Only through pressure can he advance. Understanding the sword's might is not an endeavor that can be completed in a day or two. As time flowed slowly, Emo Qianian sat cross-legged, motionless, gazing at the sword scars upon the cliff's edge. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days. This is an immensely vast continent, the extent of which no one can clearly define. Even a peak existence of the kingly realm, dedicating their entire life, could not traverse this land. This is the heart of the human race, the sacred ground of humanity, known as the Tianren continent. In the central region of the Tianren continent lies a small world called the Imperial Realm. Within the Imperial Realm, there exists a space of immense grandeur, rivaling that of a supercontinent. At the heart of this space stands a magnificent palace, engraved with 2 ancient characters, Xian Palace. Surrounding the palace, ethereal melodies of celestial music waft through the air, and the fragrance of flowers pervades, creating a scene of tranquility akin to a paradise on earth. Here, countless rare treasures and extraordinary beasts abound. Colorful koi swim gracefully, flowers bloom in profusion, fragrant spiritual herbs spread their aroma, butterflies dance, and celestial cranes soar. At this moment, outside the palace, on a grassy meadow filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, a charming girl with white hair is sketching something with a brush in hand. Upon closer inspection, one can see that numerous sheets of drawing paper surround the little girl, all depicting a single figure, a young man clad in white robes. His face radiant with sunshine, his smile warm as spring, exuding an aura of approachability. "Brother, when can I see you again?" The little girl clutches one of the portraits, a crystalline tear cascading down her cheek. It has already been a month since she last saw her brother. Behind the little girl, in a pavilion, stand 2 figures. One of them is her master, Jian Changsheng. However, Jian Changsheng is no longer the drunken figure he once was. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, he stands with his hands behind his back, his gaze as profound as the starry sky, emanating an undeniable authority with every gesture. Beside Jian Changsheng is a fairy clad in purple. What a fairy she is! She stands there quietly, as if the entire world has dimmed in comparison. Her features are exquisitely beautiful, captivating, and breathtakingly alluring. Her skin is smooth as fine jade, glowing with a soft radiance, and her long black hair flows gracefully in the wind, exuding an air of nobility that is intoxicating. Her complexion is as flawless as jade, her lips enticing, and her figure, draped in a flowing gown, perfectly accentuates her alluring silhouette, especially her physique, so exquisite that her slender waist can be grasped with a single hand, her bosom ample, and her legs exquisitely proportioned. She stands there like a painting, an eternal masterpiece that seems impossible to complete. Describing her as a beauty that could topple nations would scarcely do her justice. Each smile and frown evokes boundless imagination. Even a mere profile is enough to ensnare the hearts of any man. She is universally recognized as the foremost prodigy and the most beautiful woman of the human race. Xian Palace's Yi Ziyuan, Brother Changsheng, you mentioned taking on a direct disciple from a remote continent? Yi Ziyuan slightly turned her head to glance at Jian Changsheng and spoke. Her voice resembled the melodious chirping of a yellow oriole, akin to the tinkling of silver bells, perhaps the most delightful sound in the world. Indeed, I have even imparted the Wenchen sword to him, Jin Chongqing nodded, his tone calm. Why Yiziyuan's brow furrowed slightly. Brother Chongqing, you should understand the significance of the Wenshan sword. Jin Chongqing shook his head. Without the Wenshan sword, he would have no hope of stepping into this place. Do you truly believe he has the potential to rank among the top 10 in this year's human competition? I see my own shadow in him from my youth. I have faith in him, Jin Chongqing replied with a faint smile. Wai Yiziyuan shook her head slightly, remaining silent for a moment before softly approaching Xiaoxue. Lifting her into her arms, Xiaoxue, let your sister teach you cultivation. Sister Ziyuan, when can I see my brother again? Xiaoxue inquired in Yiziyuan's embrace. Wai Yiziyuan gazed at the portrait of Xiaoxue's brother on the ground, paused for a breath, then smiled. Soon, very soon, your brother will come to find you. Meanwhile, Jin Chongqing observed this scene, his eyes clouded with thoughts unknown. Sister Ziyuan, I wish to learn sword techniques. May I? Why do you wish to learn sword techniques? Xiaoxue, because my brother wields a sword. I want him to see my progress when he comes to take me away. Looking into Xiaoxue's pure eyes, Yiziyuan smiled. Very well, your sister will teach you sword techniques. If you wish for your brother to find you, I will teach you a sword move with a lovely name. Seeking Immortals. As time flowed, a month passed in the blink of an eye. And within this month, the Tianshui sword sect underwent tremendous changes. Beneath the sword cliff, Imo Qianyan's body, which had remained still for a month, finally stirred. The sword's might had reached great perfection, although the result may not be ideal. The author has decided to provide an extra chapter to allow everyone a glimpse of the reunion between Qinian and Tianxue. The images of Yiziyuan and Xiaoxue will also be added later. If any lovely readers have beautiful ones, please leave them in the comments, and I will select one to post tomorrow. Chapter 54. Preparing to challenge the sect, Ling Xiao. The sword's might had reached great perfection. At this stage, Imo Qianyan's strength surged by another 30%. A minor achievement in sword might enhances the power of one sword techniques by 20%, while a great achievement boosts it by a staggering 50%. With his current enhancement of 20 dragons, the great perfection of sword might allows him to almost sweep through the realm of divine abilities. Even those with 7 patterned golden pills will be swept away in his wake. Provided they lack a spiritual body, those with 8 patterned golden pills, lacking a spiritual body, would similarly fall short against him. Only those with spiritual body-level prodigies could slightly suppress him. Yet, Imo Qianyan is still in the golden pill realm. What kind of strength will he possess once he steps into the realm of divine abilities? Since forming my 10 platforms, my comprehension has improved significantly, almost undergoing a transformative change, undoubtedly aided by Xiaoxue. Imo Qianyan grasped the spirit sword in his hand, reminiscing about Xiaoxue, his eyes revealing a glimmer of determination. Xiaoxue, wait for me. I will come to find you. Achieving great perfection in sword might does not permit complacency. He must strive for even greater strength, pursuing the absolute perfection of sword might. With 7 months remaining until the great competition, attaining absolute perfection is not without hope. With this thought, Imo Qianyan sat cross-legged once more, preparing to continue his contemplation of sword might. In the demon sect, sword slashes the heavens. Heavenly demons swirl. In the arena, Ling Xiao battled a young man clad in blood-red robes. Boom. The two collided fiercely, producing a resounding explosion. Bang! Ling Xiao's fist struck the blood-robed youth, sending him stumbling back several steps. While Ling Xiao remained unfazed, I must admit, you are slightly stronger than that so-called Mu Qingfeng and his sheltered turtle shell. You must be the top prodigy of the northern domain. But alas! Ling Xiao shook his head, and in the next moment, a formidable and sharp sword aura emanated from him. The spirit-sensing sword body revealed its might. At this instant, Ling Xiao's aura surged dramatically, and with his perfected sword might, he swiftly suppressed the blood-robed youth. A mid-grade spiritual body exerted dominance over the blood-robed youth's low-grade spiritual body. Shing! Ling Xiao slashed towards the blood-robed youth. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the blood-robed youth was sent flying by Ling Xiao's strike. Pfft. The blood-robed youth spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise, so strong. I am no match for you. I concede. The surrounding disciples of the demon sect gazed in a daze at this scene. The young master of the heavenly demons actually lost. This Ling Xiao is too powerful. He might not even be defeated by those of the extraordinary realm. How frustrating! After defeating the young master of the heavenly demons, Ling Xiao shook his head, displaying an air of superiority, his expression one of great arrogance. Is this truly the extent of your strength in the northern domain? The so-called 3 unparalleled prodigies cannot even withstand a single strike from me. The young master of the heavenly demon gazed intently at Ling Xiao, his fists clenched in frustration, yet he found himself utterly powerless. The disparity between him and Ling Xiao was insurmountable. Despite both being at the pinnacle of their respective realms, even unleashing the power of his spirit body could not match Ling Xiao's conventional combat prowess. Congratulations to my fellow disciple, the sword enthusiast, for sweeping away the prodigies of the 14th domain, remarked Ling Xiao's senior sister, a stunning figure clad in a red dress, with a teasing laugh. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao's face lit up with pride. What does that matter? Brother Sword Jingtian has traversed 300 domains, unrivaled across the world. A mere handful of trash is hardly worth mentioning, he waved dismissively. Cough, cough, cough. The young master of the heavenly demon could not suppress the urge to spit out a mouthful of old blood upon hearing those words. How could he, a paragon of the 8 paths, who had awakened his spirit body, be branded as trash? How could he endure such an insult? Do you think that by defeating me, you have bested the strongest prodigy of the northern region? He suddenly interjected, causing Ling Xiao and his companions, who were about to depart, to halt in their tracks. Ling Xiao turned around, his eyes blazing with an indomitable brilliance. What did you say? Humph. Do you believe that I and Mu Qingfeng are the foremost prodigies of the northern region? The young master of the heavenly demon scoffed. Then tell me, who is the true prodigy of the northern region? Ling Xiao inquired with keen interest. You may journey to the Tianshui sword sect. Their Daozi transcended the Golden Core Thunder Tribulation 2 months ago. Golden Core Thunder Tribulation? Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of warlike intent flashing within them. He was immensely curious about the strength of that Daozi. For even he, upon achieving the unparalleled Golden Core realm of the 8 paths, had not attracted a Thunder Tribulation. Let us proceed to the Tianshui sword sect. I wish to confront their so-called Daozi. Ling Xiao declared resolutely. Another fallen opponent for the sword enthusiast, remarked the red-dressed beauty, nodding gently before departing with Ling Xiao from the demon sect. With a resonant clang, the sound of swords echoed through the air as Mo Qianian opened his eyes to see a figure materialize before him. Sect Master, is there something you require? He inquired respectfully upon recognizing the Heavenly Sword King. I noticed your sword formation lacks several swords. Here are 4 spirit swords for you to accept, the Heavenly Sword King stated. As 4 spirit swords surrounded him, emanating a fierce sword aura and possessing a unique sentience. Such a level of spiritual weaponry was exceedingly difficult to forge, even for a master of artifact refinement. Upon receiving the 4 spirit swords, Mo Qianian immediately grasped their value, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Sect Master. Your generosity is overwhelming. Is there a task you wish to assign me? Ha, the Daozi is indeed astute. The Heavenly Sword King chuckled, his gaze filled with admiration. Have you heard the name Ling Xiao from the sword domain? Ling Xiao? Mo Qianian furrowed his brow, a flicker of disdain crossing his expression. Oh, you know him? How could one not be aware? In the world before my rebirth, Ling Xiao would, in a few decades, instigate a tumult that would engulf the entire northern continent, aiming to establish a vast sword Dao dynasty. The northern region was swept up in the chaos. Although ultimately defeated by the returning Xiaoyan, who single-handedly turned the tide, the initial turmoil had caused immense suffering to countless people. That Ling Xiao has arrived in the northern region, having successively vanquished the Daozi of the Shangqing sect, the Kaoshan sect, and the Demon sect. He is now en route to our Tianshui sword sect, the Heavenly Sword King continued. Ling Xiao did not depart the Demon sect immediately. He spread the news of his exploits, allowing the people of the northern region to witness his formidable presence as he swept through a domain. Arrogant, yet he possesses the capital to be so. He is a paragon of the 8 paths, having awakened a mid-grade spirit body, achieving an unparalleled strength of 99,998,000 in the entirety of the northern continent. Ling Xiao's innate talent is undoubtedly among the top 3. Ling Xiao. A glimmer of ice flickered in Mo Qianyan's eyes. He had initially believed that he would require the Northern Continent Grand Competition to deal with him, but it appeared that the opportunity had presented itself sooner than expected. Fear not, Sect Master. Should he dare to come, he will enter on his feet and leave on his back. Haha, splendid. While Ling Xiao may be formidable, he is still far from matching our Daozi. The Heavenly Sword King laughed heartily, relishing the myriad benefits this situation would bring him. Ling Xiao's crushing defeat of the 3 foremost sects Daozi, only to be humbled by their own Daozi, would restore the northern region's honor, an opportunity for the Tian Shui sword sect to rise to prominence. I shall not disturb the Daozi's training further. When Ling Xiao arrives to challenge us, someone will inform the Daozi. With a cheerful demeanor, the Heavenly Sword King departed, his face radiant with anticipation as he envisioned the rise of the Tian Shui sword sect. Chapter 55. A gathering of clouds at the Tian Shui sword sect when Mo Qianyan opened his eyes once more. He found himself surrounded by 10 spirit swords, swirling about him, occasionally intertwining. Each sword radiated brilliant colors, and faintly, one could hear the sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries. Boom! The sword light surged across the heavens and earth, causing the ground beneath him to crack open, revealing a chasm that stretched for miles. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astounded. At this moment, Mo Qianyan felt an overwhelming surge of power. He sensed that with a mere flick of his finger, he could slay throngs of golden core cultivators. The first level of the Tai Yi sword formation had been perfected, and the effect of unleashing 10 swords simultaneously was astonishing. Looking at the 10 spirit swords surrounding him, Mo Qianyan could not help but marvel at their might. Coupled with his fully realized sword intent and the soul power of the divine realm, he could nearly traverse freely beneath the heavens. In my previous life, I was not as strong at the divine realm as I am now at the golden core level. However, while my sword intent has reached perfection, I still lack a final piece. Calculating the time, Ling Xiao should be arriving soon. Mo Qianyan rose, stowing away the spirit swords as he made his way towards Sword God Peak. A month and a half had passed since he began comprehending sword intent, and during this time, significant changes had occurred in the rankings of the Tian Shui sword sect's disciples. Several disciples had emerged against all odds, such as Zhong Shan, who had defeated several core disciples and now ranked just below Mo Qianyan, Xiao Xier, and Xiao Yin. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin had achieved innate perfection and was striving towards the ultimate realm. The core disciple Chen Yin had been stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the Tian Shui sword sect in front of all core disciples and numerous elders. Despite his extraordinary grandfather's pleas on his behalf, losing a direct confrontation was inconsequential, but launching a sneak attack on a core disciple from a higher realm was intolerable anywhere. Such a disciple is of no use. If they resort to sneak attacks now, what might they do in the future? In the past half-month, the Tian Shui sword sect had suddenly become bustling with activity. Many extraordinary beings arrived from all directions. Eager to witness the prodigy of the sword domain, Ling Xiao challenged the sect. Over the month, Ling Xiao's reputation in the northern region had grown increasingly resounding. He had successively defeated the 3 top prodigies of the northern region, garnering widespread attention. Now, he was set to challenge the Daozi of the Tian Shui sword sect, making him the hottest topic in the northern region. Daozi Mo Qianyan of the Tian Shui sword sect, a rising star, had been rumored to possess the 8 paths just 3 months prior. If the Daozi were to be defeated again, the cultivators of the northern region would lose all face. When the time came for the Northern Continent Grand Competition, they would be unable to hold their heads high on this day. Ling Xiao delivered a challenge to the Tian Shui sword sect. In 3 days, Ling Xiao from the sword domain will come to pay his respects. 3 figures soared through the skies towards the Tian Shui sword sect. Among them was a middle-aged man clad in imperial robes and a crown, his gaze fierce and commanding. Beside him stood a refined young man and a beautiful young woman, none other than the emperor of the Great Chu and his son, Prince Chu Tiange, along with Princess Chu Miaohan. Is it true that Ling Xiao is reputed to be the strongest beneath the 9 paths and possesses a mid-grade spirit body? Can Imo Chinian truly contend with him? Chu Miaohan inquired. Her brow furrowed with concern. She was well aware of Ling Zhao's illustrious achievements, a swordsmanship prodigy renowned throughout the northern continent. Miaohan, do not fret. Imo Chinian will prevail, the emperor reassured her, unperturbed. He was among the few who knew of Imo Chinian's status as a paragon of the Nine Paths. While Ling Zhao is indeed formidable, he has yet to achieve the Nine Paths. How can an Eight Paths cultivator hope to stand against one of that caliber? Father, is there something you are withholding from me? Miaohan observed her father's confident demeanor and pressed further. Patience, in 3 days you shall have your answers. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man clad in armor, wielding a blood-red spear and riding a flaming unicorn, descended through the air with a formidable presence. Akin to a fearsome beast, martial, this Daozi of the Tian Shui sword sect, Imo Chinian, is the one who once slayed the young master. A golden-armored soldier remarked beside him, boom. A formidable aura, imbued with an air of ruthless determination, emanated from him, shaking the very heavens and earth. This individual bore the semblance of a high-ranking marshal from some imperial dynasty, his strength undeniably terrifying. He was the Grand Marshal of the great Imo Empire. Imo Fifan, the father of Imo Feng. Imo Chinian, it would be best for you to perish at the hands of that Ling Zhao. Should you evade death this time, I shall personally avenge Fenger. His voice, cold and devoid of warmth, resonated with boundless fury. Once, Imo Feng had met a tragic end at the hands of the great Chu Empire. He harbored hatred, resentment, pain, and madness, perched upon the back of a majestic avian. Several figures sat in a meditative posture. Among them was a young man clad in golden robes, his complexion somewhat pallid. Senior Brother Mu, are you all right? Inquired another silver-robed disciple, concern etched upon his face. Despite his pale visage, the golden-robed youth exuded an indomitable spirit, his handsome features still revealing an extraordinary charisma. He was Mu Qingfeng, ranked 11th on the Northern Domain's talented individuals list. His cultivation had remarkably reached the realm of divine powers. Marking him as one of the most exceptional prodigies in the Northern Domain, it's nothing. That Ling Zhao, while lacking in character, possesses formidable strength, Mu Qingfeng remarked, a flicker of apprehension flashing in his eyes. During their previous encounter, he had failed to even compel Ling Zhao to reveal his spirit body. Truly formidable. Damn it. Senior Brother Fuing perished beneath his sword, and now you, Senior Brother Mu, are severely wounded. The silver-robed disciple seethed with indignation. Do you think that the Daozi of the Tian Shui sword sect, Imo Chinian, can defeat Ling Zhao? Mu Qingfeng fell into a contemplative silence, eventually shaking his head ever so slightly. It's difficult, exceedingly so. Mo Chinian has merely just entered the golden core stage. Whether he can comprehend the essence remains uncertain. Ling Zhao possesses a mid-grade spirit body, having pushed the 8 paths to their zenith. Below the 9th path, he is nearly invincible. To triumph over him is a daunting challenge. Sighing, the silver-robed disciple clenched his fists in frustration. I wish Imo Chinian were stronger, to teach him a severe lesson. Preferably by slaying him, not only the great Chu Empire, but also the Shangqing sect, Imo Fifan, and other prominent figures were now converging upon the Tian Shui sword sect. The Demon sect, the Reliant sect, the Heavenly River sect, the Great Jing Empire, the Great Xia Empire, the Great Qin Empire. Ling Zhao's maneuvers across the northern domain over the past month had reached a crescendo, stirring all significant powers within the region. The battle between the Daozi of the Tian Shui sword sect and Ling Zhao was poised to be the grandest spectacle witnessed in the northern domain in a decade, comparable in scale to the Northern Domain Grand Competition. This was a battle of endurance and dignity for the Northern Domain. If Imo Chinian were to suffer defeat once more, there would be no one left to challenge Ling Zhao, and the Northern Domain would bear a tremendous disgrace. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and on the day of the formal challenge, an extraordinary, snow-white giant bird soared gracefully through the skies. Ling Zhao, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed upon the Tian Shui sword sect before him, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Chapter 56, Imo Chinian and Ling Zhao, thanks to the esteemed Yuzu Gij QVQ for the divine certification, at the Tian Shui sword sect. Beside the arena, a throng of over 10,000 had gathered. Countless individuals craned their necks in anticipation of this unparalleled clash, especially the several dozen individuals atop the high platform. Each one of them, with a mere stamp of their foot, could send tremors throughout the entire northern domain. They were either the pinnacle of their respective nations or the leaders of grand sects, all surpassing the seventh level of the extraordinary realm. Ordinary extraordinary beings were deemed unworthy to ascend the platform at this event. In such a gathering, even the once dominant extraordinary beings seemed to lose their luster. Moments later, the formidable figures upon the high platform lifted their gazes towards the horizon. "They have arrived," a whisper floated through the air, and from the heavens came a resounding cry as a snow-white extraordinary spirit beast descended from the sky. What audacity to fly directly into this place! Some spectators felt a chill as their perception of Ling Xiao plummeted. Boom! The snow-white giant bird landed on the massive arena, its presence overwhelming and deafening. Ling Xiao stood atop the bird's back, surveying the crowd with an air of supreme authority. Even in the face of so many extraordinary beings, he remained unbowed, exuding not an ounce of fear. Flying spirit beasts are prohibited within the gates of the Tian Shui sword sect. A voice thundered, resonating like a clap of thunder, causing the very void to tremble and instilling terror in the hearts of many. This sonic wave was directed solely at Ling Xiao and his entourage. Otherwise, the gathered spectators would have felt the impact as well. On the high platform, a voice of authority rang out. None other than the peak leader of the heavy sword peak, a powerful existence of the 8th level of the extraordinary realm. This served as a warning, intended to temper Ling Xiao's arrogance. However, it was evident that his admonition bore little weight. The elder behind Ling Xiao merely waved his hand, effortlessly blocking the sound waves. Subsequently, he gestured, and the snow-white giant bird took to the skies, heading towards the designated area for spirit beast confinement. This scene sparked intrigue among numerous powerful individuals, for Ling Xiao's protector was indeed inscrutable. Where is Emo Chinian? The sooner we begin, the sooner we can conclude and venture to the next domain. Ling Xiao stepped forward, his expression brimming with arrogance, as he looked down his nose at everyone, declaring, "You are just wasting time." His demeanor incited quiet disdain among the spectators, who muttered under their breath about his brazen audacity. Yet, none could refute him, for Ling Xiao was the unparalleled prodigy of the sword domain's heavenly sword sect, a realm that reigned supreme over others. Akin to the very heart of northern state, the heavenly sword sect was the most dominant sect within the sword domain, an unrivaled force. Even across the entire Longting continent, aside from the Taichi Holy Land, no other sect dared claim superiority over the heavenly sword sect. After waiting for a considerable time, Emo Chanyan's absence prompted murmurs among the crowd. Could it be that the Daozi of the Tian Shui sword sect is afraid? Surely not. Did he not accept the challenge 3 days ago? By the way, is the Daozi of the Tian Shui sword sect truly at the 8th level? One would presume so. Otherwise, how could he be recognized as the Daozi? Among the crowd, Xiao Yin and Xiao Sierra were present. Xiao Yin lowered his head slightly, a somber expression etched across his face. He understood Emo Chanyan's prowess. He was acutely aware that, in a fair contest, Ling Xiao would not be a match for him. This was a golden opportunity for Emo Chanyan to establish his name in northern state. The thought filled him with jealousy. Had it not been for Emo Chanyan, would he have been the one to represent the glory of the northern domain in battle against Ling Xiao? Conversely, Xiao Sierra harbored no such sentiments. For her, fame was unnecessary, as the saintess of the Holy Land. Did she still require such accolades? Are you frightened of losing or of dying? It seems you are just another waste. 5 minutes passed without Emo Chanyan's appearance, and Ling Xiao grew even more arrogant. In his eyes, Emo Chanyan's hesitation was a sign of cowardice. Brother Tang, where is your Daozi? A monarch on the high platform inquired of the peak leader of Heavy Sword Peak. There's no rush. The appointed time has yet to arrive. The peak leader of Heavy Sword Peak wore a knowing smile, fully aware of Emo Chanyan's capabilities. Even the unparalleled prodigy of the 9th path had fallen to Emo Chanyan's prowess. Ling Xiao, being merely at the 8th level, was hardly a challenge, regardless of how close he was to the 9th path. He had witnessed the terrifying might of that day's thunder tribulation. Dong! The sound of a bell echoed. Marking noon at the Tian Shui sword sect, the designated time for the duel, buzz, as the bell tolled. The sound of swords ringing pierced the air, prompting every onlooker to lift their heads, their eyes alight with wonder. A bridge of swords, composed of spirit swords, formed in the sky, upon which a figure clad in white was seen approaching with measured steps. With each stride he took, a spirit sword would soar from the tail of the bridge to its forefront. The entire bridge was constructed of 10 spirit swords. The youth, garbed in white as pure as snow, exuded elegance, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. What an exquisite young immortal! Witnessing this, countless individuals erupted in heartfelt admiration. Not yet 17, this graceful youth had already attained the golden core stage, enough to shake the very heavens. Particularly among the numerous female disciples, none could hide their infatuation. Gazing dreamily at the figure in the sky, among them was Chu Miaohan, who, despite her excitement, felt a pang of desolation within her heart. For she realized that Mo Qianyan and she seemed to exist in entirely different worlds. The chasm between them was vast, rendering her gaze merely a distant longing. While she was at the pinnacle of the innate realm, Mo Qianyan had already ascended to the realm of extraordinary golden cores. "Are you the infamous Mo Qianyan?" Ling Xiao chuckled, surveying Mo Qianyan with a condescending gaze. "You seem to possess a modicum of strength compared to the other wastes, yet in my eyes, you remain but a waste." Mo Qianyan regarded Ling Xiao with a calm demeanor, golden light flashing in his eyes, as he spoke. "Shall we determine our fates through victory or death?" "Ha ha, ha ha." Ling Xiao erupted into laughter upon hearing Mo Qianyan's words. "Establishing victory and determining life or death. What are you to make such claims?" His words incited a wave of uproar among the crowd, the disciples of the Tian Shui sword sect seething with rage. How brazen to insult the Daozi! I long to silence his insolent tongue. Truly, one cannot expect wisdom from a fool. Amidst the commotion, Xiao Xier could not help but chuckle softly, her gaze filled with a mix of pity and bemusement as she regarded Ling Xiao. Did this scene not seem strangely familiar? In the past, did I not mock Mo Qianyan in a similar fashion? And what was the outcome? Even when pushing forth with holy tier combat techniques, defeat still awaited. In comparison, Ling Xiao before me pales in insignificance. What could he possibly contend with? Upon hearing Xiao Xier's light laughter, Xiao Yan's gaze grew increasingly frigid. "Mo Qianyan, one day, I shall trample you beneath my feet." "Very well, since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige you. Let us determine our fates and settle the score." Ling Xiao coldly regarded Mo Qianyan, a sinister smile gracing his lips as he uttered these words. The prospect of vanquishing a genius of the 8 Dao platform stirred his excitement. He firmly believed that no prodigy from the mere northern domain could surpass him, with his unparalleled 8 Dao platform and superior spiritual physique. Who could possibly match him? If you are so eager for death, then I have nothing more to say. Observing Ling Xiao's agreement, Mo Qianyan offered a faint smile, then turned his gaze toward the high platform. After a moment of silence, a voice echoed from the heavens. Indeed, it was the voice of the Sword King, who, though not yet present, had been monitoring the situation closely. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao's protector furrowed his brow slightly but ultimately acquiesced. The impending life and death duel between the Taoist Mo Qianyan of the Heavenly Water Sword Sect and the unparalleled genius Ling Xiao from the Northern Domain left countless spectators in awe. Today, would they witness the fall of an extraordinary talent from the 8 Dao platform? In a quaint, pink-hued room, the adorable little girl Xiao Shui reached out to erase the numbers on the wall, replacing them with a new inscription. Written in a shaky blue script, it declared, 1,000 days until I see my brother. Scattered across the walls were numerous drawings of her brother, though not artistically proficient. Each was crafted with care. Gazing at the numbers, Xiao Shui's eyes brimmed with longing as she murmured, "Brother, Sister Ziyuan treats me well, but I am not happy because I miss you, brother. Xiao Shui is waiting for you. If you do not come to find me, I will go, in search of you. The rules for the duel, you shall determine," Mo Qianyan stated nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings. His aloof demeanor elicited a smirk from Ling Xiao, who thought to himself, "Ah, a proud fool. You have only recently attained the golden core stage. I doubt you have even grasped the concept of momentum. Let us then engage in a life-or-death struggle at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Shall we? Ling Zhao's tone dripped with disdain as he regarded Imo Qinyan with a pitying gaze, as if observing a pitiful insect. The suppression of realms afforded him a distinct advantage, and he himself was a prodigy on the verge of the Nine Dao platform. Could anyone truly hope to defeat him? Unless, of course, Imo Qinyan was an extraordinary nine-pattern golden core. But was that even plausible? A prodigy of the Nine Dao platform was a rarity, even in the sword domain, only appearing once in a century. In this era, only the Taoist of the Heavenly Water Sword sect and his brother, Jin Jingtian, had reached such lofty heights. The notion that a mere northern domain could produce a genius of the Nine Dao platform was utterly unbelievable to him. Imo Qinyan remained silent, merely observing as Ling Zhao restrained his cultivation, suppressing it to the peak of the Golden Core stage. However, it was evident that despite his arrogance, Ling Zhao executed the suppression with precision, limiting his power to the apex of the 8-pattern Golden Core, just a hair's breadth from divine abilities. Thus, the act of suppressing his realm inherently granted him an immense advantage, often making him stronger than he would be at the pinnacle of that stage. Only after Ling Zhao completed his realm suppression did Imo Qinyan finally speak. I have given you an opportunity, yet why do you not seize it? Ling Zhao grinned wickedly. Ah, Imo Qinyan, I shall remember you. You will become the 8th prodigy of the 8 Dao platform to perish at my hands. With a swift motion, Ling Zhao unleashed his sword, a brilliant beam of light slicing through the air, aimed directly at Imo Qinyan. Yet, Imo Qinyan stood unmoving, his sword still sheathed, quietly observing. Ha ha, have you been rendered speechless? Ling Zhao laughed heartily as he noticed Imo Qinyan's stillness, yet the sword light only grew more ferocious. What was happening? Many spectators were puzzled, unable to comprehend why Imo Qinyan had yet to draw his sword. Some even shook their heads, believing this farcical spectacle should come to an end. Only those privy to the truth maintained their composure, some even smiling faintly at the unfolding scene. How powerful was the full force of an 8-pattern Golden Core? With a 2.5-fold enhancement, it could reach 2. The strength of a dragon. Imo Qinyan merely raised a finger, effortlessly deflecting the sword light. How could this be? Ling Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. His full-powered strike had been so easily thwarted by Imo Qinyan. Was he still dreaming? Boom! In the next moment, he found himself devoid of the capacity for thought. Imo Qinyan's palm struck out, landing squarely on Ling Zhao's chest. With a pained cry, Ling Zhao was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, only coming to a halt upon crashing into the barrier surrounding the arena. Blood spewed from his mouth, staining his robes crimson. This spectacle was utterly astonishing. The unrivaled genius of the sword domain, Ling Zhao, had been defeated in a mere exchange. The red-clad woman accompanying Ling Zhao dropped her recording stone with a loud thud, her eyes wide with incredulity. How could he be so powerful? Even Mu Qingfeng and other prodigies of the 8 Dao platform gaped in astonishment, watching Ling Zhao as he bled profusely. Was this truly not a staged performance? Was this the same Ling Zhao who had previously dominated them? On the high platform, Imo Fifen's eyes narrowed slightly. Even with his extraordinary cultivation, he found himself shaken. What manner of monster was Imo Qinyan, reborn? At this moment, nearly everyone, save for Xiao Xier, was left utterly speechless. Even those who recognized Imo Qinyan's strength, such as the extraordinary elder from the Heavenly Water Sword sect, were left in utter shock. They understood the prowess of the 9 Dao platform, but could a 9 Dao platform truly annihilate an 8 Dao platform? Only Xiao Xier comprehended that Imo Qinyan was no ordinary 9 Dao platform, but rather the embodiment of the 9 Dao in unison. Impossible. You must be cheating. You are not a golden core. You are a divine being. Ling Zhao raised his head, his expression bordering on madness. There was no way someone at the same realm could defeat him with a single strike. Not even Jin Jingtian could achieve such a feat. Chapter 58. Ascend the arena, defy the divine abilities. How bold, to dare cheat. Ling Zhao's protector snorted coldly, immediately intervening, transforming into a colossal hand that overshadowed the vast arena. The might of a king was formidable. With a mere flick of his hand, He could render a city barren. At this moment, the enormous hand in the sky loomed 10,000 feet tall. This was not even a full-powered strike. It was merely a casual gesture. The terrifying aura enveloped the area, causing the crowd to tremble uncontrollably, their hair standing on end. Even extraordinary beings could not help but gasp in shock. When a king is enraged, a million corpses may float. Bang! A colossal hand exploded in the air with a sudden burst, akin to the dazzling bloom of fireworks. Amidst the vast sky, a figure emerged. The Sword King of Heaven made his move, intercepting the strike. Is it you, the discarded disciple from years past? Upon seeing the Sword King of Heaven, Ling Zhao's protector gasped in astonishment, a statement that left countless powerful figures in the northern region momentarily stunned. What does this mean? Both Ling Zhao and his protector hailed from the Sword Domain's heavenly sword sect. Could it be that the Sword King of Heaven was once a disciple of the sect? They immediately recalled the Sword King's title. The Sword King of Heaven, associated with the heavenly sword sect, Gu Longfei. After centuries apart, how could the once proud individual become a mere protector for another? The Sword King of Heaven chuckled, gazing at the elderly figure clad in gray. Luo Yang, you have done well to break through to the rank of king and even become the sect leader in such a humble locale. Gu Longfei coldly retorted, his gaze fixed on the Sword King Luo Yang. Your disciple cheated to defeat Ling Zhao. What shall be done about it? Luo Yang smiled gently. You were paying attention just now. Did you see our disciple utilize any momentum? Did you witness him employing any divine abilities? Gu Longfei furrowed his brow slightly, for indeed, such things had not manifested in Emo Qianyan. How could a Golden Core realm practitioner defeat Ling Zhao in a single blow? Gu Longfei coldly asserted his disbelief that Emo Qianyan had not cheated. Quite simply, Luo Yang's lips curled into a subtle smile as he surveyed the multitude of heroes from the northern region. From this moment forth, the name Emo Qianyan shall resonate throughout the entire northern region, and our heavenly water sword sect shall ascend to become the fourth grand sect of the north. For our disciple is not at the 8 Dao platform, but rather the 9 Dao platform. This assertion, though softly spoken, seemed to possess an enchanting power, resonating throughout the entire arena, echoing in the ears and hearts of all present. In an instant, the martial arena fell into a profound silence. Suddenly, someone coughed up blood. It was Ling Zhao, whose heart was now tumultuous with a tempest of emotions upon hearing those words. 9 Dao platforms? No, this cannot be true. Such a small northern region could not possibly possess 9 Dao platforms. Nonsense, it must be a deception. Emo Qianyan cannot be at the 9 Dao platform, Ling Zhao roared. His eyes turning crimson with fury, he was unwilling to accept such a reality. He could not believe that Emo Qianyan could stand at the 9 Dao platform. His lifelong ambition had been to become the foremost among the 8 Dao platform. This blow was unbearable for him. Not only Ling Zhao, but countless others in the northern region also found it hard to believe. What was the concept of 9 Dao platforms? Such a phenomenon had never occurred in the history of the northern region. Across the northern state's myriad domains, only one figure, Sword Shocking Heaven, had emerged in a century. Boom. As if to affirm this, at that moment, behind Emo Qianyan, 9 immaculate Dao platforms appeared. The pure white platforms emanated a gentle holy light, resembling 9 radiant moons, utterly enchanting. Each platform was crystal clear, akin to the most exquisite of artworks, captivating all who beheld them. Yet, at this moment, they emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure. 9 Dao platforms. This Dao rhythm was not simulated. It was the genuine article. No wonder there was a Golden Core thunder tribulation. It was revealed that this was the pinnacle of the 9 Dao platforms, an unparalleled Golden Core that was said to withstand the realm of divine abilities. Everyone was left in awe. This was nothing short of a miracle. Gazing upon the almost celestial Emo Qianyan, the eyes of countless male disciples nearly fell from their sockets, wishing fervently to replace him in that moment. Meanwhile, the female disciples were expressions of rapturous admiration. The protector of Ling Zhao, Gu Longfei, also exhibited a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes, equally shaken by this astonishing spectacle. Meanwhile, Ling Zhao's complexion turned pale. Why did he have to encounter such a being? in a life-and-death duel, he had lost. No, I refuse to accept this. It doesn't count. I demand a battle with you at the half-step divine ability realm. Ling Xiao was driven to madness, evidently unable to accept this outcome. But Mo Qianyan merely replied calmly, showing no fear of engaging in a battle at the half-step divine ability realm. Haha, you have said this yourself. Even if you possess the 9-patterned golden core, at most you might grasp the minor consummation of the sword momentum, perhaps not even that, while I wield the major consummation of sword momentum. Ling Xiao sneered, his eyes brimming with fierce light. At this moment, he finally revealed his hidden card. At the half-step divine ability realm, he could employ the major consummation of sword momentum. Though not perfected, it was close enough to obliterate Mo Qianyan. Swish, in a flash, Ling Xiao drew his sword. An overwhelming sword momentum surged from him, transforming into a terrifying sword light stretching 100 meters. Fiercely cleaving towards Mo Qianyan. Slash! Ling Xiao roared, frantically channeling his major consummation of sword momentum, intent on subduing Mo Qianyan. The entire void trembled, emitting a series of resounding vibrations. Indeed, in the face of such a scene, Mo Qianyan nodded slightly. However, that was all there was to it. Mo Qianyan raised his hand, extending his index finger towards Ling Xiao's major consummation of sword momentum. Whoosh! In an instant, a brilliant sword light erupted from his fingertip, transforming into a celestial shower of starlight that tore apart Ling Xiao's major consummation of sword momentum. All traces of sword momentum vanished without a trace. Bang! Following this, an even more formidable force erupted, crashing into Ling Xiao's body with immense ferocity. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and a bone within Ling Xiao's body shattered with a resounding snap. How could this be? Ling Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. This was his major consummation of sword momentum. Why could it not withstand even a single finger from Mo Qianyan? With the enhancement of the major consummation of sword momentum, the power of this strike had reached a staggering 3 dragon forces. You are too weak. Mo Qianyan shook his head. Ling Xiao spewed another mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground in utter defeat. He had lost. The two were simply not on the same level. Mo Qianyan stood firm, observing Ling Xiao's pallid visage. Was Ling Xiao too weak? No, it was not that. Rather, he had become exceedingly strong. The 10 Dao platforms transcended the 9 Dao platforms, while the 9 Dao platforms unified surpassed the ordinary 9 Dao platforms, which could effortlessly vanquish the 8 Dao platforms. There lay a difference of 3 entire tiers. A duel of this nature utterly failed to ignite his interest. He could hardly even stretch his limbs. Observing the astonished expressions of the surrounding crowd, he slowly turned his gaze towards Gu Longfei and Luo Yang in the sky, declaring, I request to ascend the platform. I shall duel Ling Xiao at the divine ability realm. Determined by life and death, gasp. Upon hearing this declaration, the arena erupted in commotion. While it was known that the 9 Dao platforms' unparalleled golden core could contend with divine abilities, Ling Xiao was no ordinary divine ability wielder. An unparalleled genius of the 8 Dao platforms, possessing a middle-tier spiritual body and major consummation of sword momentum. Ling Xiao was nearly invincible among divine ability practitioners, capable of resisting several strikes from common transcendent beings. Could such an exceptional divine ability truly be overcome by a half-step divine ability? Chapter 59. The King of Geniuses, Mo Qianyan, you have already won. Why take such risks? Even the Sword King of Heaven, Luo Yang, was perplexed by Mo Qianyan's desire to ascend. While it was acknowledged that the 9-patterned golden core could battle divine abilities, it could not contend with a genius of such caliber. Sect leader, I assure you, my declaration reflects my confidence, Mo Qianyan replied coolly. Had he lost his mind? In the spectator area, Xiaoxi Air was bewildered, as the holy maiden and a peerless genius of the 9 Dao platforms. She could challenge only ordinary divine ability practitioners without spiritual bodies. Tio challenged Ling Xiao, a practitioner with a middle-tier spiritual body. Xiaoxi Air feared she would be unable to withstand even a single blow. Arrogance. He better be prepared to face dire consequences, thought Xiao Yin with a cold smirk. Even his master could not achieve such a feat at the half-step divine ability realm. This was an impossible achievement. What has he gotten himself into? Chu Miaohan furrowed her brows, utterly failing to comprehend Emo Qianyin's actions. In this moment, no one understood Emo Qianyin, for this was a step beyond what even the most extraordinary geniuses in history could achieve. A gap that no sacred-tier martial technique could bridge. Do you truly comprehend the power of a middle-tier spiritual body paired with major consummation of sword momentum? The Sword King of Heaven inquired once more. Wishing to prevent such a prodigious talent from falling, Luo Yang, he has requested to ascend the platform himself. Why are you still droning on? Ling Zhao's protector, Gu Longfei, replied with a cold smile. Originally, Ling Xiao was to die for his defeat. But now, it seemed that not only would Ling Xiao survive, but it would be Emo Qianyin who perished. Sect leader, I would not undertake an endeavor without confidence. Observing the hesitation of the Sword King, Emo Qianyin remained resolute. Since the revelation of his 9-Dao platform's status was inevitable, he might as well let the storm rage even fiercer. Sighing, the Sword King of Heaven relented. Since you insist, then ascend the platform. Ha ha ha! With the Sword King's consent, Ling Xiao erupted into maniacal laughter, fixing his gaze upon Emo Qianyin, maliciously declaring, Today, let all bear witness to how you, Emo Qianyin, meet your demise at my hands. You speak too much. Emo Qianyin shook his head. Boom! The restrictions lifted, and Ling Zhao's aura surged tenfold in that instant. In that moment, his prior injuries had completely healed. Moreover, a formidable sword intent radiated from him, tenfold stronger than before. The disparity between divine powers and the Golden Core realm was vividly apparent at this instant. A tenfold enhancement. Kill! Ling Xiao roared, his foot striking the ground as he gripped his treasured sword. Propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, instantly closing the distance to Emo Qianyin. With a single sword strike, at this moment, he seemed to merge with the heavens and earth, transforming into a razor-sharp blade. This was divine power, the heavenly slash technique. Boom! This strike contained unmatched force, aimed directly at Emo Qianyin's neck. In this instance, Ling Xiao, at the divine power realm, unleashed all his might, save for his spiritual body, intending to eliminate Emo Qianyin in one blow. With the full backing of his perfected sword intent, the power of this strike reached an astounding 26 dragons. Yet, facing a sword technique capable of sweeping through the divine power realm, Emo Qianyin remained composed. The perfected sword intent? I possess it too. Boom! A formidable sword intent erupted from Emo Qianyin, colliding with Ling Xiao's sword intent. Bang! A thunderous crash resonated. A wave of terrifying sword light rippled outward. Had it not been for the protective barrier, it could have devastated thousands of feet, causing countless casualties. Staggering back 7 steps, Ling Xiao left deep impressions in the ground with each step. This was the competition stage of the Heavenly Water Sword sect. Sturdy enough to withstand divine power battles, yet now marred by his footprints. In contrast, Emo Qianyin merely took a single step back, regaining his footing. Perfected sword intent, 30 dragons of power. Are you at the divine power realm? After steadying himself, Ling Xiao gazed at Emo Qianyin in astonishment. Can one truly comprehend perfected sword intent at the Golden Core stage? Is it not customary to reach the minor perfected sword intent before stepping into the divine power realm? Even if Emo Qianyin had perfected sword intent, could it truly reach 30 dragons? Is he not a peerless divine power master but merely a half-step divine power? At this moment, everyone, including the Heavenly Sword King and Gu Longfei, was profoundly shaken. Ling Xiao's full-force strike was actually inferior to Emo Qianyin's. Many could not help but entertain the thought. Is Emo Qianyin truly not at the divine power realm? There was no trace of divine power's aura on him. He indeed remained at the Golden Core realm. Gu Longfei spoke, his astonishment palpable. The Heavenly Sword sect boasts 9 unparalleled prodigies, and he well knew that Jian Jingtian, at the half-step divine power stage, could never achieve this. Half-step divine power, 30 dragons of strength. Countless gazes exchanged bewildered glances. Even some divine power cultivators exerting themselves could barely muster 10 dragons, while Emo Qianyin was still at the Golden Core. How is this possible? Xiao Xier and Xiao Yin were both left speechless. Even in their recollections, Such a level of defiance seemed implausible. Xiao Xier, having unified the 9 Dao stage and now at the half-step divine power realm, even with her perfected sword intent, could only muster 15 dragons. That was a full 50% less. Who is she? The holy maiden of the Tai sacred land. Even Jian Jingtian paled in comparison before her, nearly qualifying her as the foremost prodigy of Longting continent. How could Emo Qianian possibly surpass her by such a margin? The 10th Thunder Tribulation. Could it be that the unification of the 9 Dao stage is not the limit? No, upon returning, I must inquire with my father. Xiao Xier furrowed her brow, as this delved into her knowledge gap. Teacher, can one at the Golden Core realm possess such formidable strength? Meanwhile, Xiao Yin clenched his fists, internally questioning his enigmatic teacher. The usually swift response of the aged voice fell into a prolonged silence before slowly uttering 2 words, prodigy. Of prodigies? Prodigy of prodigies? Xiao Yin pondered, perplexed. The elderly voice continued, trembling slightly, little Yin, originally, you were not meant to encounter this level yet, but now, I must reveal it to you. The prodigy of prodigies is a true celestial prodigy, unparalleled in the vast cosmos. Legends say that the prodigy of prodigies has reached the pinnacle of each realm, and if they awaken a divine body, they can be called the Supreme King. Perhaps the title prodigy of prodigies does not convey enough awe. In the cosmos, such prodigies are also referred to as. What title? Seeing his teacher pause, Xiao Yin hastily inquired. The young sage. Young sage. Xiao Yan's pupils widened in astonishment. What does being a sage signify? Anything touched by the word sage represents the pinnacle of existence, in an era devoid of emperors. Sages are revered. A sage's legacy, established tens of thousands of years ago, still reigns supreme in Longting continent after millennia. This is the worth of a sage. Teacher, can I ever catch up to him? Xiao Yan's eyes reflected bitter disappointment. The previous hatred he bore toward Emo Qianian had dissipated, as the latter had surpassed him by an insurmountable distance, placing him in a realm of longing. Moreover, he realized that Ling Xiao would likely not be Emo Qianian's opponent. If he merely awakens a superior spiritual body, you may still have a chance to battle him in the future, but if he awakens a divine body akin to yours, that remains uncertain. Hearing his teacher's words, Xiao Yin gazed at the seemingly ethereal Emo Qianian in the arena, a glimmer of yearning in his eyes. Prodigy of prodigies, Xiao Yin murmured, as if envisioning Emo Qianian dominating the cosmos. Emo Qianian, one day, I, Xiao Yin, shall also become the prodigy of prodigies and challenge you on that celestial stage. In February, I updated 2 chapters daily, tirelessly pouring my heart into this endeavor, earning mere cents each day. Yet I persevered. Afterward, with higher ratings, I began increasing my updates, now producing 6,000 to 7,000 words each day. Could esteemed readers kindly leave a positive review or send a complimentary gift? Chapter 60. The Spirit Sword Body. What manner of monster have I encountered? Ling Xiao's grip on his sword trembled. The strength of 26 dragons had been repelled. It is known that an ordinary extraordinary being, without wielding sword intent, barely possesses 50 dragons of strength. Yet, merely relying on 30 dragons of power cannot overpower me. Spirit Sword Body, activate, Ling Xiao shouted, his eyes turning crimson in an instant. Crackle, as he shouted. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, a phantom sword, towering over 100 feet. Materialized, swirling around him. Buzz! The phantom sword emitted a light hum, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. However, it seemed that Ling Xiao's state was amiss. The originally pure white spirit sword intent had taken on a bloody hue, becoming bloodthirsty. The moment the spirit sword body was activated, Ling Xiao's aura surged by 1.5 times. Alongside the enhancement of his sword intent, a low-grade spiritual body increases power by 1.2 times, a mid-grade spiritual body by 1.5 times, while a high-grade spiritual body doubles it. Do not underestimate the 1.2 times increase. A 20% enhancement is nearly enough to easily suppress opponents. At this moment, Ling Xiao's peak strength, bolstered by perfected sword intent, soared to 39 dragons. When paired with unparalleled battle techniques, he could even contend with ordinary extraordinary beings. Emo Qianian, you are formidable, the strongest prodigy I, Ling Xiao, have ever witnessed. However, your arrogance will come at a cost. I, Ling Xiao, obsessed with the sword path, labeled a sword fanatic, am invincible across the 14 domains, and shall not be subdued. Ling Xiao spoke coldly. He slightly bent his body, raising his right leg suddenly, bang. The entire competition stage trembled. Massive stones crumbling and falling, the ground cracking open to reveal a 3-meter-long chasm before all present. A stage capable of withstanding divine power battles was rendered inadequate before a peerless divine power. His right arm lifted, the long sword in his hand, slashing down fiercely. Sword energy surged, whoosh, in an instant. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth converged frantically into the phantom spirit sword behind Ling Xiao. Condensing into a sharp blade of light, he shouted, and simultaneously, the blood-colored phantom spirit sword behind him surged forth to strike. The brilliance of the sword light split the air, emitting a piercing shriek. The 100-foot sword's phantom was overwhelmingly grand, instilling a chill in the hearts of all present. Such a domineering sword body seeks to cleave through all obstacles ahead. At this moment, his aura was nearing the extraordinary. If he comprehended the perfected sword intent, wouldn't he be on the threshold of extraordinary? It is not so simple. While the extraordinary is said to possess only 50 dragons of strength, with sword intent and spiritual body amplification, hundreds of millions are not impossible. Indeed, it is said that only prodigies at the 9 Dao stage level can contend with the extraordinary at the pinnacle of divine power. Ling Xiao is still not qualified. Facing this strike, Imo Qianyan's expression finally turned serious. Tai sword formation, activate. 10 spirit swords shot forth rapidly, forming an intricately profound sword formation to resist the oncoming blood-colored sword light. The Tai sword formation comprises 4 layers. The first layer, with all 10 swords unleashed in perfection, is said to be invincible below the extraordinary. Boom. The 2 mighty techniques collided, shaking the heavens and earth, spiritual power boiling, the sword light shattering and dispersing into a myriad of sword energy. The ground where Imo Qianyan stood was riddled with numerous craters, smoke billowing, the scene truly terrifying. Clang, clang. A flurry of sword lights shot forth, embedding themselves into the surface of the arena. These were the 10 spiritual swords of Imo Qianyan. The Tai sword formation had been shattered. With a spurt of blood, Ling Xiao staggered backward. Conversely, Imo Qianyan appeared considerably better, though his complexion was slightly pale. Despite the destruction of his Tai sword formation, Ling Xiao had paid an enormous price. The towering shadow of swords behind him had diminished to a mere 10 zhong, and his aura had also significantly weakened. Yet, he had ultimately succeeded. When a sword formation is forcefully broken, the soul of the caster suffers injury, rendering them unable to wield a formidable sword formation for a time. Ha ha! Imo Qianyan, without your sword formation, how will your 30 dragon powers withstand me? Ling Xiao laughed heartily, the sword intent within him surging with ever-increasing ferocity, his aura gradually climbing. The sword intent, as well as the spiritual body, under his command, continually intensified in power. It was evident that he was prepared to fight to the death. Unleashing his true trump card, impressive tactics, Imo Qianyan nodded, but alas, you are ultimately too weak, Buzz. Upon finishing his words, an even more profound sword intent emanated from within Imo Qianyan, a force that far surpassed Ling Xiao's. As this sword intent emerged, it suppressed Ling Xiao's own. How is this possible? Ling Xiao's eyes widened as he sensed Imo Qianyan's sword intent. A flash of horror crossing his mind. It was, indeed, the perfected sword intent. No, wait, it wasn't truly perfected. Otherwise, my sword intent wouldn't merely be suppressed by 20%. It still lacks a fraction. Suddenly, Ling Xiao shook his head, sensing something amiss. For the perfected sword intent emanating from Imo Qianyan was not flawless. It seemed to still lack something. Boom! At this juncture, there was no room for further words. Ling Xiao and Imo Qianyan engaged in a fierce battle, wielding their swords with fervor. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew as their swords clashed, unleashing boundless energy and sending shockwaves in all directions. The shadows of their swords intertwined, the air reverberating with the sharp, metallic sounds of combat. Both Ling Xiao and Imo Qinyan unleashed their ultimate skills, embroiled in a stalemate. Yet it was evident that under the enhancement and suppression of the half-perfected sword intent, Imo Qinyan's strength had already surpassed that of Ling Xiao. With each collision, Ling Xiao's body crumbled further, blood flowing freely. Nevertheless, he remained ferocious, the sword shadow behind him growing increasingly crimson. Truly, he was a mid-grade spiritual body. Had he been an ordinary physique, he would have succumbed long ago under such relentless assaults. Ling Xiao could one day become a peerless powerhouse, dominating Beizhou. Alas, today would mark his downfall. The heavens of Beiyou, no, the entire Longting continent, were about to change. The name Imo Qinyan was destined to resonate throughout the continent. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, could not help but express their sentiments. Previously, they could hardly fathom that anyone could stand against Ling Xiao, yet now, the reality lay starkly before them. The outcome of this battle was already predestined. Ling Xiao was oblivious to this fact, or perhaps he was deliberately avoiding it. At this moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. To kill Imo Qinyan was the only means of securing his own survival. Ling Xiao's eyes burned with a crimson hue, his obsession deeply entrenched in that instant. He summoned every ounce of sword intent, the shadow of the sword behind him trembling violently, a terrifying sword light emanating forth. Though blood poured from his wounds, his aura sharpened to an extreme. I practiced swordsmanship at 6, attained innate prowess at 12, and entered the realm of divine abilities at 20 except for Jian Jing Tian. No one can defeat me, kill, he roared, swinging his long sword, launching repeated assaults against Imo Qinyan. Bang, bang, bang. As fists and feet collided, the shadow of the sword behind Ling Xiao rapidly disintegrated. Each second, he endured dozens of attacks, his body drenched in blood and riddled with injuries. This only fueled his madness, a murderous glint igniting in his eyes. Observing Ling Xiao's state, Imo Qinyan shook his head and softly declared, "This battle must come to an end." Chapter 61. The slaying of Ling Xiao. It must end, Imo Qinyan uttered softly, as the spiritual sword in his hand radiated a dazzling light, an ominous river of sword light suddenly manifesting. This strike bore boundless sharpness, the heaven-slaying sword technique, a line between heaven and earth. Ah, the sword cleaves through heaven and earth. Ling Xiao bellowed, channeling all his strength toward Imo Qinyan. Boom! The river of sword light eclipsed Ling Xiao's own, tearing apart his sword light and shattering his protective barrier. Whoosh! The sword light pierced through Ling Xiao's chest, causing blood to spout forth. Thud. Subsequently, Ling Xiao collapsed to the ground, his breath weak and faltering. No, sword-obsessed junior brother. Outside the arena, a woman in red, who had arrived with Ling Xiao, was now overwhelmed with tears. She could hardly believe her eyes, unwilling to accept that her valiant junior brother would fall on the arena floor. Facing death, Imo Qinyan, holding the bloodied spiritual sword, slowly approached Ling Xiao in this life-or-death duel. The vanquished must perish. Facing the Ling Xiao, who would incite chaos across all of Beizhou in the future, Imo Qinyan harbored no semblance of pity. The number of empires he had laid waste to in the past was unfathomable. Wait. From the skies, Ling Xiao's protector, Gu Longfei, spoke up. You Longfei, do you intend to intervene? The rules of a life-and-death duel do not permit you to disrupt. Nearby, the heavenly sword king chuckled, locking his aura onto Gu Longfei. Gu Longfei took a deep breath, understanding that he alone could not rescue Ling Xiao. Not to mention that the heavenly sword king was no weaker than him. But this place was rife with formidable powers from Beiyou. Perhaps even a king was watching this battle. Imo Qinyan, release Ling Xiao, and I will grant you a king-grade sword, Gu Longfei stated solemnly. A king-grade sword? Upon hearing this, everyone revealed expressions of envy. Such a proposition was a dream come true for countless individuals. Even those at the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm felt a twinge of desire. Imo Qinyan merely smiled faintly. Despite knowing his opponent was a king, he showed no deference. Kill him, and the sword in his hand will also belong to me. Gu Longfei inhaled deeply. In addition to this sword, I shall offer you another king-grade sword. Imo Qinyan shook his head once more. It was not that he scorned the king-grade sword, but rather that Ling Xiao must die. If he lived, even more would perish at his hands in the future. Gu Longfei frowned, his voice growing colder. Emo Qianyan, release Ling Xiao, and not only will you acquire a king-grade sword, but you will also gain the favor of the Heavenly Sword Sect. Are you aware of who Ling Xiao's great-grandfather is? Emo Qianyan smiled slightly. Ling Tianwang. Since you know of Ling Tianwang, you must also comprehend that he is not someone your Heavenly Water Sword Sect can provoke, especially with Ling Xiao being his most cherished disciple. Have you considered the consequences of killing Ling Xiao, such as the wrath of Ling Tianwang? Gu Longfei advised. Upon mentioning Ling Tianwang, many on the high platform subtly changed their expressions, clearly aware of the name's formidable reputation throughout Beizhou. Emo Qianyan, I have already relayed the news back to the Heavenly Sword Sect. Release my sword-obsessed junior brother, or you shall not survive this year. The woman in red's eyes sparkled with intensity, glaring coldly at Emo Qianyan. O Qianyan. At this moment, even the Heavenly Sword King's expression shifted. Having emerged from the Heavenly Sword Sect, he was acutely aware of its might. O Qianyan, you cannot kill me. My great-grandfather is Ling Tianwang, and my cousin is the #1 prodigy of Beizhou, Jin Jingtian. Even Ling Xiao, at this point, seemed to grasp at a lifeline, shedding his lofty demeanor as he attempted to coerce Emo Qianyan. However, Emo Qianyan remained unfazed, and with a swift motion, he severed Ling Xiao's head before the eyes of all. Bang! Blood splattered as Ling Xiao's lifeless body slumped onto the arena floor. His head had been utterly obliterated. A once peerless prodigy had met his demise. The king-grade sword he wielded was now firmly in Emo Qianyan's grasp. Yet, Ling Xiao's storage bag was seized by Gu Longfei, a move Emo Qianyan neither prevented nor could have prevented. The resources within Ling Xiao's storage bag were undoubtedly abundant, yet they were evidently beyond Emo Qianyan's reach, for it might contain the Heavenly Sword Sect's untold secrets, thus taken by Gu Longfei. No! The woman in red screamed in anguished fury, her face contorted with rage. Emo Qianyan. She ground her teeth, fixing her gaze upon him. Today's grudge. I, Li Linger, vow to never forget for all eternity. Upon concluding her words, she cradled Ling Xiao's corpse and departed alongside Gu Longfei. Before leaving, Gu Longfei cast a complex glance at Emo Qianyan, laden with unspoken implications. After their departure, the square fell silent for a moment, then erupted into thunderous applause. Daozi is magnificent. He has created a legend. Countless voices echoed. Even those of extraordinary beings wore expressions of complexity. With Emo Qianyan's current monstrous combat prowess, when he attains divine abilities, he would undoubtedly rival the extraordinary, a being with extraordinary power under 17 years of age. All present exchanged glances, feeling as if their advanced age had been reduced to that of a mere dog. The illustrious figures of Mu Qingfeng, the Demon Lord's heir, and the Daozi of the Mountain Guard sect, each displayed a complex expression. Coexisting in the same era as a prodigy like Emo Qianyan, they were destined to live in the shadow of his brilliance. Crack! Emo Fifan crushed a cup, casting a deep glance at Emo Qianyan before flicking his sleeve and departing from the Tianshui sword sect with his subordinates. Congratulations, congratulations! Powerful beings took turns congratulating the Sword King of Tianshui, celebrating the emergence of the unparalleled prodigy Emo Qianyan. This battle was recorded by many, and as these individuals left, the name Emo Qianyan was set to resonate throughout the world. When speaking of Ling Xiao, people would no longer recall his dominance across the 14 domains, but rather the fact that he was slain by Emo Qianyan, a battle that would echo through the ages. In the central plaza of the northern domain, near the prodigy ranking, many were stirred by the unusual occurrence of the ranking at that moment. The prodigy ranking shimmered with golden light, and all eyes turned to the only name on the golden list, Ling Xiao, slowly fading away. What was happening? Why had Ling Xiao's name vanished? Had he surpassed the age of 30? It was said that one would be automatically removed from the list upon exceeding that age. No, wait, Ling Xiao was only 24. So could it be that he had fallen? Hiss, wasn't it said that Ling Xiao intended to challenge the Daozi of Tianshui sword sect, Emo Qianyan? Could it be that Ling Xiao had been slain? Haha, splendid. Well done, Emo Qianyan. It infuriates me to see an outsider occupy our northern domain's prodigy ranking. In the sword domain, the prodigy ranking mirrored that of the northern domain, featuring 100 positions, with the top 10 comprising the Golden Prodigy list. However, the Golden Prodigy list of the Sword domain boasted 3 names. First place, Jin Jingtian. Second place, Ling Xiao. Third place, Li Fei. At this moment, the Prodigy ranking trembled, and the name of Ling Xiao in second place gradually faded, while Li Fei ascended to second place. The disturbance in the Prodigy ranking drew the attention of countless onlookers, who were left in astonishment upon witnessing Ling Xiao's name disappear. Some gasped in disbelief, murmuring their concerns. This was bad. The heavens of the Sword domain were about to change. Chapter 62. The human race shaken, the first of the Golden Core realm. Time flowed on, and a month and a half had passed since the battle between Emo Qinyan and Ling Xiao. During this period, the heavens of the Northern Domain had indeed transformed. The name Emo Qinyan echoed throughout the world. Even in the streets of small towns, countless discussions revolved around this legendary prodigy. In the Sword Valley of Tianshui Sword Sect, Emo Qinyan sat cross-legged before the sword's edge, comprehending the final step of the perfect sword intent. Only he would dare to do so, to grasp the perfect sword intent within the Golden Core realm. Ordinary prodigies, after achieving a small success in sword intent, would choose to step into the divine ability realm, where they could continue their understanding of the great and perfect sword intents. This was because the speed of comprehension in the divine ability realm was tenfold that of the Golden Core realm. Thus, even with Emo Qinyan's extraordinary talent and the accumulation from his past life, it took him a full 4 months. If it were Ling Xiao, he might not succeed even after 10 or 20 years. Buzz! The spiritual swords surrounding Emo Qinyan stirred to life. Boom! In an instant, the entire void trembled, and an overwhelming sword might surged forth, enveloping the entire Sword Valley. The perfect sword intent had been achieved. Before breaking through to the divine ability realm, there was still a place he needed to visit. Feeling the vast power within him, Emo Qinyan took a deep breath. This moment would determine his future potential. The physique of the divine ability realm was of utmost importance, as evidenced by Ling Xiao's middle-grade spiritual body. That was merely a middle-grade spiritual body. A high-grade spiritual body could effortlessly dominate a middle-grade one. As for the divine body, its power was beyond comparison with spiritual bodies. When the divine body manifests, the heavens shift, and all phenomena bestow blessings. As for the legendary saint body, its emergence could sweep across the starry sky, rendering all prodigies invincible. The sword body was his baseline. Without it, he would lose the qualification to compete as an unrivaled prodigy. In the plaza of the Northern Domain, a sudden cry erupted from the crowd. It was the Daozi of Tianshui Sword Sect, Emo Qinyan, who had arrived. This announcement stirred a great commotion, and everyone was drawn to the sky. There, amidst the clouds, a youth clad in white drifted down. His robe was as pure as snow, untainted by dust, and his black eyes sparkled like twin stars. His skin was translucent, as if carved from jade. He stood amidst the clouds, stepping upon the mist, as if an ethereal immortal had descended from the heavens, exuding an otherworldly aura. With hands clasped behind his back, his posture was upright, resembling a sharp sword, radiating brilliance. This the legendary invincible prodigy of the Northern Domain. Emo Qinyan? How youthful, so handsome. It is said that Prince Qinyan has yet to be accompanied by a beauty. With my grace, might I have a chance? I heard that Prince Qinyan is not yet 17 and has already defeated the unparalleled prodigies of the divine ability realm. He must be invincible in that realm. Those who had come here could all be deemed geniuses, yet at this moment, gazing at Emo Qinyan's figure, they felt utterly inferior. We pay our respects to Prince Qinyan. The disciples of Tianshui Sword Sect grew even more fervent. Bowing deeply, Emo Qinyan nodded slightly to them and made his way directly to the stone tablet of the prodigy ranking. Upon seeing Emo Qinyan approach the prodigy ranking, many were stirred once more, gathering around to witness. With Emo Qinyan's extraordinary talent, what kind of miraculous phenomenon would ensue? No one doubted his entry into the golden list. After all, Ling Xiao, who had once entered, had been defeated by him. Could Emo Qinyan not enter? They merely wished to know what blessings he would receive upon entering the golden list. It was said that the first individual to enter the golden list would receive blessings from the stone tablet. Yet it had been many years since anyone from the Northern Domain had entered the golden list. People had nearly forgotten about this matter, and Ling Xiao had clearly not been a first-time entrant. Hence, he had not received any blessings. However, Imo Qianyan was a first-time entrant. The blessings from the Golden List were bestowed only upon first-time entrants, and the rewards were determined by the entrant's talent. The higher the talent, the more abundant the rewards. Legend had it that some were even directly granted a postnatal divine body. The origins of the ancient stone tablet were unknown to others. But he was aware, in his previous life, hundreds of years later, when the human race faced an unprecedented crisis, this prodigy ranking had once suppressed invincible beings of the starry sky. Before Imo Qianyan stood the prodigy ranking stone tablet, merely a fragment of the complete tablet. Such tablets existed in countless places among the human race. Only when all the prodigy stone tablets were consolidated could they form a complete entity. The true form of the stone tablet was an unparalleled imperial artifact. It was the supreme artifact crafted by the most powerful invincible heavenly emperor in the history of the human race. Illuminating all of the heavenly prodigies, Imo Qianyan felt quite reassured with the imperial artifact crafted by the heavenly emperor. This was a singular opportunity. He would need to unleash his power to the utmost and gain the recognition of the prodigy stone tablet. Imo Qianyan steadied his emotions, not immediately taking action, but instead sitting cross-legged beside the stone tablet. He needed to hone his essence, qi, and spirit to their peak. This was a chance to obtain great fortune from the heavens. And he could not afford to miss it. The crowd of onlookers also fell silent, awaiting Imo Qianyan's challenge of the Golden Prodigy list. After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Imo Qianyan opened his eyes, dazzling brilliance erupting from within. Rising to his feet, he walked towards the Golden Prodigy list, holding his king-grade sword, an astonishing sword might emanating from him. Retreat, retreat. Feeling this overwhelming sword might, the crowd instinctively drew back. Just wait. An immense sword aura was surely about to surge forth. Swish, swish, swish. Imo Qianyan raised his long sword, and in an instant, boundless sword energy ravaged the entire void, each strand of sword energy carrying the wave of destruction. This left countless onlookers astounded. Merely his initial stance was enough to severely injure those in the divine ability realm. How powerful would his true sword techniques be? I possess a sword, named Asking the Immortal. Boom! Imo Qianyan swung his sword, as if cleaving open a realm of immortality, shaking the heavens and earth. Rumble. At this moment, the world was left with only that exquisite sword light. Everything else faded into obscurity. Simultaneously, as Imo Qianyan's sword struck the prodigy stone tablet, the main tablet in the distant, heavenly being continent's sacred domain instantaneously radiated boundless light. Upon that primary prodigy tablet, a ranking enveloped in purple-gold brilliance surged forth. Golden Core Realm Human Prodigy Ranking. An unfamiliar name instantly soared to first place, displacing the previous holder, Golden Core Realm First Place. Imo Qianyan. At this moment, countless unparalleled beings in the sacred domain were stirred. In the Shuanggu Palace, Yi Ziyuan was instructing Xiao Shui in sword techniques when Jian Chongxing approached. Ziyuan, your ranking in the Golden Core Realm has been surpassed. Why? Yi Ziyuan raised her head, a hint of surprise glimmering in her beautiful eyes. It should be noted that this ranking was not merely for the current era's Golden Core Realm, but rather the cumulative ranking spanning 100,000 years since the establishment of the Prodigy Stone Tablet. Yet Yi Ziyuan has surpassed countless predecessors, etching her name in the annals of human history as the foremost individual of the Golden Core Realm, recognized before the monument of celestial prodigies. Is there anyone who has surpassed her in the Golden Core Realm? It must be noted that even if one suppresses their cultivation at the Golden Core level, they can only ascend to the rankings of the Divine Passage realm. This implies that this person did not suppress their realm but is genuinely of the Golden Core level. Who could it be? Yi Ziyuan spoke, her voice enchanting. Jian Chongxing revealed a faint smile, gradually uttering a name, Imo Qianyan. The author struggles with naming, and here seeks suggestions. Those interested can leave a comment, and selected names will be incorporated into various characters within the book. Comment format. Name. Weapon type. Supreme combat technique. 2 or 3 techniques can be written as well. For example, Imo Qianyan, long sword. 1 sword to inquire of immortals. I am about to leave the northern region. The Dragon Rising Grand Competition holds no suspense now. As I prepare to step onto the true cosmic stage to contend with the unparalleled prodigies, I am grateful for everyone's kind reviews and gifts. The ratings have risen, and I am now among the top 100 gifts. From now on, I will update with 6,500 words daily, continuously adding more for a month as a token of appreciation. Is there hope to enter the top 30? If I manage to enter the top 30, I will add another update daily for a month, totaling 9,000 words each day. Thank you. Chapter 63. The Supreme Heavenly Emperor Dian the Holy Domain. Before the leaderboard of prodigies, a multitude of divine thoughts scanned the newly risen name. Emo Chenyan? With the surname Emo, could he be a hidden prodigy of the Emo Holy King? It has been 10,000 years since the Heavenly Emperor's passing, and the traces of the Tao have scattered. A great era is about to dawn, and throughout the last 200,000 years, unparalleled prodigies have emerged one after another. Could this Emo Chenyan also be an ancient prodigy sealed since the era of the Heavenly Emperor? Brother Changsheng, are you so certain that this Emo Chenyan is indeed your disciple? Within a pavilion, a stunning fairy clad in a purple dress gently sipped her tea. Jian Changsheng stood at the entrance of the pavilion, his gaze fixed on the distant leaderboard of prodigies. Clad in flowing white, he is unmatched among prodigies. I believe in him. His calm voice resonated, yet it was filled with unwavering conviction. These words rendered the stunning fairy in the pavilion silent for a moment. Eventually, she slowly nodded. The more prodigies there are among humanity, the better it is. The myriad races have begun to eye us, and with our father gone, we shall face the most severe trials in the coming centuries. Jian Changsheng remained silent, yet one of his hands clenched tightly. Observing Jian Changsheng's demeanor, Yiziyuan's eyes revealed a glimmer of pain and sorrow. Over the years, he has borne too much. The reason for her sorrow is that she has an elder sister named Yiziyun. Yiziyun was the first to possess the celestial spirit body in the history of humanity. Xiaoxue is merely the second. Brother Changsheng, we will avenge Sister Ziyun. Jian Changsheng gently nodded, saying, Ziyun, do not place too much pressure on yourself. The battlefield against the myriad races shall be my responsibility. A look of surprise appeared in Yi Ziyuan's eyes. Indeed, she had been too exhausted over these years. As she is the only supreme prodigy of this generation of humanity. She alone can stand against the unparalleled prodigies of the myriad races. Yet, she has yet to fully mature. It turns out Brother Changsheng has delayed entering the sacred realm to safeguard humanity's position in the Nirvana realm against the myriad races. The Nirvana realm is a grand world where the Nirvana realm contends against the myriad races, and Jian Changsheng is undoubtedly invincible within the Nirvana realm. Suddenly, Jian Changsheng raised his head, a look of astonishment crossing his features. Brother Changsheng, what has happened? Yi Ziyuan inquired. Jian Changsheng gazed at the leaderboard of prodigies, his expression illuminated with a peculiar glimmer. My6th senior brother has just informed me that our master has bestowed that item upon Emo Chenyan. On the Dragon Rising continent, northern region, in the square of prodigies, as Emo Chenyan unleashed his full power, he suddenly felt as if time had come to a standstill. Subsequently, the monument of prodigies emitted a powerful suction, drawing him within. When Emo Chenyan opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a void, surrounded by a sea of whiteness. Just as he was filled with confusion, a faint voice suddenly reached his ears. You have arrived. Following the direction of the voice, Emo Chenyan saw that not far behind him, where there had been emptiness, a pavilion had now appeared. Inside the pavilion, there was a table and a man, whose face he could only see from behind, was gently sipping tea. With curiosity in his heart, Emo Chenyan approached and sat opposite this man. That moment, he finally discerned the man's appearance. The man's face was quite ordinary. Clad in a simple green robe, devoid of any adornments, extremely plain. Ordinary, commonplace. This was Emo Chenyan's initial impression. The man before him exuded an aura of simplicity, resembling a truly average person, which caused Emo Chenyan to feel no sense of oppression. However, how could someone in this space merely be an ordinary person? Senior, who are you? Emo Chenyan clasped his hands, bowing respectfully to the man. Though he did not understand why this man had summoned him here. Emo Chenyan sensed that this individual was undoubtedly formidable, perhaps unfathomable. Who am I? You should have guessed by now. The man took a sip of his tea. I do not comprehend. Although some speculation lingered in Imo Chinyan's mind, he still found it hard to believe. The man smiled faintly, saying, "Having learned my sword technique, do you not know who I am?" Imo Chinyan's eyes widened slightly as he realized. The one sword to inquire of immortals was created by him? Imo Chinyan bowed deeply, proclaiming, "Imo Chinyan pays respects to the Heavenly Emperor." In that moment, Imo Chinyan confirmed his inner suspicions. Firstly, this was the space within the Monument of Prodigies, and the monument itself was forged by the Heavenly Emperor. Secondly, the one sword to inquire of immortals was taught to him by his master, Jin Changsheng, who is one of the Heavenly Emperor's 7 disciples. Thus, Imo Chinyan dared to ascertain that the man before him was indeed the legendary Heavenly Emperor, who has been immortalized in countless historical texts. Throughout his life, the Heavenly Emperor navigated against the current, defying conventions and dominating the 8 desolates. Unmatched by any, he was invincible, a legend, an undefeated myth. He once suppressed the heavens with his singular strength, pushing through the 9 realms of the cosmos, unmatched by anyone. He once quelled numerous divine and demonic beings, instilling awe across the universe. He once vanquished various ancient bloodlines, commanding the myriad races, sweeping through the 8 desolates and 6 harmonies, ruling over the 9 heavens. For 3 million years, humanity has risen, and throughout history, 9 emperors and sovereigns have emerged. During the era of the Heavenly Emperor, humanity reached its zenith of glory. Across the cosmos, gazing through time, the strength of the Heavenly Emperor can be deemed unparalleled throughout the ages. The power of the Heavenly Emperor is deeply ingrained in the hearts of the myriad races. He is the only being in the world to have lived a second life as the supreme sovereign. Even after the Heavenly Emperor's passing 10,000 years ago, the myriad races dare not act rashly, continually probing to see if he has lived a third life. I am merely a fragment of the Heavenly Emperor's divine will, not a true Heavenly Emperor. The man shook his head, lightly sighing. As if bearing infinite sentiments in the eyes of the younger generation, "You are the Heavenly Emperor, the protector of humanity for 200,000 years. Imo Chinyan expressed profound respect, his admiration for the Heavenly Emperor emanating from the depths of his heart. Were it not for the Heavenly Emperor's rise, leading humanity toward glory, humanity would likely have been reduced to prey for the myriad races. The one sword to inquire of immortals was taught to you by that child Changsheng, right?" The Heavenly Emperor chuckled, his gaze falling upon the sword in Imo Chinyan's hand. In response to the Heavenly Emperor, Imo Chinyan affirmed, "Indeed, my master is Jin Changsheng." Hearing this, the Heavenly Emperor nodded. That child Changsheng has pursued the path of the sword throughout his life. Thus, I have gained another disciple, have I not? Imo Chinyan took a deep breath, kneeling on the ground to pay his respects. Imo Chinyan pays respects to the ancestor. The Heavenly Emperor regarded Imo Chinyan, seemingly perceiving every aspect of him, saying, "Flawless foundation, complete golden core, perfected sword intent. No wonder you can break the record set by that girl Ziyuan in the golden core realm. Rise, for I am not yet your ancestor. You must first undergo a trial and join the Xin Palace to qualify as my disciple." Imo Chinyan stood, his expression resolute as he declared, "I will certainly join the Xin Palace." The Heavenly Emperor smiled slightly at his words, saying, "You have broken the record of the Golden Core realm. Tell me, what reward do you seek?" Imo Chinyan paused for a moment before the Heavenly Emperor. He felt as though no secrets remained. He even had the bizarre impression that the secret of his rebirth was laid bare before the Heavenly Emperor. "I dare not ask for anything. I shall abide by the Heavenly Emperor's wishes." Chapter 64. The Heavenly Emperor's Sword, named Inquirer of Immortals. "You are quite astute." Upon hearing Imo Chinyan's response, the Heavenly Emperor smiled slightly, evidently pleased with his disposition. Were it another person, they might have fainted from excitement at the Heavenly Emperor's name. "Do you desire a powerful physique?" The Heavenly Emperor gazed at Imo Chinyan with a smile. You cannot hide anything from the Heavenly Emperor. Imo Chinyan nodded. He wished to attain a robust physique, for only then could his cultivation accelerate and his strength grow. The Heavenly Emperor chuckled. "However, you do not need a superior physique." What does the Heavenly Emperor mean by this? Imo Chinyan was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the meaning behind the Heavenly Emperor's words. For when it comes to physique, no one possesses a physique stronger than yours. The Heavenly Emperor laughed. Emo Chinyan's eyes revealed a hint of bewilderment. No one possesses a physique stronger than his. How could he be unaware of the hidden nature of his own being? Observing Emo Chinyan in such a state, the Heavenly Emperor offered a faint smile, yet refrained from providing any explanation. I could directly bestow upon you a divine body. However, your original constitution will vanish. How do you choose? At this moment, Emo Chinyan's mind was still in turmoil. In his previous life, he had merely awakened a low-grade spiritual body. If he truly possessed some formidable constitution, would it not have manifested? He had resolved to face the divine tribulation with his utmost strength, seeking the heavens' acknowledgement to grant him the postnatal sword body. Yet, the Heavenly Emperor's demeanor did not suggest deception, leaving him in a state of confusion. He pondered whether to accept the divine body offered by the Emperor or retain his original constitution. The Heavenly Emperor merely gazed at Emo Chinyan with a smile, awaiting his decision. Ultimately, taking a deep breath, Emo Chinyan respectfully declared, "The junior chooses to retain his original constitution." Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Emperor's smile grew even brighter. "You have made the correct choice. In time, you will comprehend the true strength of your constitution. In that case, I shall bestow upon you a sword." The Emperor extended his hand, and a stream of golden light sliced through the void, vanishing to reveal a dazzling golden sword that shimmered brilliantly. This sword, entirely golden, pulsed with golden runes, emanating a terrifying aura. Merely standing beside it, Emo Chinyan felt as though his body might shatter, with his bones producing a series of cracking sounds. Overwhelmed by astonishment, Emo Chinyan wondered what caliber of weapon this could be. In my youth, this sword accompanied me in conquering the world. Its name is Wan-Xian. Emo Chinyan's eyes widened in realization. This sword shared its name with a particular sword technique. Indeed, it was with this very sword that he had once created the technique known as Wan-Xian. The Heavenly Emperor chuckled, casually waving his hand as a golden light imprinted itself upon Emo Chinyan's forehead. Buzz! In the next moment, the immense pressure he felt dissipated, and he sensed a faint connection with the Wan-Xian sword before him. It was as though he could merge his will with the Wan-Xian sword, wielding it at will. If he were to use the Wan-Xian sword to execute the Wan-Xian technique, how formidable would its power be? Heavenly Emperor, what grade is the Wan-Xian sword? Emo Chinyan inquired, gazing at the spiraling golden blade before him. It has no grade. Its strength is contingent upon yours. It will progress alongside you. A growth-oriented weapon. Emo Chinyan's eyes sparkled. A weapon that evolves with its wielder is of unimaginable value. This was the epitome of a perfectly harmonious weapon. As it grows stronger alongside him, the profound connection of heart and sword is irreplaceable by any other blade. Emo Chinyan extended his hand, and the Wan-Xian sword flew into his grasp with a swish. A fine sword. Emo Chinyan marveled, gripping the Wan-Xian sword tightly. He immersed his mind, channeling his spiritual energy into the Wan-Xian sword, which immediately began to tremble, radiating a blinding golden light. Boom! In the next moment, a celestial realm abruptly manifested around Emo Chinyan, filled with harmonious melodies and vibrant hues, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. This, Emo Chinyan's eyes widened in astonishment. It was simply too perfect. The power of the Wan-Xian technique executed with this sword was several times stronger than when using a king-grade weapon. Such an amplification was terrifying. Thank you, Heavenly Emperor, for the sword. Emo Chinyan bowed once more, overwhelmed with excitement. Your constitution bears a shackle, yet as you attain the 10 Dao stage, that shackle will surely vanish. The Heavenly Emperor's voice echoed, somewhat ethereal. When Emo Chinyan raised his head again, the Heavenly Emperor and the pristine space had already vanished, leaving only the monument of exceptional talents before him, the pinnacle of the golden list. A name had prominently appeared. First on the golden list, Emo Chinyan. He lowered his gaze slightly, and upon seeing the Wan-Xian sword in his hand, he realized that the previous scene had not been a mere illusion. He had truly encountered the Heavenly Emperor. Even if this Heavenly Emperor was but a fragment of a soul, he possessed the memories of the Emperor. Taking a deep breath, he stored the Wan-Xian sword away and, Upon surveying his surroundings, discovered that countless onlookers were entranced by the presence of his once-yen sword. Though he had spent at least the duration of a tea break in that space, only a fleeting moment had passed in the outside world. At this moment, within that ethereal realm, the heavenly emperor sat at a table, his gaze as profound as the starry sky. He lifted his head slightly, looking into the void above, seemingly conversing with an unseen entity. "I have fulfilled your request." A cold, melodious female voice echoed, yet the speaker remained unseen. The heavenly emperor's gaze pierced through the space, landing on Imo Qianyan beside the stone tablet, murmuring, "The fate of humanity rests upon him." When everyone regained their senses, Imo Qianyan's figure had already vanished before the monument of exceptional talents, leaving only his name etched in the first position of the golden list. What just transpired? Did I dream my way into a celestial realm? I heard that Imo Qianyan, the Tao child, possesses a sword technique that can cleave through the essence of the celestial realm. Was that the sword he just wielded? How formidable! I am a being of divine power, yet I could not escape in time. What of Imo Qianyan, the Tao child? He has already departed. Our northern region now has its own golden list prodigy. At the Tianshui sword sect, within the Valley of Tribulations, Imo Qianyan sat cross-legged upon a massive stone. After a brief moment of meditation, he slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, two sharp beams of light shot forth from his gaze. Rising to his feet, a hint of indifference graced his lips. It is time to face the divine tribulation. With his cultivation no longer suppressed, at that moment, Imo Qianyan's aura surged toward the realm of divine power. Thunder rumbled ominously as dark clouds gathered, enveloping the Valley of Tribulations. The valley was instantly filled with an aura of impending destruction. With a cold snort, Imo Qianyan grasped the once-yen sword in his right hand. Boom! The sword's light soared into the heavens, unleashing a resplendent sword energy that cleaved through the dark clouds. Biffed! The sword energy tore through the clouds, sparks of lightning erupting in a dazzling display. Bolts of lightning, each imbued with devastating power, struck toward Imo Qianyan, yet all were thwarted by his sword energy. This moment, Imo Qianyan was extraordinarily powerful, the foremost figure of the Golden Core realm in 100,000 years. The divine tribulation was far too trivial for him. One after another, dozens of lightning bolts were obliterated by Imo Qianyan, who instead basked in the thunder, his momentum growing ever more formidable. Crack! A crisp sound resonated from within Imo Qianyan, and the barrier to the realm of divine power shattered. He had attained the divine power realm. Chapter 65. Awakening the chaos body, bathed in divine punishment as he achieved the divine power realm. The entire heavens trembled, and mysterious patterns spread across the fabric of reality. Each pattern represented a force of law. A total of 99 patterns formed a complex circular design. These were the laws of the universe. What type of constitution could be represented by 99 patterns? Imo Qianyan's heart surged with shock. The quantity of these ordered patterns denoted the strength of the constitution. None at all signifies a mortal body. Even a single one indicates a spiritual body. Exceeding 5 patterns denotes a middle-grade spiritual body. Exceeding 10 patterns signifies a superior-grade spiritual body. Crossing 49 patterns indicates a divine body. As for a sacred body, no records exist in the world. It is exceedingly rare. 99 patterns surely denote a divine body. Yet whether it is a sacred body remains unknown to Imo Qianyan. Boom! The intricate design formed by the 99 patterns fused into Imo Qianyan's body. In that moment, a rich golden radiance emanated from him, an overwhelmingly powerful aura sweeping through the surroundings. He transformed into a small golden figure, resplendent as though forged from glass. Yet, in the next instant, all the brilliance enveloping him dissipated, as if returning to the mundane, a low-grade spiritual body. Feeling the fluctuations within, Imo Qianyan furrowed his brow slightly. How could that powerful aura merely be a low-grade spiritual body? It should at least be a divine body, right? Suddenly, Imo Qianyan's brow furrowed as he sensed unfamiliar information surfacing in his mind. Subsequently, he experienced a moment of enlightenment, grasping the cause and effect. A powerful constitution does not awaken effortlessly. It requires countless precious items to gradually unlock. For instance, The legendary sacred body does not come to fruition overnight. Due to its overwhelming strength, it becomes sealed, and Mo Qianyan's constitution bore a staggering 9 seals. At present, he had merely unlocked the first seal, wielding the might of a low-grade spiritual body. This constitution was known as Chaos Body. It is a constitution not recorded in the annals of history, and due to its obscurity, Mo Qianyan was unaware of its true tier. However, with 9 seals and the previously mentioned 99 patterns, he could firmly believe that this chaos body was certainly not inferior to the so-called sacred body. Moreover, to unlock the second seal, it required a full 10 drops of middle-grade spiritual blood. The harshness of this requirement caused Mo Qianyan's lips to twitch slightly. Previously arrogant Ling Xiao was merely a middle-grade spiritual body. Could there even be 10 middle-grade spiritual bodies within the entire Longting continent? And that was only for the second seal. What of the third seal? Would it require 10 drops of superior-grade spiritual blood? Does the fourth trial require 10 drops of the essence blood from the divine body? With this thought, Mo Qianyan recalled the words of the heavenly emperor from before. No one's physique is stronger than yours. Does this no one include the sacred body? Boom! Thunderclaps interrupted Mo Qianyan's contemplation as the tribulation in the sky raged on, becoming increasingly terrifying, as if the heavens were in wrath. Whoosh! Mo Qianyan suddenly sheathed his immortal sword, gazing at the brewing lightning in the sky. Let me test this chaos body and see what powers it truly possesses. Boom! A terrifying bolt of lightning erupted violently, striking down into the valley of tribulations, completely engulfing Mo Qianyan. Crackle! Electric arcs flew in all directions, resembling long spears piercing through the void. Yet, Mo Qianyan's body remained unscathed, allowing these electric arcs to penetrate within him. Strangely, as the lightning entered Mo Qianyan's body, it seemed as if encountering a black hole, being entirely devoured. Mo Qianyan could only feel that amidst the tribulation, his physical body was gradually growing stronger. This unexpected turn of events brightened Mo Qianyan's eyes. What kind of physique is this chaos body, capable of swallowing even the lightning tribulation? Thunder punishment is inherently destructive, yet now it was being consumed by Mo Qianyan. Legends speak of a devouring sacred body that can consume all things in the world. His own physique is strikingly similar to that devouring sacred body. There are also legendary bodies like the 10,000 Tribulation Tao body, which can harness the power of lightning punishment. Apart from these physiques, even divine bodies cannot absorb thunder punishment. Yet now, his chaos body had only just unlocked its first seal. Although it appeared to possess the aura of a low-grade spiritual body, Mo Qianyan could assure that in a direct confrontation, even a high-grade spiritual body would be no match for him. Though somewhat astonished, Mo Qianyan did not squander this opportunity to refine his body, continuing to attract the lightning tribulations from the sky, voraciously infusing them into his being. Crackle! The lightning tribulation seemed incensed by Mo Qianyan's actions, becoming even more fearsome. Each bolt contained the power to annihilate heaven and earth, yet still could not harm Mo Qianyan. Moreover, he vaguely sensed a thread of lightning power awakening within him. Ultimately, Mo Qianyan, unsatisfied with merely this, charged directly into the epicenter of the brewing lightning punishment. This further enraged the lightning in the heavens. Countless bolts transformed into blades of thunder, densely packed and overwhelming. Intent on slaying the intruder, Mo Qianyan remained unperturbed, allowing the lightning blades to strike upon him. This time, he wielded his chaos body, absorbing the power of the lightning punishment to refine himself. With the aid of the chaos body, his physical strength was continuously enhanced. Mo Qianyan, under the baptism of the lightning tribulation, tempered his flesh. The searing lightning punishment lasted for half a day. In the end, Mo Qianyan was completely submerged in the lightning, yet simultaneously, his power surged to a terrifying degree. With merely the formidable physique of the chaos body, he could crush ordinary transcendence. Boom! A robust aura of physical strength erupted from within Mo Qianyan. Instilling dread in those who beheld it, he tore through the curtain of lightning, exuding an aura more potent than that of an ordinary transcendent. This scene was extraordinarily magnificent. Thunder descended upon the world, and Mo Qianyan stood resolute amidst the lightning, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens, exuding an unparalleled sanctity. Having previously comprehended the perfect sword intent, he now reached the pinnacle of the divine ability realm in this moment. He was merely a step away from transcendence. As he surveyed the lightning around him, Imo Chinyan brimmed with confidence. He was certain that with a single sword strike, he could slay a transcendent. The author of Eating Instant Noodles was astonished by the enthusiasm of everyone's gifts today, adding an extra egg to his meal, and indicated that he could add eggs daily from now on. Thanks to Imo ran 3 great deities from the East have certified this, and thanks to the deity who believes in fated encounters, as well as the author's husband for the abundant gifts. Additionally, more than 500 lovely readers sent various gifts. Immense gratitude to all. To express his appreciation, the author will provide an extra chapter tomorrow, as he did not have any drafts prepared today. It is quite astounding. The gift ranking has reached 38, and it is soon to break into the top 30. If he can hold this position for 3 days, he will add 2 chapters daily for the next month. Abandoning all games and socializing, he will devote himself to writing daily, solely to provide more chapters. Thanks for the support from all the lovely readers. They can help promote this book to reach more readers. Chapter 66, Self-Created Sacred Rank Sword Technique, Frost and Snow for 1,000 Years. While Imo Chinyan was in seclusion cultivating, another earth-shattering event occurred in the northern region. A core disciple of the Tianshui sword sect named Xiao Yin achieved a resounding victory against the 3 daozi of the 3 major super sects in a challenge among peers. This marked the second unparalleled genius to emerge from the Tianshui sword sect following Imo Chinyan. Consequently, Xiao Yin ascended to the 2nd position on the northern region's genius ranking, further shaking the entire northern region. The Tianshui sword sect, boasting 2 peerless talents, was basking in unprecedented glory. Sword intent is indeed not as simple as it seems. Having secluded himself for 3 months, he had only comprehended 50%. Still far from mastering the first level of sword intent, in the cultivation chamber, Imo Chinyan opened his eyes. Before attaining divine abilities, one mostly competed for resources, but after reaching divine abilities, the focus shifts to comprehension and talent. Therefore, powerful beings who rise later may choose to sever their cultivation and re-establish their foundations to aspire to the pinnacle. What is sword intent? Sword intent is a shorthand term. Its full name is sword Dao will. Beyond that, there is also spear Dao will, fist Dao will, martial Dao will, and so forth. Will is an enigmatic concept, difficult to articulate or explain, yet it undeniably exists. Upon reaching this realm, even a nascent understanding can be deemed extraordinary. A single thought can summon the winds and clouds. A single sword strike can eclipse the sun and moon. Attaining the pinnacle of sword intent allows one to commune with the heavens, turning everything in the world into a sword with a mere gesture, capable of annihilating the cosmos with every move. This is no exaggeration. Beings at the pinnacle of transcendence truly possess unimaginable power. When 2 such beings clash, the aftermath can devastate a vast city. Even a super city like the Great Chu imperial capital would struggle to withstand a battle between 2 pinnacle transcendents. As for Yin City, Imo Chinyan's current strength could cleave it in 2 with a single sword strike, and within the span of a tea break, he could obliterate all buildings in Yin City. With a population nearing 1 million, it is no wonder there is a saying, when a transcendent is enraged, 100,000 perish. The northern region's grand competition is approaching, and having secluded himself for too long with slow progress in comprehending sword intent, he needed to venture out. In my past life, I chose to guard sword intent, yet passively guarding is far inferior to actively attacking. Even my master, so powerful, could not protect those he loved. In this life, I shall choose the path of slaughtering sword intent, to eradicate all enemies, all threats to Xiaoxue. Among the killing sword intents, the most formidable is the destruction sword intent. Imo Chinyan rose and exited the cultivation chamber. Young master, you have emerged from seclusion? As soon as he stepped out, Imo Chinyan was met with the joyful expressions of Xiaobai and Xiaoqing. Have you both been waiting here all this while? Observing the slight fatigue on the faces of the 2 girls, Imo Chinyan inquired softly. Now, the 2 had sufficient resources and had cultivated for over half a year, reaching the pinnacle of the acquired realm. Young master, this is what we ought to do. Xiaoqing smiled sweetly, revealing her pearly white teeth, looking utterly adorable. "Young master, are you hungry? Xiaobai will prepare food for you right away." Xiaobai blinked her large eyes, gazing at Imo Qinyan. "No need. I have something to discuss with you now," Imo Qinyan replied softly. "Young master, please speak. We will strive to fulfill your commands." To them, Imo Qinyan was their only family. When they initially became servants of the Imo family, they worried about encountering a terrifying master, especially some tyrannical young masters known for their cruelty. After all, they were sweet in appearance and acted as maids, making them susceptible to bullying. Fortunately, Imo Qinyan treated them exceptionally well, never considering them as mere servants, but rather as sisters. This fostered a deep loyalty in Xiaoqing and Xiaobai towards Imo Qinyan. Meeting Imo Qinyan was the most fortunate event in their lives. "You both have reached the age for establishing families. It would not be good to continue following me." Before Imo Qinyan could finish his sentence, Xiaobai suddenly knelt down, her eyes instantly reddening as she declared, "Young master, Xiaobai does not wish to marry. I only want to stay by your side and serve you for a lifetime." Hearing Xiaobai's words, Imo Qinyan was momentarily taken aback. Then he shook his head with a wry smile. Xiaoqing hurriedly rushed over, kneeling alongside Xiaobai, pleading, "Xiaoqing is willing too." "What is this?" Imo Qinyan was at a loss for words, unsure how to persuade them. "Young master, we know we are unworthy, but as long as we can watch you from afar, we would be content. Young master, please agree, let us stay. If you do not agree, we will remain kneeling." Xiaobai and Xiaoqing both cried and implored, their resolve unwavering. This left Imo Qinyan somewhat hesitant. "Xiaobai, Xiaoqing, in the future, I will seldom return. The outside world is far too dangerous, and you cannot follow me any longer." Imo Qinyan paused in silence for a moment before slowly speaking. "Next, there will be the Northern Region Grand Competition, the Northern State Grand Competition, the Dragon Sword Grand Competition, and the Starry Sky Stage. At least, it will be 3 years before I can return." "Young master, you must take care of yourself," Xiaoqing said, wiping away her tears as she choked on her words. "Young master, no matter how long you are gone, we will always be here waiting for your return. Young master, we will always be here waiting for your return." Xiaobai sobbed, tears shimmering on her cheeks. Imo Qinyan took a deep breath and nodded, saying, "Yes, rest assured, I will not forget you." With that, he helped the two women to their feet. Beside Tianshui Lake, snowflakes drifted down like goose feathers. The frigid winter biting to the bone. It had been nearly a year since his rebirth. He gazed at the falling snow. Imo Qinyan chose not to fly but to walk, intending to return to the Great Chu Empire for a visit. The snow fell heavier, gradually obscuring his vision. Imo Qinyan walked barefoot on the icy snow, not using any spiritual energy to shield himself, wanting to experience the sensation of the past snow. As he walked, the adorable visage of Xiaoxue seemed to emerge in his mind, and a gentle smile unconsciously graced his face. It had been nearly a year since he last saw Xiaoxue. She must have grown taller and more beautiful, he thought. Suddenly, Imo Qinyan halted, closing his eyes as a surge of sword intent enveloped him. Frost and frost bind the land for 3,000 miles. Snowflakes fall for 1,000 years. Imo Qinyan shouted and then swung his sword. A brilliant sword light shot into the sky, traversing vast distances, carrying the snowflakes as it streaked toward the horizon. In an instant, the snow within 10,000 feet was shattered into fragments, dissipating into the void. Imo Qinyan opened his eyes, his gaze radiant like sunlight, sparkling like gemstones. One sword cleaves through 10,000 feet of snow. He had inadvertently comprehended the snowfall sword intent. Did that last sword contain my longing for Xiaoxue? Yet, facing his self-created sword move, Imo Qinyan's expression remained unchanged. Since the commencement of the Transcendent Realm, it had become commonplace for powerful prodigies to create their own techniques. It was not unusual for an unparalleled prodigy to draft a prototype of a saint-level technique. There were even those who, as supreme prodigies, crafted prototypes of supreme techniques comparable to imperial laws. The reason it was merely a prototype was that the creator's realm was still too low. Once they matured and perfected their technique, they could ascend to the pinnacle of the heavens. Thus, from the moment one comprehended will in the transcendent realm, the amplifying factor of techniques would be broken. Threefold was no longer the limit. My strength has increased fivefold with that sword. This is the first form of saint-level swordsmanship, Mo Qinyan murmured to himself. Saint-level swordsmanship, not weaker than the Tai Chi Sacred Ground's ultimate trump card, the first form of Tai Chi Divine Palm. Such a powerful sword technique had been grasped by him so easily. To what extent had his comprehension reached? Of course, he was still far from creating a complete saint-level sword technique. He needed to develop the second form of the Monarch realm, the third form of the Nirvana realm, and the final form. Yet even so, this was already extraordinarily astonishing, qualifying him as one of the most prodigious talents in the starry skies. Now, aside from asking the Celestials, that last sword had become his strongest move. He named this sword Frost and Snow for 1,000 years. Chapter 67. The Nine Heavens Supercontinent, Luo Xinghe in the Great Chu Empire, Yinqing. After more than half a year, returning here once again, Mo Qinyan was filled with countless emotions. As he walked along the road, not a single person glanced his way. When people saw him, they merely perceived an ordinary individual, someone whose face would be forgotten the moment they turned away. At his level, it was exceedingly simple to avoid drawing the attention of ordinary cultivators. Previously, Yinqing had only 5 ordinary golden core cultivators, but now, many with divine abilities had emerged. Feeling the powerful aura subtly present in the city, Mo Qinyan murmured to himself. From the conversations around him, he understood that Yinqing had produced an unparalleled prodigy, elevating the city's status significantly and making it the most sought-after location in the Great Chu. Over the past few months, Yinqing had been undergoing expansion, attracting many powerful individuals eager to ally with the Mo family. Although most people did not join the Mo family, they still provided numerous resources. Even though Mo Qinyan had severed ties with the Mo family, outsiders were unaware, and some sought to gain his favor through this means. Moreover, there was also the Xiao family in Yinqing. In the past 2 months, Xiao Yin had gained considerable notoriety, and the Xiao family's status had risen dramatically. The most unfortunate were the Ouyang family, which a year ago had been the ruling family of the city. Now reduced to an inconspicuous ordinary family, Mo Qinyan regarded all of this with indifference. He disliked being constrained and did not wish for anyone to interfere with his cultivation. "Big brother, could you spare me a bit of food?" A soft and timid voice interrupted Mo Qinyan's thoughts. Following the sound, he spotted a tattered girl standing not far from him. She was barefoot, standing on the frozen frost, clutching a piece of dark pastry in her hand. Her eyes glimmered with a desperate longing as they sought Mo Qinyan. The girl's face was dirty, revealing signs of malnutrition. Looking at the little girl before him, Mo Qinyan couldn't help but recall Xiaoxue. The scene was strikingly similar. "Here, eat slowly. Don't choke," Mo Qinyan said with a faint smile, taking out a delicious pastry and crouching down to offer it to the little girl. As the little girl reached for the pastry, slap! Before Mo Qinyan's eyes, the little girl's figure slowly vanished, and the pastry fell directly to the ground. Mo Qinyan's expression instantly hardened as he stood up and scanned the entire Yinqing with his powerful spiritual sense. "An extraordinary illusionist? Who dares to toy with me? Esteemed sir, my young master wishes to invite you for a visit." A gentle voice suddenly came from behind him. Mo Qinyan turned to see a woman in a blue dress. At a mere glance, he was captivated. The woman before him was stunningly beautiful. She was tall, with skin fairer than snow and delicate features, dressed in a pale blue palace gown that accentuated her elegance. She stood there quietly, like a blooming orchid, evoking an irresistible sense of familiarity and fondness. This blue-dressed woman possessed a beauty that seemed untouched by the mundane world. Her skin was fairer than snow, her brows like painted arcs, her figure slender and graceful, exuding an ethereal quality, akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens, untainted by worldly affairs. A jade pendant hung at her waist, inscribed with the character Luo. What astonished Mo Qinyan was not her beauty and demeanor. If it were solely about beauty, Xiao Sierra surpassed her. However, it was the title of young master she mentioned that truly shocked him. This stunning and graceful woman was merely a servant. Had she cast the earlier illusion? And who, exactly, was the young master she referred to? "Please," she said, as if guessing Mo Qinyan's thoughts, gently extending her hand in a gesture of invitation. Mo Qianyan's eyes flickered as he steadied his emotions and followed the blue-dressed woman. She led him into a refined chamber within a pavilion. "Young master, I have brought the person," the blue-dressed woman said respectfully at the door. "Come in," a warm voice echoed from within, and the door opened on its own. Hearing the voice, Mo Qianyan stepped inside. His gaze fell upon a young man standing by the window. The young man was dressed in luxurious attire, hands clasped behind his back, appearing to be in his early 20s. Remarkably handsome, smiling as he looked at Mo Qianyan. "Greetings, I am Luo Xinghe." Luo Xinghe smiled at Mo Qianyan and continued, "This is my fiancée, Luo Shiyun." "Fiancée?" Mo Qianyan's expression reflected a hint of surprise. If she was indeed his fiancée, why did the blue-dressed woman's demeanor seem so subservient? As if sensing Mo Qianyan's astonishment, Luo Shiyun spoke, "I am the Luo family. The hierarchy is quite clear. I am merely a branch family member. While the young master is of the direct lineage. Until I am married, he will always be the young master." Luo Shiyun's words were succinct but conveyed a profound understanding to Mo Qianyan. In the cultivation world, strength reigns supreme. The more powerful the ancient family, the stricter the hierarchy. It seemed that the Luo family was an unimaginably vast family, certainly not one of the Dragon Soar continent. For Luo Xinghe, in Mo Qianyan's eyes, was unfathomable. "You are the youngest transcendent I have ever encountered. Even I only stepped into the transcendent realm at 20. The Dragon Soar continent can produce a prodigy like you, which is why I seek to befriend you." Luo Xinghe regarded Mo Qianyan, his face beaming with genuine sincerity. Mo Qianyan felt a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Luo Xinghe believed him to be transcendent? That made sense. He had already mastered the Snowfall Sword intent and could step into the transcendent realm at any moment. However, the Snowfall Sword intent could not compare to the Destruction Sword intent, thus making the comprehension of the latter even more challenging. Subsequently, he was somewhat astonished by Luo Xinghe's talent. A transcendent at 20. Such a heavenly prodigy could make a name for himself even in the starry skies. The three disciples from the northern domain, all around 20 to 25 years of age, have only just begun to master their divine abilities, still a considerable distance from transcending the ordinary. Even Ling Xiao, at the tender age of 20, has merely taken the initial steps into the realm of the extraordinary. However, while Luo Xinghe maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, his heart was profoundly shaken by the information regarding Mo Qianyan that he had previously encountered. This prodigy, known as Mo Qianyan, was merely 17 years old yet had already attained the extraordinary realm. Such talent could only be described as otherworldly in Luo Xinghe's eyes. The potential of Mo Qianyan was even more formidable. Destined to ascend to the pinnacle of celestial prodigies, moreover, he had witnessed Mo Qianyan demonstrating sacred tier sword techniques in the snow, and even without activating his physical prowess, the terrifying power he exhibited was sufficient to obliterate the average extraordinary being, undoubtedly marking him as a true dragon among prodigies, akin to himself. "Luo Xiong, you hail from the starry sky?" Mo Qianyan inquired, his tone imbued with certainty. After all, such a gifted individual could scarcely be found within the dragon-soaring continent. Only those from the starry sky possessed such extraordinary aptitude. Indeed, Luo Xinghe readily affirmed, "I come from the Nine Heavens supercontinent." Chapter 68. The Hall of Prodigies, third update, the Nine Heavens supercontinent? Is that so? Mo Qianyan nodded, which left Luo Xinghe somewhat astonished. How could a person from the dragon-soaring continent remain composed upon hearing of the Nine Heavens continent? Yet, considering Mo Qianyan's formidable talent and sacred tier combat skills, it was reasonable to assume that he was backed by an immensely powerful force. Though both continents belong to the same realm, the Nine Heavens supercontinent and the dragon-soaring continent existed on entirely different scales. Across the vast expanse of the human race in the starry sky, there were only 108 supercontinents. Each of these supercontinents governed thousands of ordinary continents, which were further divided into high-level, mid-level, and low-level continents. The dragon-soaring continent, in fact, fell under the jurisdiction of the Nine Heavens continent, ranking among the top 10 high-level continents of this starry realm. Of course, although the dragon-soaring continent was classified as a high-level continent, its status was inferior to some mid-level continents. This was largely due to the legacy established by the sage Tai. Now that the sage Tai had passed into eternity for thousands of years, the dragon-soaring continent had become a land devoid of saints, maintaining its reputation as a high-level continent solely because of the remnants of the sage Tai's influence. Otherwise, in terms of strength, some formidable mid-level continents would easily overpower the dragon-soaring continent. Brother Qianyin, your strength is remarkable. If possible, I would like to challenge you to a duel. Luo Xinghe pondered for a moment before raising his head, his eyes ablaze with the spirit of combat. He had initially thought his journey was merely to seek fortune, yet he had unexpectedly encountered such a gifted individual. Such a person was destined to transcend the confines of the dragon-soaring continent. Therefore, Luo Xinghe desired to forge a connection. For unparalleled prodigies, a sparring match that was kept within bounds was the best means to foster camaraderie. Certainly, however, I have one more question. Brother Luo, how is it that you, hailing from the Nine Heavens continent, find yourself here? I am here on a mission. Luo Xinghe did not withhold the truth, revealing the circumstances to Emo Qianyin, the secret realm of the Northern Domain. The Nirvana Heavenly Fire? Upon hearing Luo Xinghe's words, Emo Qianyin fell into a moment of contemplation. It seemed that a secret realm would emerge in the Northern Domain a month hence, prompting Luo Xinghe to embark on this journey, fortuitously encountering Emo Qianyin demonstrating the frost and snow of 1,000 years just outside the Tinshui sword sect. Thus, he had discreetly followed Emo Qianyin all the way to Yinqing. Recently, he had heard whispers of a secret realm in the Northern Domain, but in his previous life, he had only vaguely known of it. At that time, he had been rendered powerless and unable to participate. Xiao Yin, the Nirvana Heavenly Fire. Emo Qianyin's thoughts drifted to Xiao Yin, recalling that the techniques he employed were inherently linked to fire. Could it be that this secret realm was specifically reserved for Xiao Yin? Emo Qianyin's expression grew peculiar. Surely, he was deserving of being called the destined child of the dragon-soaring continent, with all opportunities revolving around him.